2 months after the collapse of the Shen family, Shen Jiayu found herself wed to the powerful figure of the Wen family. A union forged through commercial interests, one she had never encountered before. On the day of their first meeting, the slender youth stood in the expansive reception room, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the intricate patterns of the carpet. It was then that a pair of expensive obsidian black shoes appeared before him. The man, a decade his senior, was in steer alpha, a coveted branch sought after by countless omegas. The tall, austere figure regarded him, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow, and after a protracted silence, he uttered coolly, "You are a beta." Shen Jiayu's delicate lashes fluttered, and he nodded gently that as a beta, he harbored no extravagant aspirations. No one had anticipated that, despite the Shen family's downfall, Wen Xiuheng, the arbiter of the Wen family, would still honor the betrothal. Yet, contemplating that Shen Jiayu had entered into matrimony at such a tender age for the sake of his family, his mother could not suppress her heartache. Rumors painted the Wen scion as ruthless and cold, and unable to quell her concerns, Shen's mother paid her son another visit. Having been frail since childhood, his parents often felt relieved that Jiayu had manifested as a beta. Otherwise, the complications of being an omega would have been far more daunting. However, upon entering the room, Shen's mother was astonished to discover that the once powerful ruler was now delicately cradling Shen Jiayu in his arms, whispering tenderly and patiently soothing him. Shen Jiayu, shedding small pearls of sorrow, turned his face away. Wen Xiuheng offered a wry smile, yet he refrained from uttering harsh words, gently cupping Jiayu's face, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Darling, I was wrong. Would you take another sip of the medicine?" Wen Xiuheng, inherently cold-blooded and born into a lineage of privilege, had long been accustomed to the facade of various hollow marriages. He was indifferent to the familial lineage of his future partner. What he did not foresee was that his eventual spouse would be a beta. With a scoff, Wen Xiuheng thought it better to continue managing his sensitivity with medication, as a beta presented fewer complications. Yet, as time progressed, the alpha, caught in his sensitive period, found himself with reddened eyes, holding his beta lover captive, frantically searching for the glands at the nape of his lover's neck. The composed, austere facade that outsiders perceived was utterly shattered. The alpha's voice became hoarse, laden with profound infatuation, helplessness, and panic. Why is there no gland?" The alpha's inability to mark his beta lover left him feeling profoundly insecure, compelling him to bite down repeatedly on his lover's nape, asserting his claim through the potent scent of his pheromones. As another stretch of time passed, anticipation built for the appearance of the Wen family patriarch at the grand charity gala. The beta who had once occupied his side had become a source of weariness, as he awaited the opportunity to present more desirable omegas. However, when they beheld the figure on the red carpet, they were rendered speechless. Wen Xiuheng's demeanor towards his beta lover bore no trace of weariness. Rather, his gaze exuded an intense possessiveness. What was even more astonishing was the gentle caress of Wen Xiuheng's large hand over the slight swell of his beta's abdomen. It is common knowledge that the beta's reproductive capacity had long since regressed, rendering the likelihood of pregnancy exceedingly rare. There were only two methods for conception. 1. Medication, which could be detrimental to health. 2. Deep penetration. For one as indulgent as Wen Xiuheng, how could he possibly resort to the first option? Chapter 01. It snowed. In the expansive drawing room, Shen Jiayu sat alone on the sofa by the window, slightly tilting his head as he gazed quietly outside. He had arrived at the Wen family estate for over an hour. Yet the hosts had yet to make an appearance. Neither the head of the Wen family nor the young gentleman, Wen Xiuheng, with whom he was to be betrothed. This thought caused Shen Jiayu to gently lower his eyelashes. Outside, snowflakes cascaded down, and the drawing room was eerily quiet. A servant stood silently behind him, offering no words of comfort. Perhaps due to the chill he had encountered on his way here, Shen Jiayu felt a faint dizziness creeping in. His frail constitution had always been a source of concern for his parents. He pondered that if this union could benefit his family, it might be the only way he could assist them at present. Shen Jiayu coughed softly twice, his pale, slender fingers brushing against the teacup before him. The tea had grown cold. The servant approached at an opportune moment, ceremoniously offering him a new cup. Shen Jiayu expressed his gratitude in a whisper, lifting the cup to take a delicate sip, finding the temperature to be just right. A distant sound of footsteps echoed from outside the drawing room, prompting Shen Jiayu to set down his cup and rise politely, nervously adjusting the hem of his garment before focusing intently on the entrance, unconsciously pressing his lips together. However, the footsteps seemed to veer away, soon fading into the distance. Shen Jiayu remained rooted in place, silently waiting. After some time had elapsed since the footsteps had vanished, his expression gradually shifted from tension to desolation, and he slowly bowed his head. It appeared that the footsteps had not belonged to the person he was awaiting. The servant, having observed his demeanor throughout, let out a silent sigh within. The youth before her seemed far too young, perhaps not even of age. It was puzzling that the family head would summon someone so young for a union with their son, who appeared to be at least a decade his senior. Moreover, as whispered among the servants, the boy seemed to be a beta, while their young master was undeniably an S-class alpha. If the boy were indeed a beta, what would become of the young master's sensitivity period? The servant's expression remained neutral, yet internally, she marveled at the inscrutable intentions of such a powerful family. The snowfall intensified outside, countless flakes dancing like ethereal spirits, reflecting Shen Jiayu's own mood as it slowly descended into melancholy. He was acutely aware that this union seemed to be an elevation beyond his reach in the eyes of others. 2 months prior, the Shen family had faced bankruptcy, with his father hospitalized and his mother in a state of despair. In this context, the Wen family had approached him with a proposal alongside a contract. It was then that Shen Jiayu learned of an agreement made by his grandfather, binding him to the Wen family since childhood. Thus, he found himself in this position. Shen Jiayu lowered his gaze, his mind swirling in confusion. The earlier dizziness had not yet subsided, leaving him staring blankly at the intricate patterns of the carpet beneath his feet. Time passed, and the servant straightened her back, bowing respectfully to a figure that had appeared ahead. Before Shen Jiayu's lowered gaze, a pair of expensive black leather shoes suddenly came into view. Blinking, he struggled to ensure he was not imagining things, before snapping back to reality and lifting his head abruptly. A male alpha stood before him, tall enough that Shen Jiayu had to slightly elevate his chin to meet his gaze. Broad shoulders were encased in a black coat, beneath which he wore a sharply tailored dark gray suit, exuding an imposing presence. Snowflakes, barely noticeable, rested upon his shoulders, suggesting he had just come in from the cold. His demeanor was chilling, and his strikingly handsome face bore no expression, his silver-gray eyes reflecting indifference. The tall, austere man regarded him silently, devoid of emotion, and as their eyes met, Shen Jiayu felt the air around him grow frigid, as if he had been thrust into a wintry tempest. Surrounded by this piercing aura, he opened his mouth, momentarily unable to articulate a word due to the sudden tightness in his chest. Wen Xiuheng gazed at the boy before him, his father's designated betrothed, with a calm and detached scrutiny. The first descriptors that came to mind were delicate, diminutive, and fragile, as if he were a rose that could easily be broken. At first glance, he seemed to conform to the stereotypical image of an Omega. Yet, the boy emitted no pheromones. Wen Xiuheng's brow furrowed slightly, and after a moment of silence, he inquired coolly, "You are a beta?" Upon hearing the man's question, Shen Jiayu finally managed to shake off the dizziness and daze that had enveloped him. His long eyelashes fluttered, and he nodded gently, his voice still tinged with tension. "Yes, sir." Following his response, silence enveloped them once more. Shen Jiayu unconsciously bit his lip, his fingers subtly tightening around the hem of his garment. Perhaps it was due to the novelty of their first encounter, or perhaps the gravity of the alpha's presence had left him astounded. In his 18 years of life, he had never before encountered an alpha with such an overwhelming and daunting aura. Shen Jiayu felt as though he were rooted to the spot, awkwardly parting his lips. Yet before he could speak, the steady, emotionless voice interrupted. Wen Xiuheng. Shen Jiayu's rose-tinted gaze collided with the alpha's calm silver-gray eyes, and only then did he realize the man was introducing himself. The tension in his voice remained palpable as he responded. "Hello, my name is Shen Jiayu." The air fell silent once more, and Shen Jiayu felt as if he could hear the soft whisper of snowflakes falling outside, along with the sound of his own breath. The towering figure before him continued to regard him with an inscrutable expression, revealing nothing of his thoughts. In the brief moments of their meeting, the few snowflakes that had settled on the alpha's coat had already melted away. However, the atmosphere between them was soon disrupted as a butler approached. He first bowed respectfully to Wen Xiuheng and then turned to Shen Jiayu, offering a slight nod. Shen Jiayu reciprocated with polite caution. The butler smiled at Wen Xiuheng. "Young master, the sir has been waiting for you. Please follow me." In the Wen family residence, the sir referred to Wen Xiuheng's father, Wen Cheng. "Apologies. I must take my leave," Wen Xiuheng remarked, casting a glance at Shen Jiayu with customary politeness. It's quite all right. Please attend to your matters. Shen Jiayu replied softly, treading carefully. The alpha then averted his gaze, following the butler out of the drawing room. Once they were gone, Shen Jiayu slowly and subtly relaxed his shoulders, allowing his gaze to drop. In the study, another well-dressed middle-aged alpha was engrossed in the day's newspaper. The headline announced the imminent appointment of the One family chairman as the next cabinet chief, yet it hinted at the abandonment of the past marriage pact with the Shen family. The subheading noted that the Shen family had declared bankruptcy 2 months prior, with the patriarch now in a coma in the ICU due to a sudden illness. The article mentioned the media and public's reactions, including criticisms that the One family was excessively heartless for abandoning the Shens in their time of distress, questioning what kind of character could lead in politics. Wen Xiuheng frowned slightly as he scanned the text, just as a knock echoed from the door. "Enter," he commanded, his voice cold and stern. Wen Xiuheng stepped in behind the butler, standing a respectful distance from the desk. The butler then bowed and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Wen Xiuheng set down the newspaper, his countenance grave and unyielding. The resemblance between father and son was evident in their shared features. When Cheng's fingers drummed on the newspaper spread across the table, his voice imbued with an unmistakable authority. "I trust you are aware of the reason for my visit today." Wen Xiuheng appeared to have anticipated this confrontation, standing silently, his silver-gray eyes growing increasingly frigid. It was clear that his father, Wen Xiuheng, was not a man of great patience. His expression darkened further. Regardless of how their competitors unearthed such ancient family secrets, it was imperative that these revelations did not affect the corporation's stock prices, nor could they interfere with matters of greater significance. At this juncture, Wen Xiuheng finally exhibited a flicker of reaction, a faint smirk carrying an undercurrent of mockery gracing his lips. Wen Xiuheng chose to ignore it, as if accustomed to this dynamic between them. Leaning back in his chair, Wen Xiuheng, with a furrowed brow, sternly stated, "You know what must be done." His tone resembled that of a superior addressing a subordinate rather than that of a father speaking to his son. Indeed, Wen Xiuheng replied, his voice as frigid as glacial water, a smile lingering on his face, though devoid of warmth in his eyes. "Haven't you and mother already demonstrated this for me?" Hearing this, Wen Cheng's gaze hardened. Wen Xiuheng repressed his smile, nodding indifferently as he excused himself and exited the room. In the corridor, his assistant, Yaoi, hurriedly caught up to him. Yaoi, also a beta, had worked alongside Wen Xiuheng for 2 years. After a brief internal struggle regarding what to say, he hesitantly spoke. "Mr. Wen, the chairman's housekeeper just informed me that they wish to send the young Master Shen to you today, to prevent any further sensationalism from the media and avoid unnecessary complications." Yaoi cautiously awaited Wen Xiuheng's response. He was well aware of the strained relationship between his boss and his chairman father. The dynamics within affluent families were inherently more intricate than those of ordinary households, a truth Yaoi had long since accepted as a personal assistant. However, it was unprecedented for a family to arrange for their own son to meet a stranger in such a manner for the sake of familial and corporate interests. Yaoi chose to remain silent, awaiting his employer's directive, expecting a refusal. To his surprise, Wen Xiuheng remained reticent as they exited the mansion through a different corridor. Before entering the vehicle, Yaoi discreetly observed Wen Xiuheng's expression, which remained as impassive and aloof as always. Hesitating momentarily, Yaoi took his place in the passenger seat. Wen Xiuheng settled in the back, his tone calm and devoid of emotion as he instructed, "Proceed with the scheduled meeting." Yaoi, taken aback, responded after a brief pause, "Understood, Mr. Wen." As the driver started the car, Yaoi continued to ponder the unusual demeanor of his boss. Earlier, on their way to the chairman's summons, he had learned that young Master Shen was a beta. The revelation had taken him by surprise, as he had not anticipated his employer, a figure coveted by countless Omegas, would agree to a union with a beta. Though he had never witnessed his boss display any romantic inclination, he had begun to wonder if, as an heir to a prominent family, Wen Xiuheng had reached a point of emotional detachment. Yet, how could a beta partner assist him during his sensitive period? Would he revert to relying on medication? Furthermore, should they truly unite, a beta would struggle to ensure the continuation of the family lineage in their generation. After much contemplation, Yaoi concluded that his boss was indeed ruthless. He cast aside his unfocused musings, shrugging silently. Perhaps this marriage was merely a strategic move to quell public scrutiny, destined to dissolve in due time. As an employee, he resolved to focus on his responsibilities. In the rear seat of the car, Wen Xiuheng slightly turned his head, his silver-gray eyes observing the snowflakes swirling outside, his expression inscrutable, lost in thought. Meanwhile, after Wen Xiuheng departed with the housekeeper, Shen Jiayu remained quietly in the reception room. The delicate youth sat with his head bowed on the sofa, his rose-tinted hair cascading gently around his neck. Sensitive as he was, Shen Jiayu believed that Mr. Wen would likely refuse to honor the contract, considering they were previously strangers. Moreover, as a beta, he had no lofty expectations. Feeling increasingly despondent, he perceived himself as a mere jester in this situation, unable to assist his family in any meaningful way. A profound sense of helplessness and sorrow enveloped him, akin to a hand clutching tightly at his heart. A wave of sharp pain surged through his chest, rendering his complexion pallid, his already pale lips devoid of color. Shen Jiayu instinctively pressed his hand against his chest, tightly closing his eyes as he endeavored to steady his breathing. Any considerable emotional upheaval could precipitate an episode of his congenital heart condition. Given his heart and frail constitution, Shen Jiayu felt he had already caused his family considerable concern and distress. He did not wish for his parents to continue worrying about him under the current circumstances. Glancing at his backpack nearby, he recalled the medication he had packed prior to his arrival. Taking slow, measured breaths, he sought to alleviate the pain emanating from his heart. Noticing Shen Jiayu's discomfort, a servant approached with concern. Startled by the youth's sudden pallor, the servant promptly inquired about his well-being. After a brief moment of recuperation, Shen Jiayu felt the pain subsiding and managed to force a faint smile, softly assuring the servant that he would be fine after a moment's rest. The servant, unwilling to leave his side, remained vigilant, prepared to summon assistance if necessary. After a short while, Shen Jiayu's complexion improved, and the pain in his chest gradually ceased. Although his smile appeared somewhat strained, he gently reassured the servant that he was now fine, prompting the servant to relax. Soon after, the housekeeper returned, courteously requesting Shen Jiayu to accompany him, as he had arranged for a driver to take Shen Jiayu to Wen Xiuheng's residence. He explained that he had already informed the staff there, mentioning that Wen Xiuheng had temporarily returned to the company to address some matters. Upon hearing that he was to go to Mr. Wen's home, Shen Jiayu's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the gentleman would agree. It was not until the luxurious vehicle came to a halt in front of an elegant villa that the reality of the union began to set in for him. Upon entering the villa, he was warmly greeted by a kind-looking woman in her 40s, who introduced herself as the housekeeper, Cui Hui. Upon seeing Shen Jiayu, Aunt Cui beamed, exclaiming what a beautiful child he was. The driver exchanged a few words with Aunt Cui before handing over Shen Jiayu's modest luggage, which contained only essential clothing and medication for emergencies, and then departed. Aunt Cui led Shen Jiayu to the room prepared for him, explaining the layout of the household and its members. Thanks to Aunt Cui's affability, the tension and unfamiliarity that had initially enveloped Shen Jiayu began to dissipate. Aunt Cui could subtly discern that Shen Jiayu's complexion was not particularly favorable. She surmised that after enduring so many tribulations within a single day, he must be utterly fatigued. With great thoughtfulness, Aunt Cui granted Shen Jiayu a sanctuary of solitude and time, advising him to summon her should he require any assistance, promising to return at dinner. Before departing, she inquired with meticulous care about his culinary preferences. Upon hearing her words, Shen Jiayu unveiled the most genuine smile he had shown all day, softly expressing his gratitude, assuring her that he had no particular demands regarding food. Once Aunt Cui had left, the spacious room fell into a profound stillness. Shen Jiayu quietly settled into the plush chair, the corners of his lips, which had once gently lifted, gradually descended. From this moment forth, he was truly alone in the world. Yet at least he could now assist his family. He raised his hand to wipe his eyes, curving his lips once more to force a smile, and dialed his mother's number. The video call was swiftly connected, revealing a gentle-looking woman on the screen. Upon seeing Shen Jiayu, his mother's eyes brimmed with tears. When the Wen family had presented the marriage contract, she had refused to acquiesce. As a mother, she was unwilling to barter her son's marriage. Moreover, she was acutely aware that if her husband were conscious, he would vehemently oppose such an arrangement. Nevertheless, upon learning of the situation, Shen Jiayu had resolutely insisted on consenting to the union. His obedient and sensible nature had led him to secretly sign the agreement, a bold act for him. He believed that this was the only way to secure more opportunities and time for his father's treatment. His mother trembled as she inquired whether he was faring well after being taken in by the one family, the background of the video revealing his father lying unconscious in a hospital bed. Since Shen Jiayu had been rescued from the ICU, he had remained in a state of deep coma. Shen Jiayu gently reassured his mother not to worry, stating that the one family members were all kind-hearted. He pressed his lips together and quietly added that Mr. Wen Xiuheng was as well. After exchanging a few more words, his mother continuously urged him to take care of himself, insisting that he should promptly communicate if he felt unwell. Shen Jiayu nodded with a faint smile, affirming her concerns, and ultimately promised he would return to the hospital to visit her and his father soon. After concluding the conversation with his mother, Shen Jiayu finally felt the weight of exhaustion settle upon him. He had been shuttling between various places throughout the day, with some time still remaining before dinner. He turned sideways and rested his head on the armrest, gradually closing his eyes. As time flowed by, he felt increasingly heavy and cold, drifting into a slumber filled with hazy thoughts. He yearned to open his eyes but found himself unable to awaken, uncertain of how much time had passed. He seemed to hear Aunt Chui's voice, though it grew fainter and more distant until it vanished completely. His consciousness then plunged into darkness. The snow continued to fall. The streetlights along the road illuminated the interior of the smoothly moving car, casting shadows that accentuated the handsome features of the Alpha within. 3 individuals occupied the car, yet the atmosphere remained exceedingly quiet. Yaoi and the driver refrained from breaking the silence at this hour. Wen Xiuheng held a document in his hand, which he had requested Yaoi to compile regarding the Shen family after departing from his residence. He had spent the afternoon engaged in crucial meetings and was now en route to a business banquet in the West City. When Xiuheng opened the file, the first page displayed a photograph of a youthful face adorned with a gentle smile. It appeared to be an earlier portrait, capturing the boy's innocent charm and radiant smile, which was profoundly infectious. When Xiuheng's gaze lingered on the image, Yaoi, curious, glanced through the rearview mirror at him, and upon seeing the document in his boss's hand, he silently gasped. He vividly recalled his astonishment when he first saw the young Master Shen's appearance earlier that afternoon. It was so strikingly beautiful that he hardly seemed real. The fact that such beauty belonged to a beta was astonishing, surpassing even the most exquisite Omega by a wide margin. Yaoi even speculated, perhaps the reason his boss agreed to the marriage was that he was captivated by the young man at first sight. Suddenly, a hurried ringtone shattered the tranquility of the car. When Xiuheng answered the call, and Aunt Chui's anxious voice came through. Young Master Shen has fainted at home with a fever. I just called Dr. Lu to come over. When Xiuheng responded in a calm tone, acknowledging her concern. After hanging up, silence reclaimed the vehicle. His long fingers tapped lightly on the document, and he spoke in a low voice. Turn around. This left both the driver and Yaoi in a state of bewilderment. Boss, did you say to turn around? But aren't we headed to a business banquet? When Xiuheng gazed out at the falling snowflakes, his voice tranquil. Home. Chapter 02. Upon arriving at the villa, Yaoi remained in a state of astonishment throughout the journey. His boss was acting unusually today, absolutely uncharacteristically. Not only had he consented to marry a beta young master, but he, who was typically strict with time, had also for the first time abandoned a business partner. Yaoi hadn't clearly understood the details of the phone call in the car, but his boss was undeniably acting out of the ordinary. Once when Xiuheng exited the vehicle, Yaoi and the driver were left confounded, approaching the villa with bewilderment and departing with the same feeling. By the time when Xiuheng entered the room, Dr. Lu was already attending to Shen Jiayu. Aunt Chui stood anxiously at the side. Upon seeing when Xiuheng return, she immediately approached him. At dinner time, I went to call young Master Shen. Initially, there was no response when I knocked, but fortunately, the door was unlocked. When I pushed it open, I found young Master Shen fainted on the floor, unresponsive to my calls, and his forehead was burning hot. When Xiuheng nodded, indicating that he understood. At that moment, Dr. Lu finished his examination, and when Xiuheng stepped forward to inquire, "How is he?" Dr. Lu removed his mask with a click of his tongue, speaking candidly. "Young Master One, how could you leave this little beauty all alone at home? What would happen if something serious occurred?" He and Wen Xiuheng had known each other for over a decade, and he was one of the few who dared to jest with him. Wen Xiuheng's expression turned cold. Get to the point, doctor. Lu clicked his tongue again. The crux of the matter? The key point is that, thankfully, this fever was managed promptly. Otherwise, for someone like this little beauty, who has congenital heart disease, exceeding the heart's capacity would necessitate an emergency hospital visit. Dr. Lu seemed to have fallen into his habitual chatter, crossing his arms over his chest, prepared to scold the seemingly unfeeling alpha before him. I've seen the news. Though the Shen family has gone bankrupt, it's evident that young Master Shen is cherished by his parents. Since you agreed to this union, you ought to take good care of him. A heart condition demands that he avoids colds and fevers, especially since this little beauty's health has always been delicate. Moreover, how old is this little beauty? He can't possibly have been tricked into this before reaching adulthood, right? If that's the case, I might have to report you. As he continued to speak, Wen Xiuheng walked past him and stood beside Shen Jiayu's bed. Remarkably, he did not intervene to stop Dr. Lu's barrage of words. Wen Xiuheng lowered his gaze. Shen Jiayu lay quietly on the bed, his pale face flushed due to the fever, with faint redness around his eyes. Even in slumber, he appeared restless. Shen Jiayu slightly furrowed his brow, his long eyelashes fluttering gently. He emanated an air of fragility, like a pale, delicate rose. Witnessing Wen Xiuheng's demeanor, Dr. Lu found it peculiar and paused his incessant chatter. Wen Xiuheng softened his voice and turned to him. Tell me all the precautions. After a moment of surprise, Dr. Lu finally comprehended that the typically cold and detached Wen Xiuheng was personally caring for someone. Was it truly the feverish beauty in the bed? Or was it Wen Xiuheng himself who had lost his composure? Oh, precautions, yes. The key points are Lu Jun was both astonished and anxious as she reiterated all the precautions. Wen Xiuheng listened intently, which left Lu Jun utterly astonished, her jaw nearly dropping. Goodness, could it be that the iron tree is about to bloom anew? Before parting, Lu Jun emphasized the necessity of someone keeping watch that night. Although the patient had already taken their medication, it was prudent to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. After bidding farewell to Lu Jun, Aunt Cui entered the room to find Wen Xiuheng seated on the chair beside the bed, holding a document. Young master, I will take turns keeping watch with a few others tonight. You should retire early, she advised. Wen Xiuheng nodded in acknowledgement but showed no inclination to rise. Observing this, Aunt Cui quietly withdrew, deciding to return once the young master had departed. For a moment, the room was left with just the two of them. Outside, the snow continued to fall, seemingly destined to blanket the night. Wen Xiuheng first gazed silently at Shen Jiayu for a moment before returning his attention to the document. The information regarding Shen Jiayu was scant, or perhaps uncomplicated. She had grown up in a warm and harmonious family of 3, living a life of ordinary daily routines and studies like any child in a typical household. However, due to her congenital heart condition and frail health, she was a frequent visitor to the hospital. Currently, she was a first-year student in the Fine Arts Department at Capital University. Upon seeing the name of the university, Wen Xiuheng's gaze lingered momentarily before he continued reading. 2 months prior, the Shen family declared bankruptcy, with rumors suggesting deeper issues behind the collapse. Subsequently, the family sold their properties, and one day, Shen's father was rushed to a nearby hospital due to a sudden illness, remaining in a comatose state ever since. At this point, Wen Xiuheng furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, a faint sobbing sound emanated from the bed. Wen Xiuheng set the document aside and leaned in closer. It seemed that Shen Jiayu was crying in her sleep, perhaps haunted by some distressing dream. The girl curled her body, eyes closed, turning her head slightly towards Wen Xiuheng, her delicate face half buried in the pillow, quietly weeping with a sense of restraint. Long eyelashes glistened with tears, soft strands of hair cascaded over her pale neck, and her slender, alabaster fingers tightly clutched the pillow. Her petite figure trembled ever so slightly from the sobs, and soon a small patch of fabric was dampened, evoking a deep sense of compassion and heartache. Even someone as typically cold and indifferent as Wen Xiuheng could not help but feel a surge of protective instinct at that moment. In his 28 years of life, he had never encountered a beta so fragile and delicate, even more so than an omega in need of safeguarding. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, Wen Xiuheng slowly extended his hand, cautiously yet gently caressing Shen Jiayu's tear-stained cheek, using his thumb to softly wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. It was then that Wen Xiuheng realized just how small Shen Jiayu's face was, so diminutive that his hand could completely cover it. Furthermore, Her skin was exceedingly sensitive and delicate. Even with the slightest touch, his fingers left faint red marks in their wake. He lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment, and ultimately succumbed to a wave of tenderness. "Do not cry," he murmured in a deep, resonant voice, akin to soothing an innocent child unaware of the world's cruelties. Yet Shen Jiayu continued to weep sorrowfully, for in her dream, she had envisioned her father's passing, along with her mother, standing before his grave to bid farewell. Her heartache was profound, as if she were attempting to release all the sorrow and grief accumulated since her father's illness. Though Wen Xiuheng had just helped her wipe away her tears, fresh ones soon cascaded down her cheeks. He sighed softly, his tone devoid of impatience or reproach, instead infused with deep compassion and helplessness. "Be good, do not cry." He worried that if she continued to weep, the strain on her heart would only intensify. In her dazed state, Shen Jiayu nuzzled her cheek against Wen Xiuheng's hand, instinctively seeking solace and comfort, the warmth of her soft touch sending a shiver through him. Chapter 03. He was suddenly reminded of the stray cat he had adopted in his childhood, which had similarly brushed against his hand when he first found it. In that moment, he experienced a feeling of being needed and relied upon for the first time. He had taken the kitten home, only for his father to dispose of it while he was away. He had searched desperately in the pouring rain all day, but ultimately he had not found it. As Shen Jiayu continued to weep and gently nuzzle his fingers, the familiar sensation of being needed washed over Wen Xiuheng, leaving him momentarily stunned. His hand continued to tenderly stroke her cheek, allowing her to nuzzle against him like a kitten. Gradually, Shen Jiayu's tears began to subside. In her hazy state, she slowly opened her eyes, and through her blurred vision, she faintly recognized Wen Xiuheng before her. Was she mistaken? Shouldn't Mr. Wen still be working outside? Shen Jiayu pondered in her muddled mind before slipping back into slumber. Wen Xiuheng lowered his silver-gray gaze, quietly observing Shen Jiayu's sleeping face, remaining in the same position until her tears finally ceased. In the cool-toned study, the documents he had finished reading lay before him as he dialed Zhou Yi's number. "Transfer Shen Qinghai to the VIP ward at Chengyao Hospital tomorrow and arrange for the relevant specialists to come over." Upon hearing the words VIP ward at Chengyao Hospital, Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. In the capital city, who did not know that Chengyao Hospital was an enterprise owned by the boss, attracting a multitude of esteemed experts, with its services and facilities regarded as top-notch. Among them, the VIP wards were the pinnacle, with only 5 slots available at any given time, not merely accessible to those with wealth. As for the patient the boss mentioned needing to be transferred, Shen Qinghai, Zhou Yi repeated the name twice before a sudden realization struck him. Of course, that was the father of young Master Shen. Zhou Yi eagerly acknowledged, and when Xiuheng continued, additionally, find a villa close to the hospital, equipped with an appropriate housekeeper, chef, and driver. Cautiously, Zhou Yi inquired, "Boss, who will be residing there?" "Chen Yongxin." That was young Master Shen's mother, wasn't it? Zhou Yi's worldview shattered. It seemed that his boss genuinely harbored feelings for young Master Shen, even arranging for her parents' accommodations meticulously. Even after the call ended, Zhou Yi was left in a state of astonishment. In the study, when Xiuheng leaned back in his chair and turned to gaze out the window, the falling snow outside appeared to have ceased. This signified that spring was soon to arrive following the snowfall. The following morning, soft sunlight bathed the sleeping youth. His slender, delicate form was curled up beneath a fluffy, white blanket, and the gentle morning light spilled over his exquisite features, enhancing the ethereal beauty that enveloped him, making him appear both radiant and sacred. His long eyelashes fluttered slightly as Shen Jiayu gradually opened her eyes. The first sensation upon waking was that her body felt considerably lighter. As her mind slowly began to process, she recalled having fainted in the room, though the events that followed were somewhat hazy. Surely, Aunt Chui must have discovered her, and a doctor had come as well. Shen Jiayu propped herself up slowly, rubbing her eyes in a sleepy manner. On her very first day in this household, she had already caused trouble for everyone. A wave of sadness and guilt washed over her as she lowered her head. A sound came from the doorway as Aunt Chui entered, her face lighting up upon seeing Shen Jiayu awake. "Young Master Shen, you are awake. Are you feeling better?" Shen Jiayu offered a smile tinged with apology. "I feel much better, Aunt Chui." "Ah, splendid. It's wonderful to hear that you're no longer feeling unwell." Aunt Chui took her temperature with a thermometer and, upon confirming that there was no fever, finally felt at ease. Aunt Chui informed that breakfast was ready, and if he preferred not to go downstairs, she could bring it to him. Shen Jiayu, wishing to avoid further trouble for others, shook his head and expressed his desire to go downstairs to eat. Aunt Cui then escorted him to the dining hall. A variety of breakfast options had been meticulously prepared. Aunt Cui suggested he choose what he liked, assuring him that in the future, they would cater to his preferences daily. Shen Jiayu smiled sweetly and thanked Aunt Cui, which softened her heart. He then took the opportunity to express his gratitude for her care after he fainted the previous day. Aunt Cui waved her hand dismissively, smiling as she remarked that it was her duty, and that young master had also looked after him for quite some time last night. At this, Shen Jiayu froze momentarily. Did Mr. Wen truly come by last night? He had thought he was mistaken. Aunt Cui continued, stating that the young master had spent a considerable amount of time in his room and had instructed them to keep a close watch on him, requesting updates on his condition at regular intervals. Shen Jiayu, taken aback, opened his mouth, struggling to recall the details of the memories that felt hazy. He hadn't anticipated that Mr. Wen had actually visited his room and cared for him. Biting his lip, he resolved that if he had the chance to see Mr. Wen later, he must express his thanks. Aunt Cui, with a kind expression, urged him to eat, emphasizing that he needed to nourish himself, particularly since he hadn't had a proper meal since yesterday. As she spoke, she deftly peeled a boiled egg for him. Watching Aunt Cui's genuine concern, Shen Jiayu beamed, obediently responding with a soft okay. His smile was captivating, his beautiful rose-colored eyes curving gently, and his naturally upturned lips revealed a pristine set of white teeth, radiating brightness and warmth. Just gazing at his smile could uplift anyone's spirits. At that moment, Wen Xiuheng, arriving later than usual to the office, descended the stairs. Shen Jiayu's radiant smile instantly caught his eye. Suddenly, Wen Xiuheng paused mid-step. Upon entering the dining area, Shen Jiayu's previously bright expression morphed into one of surprise. He had thought Mr. Wen had already left for work and that he wouldn't see him until evening. The alpha, clad in a formal suit, retained an air of maturity and sternness, his icy silver-gray eyes calmly meeting his gaze. Shen Jiayu lowered his utensils, instinctively rising slightly from his seat, nervously biting his lip, and softly greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Wen." Wen Xiuheng nodded slightly, responding quietly, "Good morning," before taking a seat across from him. Shen Jiayu settled back into his chair and lifted his gaze to the upright figure of the alpha opposite him, his long lashes fluttering slightly. "Thank you for taking care of me last night. I'm feeling much better now." Wen Xiuheng observed him quietly, eventually answering, "It was the least I could do. It was the least I could do." Shen Jiayu blinked in slight confusion, finding his expression adorably dazed. Did Mr. Wen mean that caring for him was merely an obligation of their union? He was momentarily at a loss for words, and a silence enveloped them. Shen Jiayu lowered his head shyly. After a brief pause, Wen Xiuheng's calm voice broke the quiet. "School is about to start. If there's anything you need, you can let me know. I will arrange for my staff to prepare it." Shen Jiayu lifted his head, his lips parting slightly in a mix of surprise and fluster. Right, school. So much had happened during the winter break that he had nearly forgotten. There were only a few days left until the second semester of his freshman year commenced. The changes in his expression were all noted by Wen Xiuheng, who found him to be innocent and unguarded, an additional descriptor that came to mind for the young man, who, due to his youth, seemed incapable of concealing his emotions. They were easily readable. Shen Jiayu pondered for a moment, recalling a prior agreement with his friends, and cautiously inquired, "Mr. Wen, may I go with my friends?" "Of course." Wen Xiuheng replied, nodding. "You are equally the master of this place and may freely decide your daily plans and matters." Taken aback by this response, Shen Jiayu smiled brightly. "Thank you." After finishing breakfast, Wen Xiuheng left for work while Aunt Cui urged Shen Jiayu to rest more. Following lunch and a brief nap, Shen Jiayu's phone rang. It was a call from a friend. Upon answering, a crisp and anxious voice burst forth. "Xiao Jiayu, I just saw the news. Are you really going to marry that alpha?" Shen Jiayu, startled by the volume, held the phone slightly away before returning it to his ear. His voice soft and hesitant, struggling to find the right words. I am getting married." The youthful voice on the other end was direct. "It's too complicated to explain over the phone. Let us just meet and talk. I'll wait for you at our usual spot." Shen Jiayu, previously contemplating when to invite his friend to get art supplies, nodded in agreement. "Okay." Before heading out, Shen Jiayu informed Aunt Cui, who cautioned him to dress warmly to avoid catching a chill. With medicine in hand, he followed the driver to the designated location. At the dessert shop, a slightly taller brown-haired Omega boy raised his voice. He actually let you move into his house, drawing curious glances from nearby patrons. Shen Jiayu lowered his head, biting his fork, and quietly replied, Xiao Jiayu, you mustn't be deceived by that older alpha. Wen Xiuheng gently shook Shen Jiayu's shoulders, a mix of worry and anger evident. Having known Shen Jiayu since high school, he didn't want his dear friend to be taken advantage of. Shen Jiayu softly defended, Mr. Wen, he's really nice. He hasn't bullied me. Moreover, he thought to himself, Mr. Wen isn't old. However, Wen Xiuheng remained skeptical, continuing to share tales of wealthy, powerful alphas deceiving others, drawn from various gossip columns, throughout their shopping for canvases and paints. Even as they bid farewell on the roadside, Wen Xiuheng continued to ramble. Finally, he transitioned from an agitated little bunny to a soft, floppy-eared rabbit, taking Shen Jiayu's hand and sniffing back tears, declaring, Xiao Jiayu, if you ever need help, you must come to me. We are the best of friends. Shen Jiayu felt the corners of his eyes grow warm, and then he beamed a bright and pure smile, nodding earnestly. Meanwhile, across the street in a large upscale shopping complex, Wen Xiuheng emerged accompanied by staff. The mall manager and other leaders bowed respectfully as they bid farewell to the president of the mall's parent company, who had personally conducted the quarterly inspection. During the inspection, the president remained cold and stern. Fortunately, no significant issues were raised today, or their positions could have been at stake. The driver opened the door for Wen Xiuheng, who settled into the vehicle. As the driver prepared to take him to his next appointment, Wen Xiuheng's gaze inadvertently drifted outside, suddenly freezing as he spotted a familiar figure conversing with friends across the street. Shen Jiayu had donned a creamy knitted hat and scarf. His soft rose-colored hair gently pressed under the hat, revealing only wisps at his forehead and ears, while his delicate face nestled within the scarf accentuated his small features. Yet, the most striking aspect was the crescent-shaped curve of his eyes and his upturned lips. His smile was overwhelmingly bright and pure, imbued with a youthful charm that was both obedient and sweet, so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Wen Xiuheng discerned that the smile outside the car window at this moment differed subtly from the one Shen Jiayu had displayed towards him that morning. This smile now bore an essence of familiarity and intimacy, contrasting with the previous air of unfamiliarity and caution. Just as the driver was about to start the vehicle, a voice from the backseat interjected, Please hold on. The driver momentarily froze, pondering the meaning of this request, yet instinctively complied. Through the rearview mirror, he observed Wen Xiuheng intently gazing outside. In his bewilderment, the driver also cast a glance outward, wondering what had captured his employer's attention so completely. Wen Xiuheng propped his chin on his hand, quietly observing the slender figure beyond the window, absorbing every smile that graced the young boy's face into his silver-gray eyes. In a private moment, where no one could see, a rare smile flickered at the corners of the alpha's lips. On the return journey, Shen Jiayu received a call from his mother. She informed him that a man claiming to be Mr. Wen's assistant had facilitated his father's transfer to Chengya Hospital's VIP ward. Furthermore, the hospital director had personally visited to comfort them, assuring them that all medical care and services would be provided free of charge, and that they would exert their utmost efforts to treat Mr. Shen Qinghai. Additionally, this assistant had arranged new accommodations for his mother, easing her travels between the hospital and her residence. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayu was astounded. According to the terms of their marriage agreement, Mr. Wen's father had stipulated that the transfer would only occur after the formal registration of his marriage with Mr. Wen. Yet, unexpectedly, before they had even obtained their certificate, Mr. Wen had already arranged for his father's admission to the hospital. Moreover, aiding his mother with a new residence was beyond the original agreement's scope. Upon returning to the villa, Aunt Chui greeted him with a warm smile, inquiring if it was cold outside and if he was tired from his outing, suggesting Shen Jiayu take a moment to rest before dinner. Shen Jiayu glanced around, realizing that Wen Xiuheng had yet to return, and softly inquired about his expected arrival. He yearned to express his gratitude to Wen Xiuheng in person for all he had done for his parents. Aunt Chui paused, then cheerfully remarked that the young master was very busy and seldom returned for dinner, adding that he had instructed Shen Jiayu not to wait for him. Shen Jiayu nodded, contemplating waiting until Wen Xiuheng returned to seek him out. Later, around 9 o'clock, Shen Jiayu heard footsteps outside his room. He opened the door to find Wen Xiuheng approaching from the hallway. The Alpha's hair remained impeccably styled from that morning, neat and crisp. He had draped his suit jacket over his arm, his broad shoulders and chest filling out an expensive black shirt, the outline of his pectorals subtly visible beneath. The black armband on his upper arm accentuated the powerful lines of his arms. When Wen Xiuheng spotted Shen Jiayu, he paused. Standing impressively tall, Shen Jiayu had to raise his gaze to meet him. With a courageous heart, he took 2 steps forward, his voice soft and melodic. "Mr. Wen, I have something to discuss with you." Wen Xiuheng lowered his eyes and calmly replied, "All right." Shen Jiayu's eyes shone with sincerity and focus, his tone imbued with earnestness. "Mr. Wen, thank you for all you have done for my parents. My mother told me this afternoon about your assistance in transferring my father and arranging a new place for her." Every word of gratitude came straight from his heart. After uttering these words, Shen Jiayu felt the corners of his eyes redden. He had always been prone to tears when emotions surged. "Jiayu," Wen Xiuheng called softly, "these are obligations I ought to fulfill." The phrase momentarily bewildered Shen Jiayu, echoing in his ears. "I will take responsibility for caring for you and your parents." Shen Jiayu's eyes glistened anew, his voice slightly choked. "Mr. Wen, since the family's financial collapse, his father had tirelessly sought solutions, only to fall gravely ill and end up in the hospital. During their most arduous days, he and his mother had stood vigil by his father's side, hoping for his swift recovery. Now, Mr. Wen had extended immense help to their family. I truly appreciate it," Shen Jiayu murmured, his gaze lowered, cheeks flushed. When Xiuheng perceived Shen Jiayu's desire to withhold tears before him, and he softened his tone, imbued with an almost imperceptible blend of helplessness and tenderness. "It's all right. It's getting late. Good night." "Yes, good night, Mr. Wen," Shen Jiayu replied gently, nodding. When he lifted his head again, though the corners of his eyes were still red, his gaze had brightened, a faint smile gracing his delicate features. When Xiuheng watched him for a while before turning to leave. Once back in his room, Shen Jiayu wiped his eyes with his sleeve, feeling a tinge of embarrassment over his earlier display. After calming his emotions, he lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him. He felt that Mr. Wen had provided them with so much assistance, but he currently had little to offer in return. If he were to become the painter of his dreams in the future, would he then possess the means to repay Mr. Wen? The thought of becoming a painter felt distant and impractical. Suddenly, he recalled Mr. Wen's words about responsibility and obligation. If Mr. Wen's actions stemmed from the responsibilities of a marriage partner, then he too must begin to fulfill his own obligations. Yes, that's it, Shen Jiayu mused inwardly, seizing his phone to search for the responsibilities an alpha spouse should uphold within a marriage. As he scanned the diverse search results, his face flushed with embarrassment. Even in the solitude of his room, he shyly burrowed under the covers, leaving only his eyes visible. So this is what it entails? During an alpha's sensitive period, allowing the partner into one's reproductive chamber and then having children? Chapter 04. Shen Jiayu thought the author of this response must be an Omega. The mere mention of having children turned his beautiful face nearly crimson, rendering his mind unable to function coherently, as he frantically reminded himself that he was a beta and incapable of childbirth. After a considerable time, Shen Jiayu emerged from under the covers, still blushing as he continued to peruse other responses. The previous answer clearly did not suit him. He stumbled upon another suggestion, which stated that one should help their partner tie their tie before they leave for work each day and wish them a successful day. Shen Jiayu blinked, his cheeks still flushed, and saved this response to his favorites. He thought, perhaps I should try this first. The next morning, during breakfast, when Xiuheng inquired about Shen Jiayu's preparations for materials needed for the new semester, mentioning that once school commenced, he would arrange for the driver to transport him to and from school daily. Shen Jiayu responded earnestly to each question. Aunt Cui observed that the atmosphere between them seemed lighter than the previous day, bringing her genuine joy. As when Xiuheng prepared to leave, Shen Jiayu stood and followed him to the foyer. When Xiuheng turned to regard him, as if silently asking if he had something to say. Gathering his courage, Shen Jiayu glanced at the black tie neatly tied around Wen Xiuheng's neck, realizing that today he had no opportunity to assist him with it. Fortunately, he had other gestures to offer. Mimicking the response he had seen yesterday, he softly said, Mr. Wen, I wish you a successful day at work. After speaking, Shen Jiayu dared to meet Wen Xiuheng's gaze for just a moment before anxiously dropping his eyes, his long lashes fluttering. The alpha opposite him remained silent, waiting for a response. Wen Xiuheng gazed upon the timid yet somewhat flustered youth before him. As the young man lowered his head slightly, the delicate nape of his neck and his porcelain skin were revealed. Soft, fluffy strands of pale rose-colored hair cascaded gently onto his neck, while the tresses atop his head possessed a texture reminiscent of cotton candy. A flicker of interest danced in Wen Xiuheng's eyes as he shifted his arms, which had been resting by his side, and raised one. Suddenly, a jarring ring from his vibrating phone interrupted his movement. The alpha pressed his lips together, retracted his arm, and addressed the young man in a gentle tone. "Thank you." Shen Jiayu lifted his head once more, only to find that Wen Xiuheng had already turned and exited the door. He blinked, standing still for a moment, pondering that he and Mr. Wen would surely grow more familiar with one another over time. After Wen Xiuheng left, Shen Jiayu went to Chengya Hospital to visit his parents. His father remained in a coma, yet his vital signs had stabilized, alleviating the immediate danger to his life. His mother informed him that several renowned doctors had visited the previous day and that the hospital was considering new treatment options. With maternal affection, Shen's mother tenderly stroked his head, urging him not to worry excessively about her and his father, but rather to take care of himself. For them, Shen Jiayu's health and happiness were their greatest wishes. Upon hearing this, his eyes involuntarily glistened, and he nodded obediently. After returning from the hospital, Shen Jiayu waited until he had finished dinner before Wen Xiuheng finally returned to the villa. As soon as he stepped through the door, Aunt Chui noticed that something was amiss with him. Having worked alongside Wen Xiuheng for over a decade, since he was 12, she was well acquainted with his well-being. Even after he moved out, she had continued to look after him and was familiar with his condition. Now, she observed that his complexion appeared somewhat cold and pale, a sign she recognized as a precursor to a disruption of his susceptibility symptoms, which had manifested since he had differentiated into an alpha. These episodes occurred periodically, varying in severity, and were previously managed with medication. "Young master, should I call a doctor?" Aunt Kui inquired, stepping forward. Wen Xiuheng replied in a low voice, "No need. Just bring the medication." Aunt Chui hesitated but nodded. Just before ascending the stairs, Wen Xiuheng turned to ask, "Where's Jiayu?" Young Master Shen went to the hospital to visit his parents and has been there for nearly the whole day. He has since returned to his room to rest, she informed him. Wen Xiuheng nodded and proceeded into his own room. Aunt Chui began to prepare water and medication with practiced efficiency and ascended to the second floor, where she coincidentally encountered Shen Jiayu emerging from his room. Feeling a bit parched, Shen Jiayu intended to pour himself a glass of water. Upon seeing Aunt Chui heading towards Mr. Wen's room, he curiously approached her and asked, "Aunt Chui, has Mr. Wen returned?" "Yes, young master has returned. I am taking these medications to him now," Aunt Chui replied. "Medications?" Shen Jiayu expressed surprise. "Is Mr. Wen unwell?" Aunt Kui nodded, explaining to him that Wen Xiuheng was experiencing symptoms of his susceptibility period and was currently suffering from a headache. Shen Jiayu furrowed his brow slightly, concern evident in his eyes. A few days ago, when he had fainted from a fever, Mr. Wen had taken special care of him. Now that Mr. Wen was unwell, it was only fitting that he fulfill his duties as a partner. Shen Jiayu bit his lip and softly said, "Aunt Chui, let me take the medication to Mr. Wen." Aunt Chui was taken aback at first, then hesitated. After all, the young master was presently in an S-level alpha susceptibility state. However, both Shen Jiayu and she were betas, which should not adversely affect him. Furthermore, they were in a union. Aunt Chui handed the medication to Shen Jiayu, who approached the door of Wen Xiuheng's room. Freeing one hand, he gently knocked, saying, "Mr. Wen, I have brought your medication. May I come in?" There was no response. Shen Jiayu listened closely. The room appeared eerily silent, with nothing to be heard. He knocked again, "Mr. Wen?" After a moment, a low, gravelly voice resonated from within. "Come in." Shen Jiayu cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. This marked his first visit to Wen Xiuheng's room. The spacious chamber remained dimly lit, devoid of any illumination, revealing only hints of a minimalist and cold decor. The sole source of light emanated from the high, cold moon outside the window. The alpha reclined against the chair's back, legs crossed, seated before the floor-to-ceiling window. The chilling moonlight cascaded upon him, reflecting off the exquisite watch on his wrist, casting a cold, gleaming light. Upon noticing Shen Jiayu's entrance, Wen Xiuheng turned his head slightly, allowing the young man to behold the alpha's current state. Wen Xiuheng's body was partially shrouded in shadows. His meticulously groomed black hair had become slightly disheveled, a few strands falling across his forehead. The icy moonlight accentuated the sharp contours of the alpha's face, rendering his striking features even more three-dimensional and profound. The prominent line of his jaw led down to the pronounced Adam's apple. From within the shadows, his silver-gray eyes, resembling snow, fixed their gaze upon Shen Jiayu. In an instant, an instinct ingrained in his very genes caused Shen Jiayu to freeze in place. He felt a chilling aura envelop him, invoking a sense of fear deep within. He stood there, momentarily stunned, murmuring, "Mr. Wen, come here." The deep, magnetic voice echoed in the spacious room, those silver-gray eyes still locked onto him. For a fleeting moment, Shen Jiayu felt as if he had become prey, with the alpha seated across from him as the hunter. He opened his mouth but could not produce a sound. An instinctive urge to flee clashed with the rationality that reminded him the alpha before him was in need of his assistance. Shen Jiayu bit his lip, reassuring himself that it was all right. He was merely a beta, and the alpha's susceptibility period would not affect him. After a brief moment, under the alpha's unwavering gaze, Shen Jiayu hesitantly approached. As he drew closer, his nerves intensified. Mr. Wen seemed different from his usual self. Ultimately, Shen Jiayu stood before Wen Xiuheng, holding the medication and water. The alpha's gaze remained fixed on him. When Shen Jiayu finally approached, Wen Xiuheng lifted his eyes slightly. Feeling a wave of apprehension, Shen Jiayu dared not meet his gaze and softly said, "Mr. Wen, here is your medication." The alpha responded in a hoarse voice, shifting his posture slightly. Shen Jiayu assumed he would reach for the medication and water, so he extended them forward. Suddenly, a powerful arm encircled him from behind, pulling him close. "Ah!" Shen Jiayu exclaimed in alarm, his slender frame effortlessly drawn forward. The cup clattered against the tray, producing a sharp sound as it nearly toppled. Before he could react, the imposing shadow loomed over him entirely. When Xiuheng had risen, leaning toward him, Shen Jiayu's eyes widened in shock, and his breath caught in his throat. He dared not turn his head, as every fiber of his being sensed the alpha leaning closer to his ear and neck. Chapter 05. The heated, labored breaths brushed against his neck, causing Shen Jiayu's body to stiffen. His soft voice trembling, "Mr. Wen." In his panic, Shen Jiayu speculated whether Mr. Wen's behavior was due to his susceptibility period. He had read that alphas could become emotionally unstable and exhibit erratic behavior during such times, often desiring to mark an omega. However, he was not an omega. His beta status offered him a modicum of reassurance amidst the turmoil. At this moment, alpha was indeed undergoing an intense surge of pheromones, which exacerbated his headache and clouded his consciousness. Instinctively, alpha yearned to claim and possess, yet the remnants of his rationality reminded him that the youth before him was not an omega, but an unmarkable beta. When Xiuheng furrowed his brow slightly, a fragment of clarity returning to his mind. After a while, he straightened his posture and lowered his gaze upon Shen Jiayu. The boy's delicate, petite body trembled slightly in the moonlight, his downcast eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly caught in a tempest, his beautiful eyes misty and glimmering with scattered light. It seemed he had been startled moments before. A sense of helplessness washed over Wen Xiuheng as he sighed softly, stepping back a pace and murmuring, "I apologize." Shen Jiayu emerged from his fluster, lifting his eyes to meet him. The soft, mellifluous tone of his voice quivered slightly, rising at the end like a small hook that imprinted itself upon Wen Xiuheng's heart. Standing in the shadows, Wen Xiuheng's gaze deepened, his voice unknowingly laced with restraint and forbearance. "You should go back, Jiayu." His voice was hoarse as he accepted the tray from Shen Jiayu's hands. "I'm fine after taking the medicine." When Xiuheng understood that he was merely experiencing the initial signs before the true sensitive period commenced. Upon hearing the alpha's words, Shen Jiayu realized that Mr. Wen seemed to have regained some awareness, alleviating his own tension and unease. Although he heard the alpha's suggestion to rest, he couldn't shake off his concern for him. Shen Jiayu gently furrowed his brows, his eyes reflecting genuine worry as he looked at Wen Xiuheng. Such a sincere expression momentarily stunned Wen Xiuheng. This authentic, pure concern was a rarity for him. Despite the relentless throbbing in his head, he endeavored to soften his voice, even adopting a soothing tone. "Please return to rest. I assure you I am well." He could not allow Shen Jiayu to linger here. It was not beneficial for him. The boy bit his lip, finally nodding slowly. He thought that Mr. Wen likely wished to recuperate in solitude, and thus he should not impose further. "All right, good night, Mr. Wen," Shen Jiayu said softly. "Good night," Wen Xiuheng replied in a muted voice. As Shen Jiayu turned to leave, the slender, snowy nape of his neck was exposed to the alpha's view. On the smooth, delicate skin, there were no signs of glandular development, a clear indication of the boy's beta status and one of the reasons Wen Xiuheng had initially consented to the union. He had long since grown accustomed to the hollow nature of various marriages and recognized that he was not particularly passionate about romantic entanglements. Marrying a beta would certainly involve fewer complications. Yet, at this moment, he felt a burgeoning sense that something was gradually veering away from his expectations. In the shadows, the alpha watched Shen Jiayu's nape with a gaze that was deep and contemplative. After returning to his room, Shen Jiayu remained worried about Wen Xiuheng. He stayed up until the early hours, then ventured out once more. Treading softly to the door, he found it firmly closed. Shen Jiayu's heart was conflicted. He wondered if Mr. Wen felt any better after taking his medication. Fortunately, Aunt Cui passed by, quickly discerning his concern and anxiety. She gently reassured him, mentioning that the young master had emerged after taking his medicine and appeared to be in a better state, advising him not to worry excessively. With this reassurance, Shen Jiayu returned to his room and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, having gone to bed late, Shen Jiayu awoke later than usual. When he descended the stairs, he found Wen Xiuheng already seated at the dining table, dressed impeccably in a suit, just as he always was. Shen Jiayu felt a surge of surprise, quickly replaced by joy, as he hastened his steps down the staircase. "Mr. Wen, are you feeling better?" Wen Xiuheng looked up, a bright, radiant smile gracing his features, accompanied by his gentle voice. The boy's rose-tinted eyes curved sweetly, and his lovely lips turned upward. Such an infectious smile momentarily captivated Wen Xiuheng, rendering him unable to tear his gaze away. Perhaps it was the genuine and pure concern from Shen Jiayu that brought a change to Wen Xiuheng's typically stoic demeanor. "I am quite well now," the alpha stated, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. "That's wonderful to hear." "I'm relieved," Shen Jiayu replied, his smile sweet and obedient, his voice soft and tender. After breakfast, Shen Jiayu once again followed Wen Xiuheng to the entrance. As Wen Xiuheng turned, Shen Jiayu raised his lips, softly uttering, "Mr. Wen, may your work go smoothly." This time, Wen Xiuheng slowly raised his hand, gently stroking the boy's soft, fluffy hair as he spoke in a deep, resonant tone, "Thank you." Even after the alpha's hand fell away, Shen Jiayu stood there quietly, his expression bewildered, tilting his head like a curious kitten, still processing the alpha's affectionate gesture. Wen Xiuheng chuckled softly, gazing into the kitten-like eyes and asking, "Do you have time this afternoon?" The kitten nodded slowly, still dazed. "I shall have the driver come to fetch you this afternoon." "Where to, Mr. Wen?" Shen Jiayu inquired. Wen Xiuheng replied softly, "To the Civil Affairs Bureau, to obtain our certificate." Chapter 06. It wasn't until he boarded the vehicle to the Civil Affairs Bureau that Shen Jiayu gradually emerged from his daze. He was about to receive his marriage certificate with Mr. Wen. The mere thought of this left him feeling slightly disoriented. Although the act of registering their marriage was stipulated in the agreement, he had assumed that Mr. Wen might harbor some reservations since he had not mentioned it before. Upon disembarking, he noticed that Wen Xiuheng had arrived ahead of him. Approaching the Civil Affairs Bureau required ascending a set of stairs that appeared rather steep. Wen Xiuheng extended his hand toward Shen Jiayu, adopting a gentlemanly tone, "Hold on to me. Be cautious not to fall." "All right," Shen Jiayu replied, momentarily taken aback, before nodding and grasping the alpha's arm. Together, they ascended the steps, with Wen Xiuheng's other arm protectively shielding Shen Jiayu from behind. The registration process was swift, and soon Shen Jiayu found himself holding a small red booklet. He blinked in astonishment, gazing at the marriage certificate in his hands. Now he and Mr. Wen were truly legal partners in every sense. Yet, he wondered if he was also required to fulfill the various marital obligations he had read about concerning partners. The thought made his cheeks flush slightly. During dinner, it was a rare occurrence for Wen Xiuheng to return home. Now sitting across from him, Shen Jiayu felt a bit shy and awkward after just having obtained their marriage certificate. Wen Xiuheng's voice broke the silence. "I will be traveling abroad for business tomorrow and the day after, returning in 2 days." Shen Jiayu paused mid-chew, his eyes widening slightly as he looked at him, his cheeks puffed up like a little hamster. "Traveling abroad for business?" Wen Xiuheng observed his adorable expression, a smile playing at his lips. The company is currently busy acquiring 2 foreign firms, and they need me to go on short notice. Shen Jiayu blinked in surprise, feeling a curious notion that Mr. Wen was informing him of his itinerary, reminiscent of one of the obligations he had seen while searching about partners. Understanding that Mr. Wen had work to attend to, Shen Jiayu obediently nodded and asked, "When do you depart?" "Tonight." This meant that Mr. Wen would be leaving right after dinner. Shen Jiayu inclined his eyes gently. "Safe travels." Wen Xiuheng regarded his smile. "Thank you." After Wen Xiuheng departed, Shen Jiayu began preparing for the upcoming school term. With only 2 days remaining until school commenced, he knew he would soon become busy. If all went as planned, Mr. Wen's return would coincide with the day he started school. As night descended and sleep eluded her, Shen Jiayu lay in bed, her mind swirling with the surreal events of the recent winter break. The family's bankruptcy, her father's illness, the union with Mr. Wen, relocating to his villa, and officially registering their marriage. All these occurrences unfolded within a mere 2 months. The cacophony of memories continued to echo in her mind, and though time slipped by, she remained wide awake. Resolutely, she rose to fetch her drawing materials. Passing the floor-to-ceiling window, she caught sight of the scenery outside, and a smile graced her lips. It was snowing once more. Unlike the relentless blizzard that marked her first encounter with Mr. Wen, this snowfall was gentle and sporadic, likely the last vestige of winter before spring's true arrival. Shen Jiayu retrieved her pen and paper, positioning herself before the cascading snowflakes, and began to sketch. Gradually, the enchanting scene of the snowy night came to life on her canvas, and she began to feel drowsiness creeping in. Suddenly, the soft ping of a text message broke the silence. Shen Jiayu opened her phone, momentarily stunned. The message from Mr. Wen contained but 2 simple words: "Good night." It was indeed Mr. Wen's message, she thought to herself. On her first day here, Aunt Chui had provided her with Mr. Wen's number, and she had given her own number in return, so it was hardly surprising that he knew how to reach her. Was he not asleep yet? Shen Jiayu recalled that he had traveled to Country D, where the time difference was 2 hours, making it even later for him. She wondered how his work was progressing but quickly reminded herself that it was perhaps inappropriate to pry into his professional matters. After a moment's hesitation, she began to type, ultimately deciding to respond with a simple good night as well. However, upon reflection, she felt her reply was rather terse and sought to add something more. Gazing at the snowflakes drifting outside, she gently smiled and appended, "It's snowing, Mr. Wen." At that very moment, in a lavish penthouse suite atop a luxury hotel in the heart of Country D, Wen Xiuheng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze lowered as he contemplated the message he had just received. He then turned his silver-gray eyes toward the outside world, where snowflakes danced against the backdrop of the vibrant cityscape. Indeed, it is snowing here as well. On the first day of the new semester, Shen Jiayu was driven to school by a chauffeur arranged by Wen Xiuheng. The inaugural day of classes was devoid of academic schedules, primarily dedicated to attending the opening ceremony as communicated by the institution. En route to the school, Shen Jiayu glanced down at the text he had received from Mr. Wen the previous night. In the message sent on the second night, Mr. Wen reminded him not to forget to carry his emergency medication for school. Shen Jiayu responded with an affirmative, "Okay, sure." Shortly thereafter, Mr. Wen sent another message. "Good night, see you tomorrow." Shen Jiayu realized that today was the day Mr. Wen would return. Upon arriving at the art academy and stepping into the classroom, he was immediately enveloped in a warm embrace from Wen Xiuheng. "Xiao Jiayu," she exclaimed, playfully ruffling his hair as if he were a cherished kitten. She then settled beside him, regaling him with tales of the recent days. Meanwhile, other students gathered in small clusters, occasionally casting curious glances in their direction and whispering amongst themselves. Shen Jiayu noticed their attention, likely due to the news about him that had circulated during the break. Feeling somewhat self-conscious, he pressed his lips together. Wen Xiuheng, sensing the scrutiny, shielded Shen Jiayu from their gaze, exclaiming loudly, "Some people just love to gossip behind others' backs." Upon hearing her, those students sheepishly turned away, silenced. Soon, it was time to convene for the ceremony, and all the art students made their way to the auditorium. As Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng walked together, he still felt the weight of unfamiliar eyes upon him. Isn't he the one who is marrying the alpha president of the one group? What? Isn't he a beta? Who knows, in a union like this, it's likely the other party isn't too fond of him. Wen Xiuheng shot a glare at the two whispers and promptly covered Shen Jiayu's ears, saying, "Xiao Jiayu, ignore them." Shen Jiayu offered her a faint smile and nodded. Suddenly, a tall figure barreled into Shen Jiayu from behind. The force caused him to lose his balance, almost toppling to the ground, but Wen Xiuheng swiftly steadied him. "Hey, why did you run into me?" She fumed, her petite frame brimming with indignation. The boy who collided with him glanced back, an expression of urgency and regret on his face, as if late for an important engagement. "I'm so sorry. It was unintentional. Even if you're in a hurry, you can't just run into people." Wen Xiuheng shouted after him, but he was already too far away, glowering at the direction he had sprinted off in. She turned back to Shen Jiayu, concern etched on her face. "Xiao Jiayu, are you alright?" Shen Jiayu, his face slightly pale, pressed a hand to his chest. The boy's shoulder had collided with his, causing a momentary fright rather than pain. Fortunately, he soon regained his composure, his complexion returning to normal. Otherwise, Wen Xiuheng would have insisted on taking him to the infirmary. Once inside the auditorium, they took seats near the front, while murmurs from the back hinted at other students' conversations. "I heard there's going to be a major celebrity guest at the opening ceremony. Who is it?" "I've heard this prominent figure is also an alumnus of our university. The school invites him annually, but he's always too busy. Wonder why he agreed to come this time." Shen Jiayu didn't pay much attention to their chatter, only catching a few keywords like celebrity and guest. Just then, someone took the empty seat beside him. A golden-haired alpha greeted Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng. "Hello, long time no see." Surprised and delighted, Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng exclaimed in unison, "Senior Qin, are you back in the country this semester?" "Indeed," Qin Yu replied, his smile bright with a hint of mischief. "I've completed my exchange program at the prestigious Duro Academy." Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng exchanged envious glances. Duro Academy in Country A is renowned worldwide, and being able to study there as an exchange student is a dream for every art student. They eagerly inquired about Qin Yu's experiences at Duro Academy, and he generously shared his stories. As the three conversed, other students arrived for the opening ceremony. The principal, deans, and various representatives from the school began to take their places, along with a mysterious guest invited especially for the occasion. The principal and deans courteously escorted the guest, who, upon making an appearance, incited a flurry of excitement in the room. "Is that the president of the one group? Oh my god, is he really that handsome? That's Wen Xiuheng, an S-class alpha. I can't believe the school managed to invite such a big shot." Students seated in the back could not contain their curiosity and rose to get a better look. On the right side of the principal, Wen Xiuheng, clad in a meticulously tailored suit that accentuated his tall, perfect physique, settled into his seat. His presence exuded an aura of authority that rendered even the professors nearby hesitant to speak. Soon, his gaze fixed on the front row to the right, locking in on a familiar face. Shen Jiayu became aware of the commotion when Qin Yu was showing him and Wen Xiuheng photos he had taken abroad on his phone. Wen Xiuheng, brimming with curiosity, leaned closer to Shen Jiayu, eager to glimpse the images. In consideration of her enthusiasm, Qin Yu also shifted slightly towards Shen Jiayu, positioning the phone in front of him. At that moment, the surrounding tumult grew increasingly pronounced, finally capturing the attention of the trio. Shen Jiayu, intrigued, glanced around, only to find that all the students were fixated on the stage. What was happening? He wondered, turning his gaze forward, only to be momentarily struck dumb. Those familiar silver-gray eyes were fixed intently upon him. Shen Jiayu blinked slowly. "Mr. Wen, why is he here?" Wen Xiuheng hastily tugged at his sleeve, and as Shen Jiayu turned to her, he saw her expression of shock as she mouthed, "Xiao Jiayu, your husband." The words formed on her lips, and Shen Jiayu, understanding their meaning, felt a blush creep onto his cheeks as he turned away, only to find himself once again locking eyes with Wen Xiuheng, as if the alpha's gaze had never wavered from him. Chapter 07. Still somewhat dazed, Shen Jiayu gazed at him, realizing that Mr. Wen's mention of "see you tomorrow" in his text the previous day referred to this very moment, being invited as a guest for the opening ceremony, hence their encounter at the event. On stage, the principal cleared his throat and began his address. "Dear students of the Fine Arts Academy, welcome to the opening ceremony of the new semester." After a brief introduction, the principal proceeded to introduce Wen Xiuheng, seated beside him. "Today, we are honored to have a very distinguished guest with us, Mr. Wen Xiuheng, the president of the One Group." The audience erupted into warm applause and gasps. Everyone had heard of the One Group, a powerful family renowned in the capital and across the nation. Moreover, Wen Xiuheng was notoriously difficult to invite. No one knew how the school had managed to secure his presence. Only those who had followed the news speculated that it might be due to his recent union with a beta partner who was also a student here, thus granting the school such a significant favor. The principal continued, "We are profoundly grateful to Mr. Wen for attending this ceremony and for generously donating funds for the construction of 2 new teaching buildings for our academy." At this announcement, the audience gasped in shock. What an astonishingly large donation! This was beyond extravagant. Wen Xiuheng, sitting beside Shen Jiayu, was so astonished that she nearly choked on her saliva. On the other side, Wen Xiuheng was rendered speechless by the revelation. Although his family could be considered upper class, they would not dare to make such a grand promise of funding 2 new buildings so easily. The Wen family could not simply be classified as part of the upper echelon. They belonged to the pinnacle of society. In the audience, on the right aisle, Yaoi stood at the forefront, scanning the sea of astonished faces for a familiar silhouette. He was searching for Shen Jiayu, the only one who could compel the boss to fly back from abroad just to attend the opening ceremony and generously donate the funds for 2 new buildings. He had only seen a photograph of Shen Jiayu while organizing the Shen family's files, but had yet to meet him in person. His curiosity about the boss's partner was piqued. Moreover, Yaoi mused to himself how easy it was to find Shen Jiayu. All he had to do was follow the boss's unwavering gaze. His boss had been fixated on the same spot since he sat down, never diverting his attention from that person. Following Wen Xiuheng's line of sight, Yaoi quickly located Shen Jiayu. The moment he laid eyes on Shen Jiayu, he was stunned. He was breathtakingly beautiful, even more so in person than in photographs. He resembled a budding rose, enchanting beyond belief. Even as a beta, he could effortlessly outshine any Omega. No wonder the boss couldn't wait for young Master Shen to finish school. Rushing over from the airport to see him, Yaoi maintained a calm facade, but internally he was screaming with excitement. No doubt, young Master Shen's appearance was strikingly prominent amidst the crowd. At that moment, Shen Jiayu was also gazing at Wen Xiuheng from a distance, their eyes meeting across the throng. Yaoi couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Surely, the 2 of you are not staging a romantic drama here. Fortunately, it was soon Wen Xiuheng's turn to be invited to speak, causing the alpha's gaze to finally shift forward, prompting Shen Jiayu to blush and avert his eyes. It seemed that Mr. Wen had indeed been watching him for quite some time. Wen Xiuheng seized the opportunity to lean closer to Shen Jiayu's ear and whispered in a tone inaudible to others, "Xiao Jiayu, it seems your husband has been looking at you the entire time." The term husband made Shen Jiayu blush again, causing him to lower his head in flustered embarrassment. "What's wrong?" Wen Xiuheng inquired, leaning in to ask what they were discussing. Just as Wen Xiuheng was about to dismiss it, she suddenly felt a cold gaze directed at them from the front. Turning to look, she found Wen Xiuheng indeed glancing their way, his icy stare settling on her. "Wen Xiuheng? Surely, Wen Xiuheng doesn't he think I was speaking ill of him to Xiao Jiayu? After all, I am merely his best friend, and I have known Xiao Jiayu far longer." On stage, Wen Xiuheng continued his speech. His words were concise and devoid of any superfluous embellishment. The deep, magnetic timbre of the alpha's voice captivated many Omega students in the audience. Shen Jiayu gradually regained his composure, immersing himself in the speech with earnest attention. Following Wen Xiuheng's address, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, after which other professors took their turns to speak, and Shen Jiayu listened attentively. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his chest, causing his face to drain of color in an instant. The blood drained from his lips, and the sudden, intense pain rendered him momentarily blind. It hurt so much, as if a knife had been plunged into him. Shen Jiayu bit his lip, frantically searching for his medication in his pocket. However, when he tremblingly reached for it, he realized the medicine that had been there was missing. Could it have fallen out when he was bumped earlier on his way here? Shen Jiayu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, the searing pain in his chest forcing him to bend over, hands clutching his heart. "Ugh!" he groaned in agony. Wen Xiuheng quickly noticed his distress, calling out in frantic concern, "Xiao Jiayu, what's wrong?" Wen Xiuheng also sensed something was amiss and began to shout his name. Shen Jiayu opened his mouth, but a deafening ringing filled his ears. He felt every ounce of strength draining from his body in tandem with the excruciating pain, and soon he could no longer hold on, his vision fading to black as he began to fall from his seat. Amidst the chaos, He heard Yin and Qin Yu's frantic calls, along with the collective gasp of the audience. Shen Jiayu braced himself for a harsh landing against the cold, hard chair in front of him, but in the next moment, he found himself enveloped in a firm, warm embrace. Looking up, he saw Wen Xiuheng had somehow rushed from the stage to catch him. His movement so swift that no one had time to react. "Mr. Wen," Shen Jiayu managed to call out, his voice trembling as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks from the pain. His delicate, pale fingers weakly grasped at the alpha's sleeve as he nestled into his embrace. Feeling both aggrieved and terrified, he sobbed softly. "One, Mr. Wen, my heart hurts." Chapter 08. As Wen Xiuheng held him, the silver-gray hue of his eyes reflected Shen Jiayu's pale and fragile visage, filled with an unmistakable expression of concern. "Do not fear. First, take the medication." Wen Xiuheng's voice resonated deeply, evoking an instinctive desire for reliance. A pill was soon placed in Shen Jiayu's mouth, and he quickly recognized it as the emergency medication he had taken during his previous episode. Could it be that Mr. Wen carried his medication with him at all times? After taking the medicine, the pain in his chest persisted, causing him to tremble uncontrollably in the embrace of the alpha, gasping for breath in small, hurried intakes, tears streaming down his face, his eyes growing redder with each sob. Such a pitiful display was impossible for the alpha to ignore. His originally handsome and stoic features creased with worry, feeling as if his own heart was being tightly clenched. Wen Xiuheng gently caressed the young man's cheek. The ceremony was paused due to the emergency, and the school promptly sent personnel to assess the situation. Yaoi rushed over at once. "I will take him to the infirmary. Have the ambulance come immediately," Wen Xiuheng declared in a solemn tone, to which Yaoi promptly nodded in agreement. "I want to go too." Yin dashed up to Wen Xiuheng, resembling an anxious little rabbit, followed closely by Qin. Wen Xiuheng cast a glance at them before swiftly exiting the auditorium, holding Shen Jiayu in his arms, all under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd. Yin and Qin hurried after him. As an alpha himself, Qin acutely sensed the overwhelming aura of dominance and intimidation emanating from Wen Xiuheng, sending an involuntary chill down his spine. The eyes of all the students were fixed upon Wen Xiuheng, and various murmurs filled the auditorium. As Wen Xiuheng navigated through the crowd with Shen Jiayu in his arms, many wore expressions of astonishment. Previously, they had speculated that, due to the arranged marriage, Wen Xiuheng might not harbor any affection for Shen Jiayu. However, his actions spoke volumes, contradicting their assumptions. After Wen Xiuheng departed with Shen Jiayu, the school continued to monitor the situation while attempting to reassure the remaining students before resuming the ceremony. The infirmary was not far from the auditorium, and Wen Xiuheng soon arrived with Shen Jiayu, where the school nurse immediately began to examine him. Throughout the journey, Shen Jiayu continued to weep, resembling a trembling, vulnerable little kitten, his tears soaking a small patch of fabric on Wen Xiuheng's chest. The meticulously tailored suit, crafted from high-end materials, was neglected by Wen Xiuheng, who carefully laid Shen Jiayu on the infirmary bed. With gentle, articulate fingers, he wiped away the tears from the corners of Shen Jiayu's eyes. His voice a low and soothing murmur, "Jiayu, let the doctor examine you. I will wait for you outside, all right?" After taking the emergency medication, the pain in Shen Jiayu's heart had lessened, but he had cried so intensely that he still found it difficult to cease weeping, his body quaking with sobs. Wen Xiuheng's heart softened further, and he couldn't help but softly console him. "Be good. Don't cry. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine." "Oh, Shen Jiayu whimpered in response, appearing exceedingly meek and delicate. Wen Xiuheng found himself momentarily entranced, only to be reminded to step outside by the school nurse. Inside the infirmary, Yin and Qin finally caught up. It was no easy feat, as Wen Xiuheng's tall stature and swift pace left them struggling to keep up. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of Wen Xiuheng standing before them. The imposing presence of the S-Class Alpha rendered them momentarily paralyzed. Wen Xiuheng cast his gaze downwards, observing the Omega and Alpha before him. After the school nurse concluded the examination, she summoned Wen Xiuheng inside, leaving Yin and Qin outside. Following the unexpected incident, Shen Jiayu's body and spirit were exceedingly weak. His consciousness felt hazy, and he lay with his eyes closed, pallid. The school nurse remarked that for a patient like Shen Jiayu, who suffered from congenital heart disease, a sudden episode could be life-threatening. Fortunately, he had taken the medication in time, and his condition had improved, but a more thorough examination at the hospital was still essential. Wen Xiuheng nodded, indicating that the ambulance was on its way, and the school nurse granted him some space. He settled beside Shen Jiayu, gently wiping away the remaining tears from his face. Even with the lightest touch, the pads of his fingers left faint red marks on the fragile skin. The alpha sighed inwardly, filled with tenderness. Sensing the familiar touch, Shen Jiayu slowly opened his eyes, his long lashes fluttering. In a quivering, gentle voice he called out, "Mr. Wen." The alpha's hand, which had been caressing his cheek, paused momentarily but did not withdraw. "I'm here," he responded, his voice deep and husky. "Rest well, do not be afraid." Shen Jiayu gradually closed his eyes again, his voice barely a whisper, as if it might vanish in an instant. Moments later, his rose-colored eyes opened once more, tinged with remorse. "Mr. Wen, the opening ceremony." He felt a sense of guilt, believing he had disrupted the ceremony and forced Mr. Wen to attend to him instead. The alpha let out a heavy sigh in his heart, his words still laced with concern. "Do not worry. Everything will be taken care of." Hearing his words, Shen Jiayu inexplicably felt a wave of reassurance. In the time he had spent with Mr. Wen, he had come to view him as a responsible and dependable individual, embodying the very image of the adult he aspired to become, evoking an instinctive desire to lean on him. Weakly, he nodded and succumbed once more to fatigue, drifting off into slumber. Wen Xiuheng sat quietly beside him, his gaze fixed upon the delicate and fragile features before him. Shen Jiayu's hair, dampened by cold sweat from the recent pain, lay lightly against his fair skin, partially obscuring his lovely brows and eyes. Wen Xiuheng raised his arm, tucking the unruly rose-colored strands behind Shen Jiayu's ear. His large, powerful hand then gently moved to caress the pale, frail cheek. Further down, it traced the elegant curve of the boy's slender neck. Unlike alphas and omegas, betas lack glands in the nape of their necks and are incapable of releasing pheromones. They cannot be marked or claimed. However, betas are also easily susceptible to the pheromones of alphas or omegas. Even mere proximity in daily life can lead to a mingling of pheromone scents. When Xiuheng's gaze lingered on the back of the youth's neck, his expression darkening. An S-class alpha can keenly detect the pheromones of any other alpha or omega. At that moment, surrounding Shen Jiayu were not only his own pheromones, but two additional scents. They were faint and subtle. For any alpha of a lesser rank, they would be nearly imperceptible. Yet for Wen Xiuheng, discerning them was effortless. One scent belonged to an alpha, reminiscent of mint leaves, while the other, belonging to an omega, evoked the fragrance of lime. These were the pheromones of the two individuals who had pursued after them. Wen Xiuheng's gaze deepened. Moments later, his large, powerful hand gently caressed the back of the youth's neck, softly rubbing. In an instant, a powerful, icy aura of pheromones enveloped the other two scents, asserting dominance with an aggressive force, completely overpowering them, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 09. Shortly thereafter, Yaoi entered, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he was utterly astonished. This was the first time he had seen his usually indifferent and detached boss resemble a steadfast guardian deity, vigilantly standing by another's side. The delicate rose he protected lay quietly on the infirmary bed, enveloped in an aura of illness. Yaoi, perceptive as ever, softened his footsteps to approach Wen Xiuheng, lowering his voice to inform him that the ambulance had arrived and the aftermath at the school had been managed. Wen Xiuheng nodded, rising to his feet, shedding his expensive suit jacket and draping it over Shen Jiayu, before gently cradling him in his arms as one would a delicate new rose. As Wen Xiuheng carried Shen Jiayu outside, Yin and Qin Yu immediately rushed to greet them. The oversized jacket enveloped the slender youth snugly, with Shen Jiayu's head instinctively nestling into the alpha's embrace. Noticing that Shen Jiayu had succumbed to slumber, Yin refrained from speaking loudly. However, he soon caught the scent of the familiar pheromones emanating from Shen Jiayu, identical to those of the alpha holding him. It was sharp, potent, and exuded a palpable sense of dominance, as if proclaiming the alpha's claim and possessiveness over the youth in his arms. Yin stood frozen, wide-eyed, muttering. Wen Xiuheng merely cast a fleeting glance at them, softly stating, "I am taking him to the hospital," before continuing on his way with Shen Jiayu in tow. Yin attempted to follow up with questions, but Qin Yu restrained him with a shake of his head. As a fellow alpha, he too sensed the S-grade alpha pheromones enveloping Shen Jiayu. He understood that Wen Xiuheng was on the verge of asking whether Wen Xiuheng had marked Shen Jiayu while he was unconscious. Yet, he had observed that there were no markings on the nape of Shen Jiayu's neck. Although betas could not be marked or claimed, some alphas might forcibly inject pheromones into a beta's neck for temporary marking. Such markings, however, only lasted a short while, prompting alphas to repeat the act as proof of possession. It appeared, for now, that Wen Xiuheng had opted not to do so. Instead, he had enveloped Shen Jiayu entirely in his pheromones, making a bold declaration of ownership to any alpha or omega in the vicinity. Yet, in reality, they were already partners, and thus, Wen Xiuheng's actions were beyond reproach. Yaoi, being a beta, could not perceive Shen Jiayu's pheromones and was perplexed by the situation unfolding before him, casting curious glances at everyone before hastening to follow. Shen Jiayu was gently laid on the ambulance, and as they journeyed to the hospital, he drowsily opened his eyes, vaguely recognizing Wen Xiuheng's face and murmuring softly, "Mr. Wen." A large hand caressed his cheek, and the indistinct figure before him responded in a hushed tone, "Yes, I'm here." His eyelids grew heavy, and soon he drifted back into slumber. When he awoke again, he found himself in the hospital, a setting he was intimately familiar with since childhood. As his consciousness gradually returned, he recalled how he came to be there, realizing it was Mr. Wen who had brought him. At that moment, a familiar, deep, resonant voice reached his ears. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Surprised, Shen Jiayu turned to see Wen Xiuheng by his side, attentively watching him. "Mr. Wen, you..." He had not anticipated seeing him so soon upon waking. Judging by the light in the room, it seemed to be evening. Had Mr. Wen been with him since bringing him to the hospital? The silver-gray eyes beside him remained calm and steady. Shen Jiayu blinked in astonishment, slowly nodding and replying softly, "I no longer feel pain, Mr. Wen." He then gently pressed his lips together and added, "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Wen Xiuheng rose and leaned closer to him. In the ensuing silence, Shen Jiayu's fingers tightened around the blanket. After a moment, the alpha seemed to relax, quietly stating, "You do not have a fever." Shen Jiayu recalled the day he first arrived at Mr. Wen's home and fainted. It turned out Mr. Wen had been concerned for him all along. Just then, a doctor strode into the room with brisk confidence. He appeared quite young, his voice bright and familiar to Shen Jiayu. His opening words were casual, "Young Master Shen, you're awake?" Shen Jiayu glanced at Wen Xiuheng first, then nodded slightly. Wen Xiuheng introduced him to Lu Jun, explaining that Lu had visited after he had fainted from a fever at home. Shen Jiayu nodded in realization. No wonder he found the doctor somewhat familiar. However, Lu Jun, seemingly dissatisfied with Wen Xiuheng's introduction, playfully exclaimed, "Actually, we're old classmates. I've known him since elementary school." As he spoke, he nudged Wen Xiuheng with his shoulder, to which Wen Xiuheng responded with a cold, piercing glance. Lu Jun, accustomed to this behavior, merely raised an eyebrow at Wen Xiuheng with a smile before donning his mask and retrieving his stethoscope. "For safety's sake, let us conduct another examination." During the examination, Lu Jun's demeanor shifted from playful to serious and professional, as he earned the title of chief cardiologist at Him.he Hospital through merit. After the examination, Lu Jun earnestly advised that congenital heart disease necessitated daily care and medication. If the condition worsened, surgical intervention would be required. However, given Shen Jiayu's frail health, surgery would impose significant stress and burden on his body. Thus, meticulous care and protection in daily life were essential. He emphasized avoiding surgery unless absolutely necessary. Wen Xiuheng listened attentively from the side. Finally, when Shen Jiayu cautiously inquired about when he could return home, Lu Jun suggested it would be prudent for him to remain under observation for one night. Before departing, Lu Jun patted Wen Xiuheng on the shoulder, signaling that he wished to speak privately. Wen Xiuheng awaited the nurse's assistance before following Lu Jun out. In the sparsely populated corridor, Lu Jun removed his mask, revealing a look of astonishment as he addressed Wen Xiuheng. "TSK, what did you do to that lovely boy? He is practically drenched in your pheromones." Luckily, young Master Shen is a beta and cannot smell them. As a rare S-grade alpha, Lu Jun had detected this almost instantaneously during the examination. Wen Xiuheng coolly raised his eyelids. "Is this what you called me out here to discuss?" Lu Jun rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I wanted to remind you, President Wen, that whether you admire him or wish to assert your claim, do not forget that it is now the beginning of the month. The time for your sensitivity period is rapidly approaching." What do you plan to do this time? Are you going to lock yourself away like before? Wen Xiuheng was well aware of his sensitivity disorder, a condition that remained untreatable in the medical field to this day. Currently, he relied on medication to manage it, but this was not a sustainable solution, as the effectiveness of the drugs waned over time. Another option was to attempt marking an omega to alleviate the symptoms. Yet, a man as cold and indifferent as Wen Xiuheng had little interest in desires or emotions, much less marking an omega. Given his status and rank, there would be numerous omegas willing to be marked, but Wen Xiuheng had no inclination to pursue such actions. Of course, in matters of the heart, the young Master Shen in the hospital room was the only exception Lu Jun had ever witnessed throughout their long acquaintance. Lu Jun never anticipated that she would discover the marks of Wen Xiuheng's temporary bond on a beta. This was simply beyond belief. Nevertheless, the discussion surrounding Wen Xiuheng's sensitive period remained unresolved. He swiftly turned away, leaving Lu Jun to simmer in frustration behind him, thinking, whatever, it doesn't matter. Upon returning to the hospital room, Shen Jiayu had already propped himself up on the bed. Wen Xiuheng informed him that he had previously asked Aunt Cui to prepare a meal and bring it to the hospital, primarily out of concern that Shen Jiayu might not be accustomed to the hospital's cuisine. If Shen Jiayu needed anything else, Aunt Cui could bring it along as well. After some contemplation, Shen Jiayu flashed a compliant smile and softly replied that he didn't require anything else. He could tell that Mr. Wen had prepared the best room and daily necessities for him. He lacked nothing here. However, since this was Chengya Hospital, Shen Jiayu felt a bit uneasy and lowered his gaze. Wen Xiuheng noticed the hesitance in Shen Jiayu's expression and approached him. What is it? His deep, resonant voice cut through the air. Shen Jiayu bit his lip, hesitating before raising his eyes to tentatively ask, Mr. Wen, could you please not let my mother know that I'm in the hospital? I don't want to add to her worries. He felt a pang of fear at the thought of encountering his mother in the same hospital. If she were to find out that he was hospitalized again due to his heart condition, she would undoubtedly be even more anxious and distressed. Of course, Wen Xiuheng replied softly, a sigh escaping his lips, imbued with tenderness and helplessness. Do not worry. Shen Jiayu recalled the comforting words Mr. Wen had spoken to him during his episode, repeating phrases like don't worry, don't be afraid. Those words seemed to possess a magical quality, alleviating much of his fear. As he gazed at Wen Xiuheng, a smile slowly blossomed on his face. Thank you. The bright and dependent smile momentarily caught Wen Xiuheng off guard. Shortly thereafter, Yaoi knocked on the door, delivering several documents to Wen Xiuheng. He informed Shen Jiayu that he would remain at the hospital with him that night. Shen Jiayu was taken aback, knowing that Mr. Wen had just returned from a business trip abroad and had been caring for him since the opening ceremony. He must be exhausted. Shen Jiayu urged him to return home and rest, not wanting to trouble him further. Yet, Wen Xiuheng maintained that it was of no concern. It was his duty as a partner. Moreover, they were now legally recognized as partners. Thus, Wen Xiuheng stayed. That night in the hospital, Shen Jiayu, due to his condition, fell asleep early. A warm orange nightlight illuminated the spacious room, akin to the ambience he was accustomed to while sleeping. Seated on the sofa beside the hospital bed, Wen Xiuheng perused a few pages of documents before setting them aside, his gaze returning to the peacefully slumbering youth. In the soft shadows, Shen Jiayu lay facing him, his exquisitely delicate half-face nestled in the pillow, sleeping soundly, with long lashes casting a gentle shadow on his fair cheek. Wen Xiuheng observed him in silence for a long time before unconsciously rising and moving to the bedside. At the moment his large hand gently caressed Shen Jiayu's face, the word like that Lu Jun had mentioned inexplicably echoed in his mind. In the intermingling light and shadows of the inky night and soft illumination, the alpha pressed his lips together tightly, his gaze inscrutable. After observing Shen Jiayu overnight in the hospital without any unforeseen complications, he was discharged smoothly and returned to school. Shen Jiayu was determined not to fall behind in his studies at the start of the semester, and he did not wish to consume more of Wen Xiuheng's time. Before his discharge, Shen Jiayu changed out of his hospital gown and stealthily went upstairs to glance at his parents. At the art academy, Shen Jiayu inevitably became a topic of discussion among his peers. He understood that he could not dictate what others thought or said. He could only strive to become somewhat oblivious to it all. He devoted most of his energy to his studies, diligently focusing on each class. He and Yin Yuning continued to attend classes and take breaks together, just as they had in the previous semester. However, during his first 2 days back, Wen appeared hesitant to speak. The reason was simple. He could still detect the potent pheromones left by the alpha on Shen Jiayu. Powerful, possessive, and aggressive. Yet, Shen Jiayu himself was oblivious to it. Chapter 10 Wen had contemplated numerous times about venting to Shen Jiayu regarding the alpha's overwhelming possessiveness. But recalling the scene of Wen Xiuheng guarding Shen Jiayu like a protective deity, he swallowed his words. After their painting class concluded, the professor assigned their usual homework. Following that, it was time for Shen Jiayu and Wen to attend their elective course together. At the mention of the elective, Wen's demeanor soured. He begrudgingly faced the baking class he had not wanted to take. During winter break, he had intended to enroll in a taekwondo elective but was unable to secure a spot, thus settling for the baking class, fortunately accompanied by Shen Jiayu. In the baking class, they learned to make cookies and Shen Jiayu excelled, earning praise from the teacher. When the cookies emerged from the oven, they were still warm, crisp, and fragrant. The teacher provided everyone with insulated foil and boxes so they could take their creations home. After the elective, the day's courses concluded. Wen inquired about Shen Jiayu's plans, and upon looking at the cookies he had made, Shen Jiayu realized the hospital was not far from the school, deciding to have the driver take him there. When he asked about Wen's plans, he noticed a hint of pink on Wen's face, his gaze evasive as he mentioned having other matters to attend to, while he and Shen Jiayu picked up an additional set of cookie packaging. Shen Jiayu carefully packaged the cookies he intended to give to his mother. On the way to the hospital, he could not help but take out his phone and search for the location of the Wen Corporation headquarters. It was not very far from Chengya Hospital, and Shen Jiayu bit his lip gently. Upon arriving at the VIP ward, he found his father still unconscious, though he seemed to show slight improvement. Shen Jiayu's mother informed him that the doctors checked on his father daily and had adjusted the care plan, stating that there was over a 50% chance of awakening. After discussing recent events with his mother, Shen Jiayu hesitated but ultimately decided to visit the Wen Corporation headquarters. The exterior of the headquarters building exuded an austere grandeur. Standing at the base of the building, Shen Jiayu observed the well-dressed professionals coming and going, wavering on whether he should enter to find Mr. Wen. Setting aside their legal partnership, he felt indebted to Mr. Wen for his timely assistance during his health crisis, and for staying with him throughout the night in the hospital, returning to work only after his discharge. He ought to express his gratitude. However, on the other hand, he feared that Mr. Wen might be busy and that his visit could be an unwelcome distraction. Moreover, he was uncertain whether Mr. Wen would appreciate the cookies he had baked. After much deliberation, Shen Jiayu resolved to first inquire at the reception desk. As he entered the lobby on the first floor, wearing a light blue hoodie and carrying a light gray backpack, his youthful appearance made him stand out among the sea of professionals. Holding the cookies in his hands, he approached the reception desk, where a staff member adorned with an elegant and refined makeup greeted him with a polite smile. "Greetings. How may I assist you?" "Good day, may I inquire if Mr. Wen Xiuheng is available?" Upon hearing the name of their esteemed president, the staff momentarily froze, then quickly resumed their polite demeanor. "Hello, an appointment is required to see Mr. Wen. May I ask if you have made one?" The mention of an appointment caused Shen Jiayu's expression to dim slightly. "I'm afraid I have not scheduled one." Upon hearing this, the staff offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, without an appointment, you may not be permitted to enter." Shen Jiayu tightened his grip on the cookie packaging, lowering his gaze and nodding softly. "All right, I apologize for the trouble." Witnessing his demeanor, the staff felt a pang of sympathy. He appeared quite young, and his words were both polite and understanding. Reluctantly, she added, "May I ask your name and the purpose of your visit to Mr. Wen? Perhaps I can relay your message to his assistant." Hearing this, Shen Jiayu lifted his gaze, hesitating as he opened his mouth. He was unsure whether to share that he merely wished to deliver cookies to Mr. Wen, and that, in truth, Mr. Wen was his. Meanwhile, in the adjacent office area, Yaoi smiled and nodded, sending off several regional managers who had come to report to headquarters. Watching their retreating figures, Yaoi exhaled deeply. The boss had not seemed entirely satisfied with their reports, sharply pointing out several issues, causing the regional manager to break into a cold sweat. Despite being older than the boss, the manager dared not breathe a word in his presence. It was no surprise. Their boss was known for his stern demeanor, and having worked closely with him for so long, Yaoi sensed that the boss's sensitive period was approaching, evident through recent signs. It would be prudent to return and report back swiftly. Just as Yaoi turned, he noticed a familiar figure. He took a couple of steps forward, incredulity washing over him as he met those delicate rose-hued eyes, exclaiming in surprise, "Young Master Shen, what brings you here?" Yaoi escorted Shen Jiayu to the president's exclusive elevator. As the elevator numbers ascended, Shen Jiayu felt a twinge of anxiety and bit his lip. Yaoi cautiously spoke, "Young Master Shen, please don't take it to heart. Tina is new and doesn't yet know you well." Shen Jiayu quickly shook his head, sincerely responding, "It's quite all right. I came without an appointment." His presence here was merely fortuitous, having encountered Mr. Zhou earlier. A few days ago, while he was in the hospital, he had seen Yaoi, who had come to assist Mr. Wen with work matters. After saying this, Yaoi dared not continue the conversation. He had witnessed how their boss treated young Master Shen before. The last time at school, he had seen the usually aloof boss act like a guardian statue beside Shen Jiayu. Based on that, Yaoi mused, young Master Shen need not have made an appointment to visit the boss. Ding! The elevator came to a halt on the top floor. Yaoi led Shen Jiayu down the corridor, drawing the gaze of numerous onlookers, which made Shen Jiayu feel a bit bashful. Some were curious about the youth who appeared so young, while others had already recognized Shen Jiayu. Goodness, is that the boss's beloved? What? The boss's beloved? But he looks so young, he must still be in school, right? The boss's partner is simply stunning. How adorable. I heard young Master Shen is a beta. Is that true? Yaoi arrived at the central office door and knocked gently. A deep voice called from within, "Come in." Yaoi opened the door, ushering Shen Jiayu inside. "Boss, young Master Shen has come to see you." The moment those rose-tinted eyes met the silver-gray ones, an expression of surprise flickered across Wen Xiuheng's face, dissipating the slight displeasure that had lingered before. Standing, Wen Xiuheng approached, facing the young man directly. The height difference between them was stark. In a gentle tone, he inquired, "Jiayu, what brings you here? Is something the matter?" Shen Jiayu shyly raised his eyes, presenting the cookies he held, softly stating, "Mr. Wen, I'm fine. I made cookies during my interest class and just wanted you to try them." As he spoke, his confidence waned, the last words barely audible as he nervously averted his gaze. Upon entering, he had already begun to regret his decision, realizing Mr. Wen must have been busy. "I apologize for the intrusion," he intended to say, but before he could finish, a large hand gently ruffled his hair. Startled, Shen Jiayu looked up to see Wen Xiuheng smiling softly, his deep, resonant voice brushing against his ear. "Thank you. I appreciate you bringing me cookies." Hearing this, Shen Jiayu finally felt at ease. The boy's rose-hued eyes brightened, his lips curving into a radiant smile that was simply captivating. "It's nothing." Behind them, Yaoi quietly retreated, closing the door behind him. Once outside, Yaoi stood tall, hands on his hips, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Just see, bringing young Master Shen to meet the boss at this moment was undoubtedly the right choice. Alas, he was the only one to witness the boss's sudden change in demeanor. That smile, that tender gesture of affection, could only be evoked by young Master Shen. Inside the office, Wen Xiuheng invited Shen Jiayu to sit on the sofa. Shen Jiayu carefully unwrapped the cookies, his face alight with anticipation as he looked at him. Wen Xiuheng took a piece, savoring it. The cookie still bore warmth, and the sweet, creamy aroma filled his mouth. "It's delightful," Wen Xiuheng sincerely remarked. Shen Jiayu's smile brightened even further. They indulged in all the cookies together, but Shen Jiayu soon felt he should not linger and disrupt Mr. Wen any longer. He picked up his backpack, preparing to leave. However, Wen Xiuheng earnestly assured him that he wouldn't be disturbed, stating he had about an hour to finish his work. If Shen Jiayu wished, he could stay a while longer, and they could return home together afterward. With no pressing matters at hand, Shen Jiayu agreed to remain. Moments later, a figure settled beside Wen Xiuheng at his desk. Shen Jiayu, comfortably seated in an armchair, leaned back against the cushions, a small blanket draped over his lap, an assortment of snacks and hot drinks at his side, momentarily lost in thought. All of this was prepared for him by Mr. Wen. He felt less like he was waiting for Mr. Wen to finish work and more like he was here to enjoy time with him. After a while of daydreaming, Shen Jiayu found himself watching Wen Xiuheng return to his work, prompting him to take out his drawing tablet and brushes, beginning to contemplate his after-school assignment. The diminutive Shen Jiayu sat obediently beside the towering Alpha. The atmosphere between them was tranquil yet unawkward. The rustling of papers as Wen Xiuheng reviewed documents intertwined harmoniously with the soft sounds of Shen Jiayu sketching, creating an unexpectedly pleasant ambience. Shen Jiayu focused intently on his drawing, occasionally pausing to ponder the paper before him. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed as Alpha's deep, resonant voice echoed in Shen Jiayu's ear. Jiayu, Shen Jiayu had not completely detached himself from his painting, instinctively responding with a soft, tremulous lilt in his tone. He turned to face Alpha, who had placed a large, warm hand on his forehead. Shen Jiayu froze momentarily, raising his gaze to meet Alpha's eyes, which were now fixated on him. Just checking to see if you have a fever, Alpha murmured in a hushed voice. Shen Jiayu blinked and nodded slightly. It seemed that Mr. Wen was still concerned about his well-being. Had he mistakenly believed that Shen Jiayu was unwell when he had been intently staring at the canvas? After confirming that there was no fever, Wen Xiuheng slowly withdrew his hand, naturally brushing aside the stray strands of hair that had fallen by Shen Jiayu's ear, tucking them gently behind. What are you painting? Alpha inquired softly. Shen Jiayu snapped back to attention and replied, I'm practicing the landscape assignment given after class. The teacher asked us to choose a scenery we wished to depict. Alpha's gaze fell upon the sketch, which illustrated a coastal scene. This reminded him of the nearby Aishi Sea. Do you wish to paint the Aishi Sea? Shen Jiayu's lips curled into a gentle smile. Yes, I want to capture the blue hour there. Wen Xiuheng understood. The blue hour referred to the moment before sunrise when the sky was tinted a deep blue. Is it the Aishi Sea you've seen before sunrise? He continued. Shen Jiayu's expression turned wistful as he smiled. I visited with my family when I was little, but we arrived too late to see it. Wen Xiuheng observed the profile of Shen Jiayu. Do you wish to go again? Yes, I do. Shen Jiayu nodded without hesitation, but soon a shadow of disappointment crossed his face. The journey to the Aishi Sea was rather far, and even if they set out that day, they would not reach it in time for sunrise. Furthermore, Shen Jiayu knew that it had only been a little over a week since his last discharge from the hospital, and others would likely be apprehensive about him going. Lost in thought, Shen Jiayu let his gaze fall. Perhaps it would be best to wait for another opportunity. Wen Xiuheng noticed every subtle change in Shen Jiayu's expression. He recalled that the little one's birthday was approaching. As they departed the office, Wen Xiuheng deliberately walked on Shen Jiayu's right side, shielding him from prying eyes. Alpha's arm subtly encircled Shen Jiayu from behind in a protective manner. As they walked through the hallway, the employees fell silent, engrossed in their tasks, seemingly oblivious to the clock signaling the end of the workday. Once they left, the floor erupted in excited whispers and squeals. Ah, the president is truly in love. They're such a perfect match. The height difference is so adorable. Did you see? They didn't want to let us look at them for too long. On Friday, Shen Jiayu only had classes in the morning, and after his lessons, he left school early as usual. Upon stepping out, he spotted the driver waiting by the roadside. When he opened the car door, he was taken aback to see the unexpected figure of Wen Xiuheng seated in the back seat. Mr. Wen, what brings you here? Shen Jiayu's voice was filled with surprise. Wen Xiuheng softly urged, Get in. Obediently, Shen Jiayu climbed in, his small face reflecting confusion and curiosity. Wen Xiuheng gently ruffled his hair and said warmly, We are going to the Aishi Sea. Chapter 11. It wasn't until they disembarked and transferred to a helicopter that Shen Jiayu realized Wen Xiuheng was indeed taking him to the Aishi Sea. The helicopter flight lasted less than 2 hours, cutting the travel time by more than half compared to driving. During the journey, Wen Xiuheng informed him that if Shen Jiayu felt comfortable, they could spend the night at a nearby hotel, resting early that evening to wait for the blue hour before sunrise the next day. Aunt Cui had already prepared their clothes and daily necessities, and the hotel reservation was taken care of. Shen Jiayu was both astonished and elated, but couldn't shake the concern that he might be disrupting Mr. Wen's work, as it was still a weekday. Wen Xiuheng had arranged for them to stay at the most luxurious hotel in the vicinity. The Aishi Sea was a renowned tourist destination. After dinner, as the evening was still young, Shen Jiayu eagerly asked Alpha if they could explore the area a bit before returning. Wen Xiuheng looked down at him and gently agreed. The early spring air was still a bit chilly, so Wen Xiuheng had thoughtfully prepared a warm coat for Shen Jiayu. The two walked side by side, with Wen Xiuheng instinctively positioning himself on the outer side of the path. As they progressed, the streets grew quieter, and the warm streetlights flickered on, elongating their shadows. Wen Xiuheng often initiated conversations, effortlessly navigating the depth of topics, ensuring that the young boy felt comfortable and unoffended while guiding him to express himself joyfully. When they spoke about Shen Jiayu's passion for painting, the boy's rosy eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The warm glow of the lights softly illuminated him, accentuating his delicate features, while his long eyelashes cast gentle shadows beneath his eyes. In answering Alpha's questions, Shen Jiayu unconsciously looked into his eyes, believing it conveyed respect and politeness. The boy's focused gaze would frequently cause Wen Xiuheng's heart to flutter. They arrived at an unknown park, adorned with many cherry blossom trees that had already begun to bloom in early spring. Countless pale pink blossoms burst forth against the deep indigo night sky as they strolled beneath the branches, occasionally having petals drift down upon them. Shen Jiayu looked up at the blossoms with delight, and unbeknownst to him, Wen Xiuheng quietly brushed away the few petals that had settled on his shoulder. In the center of the park stood a wishing well, featuring a small white statue of a child making a wish, head slightly bowed, hands clasped over his chest, eyes closed in earnest prayer. The water surrounding the statue was crystal clear, revealing a bed of coins of various denominations, including some from different countries. Shen Jiayu found himself captivated by the statue, and upon noticing the coins at the bottom of the well, his expression brightened with anticipation. Wen Xiuheng could easily discern the little boy's unspoken wish. While Shen Jiayu was focused on the coins, Alpha glanced around and approached a couple who seemed ready to leave after making their wishes. After a brief conversation, he returned to Shen Jiayu's side. The boy's eyes sparkled as he pointed to the coins, exclaiming, "Mr. Wen, look, Wen Xiuheng replied, his tone laced with fondness as he observed the smile dancing on Shen Jiayu's lips. Here, he presented 2 coins to Shen Jiayu. The boy paused slightly, having thought that neither he nor Mr. Wen had any coins on them. Unbeknownst to him, Wen Xiuheng had just exchanged a large bill for the 2 10-yuan coins from the departing couple, who had left puzzled at the transaction. Shen Jiayu beamed as he accepted the coins, nodding enthusiastically, "Thank you." He wished to keep one for each of them, but Wen Xiuheng insisted that both coins were for him. Imitating the statue, Shen Jiayu carefully cradled 1 coin in his palm, closing his eyes in sincere reverence. In his heart, he wished for his father's swift recovery and for his mother's continued health and safety. Then he tossed the coin into the well. For the second coin, he also wished. Shen Jiayu stole a glance at Wen Xiuheng. The tall and handsome Alpha stood beside him, his silvery gray eyes quietly observing the coin he had tossed into the pool, lost in thought. The coin gradually settled at the bottom, the ripples caused by its entry slowly expanding in concentric circles. It was akin to the restless heart that beat within the Alpha as he stood alongside the youth. Shen Jiayu discreetly averted his gaze, closing his eyes once more. A gentle smile played upon the boy's lips as he earnestly expressed his wish for Mr. Wen to remain safe and happy. Following this, a second coin was cast into the water, accompanied by a soft plink as the evening breeze suddenly stirred. The chill of the night air brushed past the cherry blossom trees beside the wishing pool, instantly sending a flurry of fallen petals into the air. The wind tousled the boy's light rose-colored hair, prompting him to emit a small gasp. Amidst the dancing pink and white cherry blossoms, the Alpha approached the boy, shedding his black trench coat and draping it over the youth's shoulders. The man's coat enveloped the boy, nearly reaching his ankles, and in that moment, Shen Jiayu felt as if he had been embraced by a refreshing aura. Surprised, he lifted his gaze and, flustered, softly said, "Mr. Wen, you should wear your coat." Before he could finish, a large hand gently rested upon his head. The Alpha's deep, resonant voice whispered in his ear, imbued with a softness that brooked no argument, "Do not catch a chill." Shen Jiayu gazed into those silver-gray pupils, momentarily stunned, and nodded. Soon after, the two returned to the hotel, intending to retire early for the night. Wen Xiuheng escorted Shen Jiayu back to his room, which was conveniently next door. Standing at the door, Shen Jiayu sweetly bid, "Good night, Mr. Wen." Just as he turned to enter his room, he heard the man call out to him, "Jiayu." Shen Jiayu halted, casting a puzzled glance back at him. The Alpha, seemingly concerned, sighed softly, raised an arm, and gently urged, "Come here." In that instant, Shen Jiayu appeared to grasp the man's intent and obediently stepped closer. The familiar warmth of the Alpha's palm pressed against his forehead, carrying a slight chill.
Moments later.
Satisfied that Shen Jiayu was well after their walk, the Alpha relaxed, murmuring, "Good night. I will come to wake you in the morning." The thought of waking to witness the anticipated blue hour filled Shen Jiayu with delight, causing his eyes to curve into a smile. All right. After returning to his room, Shen Jiayu realized he was still draped in Mr. Wen's coat. Not wishing to disturb him further, he carefully hung it up, planning to return it at the break of dawn. As he looked at the coat, he recalled his previous desire to tie a tie for Mr. Wen. The man had likely come directly from work to pick him up, dressed in a suit, complete with a coat and tie. Tomorrow, he wondered if he might have the opportunity to fulfill the duties of a partner. The following morning, the door was promptly knocked upon. Shen Jiayu, backpack slung over his shoulder and the coat in hand, excitedly opened the door. "Good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" Perhaps due to their early rise, the man's voice was even deeper than usual. Today, Wen Xiuheng had donned a more casual attire, pairing deep gray trousers with a black turtleneck, layered with a gray-blue shirt, and topped off with a light gray trench coat. He appeared elegant yet relaxed, exuding a more laid-back vibe than his typical suit itself. Shen Jiayu, seeing Mr. Wen in this style for the first time, found him undeniably handsome, secretly thinking that he looked good in any outfit. However, feigning nonchalance, he glanced briefly at the man's chest. Today, a tie was unnecessary. Setting aside his thoughts, Shen Jiayu softly returned Mr. Wen's greeting, mentioning that he had slept early and well the previous night. He handed over the coat. "Mr. Wen, I forgot to return your coat yesterday." "No matter," Wen Xiuheng replied, accepting the coat and draping it over his arm, intending to return it to his room before they departed. When he emerged again, he held a beret in hand. He placed the hat upon Shen Jiayu's head, advising, "The sea breeze can be strong." This beret complemented Shen Jiayu's outfit perfectly. Today, he wore a cream-colored knit sweater with a light blue shirt collar peeking out, and with the addition of the light gray beret, he radiated youthful vitality. Shen Jiayu adored the style and color, smiling brightly as he expressed his gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, in Wen Xiuheng's room, there were several other hats of various styles that the man had thoughtfully prepared in advance, choosing the one that best suited Shen Jiayu. Before they set off, Wen Xiuheng made sure to carry Shen Jiayu's backpack, which contained a sketchpad and pencils. Shen Jiayu envisioned capturing the blue hour by the seaside in his artwork. At precisely 6:03 a.m., they arrived at the beach. HC, renowned as a tourist destination, still had a few early risers despite their early arrival. Before them stretched the vast, unending ocean, with a fully transparent 3-story building standing at the shore, a structure funded by a businessman for observation and leisure, accessible to paying visitors. Wen Xiuheng led Shen Jiayu directly to the top floor. This level was tranquil and sparsely populated, seemingly occupied only by staff and the two of them, unlike the lower 2 floors teeming with tourists. As they settled at a windowside table, Shen Jiayu pondered whether Mr. Wen had reserved the entire floor. Before long, HC welcomed its blue hour. The sky, sea, beach, and distant mountains were all bathed in shades of blue. Not a melancholic or sorrowful blue, but a dreamlike, pure blue, serene and distant. It was a breathtaking sight that could only be fully appreciated in person. Sadness, anxiety, and fear gradually faded with the sound of the morning waves, leaving only a calming heartbeat immersed in the vast blue. In that moment, Shen Jiayu felt as though he had forgotten to breathe, and tears threatened to spill. This was the blue hour he had longed to witness. Emerging from his reverie, Shen Jiayu quickly seized his brush, capturing the blue world before him with each stroke. With every glance upward, he recorded the scene with his eyes and heart. Each time he lowered his head, he translated it onto canvas with lines and colors. The focused profile of the youth immersed in his art reflected in the eyes of the alpha. His lovely lips curved slightly, and his long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, while the rose-tinted depths of his gaze mirrored the shimmering water, suffused with the blue of the world, revealing a serene and tranquil expression. Wen Xiuheng sat quietly beside him, merely observing. As Shen Jiayu concentrated on painting the landscape, Wen Xiuheng silently gazed at the world reflected in the youth's eyes. An unspoken understanding flowed between them, a harmony that required no words. Until the blue world bid them farewell and morning officially dawned, Shen Jiayu finally completed his depiction of the blue hour. The boy beamed at the freshly finished painting, his eyes sparkling with joy as he shared it with Wen Xiuheng. The artwork was nearly indistinguishable from the blue world they had just witnessed. Through the boy's eyes, the painting exuded healing and tranquility, much like the time they had spent together. Even when different individuals behold the same scenery, their experiences vary. He mused. Perhaps through this painting, he too glimpsed the blue world reflected in the youth's gaze. "It's beautiful," the man remarked, his lips curving into a sincere and calm smile. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayu's eyes sparkled with delight. As dawn officially breaks, the shoreline becomes increasingly lively, with not only a growing number of tourists but also countless seagulls soaring above the sea. Some visitors stand on the deck, raising their arms and extending the food in their hands, enticing the seabirds to snatch it away. Observing this, Shen Jiayu's face lights up with anticipation, his expression animated as he softly inquires, "Mr. Wen, may I join in feeding the seagulls?" From Wen Xiuheng's perspective, the youth's eyes sparkle with excitement, resembling a pure and spirited child earnestly seeking his approval. No one could refuse such a Shen Jiayu, and Wen Xiuheng certainly could not. Even in the face of the boy's vivacity, the man momentarily finds himself somewhat entranced. Mistaking Wen Xiuheng's silence for concern about him catching a chill, the youth shyly murmurs, his cheeks tinged with a blush, "Mr. Wen, I'll only be out for a moment." Shen Jiayu is playfully coaxing him. Wen Xiuheng's gaze darkens momentarily, but after a brief pause, he steps forward, adjusting the boy's hat and coat, gently stroking his head as he softly states, "The wind is strong outside. Let us go together." The boy instantly beams with joy, exclaiming, "Yes, okay." They purchase special food for the seagulls on the first floor and make their way to the deck. A multitude of seagulls flutters overhead, circling around them, the clear sound of the wind filling their ears. Shen Jiayu holds the food in his palm, extending his hand toward the sea. Reaching for the heights like the other tourists, a seagull swiftly approaches him, seemingly unafraid. Instead of immediately snatching the food, it perches on Shen Jiayu's arm, its dark, bead-like eyes locking onto his. Shen Jiayu's face lights up with a delighted smile, and he instinctively glances at Wen Xiuheng before bending down to the seagull, saying, "Hello, Mr. Seagull." The sea breeze rushes toward them, tousling Shen Jiayu's hair and the hem of his clothing, the rose-colored strands dancing in the wind. Yet, Shen Jiayu remains stunningly beautiful, even favored by the wind and the seagulls. The seagull takes the food and, before departing, emits a cheerful call directed at Shen Jiayu. The boy turns his smiling gaze back to Wen Xiuheng. In truth, the man had prepared something special for the boy's birthday, but at this moment, witnessing Shen Jiayu's smile, he can hardly contain his desire to express his sentiments. Meeting the boy's rose-hued eyes with his silvery gray ones, Wen Xiuheng says, "Jiayu, happy birthday." Shen Jiayu beams with joy, radiating warmth. He turns to face Wen Xiuheng, sincerity lacing his tone as he replies, "Thank you, Mr. Wen. This has been the most unforgettable birthday I've ever had." The sea breeze whistles around them. He then sees Shen Jiayu's eyes light up with expectation as he gently asks, "Mr. Wen, may I know your birthday? I would like to celebrate it with you as well." Wen Xiuheng falls silent for a moment. In truth, he has never celebrated his birthday. His arrival into this world was neither anticipated nor desired. He did not come wrapped in love and blessings. Yet, looking at the boy's radiant smile before him, he suddenly feels a spark of anticipation. The sea breeze ruffles the man's hair, disrupting the rhythm of his heartbeat. Within his chest, his heart beats with increasing intensity. Amidst the drumming of his heart, Wen Xiuheng gradually responds, "In summer, on August 9th. In that moment, someone succumbs entirely, as the bustling seaside is engulfed in love. Chapter 12. Shen Jiayu had never considered that Wen Xiuheng had specially arranged a yacht for his birthday. After departing from the shore, Wen Xiuheng led him aboard a magnificent white yacht. As it set sail toward the open sea, equipped with all the amenities for leisure and entertainment, Wen Xiuheng had even hired a chef to cater to Shen Jiayu's tastes for the birthday feast. After enjoying the celebratory meal, Shen Jiayu eagerly ascended to the deck. The weather was splendid, the vessel slicing through the azure waters, trailing frothy waves while seagulls circled in the yacht's wake, likely including the ones Shen Jiayu had previously fed. To the sides of the yacht, he caught sight of black fins beneath the water. Dolphins! Shen Jiayu grasped the railing, leaning over to observe. Sure enough, a dolphin leaped from the water, followed by several others. The dolphins danced alongside the yacht, seemingly greeting Shen Jiayu. With eyes crinkled in delight, he returned their greetings. Behind him lay the cerulean sea, while seagulls soared above. Shen Jiayu stood tall, inhaling deeply, feeling the sea breeze caress his face. This was the freest and most expansive he had felt in months. The boy instinctively welcomed the wind, closing his eyes and spreading his arms wide, embracing the moment as the world flowed through him. The sounds of the wind, the crashing waves, the calls of the seagulls, and the whistles of the dolphins converged in his ears, vibrant and alive, like a melodic symphony. Shen Jiayu moved gently, swaying to the rhythm of this melody, allowing his hair to flutter in the wind. He was free and carefree. He remained blissfully unaware of Wen Xiuheng, who had stepped out from the cabin. The man chose not to interrupt, quietly watching as his young friend danced with abandon. This was the first time he had witnessed Shen Jiayu in motion, and despite his insistence that it was indeed a dance, it was uncoordinated and spontaneous, with no discernible pattern. Yet, Wen Xiuheng still perceived it as a dance. When he first met Shen Jiayu, he saw the boy as a delicate rose, slender, fragile, and sensitive. But now, this little rose exuded freedom, exuberance, and sincerity. No rose can remain forever youthful. Yet Wen Xiuheng hoped his rose could bloom indefinitely without worry. To that end, he was willing to invest precious resources to nurture his rose. This was his testament to the affection he held for it. That day at sea, Wen Xiuheng watched Shen Jiayu dance for a long while. He thought it might be difficult to witness such a sight again, until one day after returning home early, he stumbled upon a scene in the kitchen. That day, after school, Shen Jiayu had visited his father at the hospital, where his mother shared the good news that his father's condition had improved, displaying some responsiveness to external stimuli, and the doctor had raised the likelihood of awakening. That day, as Shen Jiayu held his father's hand, his eyes brimmed with happiness. Upon returning home, he changed into comfortable clothes and eagerly assisted Aunt Cui in preparing dinner, pitching in with simple tasks like washing vegetables. While Aunt Cui stepped out for a moment, Shen Jiayu caught a whiff of the fragrant soup simmering on the stove. In high spirits, he unconsciously began to hum a tune. As he hummed, he swayed gently, his movements free and unrestrained. In truth, he only dared to express himself in such a manner when alone, as he believed himself to lack any talent for dancing, having always considered himself awkward in his movements. During school performances, he had silently played the role of a blade of grass, a flower, or an immovable stone. If ever required to dance, he would need an exceptionally patient teacher to guide him. But with no one around, Shen Jiayu felt liberated, swaying freely. Unbeknownst to him, not far behind, Wen Xiuheng, clad in a suit, subtly smiled. He understood that Shen Jiayu was easily embarrassed and guessed he wouldn't want anyone witnessing his carefree dance. So he silently retreated a few steps before deliberately increasing the sound of his footsteps, pretending to have just returned home, unaware of the boy's dance. Sure enough, upon hearing the footsteps, Shen Jiayu froze in place. Shen Jiayu resembled a startled little kitten, her eyes widening in surprise. After a few moments of ensuring that her previous actions had gone unnoticed, she discreetly stuck out her tongue, then feigned nonchalance, awkwardly turning around and softly murmuring, "Mr. Wen, you've returned." "Yes, I have," Wen Xiuheng replied, his gaze fixed upon her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. During dinner, Shen Jiayu shared the encouraging news regarding her father's improving condition. Observing the bright smile illuminating the young girl's face, Wen Xiuheng felt a softening within his heart. After the meal, Wen Xiuheng took the initiative to mention an upcoming event. In a month's time there would be a business gala, inviting various business figures and their partners. He inquired if she would accompany him. Naturally, Shen Jiayu could not refuse. She understood that as the head of the Wen group, attending such formal gatherings was commonplace for Mr. Wen. Moreover, accompanying him as his partner was a necessary obligation she felt compelled to fulfill. Seeing her acquiescence, Wen Xiuheng continued, explaining that each invited guest and their partner would be required to dance a waltz together to open the evening. He asked if she would be willing to dance with him. Shen Jiayu's eyes widened in panic as she stammered, "Dance? Dance? I'm not very good at it, but I can learn. Could you find someone to teach me?" Witnessing her flustered demeanor, Wen Xiuheng's heart softened further. He gently ruffled her hair, his voice imbued with patience and tenderness. "I will teach you." Shen Jiayu's eyes suddenly brightened. "You will teach me?" Wen Xiuheng chuckled softly, his hand transitioning from her head to caress her cheek. "Yes, I will." "Well, I might learn slowly. Please don't be upset," Shen Jiayu murmured cautiously. Wen Xiuheng's tone took on a note of affection tinged with a hint of exasperation. "It's all right, we'll take our time." Shen Jiayu hesitated before nodding. "Okay." Still concerned about her ability to learn adequately, she proposed that they begin lessons that very evening. Wen Xiuheng readily agreed, captivated by the earnestness in her gaze as she looked up at him, lips pressed together in determination. His eyes inadvertently drifted to her delicate, pale pink lips as he replied, "Of course." Clad in loose loungewear and slippers, Shen Jiayu shyly asked if she should change into something more suitable upon seeing Wen Xiuheng in a tailored black shirt and tie, having discarded his suit jacket. "It's fine," he replied softly. Nodding obediently, Shen Jiayu, though slightly nervous, declared herself ready to begin. Wen Xiuheng glanced down at her, loosening his tie with one hand, his voice deep and resonant as he asked, "May I hold your waist while we dance?" Chapter 13. Shen Jiayu did not decline. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she nodded in acquiescence. Wen Xiuheng leaned forward, one firm yet gentle arm encircling the delicate waist of the young rose. Despite this not being their first embrace, he remained astonished at the slenderness of her form. With just one arm, he could effortlessly encircle her waist, as if tightening his grip further might snap such a fragile flower stem. He could even ascertain that his palm could completely cover her flat, narrow abdomen. As his arm enveloped her waist, the soft fabric of her loungewear subtly revealed her slender silhouette, contrasting sharply with the muscular, rolled-up sleeves of his alpha physique. Shen Jiayu was indeed too thin, Wen Xiuheng mused inwardly, realizing that this rose required more meticulous care. In that moment, as she found herself enveloped in his crisp scent, Shen Jiayu recalled the powerful aura he exuded as an S-class alpha, the palpable pressure he radiated, the stark disparity in their strengths, and his towering height necessitating him to lean down to embrace her waist. Now, being held by him, she experienced a fleeting illusion of being ensnared in an icy, snow-forged cage. Yet within his embrace was an undeniable warmth. The petite figure of the young boy nestled against the towering alpha appeared surprisingly harmonious, as if custom-fitted. The little rose perfectly nestled against his chest, with the alpha serving as the most impeccable shield, instinctively existing to protect her. Should the alpha tighten his grip just a fraction, they would fit together seamlessly without a hint of space between them. Shen Jiayu's nose brushed against the alpha's chest, her body stiffening. In a flurry of embarrassment, she cast her eyes downward, her long lashes quivering like butterfly wings caught in a tempest. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until the deep timbre of his voice broke the silence once more. "Place your left hand on my shoulder." His gravelly yet magnetic voice resonated so close to her ear that it momentarily startled her, and she finally responded dazedly, "Yes, all right." The young girl obediently extended her left arm, but the towering alpha was too high for her. Shen Jiayu could only reach under his arm, her delicate, pale fingers tentatively curling around his shoulder, acutely aware of the stark contrast in their strengths. Feeling the gentle touch on his shoulder, Wen Xiuheng's gaze deepened. "With your right hand, grasp mine," he continued in a low voice. Shen Jiayu glanced to her right, and as she turned, her fair skin brushed against his black shirt, causing her to momentarily hold her breath. At that moment, the proximity between her and Mr. Wen felt overwhelming, close enough for her to feel the warmth of his breath, the depth of his voice resonating through her very being. "Jiayu, place your hand here," he instructed, his silver-gray eyes fixed on her as he extended his right hand first. Shen Jiayu sensed his gaze upon her, biting her lip gently, yet she dared not meet his eyes. With a soft, obedient murmur, she slowly placed her right hand atop his. The size difference between their hands was striking, her palm dwarfed by his. His fingers were long and defined, veins prominent against his skin, whereas her hand was delicate and refined, nails rounded and perfectly manicured, with a faint pink hue at the tips. The man's broad palm enveloped hers completely, leaving no space between them. Shen Jiayu realized that her entire focus was consumed by him, the crisp scent surrounding her entirely. With all preparations in place, Wen Xiuheng looked down at the little rose in his arms, his voice dropping lower. "Ready? Let us begin." Summoning her courage, Shen Jiayu lifted her gaze, only to be met by the icy depths of his silver-gray eyes. "All right, Mr. Wen," she murmured, momentarily stunned. "Step forward with your left foot." Feeling a mix of nerves, Shen Jiayu lowered her gaze to her feet, following Wen Xiuheng's instructions. "Now raise your right foot and place it in front of your left." As he continued to guide her, his own movements shifted in tandem. Shen Jiayu diligently followed each step. "Well done," Wen Xiuheng praised softly, his deep, magnetic voice echoing in her ears. "Next step." Shen Jiayu glanced at him again, then quickly looked away, her earlobes gradually tinged with a rosy hue. Wen Xiuheng is an exceptionally competent instructor, teaching with remarkable patience and meticulous attention. His sincere praises often grace his lips, and he consistently guides Shen Jiayu's steps and rhythm with his own body. Gradually, Shen Jiayu finds himself less tense than at the outset, He too engages in the learning process with earnestness and focus. Very well, your steps are correct. The man's deep and gentle voice of commendation resonates once more. Wen Xiuheng's encouragement and accolades bolster Shen Jiayu's confidence, leading him to feel that he is on the verge of mastering some fundamental dance steps. Shen Jiayu tilts his face upward, his eyes sparkling with joy as he gazes at the alpha. Wen Xiuheng's heart inadvertently skips a beat. Soon, the alpha's lips curve into a smile, and in a hushed tone he says, "Good child, you are doing splendidly. Let us try again." The term of endearment causes Shen Jiayu's ears to redden involuntarily. He feels that such a designation resembles comforting a child, even though he is already an adult. A moment of distraction befalls Shen Jiayu, and without realizing it, his slipper slips off his left foot, landing behind him. "Oh!" he exclaims softly. Wen Xiuheng immediately halts his movements, concerned. "What is it?" Shen Jiayu, blushing, stammers, "My shoe fell off." A low chuckle, infused with tenderness, emanates from above him. "Hold on to me," the man instructs in the same tone he had used to teach him. Shen Jiayu instinctively complies, tightening his arms around him. Suddenly, his feet leave the ground, and he realizes he has been swept into a solid embrace. Mr. Wen has effortlessly lifted him by the waist. His strong arms support Shen Jiayu's legs beneath the knees, and he carries him with little exertion to a nearby sofa, where he gently sets him down. The actions are seamless and tender, leaving Shen Jiayu blinking in bewilderment as he sits on the couch. He marvels at the sheer strength of Wen Xiuheng, who has so effortlessly transported him across the room. Meanwhile, Wen Xiuheng bends down to retrieve the fallen slipper, approaching him once more. The tall alpha lowers himself in front of Shen Jiayu, and to his astonishment, he gently clasps the delicate ankle of his foot with his large, warm hand. The slenderness of Shen Jiayu's ankle is such that it could easily be encircled by a single hand. Even clad in cotton socks, the graceful contours remain apparent. The warmth radiating from the man's palm seeps through the fabric to his skin, causing Shen Jiayu to instinctively curl his calf slightly and hold his breath. In a place where Shen Jiayu cannot see, the depths of Wen Xiuheng's gaze darken. Chapter 14. Wen Xiuheng tenderly helps the young man into his slipper, and as he raises his head, the shadow in his eyes is concealed once more. He does not wish to startle his young friend too soon. With a gentle smile, Wen Xiuheng stands up, his large hand naturally resting on Shen Jiayu's head. The soft, rosy strands of hair slip through his long fingers, and he calms his thoughts before murmuring, "Good. Let us take a break before continuing." After a brief respite and another round of practice, Wen Xiuheng declares that today's session can conclude. With ample time remaining before the banquet, there is no need to rush. They can take their time. In the days that follow after dinner, whenever they find a moment, they dedicate time to practice. Wen Xiuheng's patience is unwavering, and he spares no praise, allowing Shen Jiayu to learn ever more. Shen Jiayu is genuinely invested in this dance, unwilling to let Wen Xiuheng suffer any embarrassment due to his own shortcomings. In their university art history class, the instructor plays historical footage, which serendipitously features snippets of ballroom dancing. The elegantly dressed figures move in rhythm, advancing, retreating, and turning in sync with the music, captivating Shen Jiayu. As the class concludes and the school day comes to a close, Shen Jiayu walks outside with Wen Xiuheng. Behind them, a tall alpha male calls out to them. "Shen Jiayu." Fang Yizhou approaches briskly. "We have a social dinner tomorrow night. Would you like to join us?" Surprised, Shen Jiayu points to himself and inquires, "Me?" Fang Yizhou eagerly nods. Yes. Someone had an unexpected issue and can't come. Might I ask you to step in?" He makes a gesture of clasped hands in pleading. Wen Xiuheng rolls her eyes internally, thinking, please, that excuse is far too flimsy. Why not just be straightforward about wanting to invite him? Fang Yizhou is a student from the law school next door. The three of them met last semester in the same interest group, thus they are acquainted. Wen Xiuheng clears her throat, and Fang Yizhou looks over in confusion. Shen Jiayu, wearing an apologetic expression, states directly, "I'm sorry, I have prior commitments tomorrow night and cannot attend." "Oh, I see." Fang Yizhou's face falls slightly, and he awkwardly says, "Well, that can't be helped. Good luck with your plans then." Shen Jiayu offers a sheepish smile as Fang Yizhou turns to leave. Wen Xiuheng immediately begins to gossip. "Fang Yizhou is so odd. Doesn't he know you already have a partner? Why is he trying to ask you out?" At the mention of the word partner, Shen Jiayu's cheeks redden once more. Wen Xiuheng continues, "You responded so quickly, finding an excuse to decline with such decisiveness." Shen Jiayu murmurs softly, "It's not an excuse. I really do have something to attend to. Tomorrow he must practice dancing with Mr. Wen." Of course, even without an obligation, he would not have accepted the invitation. "Really?" Yin Yuning is initially taken aback, then her expression shifts to one of understanding, tinged with slight annoyance. "I see this is about your partner again." The last time Shen Jiayu celebrated his birthday, Yin Yuning had prepared a gift and well wishes for him, but that day, he was taken to the seaside by the alpha, and she could only give her gift a day late. Shen Jiayu bites his lip and shares with her the details of his recent dance lessons with Mr. Wen. As she listens to his descriptions of the alpha, Yin Yuning nearly bites her tongue. The level of patience he exhibits is entirely unexpected from an alpha. Mentioning dancing prompts Shen Jiayu to unconsciously recall the snippets of ballroom dancing he had seen in class, which seems somewhat different from what Mr. Wen is teaching him. Perhaps, as time progresses, the dance steps have evolved. Over this period, under Mr. Wen's guidance, he has nearly mastered an entire dance. Although he still lacks proficiency, with a bit more practice he should improve. However, as he walks, he momentarily loses focus, failing to notice an uneven spot on the ground. Suddenly, his body tilts, and a sharp pain shoots through his ankle, causing his complexion to pale instantly. Yin Yuning, quick to react, steadies him, instantly recognizing that he has inadvertently injured himself. Concerned, Yin Yuning asks where it hurts. "Are you alright?" Shen Jiayu furrows his brow, his small face paling as he replies, "I think I twisted my ankle." Without hesitation, Yin Yuning offers to carry him to the school infirmary. Though his ankle throbs painfully, Shen Jiayu hesitates, reluctant to impose on his friend's slender frame. At that moment, the waiting driver rushes over, having noticed Shen Jiayu approaching. He had intended to greet him, only to witness the unfolding scene. "Young Master Shen, did you twist your ankle?" The driver inquires anxiously. Shen Jiayu lifts his pale face and calls out, "Uncle Li," nodding slightly. Uncle Li's heart aches for him. Despite always addressing Shen Jiayu as young master, the truth is he exhibits none of the characteristics of a spoiled rich child. He is kind, polite, and remarkably understanding. Uncle Li promptly assisted Yin Yuqing in helping Shen Jiayu into the car, intending to rush him to the hospital for medical attention. Yin Yuqing accompanied them without hesitation. En route, Uncle Li decided to inform Wen Xiuheng about the situation. Initially, Shen Jiayu hesitated, wishing not to disrupt Mr. Wen's work, as he did not want to be a burden. However, Uncle Li, with utmost sincerity, reminded him that on the very first day he was responsible for Shen Jiayu's transportation, Wen Xiuheng had explicitly stated that in case of any unforeseen circumstances, he should be notified immediately. At that moment, within the conference room of the one group, Wen Xiuheng, an alpha, wore a stoic expression as he listened to the reports, surrounded by serious executives who sat upright in their seats. This serious atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Upon answering, Wen Xiuheng's face transformed, revealing a look of deep concern and empathy. He furrowed his elegant brows and stated gravely, "We shall conclude today's meeting here." With that, he strode out of the conference room, leaving his subordinates exchanging puzzled glances. Yaoi hastily followed suit, and as they walked, Wen Xiuheng delegated some post-meeting tasks before hastily departing. Yaoi inquired what's the matter with the boss. Almost immediately, he speculated that something must have happened to young Master Shen. Otherwise, the boss would not be so anxious to leave. This was the first time Yaoi had witnessed such urgency from him, and apart from young Master Shen, there was no one else who could elicit such a rapid response from the boss. When Wen Xiuheng arrived at the hospital, it coincided perfectly with Shen Jiayu's turn to see the doctor. The tall alpha, disheveled yet striking in his appearance, donned a long black coat over a suit, making him particularly eye-catching amidst the bustling crowd. His inherent cold demeanor and commanding presence naturally parted the sea of passers-by. Approaching Shen Jiayu, who was flanked by Uncle Li and Yin Yuqing in the waiting area, they were about to assist him to his feet when Wen Xiuheng arrived before them. With his long lashes fluttering, Shen Jiayu softly called out, "Mr. Wen." Wen Xiuheng nodded slightly to the other two and solemnly said, "Thank you for your efforts. I will accompany Jiayu inside." Uncle Li and Yin Yuqing nodded in agreement. Wen Xiuheng moved closer to Shen Jiayu, gently brushing his soft hair and tenderly murmuring, "Jiayu, I will carry you inside." The boy obediently lowered his gaze. With one hand supporting the slender waist and the other beneath his knees, Shen Jiayu was effortlessly lifted into the alpha's embrace once again. Shen Jiayu softly encircled Wen Xiuheng's neck, pressing his cheek against the man's chest, his eyes slowly dimming with trepidation. They were attended to by a kindly elder physician, who carefully examined Shen Jiayu's swollen ankle. The doctor reassured them that the injury was not severe, that no bones were fractured, and with some medication and rest, he would soon recover. A wave of relief washed over Shen Jiayu, whose heart had been anxious throughout their journey to the hospital. He had worried about the implications of a serious injury on his ability to continue dancing. Upon exiting the examination room, Wen Xiuheng even requested Uncle Li to prepare a wheelchair for assistance. With the doctor's confirmation that the injury was not grave, Yin Yuqing also sighed in relief. Subsequently, Wen Xiuheng arranged for Uncle Li to escort Yin Yuqing home while he took Shen Jiayu back with him. As Wen Xiuheng placed Shen Jiayu in the wheelchair, the boy, with his head lowered, softly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wen. It was my clumsiness that caused my ankle to twist, inconveniencing you." A low sigh escaped the man above him. With a broad hand, he gently cupped the boy's delicate chin, urging him to meet his gaze. "Jiayu, who am I to you?" "Mr. Wen, you are." Shen Jiayu hesitated, lost in thought. "You are the elder who often protects me, my contractual spouse, my husband." Under the steady gaze of those silver-gray eyes, Shen Jiayu instinctively bit his lip. His pale pink lips suddenly flushed with crimson. "Be good, don't bite." The Alpha's eyes darkened slightly as he brushed his thumb across the boy's lips. His voice low and husky. "Remove the surname and call me again." Wen Xiuheng's tone was both enticing and authoritative, leaving no room for refusal. The Alpha's gaze and voice sent a shiver through Shen Jiayu. Confusion flickered in his rose-tinted eyes as he subconsciously complied, whispering, "Sir." "Yes," Wen Xiuheng replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, his eyes deepening in hue. "I am your sir. There is no such thing as causing trouble. Caring for you is a pleasure I willingly embrace. You can rely on me at any time. Do you understand, Jiayu?" Shen Jiayu momentarily froze, unsure of how to respond, but after a while, he softly nodded in compliance. Upon returning home from the hospital, Shen Jiayu was instructed by Wen Xiuheng to rest for 2 days. During this time, the swelling in his ankle subsided somewhat. On the 3rd day, Shen Jiayu, with a gentle tone, approached Wen Xiuheng to discuss the possibility of attending school, particularly for his favorite landscape painting class that morning, as he did not wish to miss it. Recalling the painting they had created together on the shores of Ash Sea during his birthday, which had earned him first place in the departmental assignments, he had been overjoyed to share the news with Wen Xiuheng. At that time, Wen Xiuheng had affectionately ruffled his hair and caressed his cheek, praising his achievement. Shen Jiayu thought to himself how peculiar habits could be, as he had unconsciously grown accustomed to Wen Xiuheng's gestures. Initially, when they had first met, he had been flustered and unsure. Naturally, regarding the new title of Sir, Shen Jiayu was still adapting. Just moments ago, when he attempted to call out Mr. Wen, he instinctively began with the surname, only to awkwardly stutter and correct himself to you. Considering Shen Jiayu's request to attend class, Wen Xiuheng gazed into the boy's expectant eyes and ultimately agreed, but under one condition: he would personally escort him there. They decided to depart at a time when fewer students would be around. Upon arriving at the school, Wen Xiuheng presented the pre-prepared visitor's pass to the security personnel, gaining entry without a hitch. "Just turn left," Shen Jiayu instructed from the wheelchair, which Wen Xiuheng pushed from behind. "All right," came Wen Xiuheng's measured response. It seemed his young companion still needed time to become accustomed to the new address. Wen Xiuheng wheeled Shen Jiayu to the first floor of the comprehensive teaching building, where his class was held. Just as they reached the classroom door, Fang Yizhou happened to pass by. He had originally intended to attend a different class on the 3rd floor, but was taken aback upon seeing Shen Jiayu in a wheelchair. Fang Yizhou immediately approached. "Shen Jiayu, have you been injured? What happened?" he asked, frowning as he scrutinized the imposing figure standing beside Shen Jiayu. Dressed in a sharp suit and towering over 1.9 meters, Fang Yizhou felt dwarfed in the presence of this man. Though the stranger said nothing, his indifferent gaze exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Fang Yizhou was certain that, like himself, this man was also an alpha, and one of a superior rank at that. "I accidentally twisted my ankle. It's not very serious. Thank you for your concern," Shen Jiayu replied politely. Fang Yizhou's brow remained furrowed. Just 2 days prior, when he had wanted to invite Shen Jiayu out, the boy's foot had seemed perfectly fine. How could he have sustained an injury so suddenly? He recalled the whispers he had heard about Shen Jiayu being forced into marriage with a ruthless alpha, and not long ago, he had heard that this alpha had come to their school. Yet, he remained skeptical, believing that seeing was truly believing. He harbored feelings for Shen Jiayu but had never witnessed the rumors firsthand, leading him to remain skeptical. However, now that Shen Jiayu had inexplicably been injured, he could not help but associate the incident with that alpha. Could it possibly be related to him? Is there any danger around you? Fang Yizhou inquired, lowering his voice as he cast a wary glance at the alpha standing beside Shen Jiayu, his gaze laced with suspicion. It seemed he was sent by someone. Fang Yizhou intended to use the term surveillance, but considering the presence of the other individual, he opted for a more subtle approach, asking, "Is he your bodyguard?" A look of surprise instantly flickered across Shen Jiayu's face, while the alpha beside him raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, a new glimmer of amusement surfacing in his previously indifferent expression. Fang Yizhou felt as if he had unraveled the truth of the matter, firmly convinced that this was indeed the ruthless alpha dispatched to monitor Shen Jiayu. He thought that, if Shen Jiayu merely nodded in affirmation, he would promptly shield him behind himself and then, with righteous indignation, recite legal statutes to the individuals across from them, asserting that no one could restrict another's personal freedom nor compel others into forced marriages. Fang Yizhou fixed his gaze intently on Shen Jiayu's reaction, even unconsciously leaning closer towards him, ready to commence his protective stance. An agonizing silence stretched for 3 seconds, a fleeting moment that felt to Fang Yizhou like the calm before a storm. The next moment, Shen Jiayu furrowed his brows gently, his expression earnest, and with unwavering conviction declared, "This is my husband." Fang Yizhou was momentarily rendered speechless, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief, stammering, husband." If he had not misheard, the term husband refers to a partner in a marital union, correct? Shen Jiayu, he was already married? And the spouse was the very alpha standing beside him? Was he still dreaming, or had he truly misheard? This was unfathomable. Fang Yizhou remained frozen, searching Shen Jiayu's face for any hint of jest. But the seriousness of Shen Jiayu's demeanor was undeniable. He furrowed his brows slightly, and his tone had been resolute. As time dragged on, Fang Yizhou found himself unable to articulate a single word in his astonishment, until Wen Xiuheng tenderly caressed Shen Jiayu's cheek. The alpha's hand could effortlessly envelop Shen Jiayu's entire face, yet he merely stroked it gently, as if handling a precious and fragile object. Upon hearing Shen Jiayu's declaration of "This is my husband," Wen Xiuheng could scarcely contain the primal instincts of his alpha nature, yearning to claim the boy before him with a fierce kiss, to assert his dominance over other alphas. He felt elated that his little friend would introduce him in such a manner. However, reason triumphed over desire. He could not act in such a manner here, lest he frighten his little friend. Even though he had discerned the intentions of the alpha before him at first glance, Wen Xiuheng lowered his silver-gray eyes, while Shen Jiayu lifted his gaze to meet him. Wen Xiuheng's voice brimmed with infinite tenderness as he said softly, "I will come to pick you up after class. Please wait for me here, Jiayu." This had been their prior agreement, and Shen Jiayu obediently nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Fang Yizhou, observing from the sidelines, felt as though he were turning to stone. Despite witnessing their interaction firsthand, he could not resist pinching himself to confirm the reality before him. Finally, he comprehended the absurdity of his earlier thoughts. Shen Jiayu was not only indeed married, but their relationship appeared to be remarkably harmonious. In a state of panic, Fang Yizhou blurted out, "I have things to attend to. Let us meet again next time." As he departed, he could not help but glance back, witnessing the alpha's hand, which had previously caressed Shen Jiayu's face, surreptitiously moving to the nape of his delicate neck. In an instant, the potent scent of an S-class alpha's pheromones enveloped the air, overwhelming Fang Yizhou. The instinct engraved in his genes made him feel as though his legs were turning to jelly, his teeth chattering involuntarily. Fang Yizhou clenched his jaw, horrified by the alpha's audacity to mark him temporarily, relying on Shen Jiayu's status as a beta to remain unsuspected. This masquerade of rational restraint concealed a madness that sent shivers down his spine. In a fleeting moment, Wen Xiuheng's gaze snapped towards him, transforming from gentle warmth to icy coldness, his silver-gray pupils radiating an intense possessiveness and pressure. Fang Yizhou felt every hair on his body stand on end as he hurriedly left without looking back. Shen Jiayu, behind him, wore a puzzled expression, unaware of the sudden fluster in Fang Yizhou's demeanor. He only sensed that Fang Yizhou's earlier inquiries held ulterior motives that made him feel uncomfortable and unhappy, as if insinuating that Mr. Wen was untrustworthy and dangerous, despite Mr. Wen being a good person. Thus, he instinctively proclaimed, "This is my husband." Shen Jiayu lifted his gaze to Wen Xiuheng, whose eyes no longer bore the earlier chill, but instead radiated warmth and affection. Unbeknownst to Shen Jiayu behind him, the alpha gently caressed his nape, proclaiming his dominance and possessiveness with pheromones that had already enveloped him. That night, Shen Jiayu awoke in the middle of the night due to thirst. The water in the bedroom had run out, and he decided to venture outside for a glass. The distance was not far, and as everyone else was likely asleep, he did not wish to disturb them. Putting on his shoes and grasping his cane, Shen Jiayu quietly made his way outside. Just as he filled a cup with water, a flash of lightning illuminated the room, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that shook the very air. Startled, Shen Jiayu's face turned pale, his body trembling. The cup slipped from his grasp, hitting the floor with a muted thud. The thunder continued to roar outside, and another flash of lightning brightened the surroundings. In a reflexive response to his fear, Shen Jiayu shut his eyes tightly, clutching his chest. The next moment, the anticipated thunderclap erupted again, but this time the sound was considerably softer. Large hands covered his ears, and he found himself enveloped in a firm, warm embrace, the familiar scent wrapping around him like a protective cocoon. Slowly, Shen Jiayu opened his eyes to find Wen Xiuheng holding him tightly, having appeared out of nowhere. "Sir," Shen Jiayu murmured, momentarily dazed, "are you still awake?" "Yes. I came out to see what the noise was," the man replied in a deep voice, the vibrations resonating through his chest and reaching Shen Jiayu, who was nestled against him. What Wen Xiuheng did not disclose to Shen Jiayu was that, with the proximity of his sensitive period, he had experienced a relapse of his disorder just earlier that night after taking medication for relief. Before he could fall asleep, he had heard sounds outside and suspected it might be his little friend, prompting him to check. The thunder continued to rumble outside. Shen Jiayu timidly buried himself deeper into Wen Xiuheng's embrace, allowing the man to cover his ears, cradling him against his chest. Beyond the now muted thunder, he could distinctly hear the increasingly clear sound of Wen Xiuheng's heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. His long eyelashes fluttered gently as Shen Jiayu blinked slowly in the darkness. Chapter 16. "I am quite parched and wish to fetch myself a glass of water," Shen Jiayu softly explained. However, now water had spilled, and Mr. Wen was awakened by the commotion, which left him feeling somewhat guilty. "I apologize," he thought to himself, as Wen Xiuheng let out a gentle sigh internally, for his little friend was once again uttering the words, "I'm sorry." With a large hand moving to Jiayu's cheek, Wen Xiuheng gently lifted his chin and spoke tenderly, "It's quite all right. May I escort you back to your room?" Jiayu obediently nodded. Setting his cane aside, Wen Xiuheng swiftly lifted the youth into his embrace. Having been held in this manner countless times before, Shen Jiayu no longer reacted with surprise, instead wrapping his arms around the man's neck in a compliant manner. Wen Xiuheng carried Shen Jiayu back to the bedroom and prepared another glass of warm water for him. Once on the bed, after Jiayu had finished drinking, he cautiously stole a glance at Wen Xiuheng. The thunder outside continued to rumble. "Could you stay a little longer before leaving?" Shen Jiayu quietly requested, having harbored a fear of thunder since childhood. A flicker of surprise crossed Wen Xiuheng's eyes, as it was rare for the young one to express such a candid request. Jiayu softly pressed his lips together, his voice barely above a whisper. "You said I could rely on you." Though he felt a twinge of shyness for wanting company due to his fear, he genuinely wished for Wen Xiuheng to remain, even for just a brief moment. "May I?" he implored. "Of course," came the reply, as a large hand gently caressed his hair. Wen Xiuheng settled beside him, assuring him, "I will stay here with you until you fall asleep." Shen Jiayu gazed at the man in astonishment, then suddenly broke into a smile. "Yes, all right." Wen Xiuheng helped him nestle back under the blankets, while the heavy curtains still allowed the occasional rumble of thunder to seep through. He tenderly brushed Jiayu's hair aside, soothingly murmuring, "Sleep now, do not be afraid, for I am here." The man's voice was deep and calming, always imbued with a comforting charm. Shen Jiayu softly acknowledged and gradually closed his eyes. Time slipped by unnoticed until the thunder outside began to fade. Jiayu slept soundly, while Wen Xiuheng quietly sat beside him, gazing down at the serene expression of the youth. His large hand gently caressed Jiayu's cheek, then slowly moved to the nape of his neck. The rose-tinted strands of hair fell softly, revealing the delicate, snow-white skin at the back of his neck, its texture akin to exquisite jade. The temporary mark he had left on Jiayu during the day had begun to fade. After all, he had merely transferred his pheromones through brief, light skin contact. To leave a more lasting imprint on a beta, one would need to pierce the nape with their canine teeth, forcibly injecting the pheromones into the other S body for a longer duration. Yet, even that would only last for a time, as betas lack glands and cannot achieve permanent marking. As he recalled how others had coveted his little friend during the day, a surge of fierce emotion welled up within the alpha, darkening his gaze. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip against Jiayu's sensitive nape, leaving faint red marks. Jiayu murmured in his sleep, prompting the alpha to snap back to reality and cease his actions. The depths of possessiveness swirled in Wen Xiuheng's eyes. His rose could only belong to him, and no one else was permitted to covet it. After a prolonged silence, he gently leaned closer to the youth, placing a kiss imbued with a mixture of possessiveness and restraint upon his delicate brow. A week later, the injury on Shen Jiayu's ankle had nearly healed, and the time for the banquet drew near. Jiayu eagerly suggested resuming dance practice. Wen Xiuheng agreed only after confirming that Jiayu's ankle was indeed fine. On the weekend, Wen Xiuheng announced he would take him out for preparations for the banquet, and Jiayu obediently followed. They arrived at a standalone building in the city center, devoid of any signage. Upon entering, they were greeted by a well-dressed attendant. The attendant, with a courteous bow, addressed them, "Mr. Wen, we have been expecting you. The 10 outfits you requested are ready." Wen Xiuheng nodded, and the attendant gestured for them to proceed to the fitting room. With one arm gently draped around Jiayu's waist, Wen Xiuheng spoke softly to the youth, "Jiayu, you may choose the outfit you wish to wear for the banquet." "All right," Jiayu replied, realizing they had come to try on formal attire. This was his first visit to this establishment, and he noted the exquisite decor and elegant ambience, observing that they were the only customers present. They were led to a spacious fitting room, where 10 outfits were neatly arranged, each with distinct designs and styles, accompanied by matching accessories and shoes. Wen Xiuheng tenderly brushed Jiayu's hair, reassuring him, "There is ample time. Take your time. No need to rush. I will be right here waiting for you." Jiayu's eyes sparkled as he smiled sweetly. Another attendant, wearing white gloves, carefully retrieved one of the outfits from the rack and handed it to Jiayu as he entered the fitting room. Jiayu thanked the attendant politely, who then stepped outside, giving them ample privacy and informing Jiayu that he could call for assistance at any time. Wen Xiuheng settled on the sofa outside the fitting room, while other attendants served him refreshments. Jiayu quickly tried on the first few outfits, and each time he emerged from the fitting room, Wen Xiuheng greeted him with a smile, coming forward to gently stroke his cheek and hair. He was pleased with every outfit Jiayu tried on, as his little friend's proportions suited each one perfectly. After trying on several outfits, Jiayu discerned a pattern among them. Although he was unaware of the store's specific name, all the dresses seemed to share a common design element, a blooming rose. This rose motif appeared like a watermark in various details across each outfit. Jiayu recalled having heard of a world-renowned luxury brand whose logo was a rose. The brand was notoriously selective, offering services only to the elite few among the upper echelons of society. As he examined the rose embroidery on the cuffs of the garments, he tilted his head in confusion, pondering whether Mr. Wen had brought him here to this brand's store. While contemplating, he tried on the next outfit, and upon nearing completion, he found himself puzzled by a slender black ring. It appeared to be made of a soft leather-like material, but he was uncertain how to use it. After a moment of hesitation, Jiayu opened the curtain slightly and called out to the man before him, "Sir." Wen Xiuheng, who had been attentively watching Jiayu, immediately noticed the young one calling for him. He gestured for the attendant who had approached to step back, indicating that he would handle it himself. The attendant understood and remained on standby. Wen Xiuheng parted the curtain and entered the fitting room. The space was spacious enough for two. Standing before Jiayu, he looked down at him, noticing a faint blush gracing the boy's cheeks. With gentle patience, he inquired, "Jiayu, what troubles you?" Jiayu lifted his rose-colored eyes, holding the slender black ring before him, and softly murmured, "This I do not know how to use." A hint of worry creased Jiayu's brow, fearing that Mr. Wen might consider him foolish. In truth, as the man discerned the object in his hand, the color of his eyes darkened. Moments later, Shen Jiayu heard him speak in a hushed tone, "This is a shirt garter. Let me teach you." Shen Jiayu had never used a shirt garter before, and due to his physical condition, he had seldom attended similar gatherings in the past. Thus, upon hearing that the alpha was willing to instruct him, Shen Jiayu nodded eagerly in agreement. Wen Xiuheng took the black circular ring from his hand and said in a muted voice, "The shirt garter is worn around the thigh." As he spoke, he adjusted the fastening and leaned down. In an instant, the crisp scent emanating from the alpha enveloped Shen Jiayu once more. The proximity between them caused the youth to momentarily freeze. The alpha gently reminded him, his voice low and husky, "Be good, spread your legs a bit." The word good was laced with praise and coaxing, prompting Shen Jiayu to obediently adjust his stance, lowering his gaze to meet the alpha's, his long eyelashes fluttering delicately. Unbeknownst to him, Wen Xiuheng tightened his lips, his gaze deep and contemplative. The man carefully wrapped the strap around the youth's thigh, making every effort to avoid touching his delicate frame. The boy was fragile and slender, seemingly capable of being encircled by a single hand. The fastening was adjusted to its smallest circumference, perfectly encircling the base of the thigh. The slender black ring stood out strikingly against the backdrop of the white trousers. Wen Xiuheng merely utilized this to demonstrate for Shen Jiayu, before taking the clip and affixing it to the hem of the shirt. "This way the shirt won't wrinkle," the alpha remarked, standing upright and casting his gaze down upon the boy. Shen Jiayu, somewhat dazed, shifted his attention from the man's distinctly elegant hands and softly murmured in response. The faint trailing sound of his voice brushed gently against the alpha's heart. Wen Xiuheng's tone became tinged with restraint. "I will wait for you outside. The shirt garter should be worn beneath." Shen Jiayu's cheeks flushed slightly, and he nodded in acknowledgement. After Wen Xiuheng exited the fitting room, Shen Jiayu soon followed, dressed in his formal attire. As the curtain was drawn back, Wen Xiuheng involuntarily revealed a hint of surprise. The pure white ensemble suited Shen Jiayu remarkably well. The long trousers accentuated his slender, straight legs. The intricate rose pattern adorning the chest and cuffs was exquisite yet not overly elaborate, while the waist design was particularly striking. Beyond the evident cinching, delicate tassel-like chains draped down, each embedded with light pink gemstones, their value unmistakable even to an untrained eye. Clad in this attire, Shen Jiayu appeared both sacred and ethereal. Perhaps sensing the difference in Wen Xiuheng's reaction this time compared to before, Shen Jiayu bit his lip and softly inquired, "Sir, what do you think of this outfit?" The alpha's lips curled slightly as he approached the youth, gently caressing his cheek. "What do you think? Do you like it?" "I do," Shen Jiayu replied with a shy smile, believing that the alpha must also appreciate the ensemble. Wen Xiuheng indulgently replied, "What matters most is that you like it." 3 days later, the evening banquet commenced. On Saturday night, Wen Xiuheng escorted Shen Jiayu to the venue. The banquet was set in the grand hall on the second floor, with strict security checkpoints on the first floor, requiring every guest to present an invitation to enter. Before officially entering the hall, Wen Xiuheng allowed Shen Jiayu to link his arm with his. Upon their entrance, they instantly attracted numerous gazes from those around them. Among the guests, some had heard of Shen Jiayu. No one had anticipated that, despite the Shen family's bankruptcy, the head of the Wen family would still be willing to uphold this union. Those unfamiliar with the situation whispered amongst themselves, inquiring about the identity of the youth standing beside Wen Xiuheng. It was well known that the cold and unfeeling head of the Wen family had once been pursued by countless desirable Omegas, yet he had remained indifferent, leading to rumors that he would likely never marry. To their astonishment, standing beside him today was a beta who was engaged to him. Upon discovering the youth's gender, the guests exhibited expressions of shock. "A beta? Is this a joke? Isn't Wen Xiuheng an S-class alpha? Is this all an act? The young master of the Wen family is so cold-hearted. This union surely won't last long. I suspect Wen Xiuheng doesn't even like that Shen young master. They are merely putting on a facade." Nevertheless, one must admit, despite being a beta, this Shen young master is extraordinarily beautiful. Have you seen the gown he is wearing? That brand is so exclusive that I couldn't even get a custom order in time. It's outrageously expensive. Feeling the weight of many gazes upon him, Shen Jiayu instinctively tightened his grip on Wen Xiuheng's arm. "Jiayu," Wen Xiuheng called softly, tenderly placing his other hand over the youth's arm. "Just focus on me here. Don't worry about anyone else." Shen Jiayu recognized that Mr. Wen was attempting to comfort him and nodded obediently. Before them, the host of the evening, Meng Qianni, approached to greet them. The Meng family is also one of the foremost noble families in the country. Although Meng Qianni had retreated from the forefront in recent years, entrusting family affairs to his eldest son. His qualifications and influence still warranted his role as the event's host. With a warm smile, Meng Qiuheng said, "Xiuheng, welcome. Thank you for gracing us with your presence." "You are too kind, Uncle Meng," Wen Xiuheng replied politely. Upon noticing the youth he was accompanying, Meng Qiuheng inquired in surprise, "And who might this be?" Wen Xiuheng wrapped his arm around Shen Jiayu's waist, gazing at the boy with serene intensity, and replied, "This is my beloved, Shen Jiayu." At this declaration, the surrounding guests collectively gasped in astonishment. Beloved? The notoriously cold Wen Xiuheng had introduced the youth as his beloved. Surely, they must be imagining things. Meng Qiuheng was clearly taken aback as well. He was well aware of his junior's exceptional capabilities, having become the president of the entire Wen Corporation at such a young age. However, he had always been rather indifferent when it came to matters of the heart. He had even considered introducing him to suitable Omegas in the past, but Wen Xiuheng had shown no interest. To his surprise, he was now presenting an extraordinarily beautiful young man and referring to him as his beloved. Meng Qiuheng struggled to maintain his composure and remarked, "Mr. Shen, it is a pleasure to have you." Shen Jiayu felt a slight flush on his cheeks. Hearing the alpha refer to him as his beloved had caused his face to bloom with color. He offered a polite smile in response. "Thank you, Uncle Meng." Meng Qiuheng continued conversing with Wen Xiuheng, mentioning that his father, Wen Xiuheng, would also be attending, though he had yet to arrive. Wen Xiuheng displayed a rather indifferent demeanor, exchanging a few pleasantries before informing Meng Qiuheng that they would see each other at the ball later. The ball was not set to commence for a while longer, so Wen Xiuheng led Shen Jiayu to a quiet seating area. He noticed that his young companion seemed somewhat reserved in such an atmosphere, so he chose to sit with him to help him acclimate to the environment. Given Wen Xiuheng's position and capabilities, he hardly needed to leverage such events to network with business contacts. Rather, he merely needed to remain in place and people would approach him. However, in order not to disturb his young friend, Wen Xiuheng silently conveyed to those around them not to approach. Wen Xiuheng advised Shen Jiayu that if he felt hungry, he could have something to eat. However, Shen Jiayu's mind was preoccupied with the impending ball, filled with concerns about making mistakes and embarrassing his companion. After sitting for a while, Shen Jiayu mentioned to Wen Xiuheng that he wished to visit the restroom. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Xiuheng inquired whether he should accompany Shen Jiayu. Blushing, Shen Jiayu shook his head, indicating that he could manage on his own. He sensed that his mentor seemed to treat him like a child in need of care. Upon emerging from the restroom, Shen Jiayu spotted Wen Xiuheng conversing with others from a distance. With the ball still some time away, he thought to seize the moment and practice his dance steps once more. Although they had resumed practice after his ankle injury had healed, he still harbored a tinge of anxiety. He wandered to a secluded terrace, beneath which lay a garden, perfectly suited for his practice. He sent a message to Wen Xiuheng, informing him of his whereabouts and assuring him that he would return shortly. The garden below was seldom traversed, yet its design and embellishments were evidently crafted with care. The lighting fixtures resembled flickering candle flames, distributed methodically throughout the garden, casting a soft, ethereal glow. The garden was lush with blooming roses, vibrant and full of life. Overwhelmed by the sight of the roses, Shen Jiayu slowed his pace to take in their beauty. The petals were layered and resplendent, bursting forth in vivid colors. He yearned to admire them longer, but the ball would commence soon. Reluctantly, he tiptoed to the center of the garden and began to softly recite the rhythm and steps to himself, his expression earnest as he practiced. Stepping forward 1, 2, 3, shifting right, 4, 5, 6, and then retreating. Meanwhile, Wen Xiuheng concluded his conversation early and glanced toward the direction Shen Jiayu had departed. Yet he still could not spot him. A slight frown creased his brow, worry creeping in that perhaps the young one had encountered some trouble. Just as he reached for his phone to contact Shen Jiayu, he noticed the message the boy had sent. Following the direction indicated, he soon found him. The tall alpha stood upon the terrace, gazing down at him. Amidst the myriad blooming roses, his young companion was the most exquisite blossom of all. Shen Jiayu practiced diligently, focused and absorbed. The tassels at his waist swayed gently with his movements, the gems embedded within them reflecting dazzling glimmers of light. His slender form advanced, turned, and retreated. Each step resonated with the alpha's heart. Unable to resist, the man descended the spiral staircase, approaching his rose. Jiayu, Wen Xiuheng called softly. Shen Jiayu abruptly halted his dance, turning to face Wen Xiuheng, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic and shyness. "Sir," he stammered, as if caught in a secret practice before a performance. Wen Xiuheng smiled gently, stepping closer to Shen Jiayu and tenderly brushing his hair back. "I shall practice with you." Shen Jiayu's eyes widened slowly, a look of surprise blossoming on his face. If his mentor was willing to practice with him once more, he would feel much more at ease. He tilted his face upward, eyes sparkling, and replied, "Yes, please." Amidst the sea of roses, under the soft glow of light, a tall figure and a slender one began to dance together gracefully. Their silence spoke volumes, a shared understanding forged through countless rehearsals and exchanged glances. At that moment, the cacophony from the banquet hall above seemed to fade away, and they transcended the glamorous world of fame, finding solace in the tranquil embrace of the rose garden. There were no lights, no music. It was a waltz that required no audience, solely belonging to the two of them. Chapter 18. Soon, the ball commenced in earnest. The invited guests paired off, making their way to the center of the banquet hall, where many others stood to observe. As the music began, Wen Xiuheng and Shen Jiayu, like everyone else, struck their poses. The man encircled the slender waist of the youth, his other hand clasping the boy's smaller one, enveloping it gently in his larger palm. Wen Xiuheng lowered his gaze and softly reassured, "Do not be nervous, Jiayu. Just dance as we practiced." Shen Jiayu replied sweetly, "Yes, I am not as nervous as before." He silently added in his heart, "Because you are here, sir." He knew that as long as Wen Xiuheng was by his side, he would feel at ease. During previous practices, even when he faltered, his mentor would guide him back to the correct steps. Wen Xiuheng tightened his grip slightly, a gesture of appreciation and encouragement. As the music officially began, the two moved in unison. Above them hung a splendid crystal chandelier, and beneath their feet lay an intricately woven carpet. They advanced, retreated, and turned, their gazes meeting time and again. Their movements were fluid and elegant, each step in perfect rhythm with the music. Shen Jiayu resembled a delicate rose blooming in a meadow, while Wen Xiuheng stood as the sturdy tree shielding the rose from the elements. The rose blossomed freely and joyously, while the tree existed to protect it. Unbeknownst to them, their dance attracted the attention of many other guests. Some were astonished, others filled with admiration and envy. It was evident to the discerning that the two had invested great effort into mastering this dance. Not to mention, the usually stoic and reserved head of the one family had chosen to dedicate his time and energy to dance with his betrothed, a notion unfathomable to anyone present. If the head of the one family were indifferent towards his betrothed, how could he have reached such a level of commitment? As the dance concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Shen Jiayu, relieved that there were no missteps during the performance, smiled brightly as he looked up at Wen Xiuheng. The man found himself captivated, his gaze lingering on the boy. Wen Xiuheng's eyes traveled from the youth's captivating brow down to his upturned smile, his full lips tinted with a soft blush. For a fleeting moment, the alpha was overwhelmed by the impulse to kiss him, but reason prevailed. His silver-gray eyes concealed a possessive yearning as he tenderly caressed the boy's cheek and the nape of his neck. As the ball drew to a close, Shen Jiayu's appetite had improved significantly. Wen Xiuheng guided him to the banquet table, laden with a variety of dishes and desserts. Shen Jiayu chose pizza and salad, and Wen Xiuheng stayed by his side, sampling a few bites. As the boy savored the salad, he encountered a nut he had never seen before, and curiosity compelled him to taste it. The moment he did, he grimaced in distaste. Unsure whether to swallow or not, he was soon presented with a hand before him. Wen Xiuheng, having noticed the boy's expression almost instantly, reached out to offer him a napkin. "Spit it out, dear." Shen Jiayu obediently complied. Wen Xiuheng quickly handed him a glass of water, instructing, "Rinse your mouth." "Okay." Shen Jiayu nodded, following the instruction with utmost compliance. After rinsing, he felt the odd taste dissipate, but his small face remained slightly scrunched in displeasure, with a trace of water still lingering at the corners of his lips, giving him a pitiful appearance. Wen Xiuheng gazed at him, his heart softening. He took a napkin and gently wiped the moisture from the boy's lips. His long fingers brushed against the boy's full lips inadvertently, causing the alpha's gaze to darken. Shen Jiayu sat quietly, obedient and compliant. After tending to the boy's lips, Shen Jiayu sweetly said, "Thank you, sir." Wen Xiuheng smiled indulgently, his lips curving upward. This entire scene was witnessed by two unfamiliar guests seated not far from them. Both individuals wore expressions of utter astonishment, unable to fathom that one day they would witness the typically cold and unfeeling patriarch of the Wen family exhibiting such tenderness and attentiveness, akin to that of a caregiver nurturing a child. Their jaws nearly dropped to the ground in disbelief. Shen Jiayu lifted his gaze and fortuitously caught sight of the two individuals observing him and Mr. Wen. Upon witnessing their expressions, his cheeks flushed crimson. Noticing the child's embarrassment, Wen Xiuheng cast a languid glance towards the duo, his silver-gray pupils now betraying an air of indifference and chill. The two trembled involuntarily and hastily turned away, feigning ignorance of the scene. Also witnessing this moment was Wen Xiuheng's father, Wen Chang, who stood at a distance, casting a detached gaze. Wen Xiuheng acknowledged him with a cool nod, a gesture of greeting, to which Wen Chang responded with a dismissive snort before striding away, leaving Wen Xiuheng unfazed. Shortly thereafter, Meng Qianyi approached with a glass of champagne, accompanied by several business associates. Not wishing to disturb the child, Wen Xiuheng instructed Shen Jiayu to wait for him, assuring him they would return home to rest once he was finished. Shen Jiayu obediently nodded. Before departing, the alpha rose, his large hand gently caressing the delicate nape of the youth, silently marking him once more with an air of possessiveness. In such a gathering, there may be those lacking discernment who would approach, yet he would not permit anyone to covet his rose. Seated quietly, Shen Jiayu chose a piece of chocolate from the dessert selection. The chocolate, with its cool, creamy filling, offered a novel taste, prompting him to indulge in another piece. After finishing his treat, he turned his head to observe Wen Xiuheng from afar. The man, already strikingly handsome, appeared even more so in his black tuxedo, accentuating his broad shoulders and slim waist, standing tall and imposing. No matter whom he stood beside, he was perpetually the most radiant presence. As Wen Xiuheng navigated through the crowd with ease, Shen Jiayu noted that when the man was apart from him, his demeanor shifted to one of formidable coldness, as though surrounded by a tempest of ice and snow, eliciting respect and trepidation in the gazes of others. Yet, when in Shen Jiayu's company, he seemed to exude a warmth that belied that icy exterior. With a gentle lowering of his eyelashes, Shen Jiayu pondered these thoughts. Suddenly, a figure seated itself before him. He looked up to find a stranger, a man with cold, elongated eyes and a faint smile directed towards him. The unfamiliar alpha introduced himself. "Hello, I am Wen Xiuheng. Perhaps Xiuheng has not mentioned me. I am his mother's brother." Shen Jiayu's eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Wen's uncle, indeed. He realized that Mr. Wen had never spoken of his mother or her brother. Wen Xiuheng seemed to anticipate his astonishment, chuckling softly. "No need for concern. I merely wish to extend my greetings." His gaze swept over Shen Jiayu's features, inadvertently landing upon his neck. Any alpha or omega could acutely sense the pheromones Wen Xiuheng had left upon Shen Jiayu. A singular message emanating. Shen Jiayu belonged to him, to be coveted by none. "Alas, your partner is a beta, and thus cannot perceive your pheromones," Wen Xiuheng remarked with a subtle grin. "Greetings, I am Shen Jiayu, Mr. Wen's partner." He introduced himself politely, feeling warmth creep into his ears at the mention of the word partner. Wen Xiuheng maintained his smile. "I gathered as much. The moment I laid eyes on you, memories of Xiuheng's childhood flooded back." "Mr. Wen's childhood?" Shen Jiayu inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. He had no knowledge of what Mr. Wen had been like as a child, and being a decade younger, he could only imagine how much younger he would have been then. Wen Xiuheng continued. "Xiuheng had very few friends and was not fond of venturing outside. However, he did have a cat, small and endearing, much like you." He paused for effect, then continued. "But one day, for reasons unknown, the cat scratched him, and thereafter, it mysteriously vanished." As he recounted this tale, Wen Xiuheng observed Shen Jiayu's expressions transform from delight to concern to confusion. It was later reported that the family's butler discovered it beneath a tree in the courtyard days later. He added, but then stopped, opening his hands and smiling as if to imply that the subsequent events were all too predictable. Shen Jiayu's expression faltered momentarily. Wen Xiuheng keenly watched, aware that Shen Jiayu could deduce what was left unsaid. In front of him, Shen Jiayu slowly lowered his head. Wen Xiuheng, with great patience, awaited the emergence of more intriguing expressions from the youth. He appeared so delicate, so young. Surely he felt anxious and frightened. Perhaps when he raised his gaze again, his eyes would glisten with unshed tears, which would be all the more amusing. However, in the next moment, Shen Jiayu lifted his eyes, asserting, "Mr. One would not do such a thing." His voice, though soft, was imbued with unwavering certainty. There was no trace of panic or fear upon his face, only earnestness reflected in his rose-colored eyes. He would not. Wen Xiuheng stood momentarily stunned, his previously smiling expression now frozen. His gaze sharpened with surprise, and after a pause, he replied with a slow smile, "Yes, I too believe he would not. There must be another explanation for the cat." Before he could finish, a tall, familiar figure blocked Shen Jiayu's view. Wen Xiuheng had been observing Shen Jiayu from a distance, and upon noticing Wen Xiuheng seated beside him, he promptly concluded his conversations. The man's expression remained calm, yet it exuded an air of icy indifference. Seeing him protectively positioned before Shen Jiayu, Wen Xiuheng teased with a relaxed tone, "My dear nephew, I never imagined my first encounter with your partner would be at a gathering hosted by another." He shook his head lightly, chuckling. Wen Xiuheng's voice was frigid as he replied, "Perhaps you have forgotten. My affairs have long ceased to concern the Yen family." "Oh, is that so?" Wen Xiuheng shrugged. "Did this separation commence with my sister's passing?" Wen Xiuheng's calm demeanor became even more frigid. Shen Jiayu, positioned behind him, looked up in astonishment at Wen Xiuheng. Wen Xiuheng showed little interest in prolonging the conversation, chuckling softly before rising to depart. Once Wen Xiuheng disappeared, Wen Xiuheng turned to gently touch Shen Jiayu's hair. "Are you well, Jiayu?" Shen Jiayu found his thoughts muddled, grappling with the revelation of Mr. Wen's mother's passing, while an inexplicable dizziness began to wash over him, his body feeling lighter, his consciousness increasingly hazy. He blinked slowly, murmuring, "Mr. Wen, I think I feel a bit lightheaded." Wen Xiuheng's expression shifted to one of concern, his brow furrowing slightly as he instinctively placed his hand upon Shen Jiayu's forehead, checking for fever. "You are not burning up," he noted. Yet Shen Jiayu's eyes began to take on a rosy hue, their moisture resembling a veil of mist, the clarity of his vision fading. This state bore a resemblance to inebriation. His little companion was well behaved. He would not secretly consume alcohol in his absence. The most likely explanation was that he had inadvertently ingested food containing alcohol. When Xiuheng turned his gaze toward the food on the dining table, his eyes skeptically lingering on the chocolate dessert. At that moment, Shen Jiayu was already feeling increasingly dizzy, his fluffy head gently resting against Wen Xiuheng's waist. The alpha pressed his lips together, his large hand completely cradling the back of the youth's head, tenderly stroking it. Shen Jiayu nuzzled against him like a small kitten, softly calling out, "Sir." When Xiuheng lifted one hand to cup the boy's cheek, gazing into his eyes, his voice low and gentle, "Jiayu, let me take you to the lounge to rest, shall we?" With his chin resting against Wen Xiuheng's waist, Shen Jiayu looked up at him, his glistening eyes filled with a sense of grievance. He was unsure of what was happening to him, feeling as if he were floating, unable to sit up straight, his mind a muddled haze. Yet, he made an effort to comprehend Wen Xiuheng's words, slowly nodding in the man's palm, obediently replying, "Okay." When Xiuheng promptly lifted the youth into his arms and, amidst curious gazes around them, carried him toward the nearby lounge. The banquet manager, noticing the situation, approached immediately to inquire. When Xiuheng succinctly explained, asking them to verify the food on the table and to prepare an antidote for the alcohol as swiftly as possible. Faced with the most important guest at the banquet, the manager dared not delay, promptly attending to the tasks. When Xiuheng settled Shen Jiayu onto the bed, the small boy lay obediently in his embrace, half of his face buried in Wen Xiuheng's chest, emitting muffled murmurs. When Xiuheng's eyes darkened as he cradled the boy's face, his fingers gently caressing the delicate skin of his neck, gazing into those misty rose-colored eyes. "Jiayu, look at me." The alpha's voice was low and husky, his long fingers tracing the soft contours of the boy's cheek. "Tell me, does your heart hurt?" His greatest concern was that the alcohol would exacerbate Shen Jiayu's cardiac burden. Fortunately, Shen Jiayu still retained a flicker of lucidity. With a dazed expression on his face, Shen Jiayu furrowed his brows, appearing both adorable and pitiful. "No, it doesn't hurt," he replied, his voice soft and sweet, his full lips slightly parted, revealing his rosy tongue. The alpha's gaze grew darker, his restraint reaching its limit, as his fingers brushed gently against the boy's lips. "Good. Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable?" The word uncomfortable seemed to trigger something within the little one, as his lips slowly curled downward, revealing a look of profound grievance. Uncle of the Sir. His words made me unhappy, Shen Jiayu answered, his words somewhat slurred, eliciting a cold chill within Wen Xiuheng. It was evident that Wen Xiuheng had deliberately approached Shen Jiayu in his absence. Wen Xiuheng stroked the boy's lips, softly asking, "What did he say that made you unhappy?" Yet, Shen Jiayu appeared to be intoxicated beyond comprehension, unable to understand his question. Instead, he continued, his little face earnest and serious, "Sir is really nice." Very gentle. Wen Xiuheng was momentarily taken aback, abruptly halting his movements. His fingers lingered at Shen Jiayu's lips, eliciting a soft, kitten-like murmur from the boy. Wen Xiuheng resumed stroking the boy's lips, slightly tightening his grip on his delicate neck, his deep gaze brimming with an impending storm. "Very nice, very gentle. Is that so?" Shen Jiayu's expression turned pure and bewildered, still inebriated, not understanding why the man before him echoed his previous words. Wen Xiuheng lowered his silver-gray eyes, a soft laugh escaping his lips. He felt an immense joy at the thought that this was the impression he had left upon the little one. Shen Jiayu's gaze inadvertently wandered to the man's chest, and a flicker of surprise illuminated his eyes. Like a small kitten, he squirmed in Wen Xiuheng's embrace, attempting to rise. His voice, softened by intoxication, resembled a tender pout. I want to get up." Wen Xiuheng assumed the boy wished to adjust his position in his arms. Wrapping his large hands around the youth's slender waist, his tone imbued with affection and helplessness. "All right, I'll help you." His hands effortlessly encircled Shen Jiayu's narrow waist, lifting him to sit astride his lap. The boy straddled him, his exquisite and radiant face flushed, even the corners of his eyes tinged with red. Wen Xiuheng felt a blend of affection and heartache, one arm encircling the boy's waist while the other caressed his cheek. "Is this better, my good child?" Shen Jiayu was now too intoxicated to comprehend his words. Usually, such a term would cause him to shyly lower his gaze. However, in this moment he slowly blinked, gently shaking his head, leaning closer to the man holding him. To Wen Xiuheng's surprise, Shen Jiayu reached out, gradually grasping his tie. The little one wore a serious expression, brows slightly furrowed, lips pressed together, as he diligently began to tie the man's tie while still perched on his lap. "It's crooked, it's loose. Let me fix it," Shen Jiayu murmured softly as he tied the tie, completely unaware that it was his very presence that had loosened it. With a determined expression, he seemed to seize the opportunity at last. "I've learned how to do this," he stammered, finally finishing the task, a genuine smile lighting up his innocent face, his eyes curving with delight. When Xiuheng allowed the boy to continue, his heart nearly melting at the sight, his affection for Shen Jiayu overflowing. He instinctively tightened his embrace around the youth, a smile gracing his face as he hoarsely inquired, "Why do you want to learn how to tie a tie?" Shen Jiayu appeared to understand the question, responding with innocent cheerfulness, "Because it's the duty of a partner." The mention of partner momentarily stilled Wen Xiuheng. The boy, with his eyes twinkling, examined his handiwork, but soon noticed something amiss. He leaned closer to the man who held him, his soft, tousled hair brushing against Wen Xiuheng's jaw, his warm breath drawing nearer. The man's gaze darkened and deepened. This sustained Shen Jiayu, oblivious to the fact that it was merely a small mole, akin to a faint ink dot, mistakenly believed he was wiping something off the man's throat. His delicate, pale fingers gently touched the dot, attempting to rub it away. Realizing the dot remained, the inebriated little kitten stubbornly tried again. The warm, delicate touch glided across the skin, brushing against his throat, their breaths mingling in a place unseen by the little one, while the alpha's jaw tightened, a dangerous aura radiating from him. Yet, the little kitten continued to innocently murmur, "It won't come off," his tone tinged with grievance. "Is that so?" The alpha's voice, once magnetic, had turned hoarse, restrained to the utmost degree, veins taut on his arm. The little kitten replied, feeling momentarily distracted, when suddenly his body lost balance and lurched forward. Shen Jiayu barely managed to stifle a gasp as his soft, full lips accidentally brushed against the man's throat. In the next moment, the world around Shen Jiayu spun wildly as the alpha abruptly stood, pinning him beneath him. The sound of the boy's tassel gemstone pendant chimed in harmony with the commotion. Alpha seized his wrists, lifting them above his head, while his other hand gripped Shen Jiayu's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. Soft, rose-hued strands of hair lay chaotically on the pristine bed, and the tassels at his waist were scattered haphazardly by his side. When Xiuheng looked down at him, his eyes darkened to the utmost depths. Alpha clenched his jaw. His voice hoarse. Jiayu, are you aware of the duties that come with being a partner? Shen Jiayu, like a bewildered newborn creature, widened his eyes in response, instinctively reciting the answer he had previously searched for online. The boy's expression was innocent, akin to a diligent child earnestly answering a question, as he softly murmured, also, having babies. Alpha's eyes narrowed dangerously, a crisp pheromone enveloping Shen Jiayu like a suffocating shroud. In his inebriated state, the boy remained oblivious to the perilous nature of his actions and responses, particularly in the presence of an S-class alpha who harbored feelings for him. At that moment, when Xiuheng's pheromones surged violently within him, every cell in his body clamoring to mark him, to possess him, to ensure he belonged entirely to him, filling him with his essence. Alpha's large hand, pulsating with fervor, slowly moved to the boy's flat abdomen, which remained narrow despite their earlier meal. Like omegas, betas could also conceive, though their reproductive systems had long since regressed, rendering the probability exceedingly low. There were only two means for betas to become pregnant, through medication or... Alpha pressed gently on Shen Jiayu's slender abdomen, his voice rough and gritty like sandpaper, his profoundly dark eyes seemingly intent on devouring the boy whole. Good child, do you know how to have babies? Chapter 20. This question utterly exceeded Shen Jiayu's comprehension, resembling a confused kitten as he tilted his head, wide-eyed, and honestly shook it in negation, appearing exceedingly well-behaved. I don't know. When Xiuheng chuckled softly, a hint of regret washing over him for following up on the child's response. Shen Jiayu was intoxicated, and though he was aware of his lack of clarity, he had just lost control. Moreover, his little friend was far too young. The concept of pregnancy was far too premature for him. Alpha retracted his hand from Shen Jiayu's abdomen, letting out a heavy sigh within his heart. His little friend was petite, with a small face and a narrow belly. He could scarcely imagine that delicate belly gradually swelling with life. After all, he himself was still a child. He thought with a mix of helplessness and tenderness. A knock on the door interrupted, the head waiter announcing, "Mr. Wen, I apologize for the interruption. I have brought the hangover remedy you requested." When Xiuheng pressed his lips together, straightening up and gently lifting Shen Jiayu to the center of the bed to ensure he wouldn't fall, he opened the door to receive the remedy, while the head waiter also conveyed their apologies regarding the chocolate liqueur served at their table. Once the head waiter departed, when Xiuheng returned to the bedside, cradling Shen Jiayu and administering the hangover remedy. Soon, Shen Jiayu drifted into a hazy slumber. Alpha quietly kept vigil by his side, and once he confirmed the boy was unharmed, he shed his jacket and draped it over him, carrying him towards the parking area. As the most important guest departed from the banquet, it was imperative for the host to bid farewell in person. Meng Qianyi followed closely behind Wen Xiuheng, speaking in hushed tones, his mind racing with astonishment at the depths of affection this once stoic heir had for the young master of the Shen family, treating him as if he were a precious gem to be cradled in his hands. Shen Jiayu stirred restlessly in Alpha's embrace, occasionally murmuring softly, nuzzling into him. When Xiuheng smiled gently, after traversing more than half the distance, Shen Jiayu blinked awake, his eyes misty and glistening, the tips of his eyes slightly reddened. Weakly grasping at the fabric of his shirt, he looked up at him with yearning, his voice a mere whisper, "Sir." When Xiuheng paused, gazing down at him, his heart melting at the sight of the boy's adorable demeanor. "What is it, Jiayu?" Shen Jiayu's voice, sweet and syrupy, expressed his desire. "I want roses." When Xiuheng, slightly taken aback, confirmed, "Roses, is it?" The boy nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with a hint of grievance. "I want to raise one." When Xiuheng immediately understood, recalling how the boy had seen roses in the garden while practicing his dance, captivated by their beauty. A soft chuckle escaped him, filled with affection. "Very well, we shall raise them." He would not only nurture the rose within his arms but also ensure the well-being of the rose that was dear to him. Whatever his little friend desired, he would make it happen. Turning to Meng Qianyi, he posed a question that left the latter utterly bewildered. "Uncle Meng, may I request a rose from your garden?" After the banquet, when Xiuheng brought Shen Jiayu back home, the boy had succumbed to a deep slumber, necessitating Wen Xiuheng to assist him in changing clothes. One by one, the elaborate and opulent garments were removed, leaving only his undergarments, revealing the boy's smooth porcelain skin. Due to the alcohol, His arms and knees bore a faint blush. Even his ankles were tinged with color. Wen Xiuheng bit his lip, casting his gaze downward to avoid looking at more intimate areas, his veins standing out prominently on his arms. He swiftly dressed Shen Jiayu in comfortable home attire, tucking him under the covers and quietly sitting beside him. The following morning, Shen Jiayu awoke with a fever, his small face pale and frail. When Lu Jun was summoned, he initially feared that Shen Jiayu had experienced another cardiac episode, prompting the urgent call. After an examination, it was determined to be a low-grade fever, thankfully not straining his heart excessively. However, for someone with a congenital heart defect, exposure to alcohol was ultimately perilous, leading Lu Jun to lecture Wen Xiuheng at length. Wen Xiuheng, filled with guilt and concern, gazed at the slumbering Shen Jiayu, solemnly stating, "It was my fault for not taking better care of him." Lu Jun couldn't help but scoff internally, thinking he should focus on his own issues instead. "By the way, isn't your sensitive period coming up soon? What do you plan to do then? I must remind you, the effects of the medication are gradually diminishing, and it could fail at any moment." When Xiuheng's attention remained steadfastly on Shen Jiayu, "I plan to take him away for a night to another villa." Lu Jun rolled his eyes, thinking, so, this old classmate of mine, after 28 years, has suddenly morphed into a lovesick fool, with every word revolving around his partner. "And could you please stop fixating your gaze on him? Young Master Shen isn't going to suddenly bolt away." After Lu Jun departed, items sent by the Meng family arrived. Following Wen Xiuheng's request for roses the previous night, Meng Qianni had promptly agreed, as it was hardly a significant request. The Meng family had already sent over carefully prepared roses, not directly picked but rather propagated through cuttings, nurtured with care in pots. They sent numerous pots, and Wen Xiuheng selected one that had already bloomed, leaving the rest to Aunt Shui. Upon returning to Shen Jiayu's room with the flowers, he found the boy had unknowingly curled up into a small shrimp-like form in his sleep. Wen Xiuheng placed the flowers on the bedside, sitting beside him, gently brushing aside the tousled strands from the boy's forehead and tenderly caressing his cheek. The youth slept restlessly, troubled by illness, his brows slightly furrowed even in slumber. "Cold," he murmured softly, and perhaps sensing the warmth of the alpha's hand, he instinctively nuzzled his fingers. Wen Xiuheng's eyes glimmered with affection and tenderness. After a moment's hesitation, he lay down beside him. He turned on his side, enveloping the delicate, petite boy along with the blanket in his embrace. The boy's head nestled against his chest while his large hand gently patted his back. "Sleep well, my dear," the man's voice, tender and magnetic, coaxed. "By the time you awaken, you shall be well again." After speaking, Wen Xiuheng pressed a gentle kiss to Shen Jiayu's hair, tightening his hold. The boy, asleep in Wen Xiuheng's arms, sensed the heat and familiar scent, instinctively drawing closer to the man. Gradually, the boy's furrowed brow relaxed, and he fell into a tranquil slumber. Time slipped away unnoticed until Shen Jiayu slowly opened his eyes, revealing a familiar embrace. He realized he had fallen asleep in his teacher's arms. A fleeting moment of confusion washed over him as he glanced around. They were home, in his own room. Vague memories of the prior night surfaced, particularly after his teacher's uncle had left. He recalled feeling dizzy and lightheaded. His long eyelashes brushed against the man's chest as a husky, magnetic voice broke the silence. "Awake, Jiayu?" Wen Xiuheng appeared slightly fatigued, and upon noticing the boy's consciousness, the first thing he did was check his health. His large hand rested on the boy's forehead, confirming his temperature for what felt like the umpteenth time. After taking his medicine, the low fever had subsided. "Do you feel unwell?" Shen Jiayu shook his head gently. "I feel fine now." It seemed he had fallen ill again, but his teacher had been caring for him all along. Once assured of the boy's well-being, Wen Xiuheng rose from the bed, softly instructing him to wait while he fetched a glass of water. Shen Jiayu obediently replied, his demeanor exceptionally docile. Soon, he noticed a potted flower on the bedside table, a blooming rose. His heart raced with confusion as memories from the previous night rushed back. Shen Jiayu's eyes widened in astonishment. This seemed to be what he had asked his teacher to bring back. Before leaving, fragments of other memories flickered through his mind. Baby making, touching an Adam's apple, tying a tie. Shen Jiayu covered his face in disbelief, his cheeks transforming into rosy apples, the flush creeping to the back of his ears. He had actually spoken such words to his teacher and done such things. It was utterly embarrassing. Overwhelmed by shyness, he instinctively buried himself under the covers. Thus, When Wen Xiuheng returned with the water, he found the boy's figure completely vanished, replaced by a peculiar bulge beneath the blanket. What's going on, Jiayu? Wen Xiuheng asked, a helpless smile breaking across his face. The outline beneath the covers froze, becoming still. After a moment, a muffled voice emerged, sounding soft and doughy like a little dumpling. No, it's nothing, sir. Wen Xiuheng found this utterly endearing and patiently coaxed. Come out and drink some water, please. The silhouette beneath the blanket moved slowly, revealing a tangle of rosy hair and a pair of glistening rose-colored eyes. Shen Jiayu, like a little snail retreating into its shell, only dared to show his small antennae. He shyly gazed up at Wen Xiuheng, his face flushed, and timidly murmured, please place it on the table first. I'll drink it in a moment. Wen Xiuheng, though puzzled, respected the boy's wishes and set the water aside. His gaze fell upon the pot of roses, leading him to speculate that his little friend recalled the events of the previous night. With some work still awaiting his attention, he decided to grant the boy some privacy, softly reminding him to stay hydrated before stepping outside. Once Wen Xiuheng departed, the little snail slowly emerged, cheeks still flushed. The thought of the previous night's events filled him with embarrassment, leaving him uncertain of how to face his teacher again. When Wen Xiuheng returned from work, he discerned the gravity of the previous night's occurrences, especially during dinner when the boy, red-faced, avoided his gaze, often hastily looking away when their eyes met. After finishing his meal, Shen Jiayu hurried upstairs to his room. Wen Xiuheng sighed, feeling helpless, prompting Aunt Cui to inquire about his well-being. Determined to talk with Shen Jiayu, he gently knocked on the door, only to hear a faint voice from within. Sir, I am already asleep. Wen Xiuheng rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He had no intention of forcing the boy to do anything. Perhaps his little friend needed more time to process the events that transpired while intoxicated. All right, good night, Jiayu, he called softly from outside the door. Inside, Shen Jiayu, still blushing, gradually emerged from the covers, turning to glance at the roses by the bed, biting his lip. The following day, on his way back to the company, Wen Xiuheng sat in the back seat, his brow slightly furrowed as he gazed out the window, lost in thought. Yaoi, seated in the passenger seat, cautiously peered through the rearview mirror, wondering what was troubling his boss, especially after a successful merger meeting. Just then, their eyes met through the mirror, and Yaoi felt a rush of urgency to change the subject. However, Wen Xiuheng spoke first. Assistant Zhou, do you have a younger brother who just entered high school? This question caught Yaoi off guard. Why yes, Mr. Wen. The alpha's long fingers idly tapped on his watch. What if a child of that age is reluctant to communicate with others? A large question mark appeared above Zhouyi's head. Was his boss seeking parenting advice from him? He himself was unsure. His younger brother only approached him when asking for pocket money, starting the conversation with, Bro, are you there? Yaoi couldn't help but twitch his lips but, being astute, quickly deduced the reason behind his boss's inquiry. It must be related to the 10-year age gap with his partner. Clearly, something had transpired between his boss and the young Master Shen, prompting this question. At that age, children are often proud and opinionated. Communication must be approached gradually and patiently. As he spoke, Yaoi accidentally bit his tongue, realizing his words were rather vague and brushed upon an area of his ignorance. He scratched his head and tentatively suggested, perhaps you could look online to see what others have to say. Honestly, I don't have much experience. Wen Xiuheng replied thoughtfully, having indeed entertained similar thoughts. That afternoon, Yaoi received a document from Wen Xiuheng, featuring an extensive list of books to be acquired, including titles such as Psychology of Communication with Adolescents, Techniques and Principles of Communicating with Teenagers, Handbook for Resolving Key Issues During Adolescence, and How to Communicate with Adolescents, a Gradual Approach. Yaoi? Meanwhile, on campus, Shen Jiayu was unusually distracted in class until Yin Yuning's soft reminder brought him back to reality. After class, Yin Yuning curiously poked Shen Jiayu. Little Jiayu, what's wrong? You seem lost in thought. Shen Jiayu, flustered, lowered her gaze. No, it's nothing. Yin Yuning narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Could it be something regarding your husband? Upon hearing the word husband, Shen Jiayu's face instantly flushed. Yin Yuning promptly concluded it was indeed related to that alpha. Ever since returning to class after the weekend, Shen Jiayu had been acting this way. Clearly something had transpired. Did he bully you? Yin Yuning asked, furrowing her brows and rolling up her sleeves, revealing her untuned arms. Shen Jiayu hurriedly denied it. No, he didn't bully me. Then what is it? Shen Jiayu's shoulders slumped, resembling a deflated balloon. It's me. I did something embarrassing in front of him. Yin Yuning, perplexed, inquired what exactly happened. Shen Jiayu stammered and lowered her head. Her face flushed. She couldn't bring herself to utter anything about touching his Adam's apple or discussions of having children. Before Yin Yuning could press further, the class bell rang. Their professional course instructor shared an announcement. The much-anticipated outdoor sketching class was approaching, where the entire class would venture to the outskirts of a neighboring city for 5 days, with travel and accommodation arranged by the school. This had been communicated previously, with the departure scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Later that evening, Shen Jiayu decided she ought to inform her husband about the upcoming sketching trip. During dinner, Wen Xiuheng was preoccupied with work and unable to return home on time. Later, Shen Jiayu hesitantly approached Wen Xiuheng's bedroom and knocked on the door. The door swung open, revealing the tall and handsome alpha clad in a bathrobe, appearing freshly bathed, with damp, dark hair and a hint of muscular chest visible beneath the loose fabric. Wen Xiuheng was slightly taken aback by Shen Jiayu's initiative to seek him out. Jiayu, what's the matter? His deep, magnetic voice was gentle as he stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. Shen Jiayu shook her head like a little drum, softly saying, Sir, I wanted to inform you that our class will be going on an outdoor sketching trip the day after tomorrow for 5 days. Wen Xiuheng paused briefly before smiling. All right, how about I take you there the day after tomorrow? Shen Jiayu waved her hand. There's no need to trouble yourself, sir. The school has a bus. Wen Xiuheng's smile grew a tad more resigned as he gently proposed. Then I'll take you to the bus. All right? Shen Jiayu lowered her gaze, inadvertently catching sight of a small mole on his Adam's apple, and the memory of that drunken night flooded back, causing her ears to redden once more. Wen Xiuheng, thinking Shen Jiayu was reluctant for him to accompany her, lowered his tone further, his voice laced with a pleading undertone. Let me take you, please. He couldn't bear the thought of his little friend being away for 5 days without wanting to see him off personally. Jiayu. Wen Xiuheng called her again, his deep, melodic voice almost dripping with tenderness, which made Shen Jiayu's ears flush even more. All right. She nodded hurriedly, feeling her heart racing inexplicably, not from illness, but for reasons she couldn't quite comprehend. As Shen Jiayu looked back at Wen Xiuheng, her ears still blushing, she hurriedly wished him good night, and before turning away, she seemed to notice several books beside his bed. Shen Jiayu quickly returned to her room, while Wen Xiuheng lingered for a while before heading back. He pondered that perhaps, as the book suggested, he should grant his little friend more time and space, believing that the impact of prior events would diminish after her return. Moreover, his sensitive period would commence once she was back, necessitating careful arrangements. On the day of Shen Jiayu's departure, Wen Xiuheng meticulously checked her luggage twice, particularly ensuring that her emergency medication was complete, then reminded her of numerous safety precautions for the trip, so detailed that Aunt Cui could hardly interject. When Xiuheng arrived punctually at the school gate where the bus was stationed, already bustling with classmates boarding, some students who had already settled into their seats noticed a discreet but undeniably luxurious car parked beside the bus, and their expressions turned to admiration and envy. Among them, a few recognized it as a top-tier model from a prestigious luxury brand. As when Xiuheng had to leave for work, Shen Jiayu initially hesitated to trouble him to get out of the car, but he insisted on stepping out to see her off. The driver helped with her luggage, placing it in the bus's compartment. With flushed ears, Shen Jiayu softly bid farewell. "Sir, I'm leaving now." The alpha gazed down at her. "Safe travels. Take care." Thank you," Shen Jiayu bit her lip, unable to resist asking him for a favor. "Could you please help take care of the rose in my room while I'm away?" Ever since when Xiuheng procured the roses for her, she had consulted Aunt Cui on flower care and had been trying to tend to the plant herself. To this day, the roses were still blooming. When Xiuheng smiled gently and agreed, "Thank you, sir." Shen Jiayu couldn't help but display a shy, endearing smile, and like a schoolchild on a field trip, she waved goodbye, saying, "Goodbye, sir." When Xiuheng softly replied, "All right." Just as Shen Jiayu was about to turn away, he called out to her again, "Jiayu." She instinctively responded, turning back to meet his steady gaze. When Xiuheng, with his usual calm demeanor, seemed to harbor an unspoken restraint and yearning as he stepped closer. He raised his hand, and under Shen Jiayu's astonished gaze, gently caressed her cheek, whispering, "I will miss you, Jiayu." Will you miss me? Though he longed to voice this question, he ultimately refrained, sensing it was not the right moment. His palm slowly moved to the back of her neck, the possessiveness ingrained in his alpha genes compelling him to leave his mark on her. As a beta, Shen Jiayu remained oblivious to this. She felt as if she were losing her composure under his gaze, her mind momentarily blank. For a fleeting moment, a voice in her head seemed to echo his words, responding, "I will miss you too." The adjacent parked vehicles obscured their figures, and those on the bus could only see the upper half of Wen Xiuheng. The alpha lowered his gaze, revealing his handsome profile, then leaned slightly forward, as though to kiss Shen Jiayu. A few classmates witnessing this couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, their expressions reflecting their delight. When Shen Jiayu finally regained her senses, the teacher accompanying the trip was already at the bus entrance, calling the roll, forcing her to bid farewell to Wen Xiuheng once more as she boarded the bus under his watchful gaze. Upon entering, the alphas and omegas among her classmates detected the icy, pristine scent of her S-class alpha pheromones, a sign of possession and dominance. Yet, only Shen Jiayu remained puzzled by the mysterious smiles exchanged among her classmates. On the first day of the outdoor sketching trip, they arrived at an expansive meadow where they sketched the scenery under the teacher's guidance. In the evening, they returned to the hotel for rest, each student having their own room. Yin lingered in Shen Jiayu's room for a chat, sensing the lingering scent of the alpha on her friend, her expression becoming rather complex. Since the day he learned of Shen Jiayu's marriage to Wen Xiuheng, he felt as if he were giving away his daughter. His dearest friend had been taken away by that much older man, and it left him quite displeased. However, whenever the alpha was mentioned, Shen Jiayu would always speak of him with sincerity, describing him as gentle and kind, which made it hard to doubt her feelings. Yin couldn't help but let out a sigh. After Yin departed, Shen Jiayu's phone chimed. Upon opening the chat, she found a photograph sent by Wen Xiuheng. The image depicted a pot of roses in her room, the soil damp and the delicate petals adorned with glistening droplets. Soon after, Wen Xiuheng sent a message, "I watered them this morning." Shen Jiayu smiled, knowing that he remembered her words and was taking good care of the roses. She quickly replied with an enthusiastic "Him," and began to search through her collection of cat-themed emojis to express her gratitude. In her haste, she accidentally tapped on another emoji featuring a chubby, short-legged kitten, playfully rolling over and displaying its round belly, as if to say, "Pet me." Instantly, Shen Jiayu felt her breath hitch, her face flushing a vibrant crimson, as her mind transformed into a frantic little kitten, screaming internally that this was not what she intended to convey. She hadn't meant to suggest she wanted him to pet her. What to do? Shen Jiayu thought frantically, recalling that she could retract the message. However, in her panic, her phone slipped from her hand and tumbled onto the carpet, the screen darkening. With a small gasp, she quickly bent down to retrieve her phone. Shakily, she reopened the chat, exhaling softly. He had yet to respond. Perhaps there was still time. As her fingers hovered over the emoji, just as she intended to retract it, Wen Xiuheng sent a new message, a cat emoji from the same series, featuring a hand gently petting the kitten's head. Chapter 22. The following day, they ventured to a new location for their plein air painting session, staying that night in a locally themed guest house. The proprietor was a friendly female beta, her warm smile making the place feel welcoming and cozy. Later that evening, as Shen Jiayu and Yin walked back to their respective rooms, Shen Jiayu slowed her pace after parting ways, gently lowering her eyelashes as she opened the chat with Wen Xiuheng. Their conversation had paused on the emoji he had sent, and recalling it from the previous night made her heart race. Her cheeks flushed even more than before, leaving her momentarily speechless. Now, as night fell once again, she pondered whether he had finished his work and what he might be doing now. As she strolled forward, she suddenly heard a faint sound nearby. Curiously glancing over, she spotted two figures in the courtyard illuminated by a dim yellow lamp, their backs turned to her, embracing one another as if they were sharing a kiss. Shen Jiayu quickly averted her gaze, lowering her eyes and hastening her steps back to her room. Having walked a bit too briskly, she found herself slightly breathless. As she attempted to calm her racing heart, she realized that throughout her walk, her thoughts had been consumed by images of him. Her cheeks warmed, and just then, the tranquility was shattered by the ringing of her phone. It was a call from him. Shen Jiayu instinctively answered, her voice laced with a hint of breathlessness and anxiety. "Sir, what is it, Jiayu? Is something wrong?" His gentle, deep voice resonated, instantly sensing her unusual demeanor from the way she addressed him. Nothing, Shen Jiayu replied softly. Biting her lip, I just walked back a bit hurriedly. There was a brief pause on the other end before his rich, soothing voice, laced with warmth, reached her ears, causing her earlobes to redden. Take your time. Don't rush. Have you been eating well? Are you adjusting to sleeping there? He continued to inquire like a caring parent. Shen Jiayu obediently responded that the accommodations were satisfactory and that she was adjusting well. Wen Xiuheng gently reminded her to carry her medication with her at all times, to which she nodded softly, affirming her compliance. After he had expressed all his concerns and reminders, Shen Jiayu tightened her grip on the phone. Sir? Yes? What is it? Are you busy with work lately? How have you been? Shen Jiayu managed to voice his concerns. There was a slight pause on the line before he replied gently. Work hasn't been too busy lately. I simply wanted to call you today. Shen Jiayu approached the window, responding sweetly. Please take care of yourself. All right. A brief silence enveloped them, neither speaking as the faint sound of their breaths mingled through the receiver. And with just that, Shen Jiayu felt her heart begin to race once more. Thump, thump. She delicately placed her hand over her chest. At that moment, the alpha's voice resonated again, soft and deep, calling her name, Jiayu. Her voice, soft and sweet, rose at the end, like a gentle hook that tugged at one's heartstrings. Suddenly, a clear, melodious chime filled the air, the sound of wind chimes hanging by the window of the guest house. The guest house, situated by the sea, featured chimes crafted from shells and small dolphin-shaped decorations that swayed gently in the breeze, producing a delightful sound. His voice, laced with a smile, inquired, What is that sound? It's the wind chimes in my room, Shen Jiayu replied, her eyes lighting up as she raised her phone toward the chimes, eager for him to hear more clearly. Listen. Ding, ding, ding. Separated by distance, they both smiled softly, listening quietly. The sound of the wind chimes intertwined with the rhythm of their heartbeats. Thump, thump, echoing in unison. Then, the alpha's low, magnetic voice broke the silence again. I miss you, Jiayu. Shen Jiayu's heart raced anew. On the third night, at around the same time, Wen Xiuheng sent another photograph of the rose, the soil in the pot freshly replaced. He mentioned that he had added new soil after returning home today. Shen Jiayu smiled, replying with a cat emoji to express her gratitude. On the fourth day, they proceeded to their final painting location as planned, but suddenly, rain began to pour. Gradually, the downpour intensified into a torrential rainstorm. News came through that a landslide had occurred on the road ahead, temporarily closing it off. After reporting to the teacher, they decided to conclude the painting trip early, with the bus transporting everyone back. Upon learning of the return, Shen Jiayu felt an unexpected flutter of anticipation, a sentiment he hadn't anticipated himself. During the return journey, he informed Wen Xiuheng of their early return, but received no reply. As time passed and the bus drew nearer to home, dark clouds loomed outside the window, and the raindrops pelted against the glass, filling Shen Jiayu's heart with a sense of foreboding. He believed that if Wen Xiuheng had seen his message, he would surely respond. By now, it must be around the time he finished work. As the rain washed away his reflection on the glass, a sudden sense of dread surged within him. Without hesitation, he dialed Wen Xiuheng's number. Beep, beep, beep. The incessant sound of unanswered calls deepened his anxiety, prompting him to dial Aunt Cui. Once the call connected, Shen Jiayu anxiously inquired about Wen Xiuheng, and Aunt Cui hesitated before revealing. Young Master's sensitivity period has unexpectedly advanced today. He is in great pain and distress, and he insisted that we not inform you of this matter. A rumble of thunder echoed from the distant horizon, causing Shen Jiayu to suddenly hold his breath, his heart sinking heavily. On this rainy night, he finally returned home to the villa, having requested Uncle Li, the driver, to bring him back. The house felt desolate, devoid of anyone else. Aunt Cui explained that the master had sent them away temporarily, relocating them elsewhere. Shen Jiayu quietly ascended the staircase, the words of Aunt Cui still resonating in his ears. During an Alpha S sensitivity period, they tend to lose their rationality, necessitating the need for an Omega S marking or inhibitors. However, due to the young Master S condition, the inhibitors were ineffective. Only a specially formulated medication could provide some relief. Upon reaching the second floor, he turned left and stood before Wen Xiuheng's door. Before you arrived, the young master would endure each sensitivity period alone, locking himself away in his room, Bracing through it all, Aunt Chui's words echoed in his mind. With his lips pressed tightly together, concern and sorrow etched in his eyes, Shen Jiayu trembled slightly as he placed his hand on the doorknob. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a dimly lit room where the furniture lay in disarray, with even the sofa toppled over. The only untouched sight was a pot of roses by the bedside, still blooming beautifully, and there, he finally laid eyes on Wen Xiuheng. The alpha sat with his head bowed beside the roses, his disheveled hair swept back, obscuring his face. The man was bare-chested, revealing sculpted pectorals and abs, his arms and shoulders veined with tension, the remnants of his torn shirt scattered across the floor. A heavy metal chain bound one of his ankles, anchoring him firmly within the confines of the room. Shen Jiayu's eyes widened in shock, overwhelming sorrow flooding his heart, making his vision blur with unshed tears. His voice trembled as he softly called out, "Sir." Upon hearing the familiar sound, the alpha's body jolted, and as he lifted his head, thunder rumbled in the background. When Shen Jiayu finally discerned his face, his breath caught in his throat. Not only had the alpha chained himself, but he also wore a biting muzzle. The cold black device encasing the lower half of his face intensified the oppressive and feral aura surrounding him. Wen Xiuheng's pupils had darkened to an inky shade. Upon seeing Shen Jiayu, his deep, hoarse voice trembled with disbelief. "Jiayu." Baby tears welled up in Shen Jiayu's eyes. Chapter 23. Hearing the alpha call for him, Shen Jiayu furrowed his brow in anguish, instinctively responding. Sir. Wen Xiuheng wobbled to his feet, the chain clinking with each step as he approached Shen Jiayu. With every movement, the weight of the chain echoed heavily. When his large hand cradled the youth's face, he tenderly caressed it, cautiously verifying that the boy before him was indeed real and not merely a figment of his imagination. This was the only moment of clarity he had experienced since dawn. His voice was raspy and strained, yet he called out with a fervent intensity, "Baby." Jiayu. Shen Jiayu's heart ached. He felt helpless, unsure of how to assist. Repeating his words in a whisper, "Sir, I'm home," like a man finally convinced of the reality before him. When Xiuheng gritted his teeth and gradually released his grip, the veins on his hands and arms prominently bulging. He closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them again, his voice raw and low as he admonished, "You shouldn't be here, Jiayu. It's too dangerous." Shen Jiayu's frown deepened, his voice tinged with a sob. "But, sir, you're suffering." He longed to remain by Wen Xiuheng's side. The alpha's dark gaze remained fixed on the boy, his tone softening, laden with restraint. "Do you understand what I might do to you if you stay?" Shen Jiayu froze, his rose-colored eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The alpha continued in a hoarse whisper, "Jiayu, I will count to 10. Leave now and find Aunt Chui, all right?" Shen Jiayu lowered his head, biting his lip. 1, 2, 3. The alpha's gaze bore down on him. Shen Jiayu remained still. 4, 5, 6. His heart raced, eyes tightly shut, fingers curling into fists. 7, 8, 9. At this point, Wen Xiuheng felt his last shred of sanity slipping away, his pheromones raging within him like a blizzard. He paused intentionally at 9, looking down at the slender boy before him. Shen Jiayu showed no signs of leaving, his beautiful rose-colored eyes slowly reopening, now filled with determination. With a low sigh, the alpha finally uttered the number 10. In an instant, the tempest of pheromones erupted, saturating the entire room. Wen Xiuheng's dark eyes grew more inscrutable, his voice gravelly and fraught with an overwhelming sense of danger. He raised his hand once more, grasping Shen Jiayu's chin, his fingers grazing the boy's lips as he coaxed, "Be good. Help me remove the biting muzzle." Shen Jiayu stared blankly at the alpha, sensing a sudden shift in his demeanor. The atmosphere around him turned frigid, as if caught in an unending blizzard. Yet he had made up his mind. He would stay to accompany him. The Sir had always treated him with kindness and tenderness. How could he abandon him in his time of greatest suffering? When Xiuheng leaned down, and Shen Jiayu's eyes welled with tears as he softly trembled. "Sir, how do I unlock it?" The man's gaze remained fixed on him, guiding his hand to the back of his neck, his eyes never leaving Shen Jiayu's. Within those dark depths lay an uncontainable desire and raw possessiveness, causing Shen Jiayu to feel a surge of trepidation and exhilaration. His fingers grazed the cold surface, and with a faint click, the biting muzzle disengaged. This particular device was specially designed, impossible for the alpha to remove himself. Only someone else could unlock it. This meant the beast willingly entered its own cage. awaiting someone to liberate him. As the cold black muzzle clattered to the ground, Wen Xiuheng's final vestige of rationality evaporated. Shen Jiayu turned his head, unable to meet Wen Xiuheng's gaze, and softly murmured, "Sir, it's undone yet." In the next moment, his words caught in his throat as he gasped in surprise. The alpha had suddenly leaned down to kiss him. With hands of strained muscles, the man cradled the youth's face, gripping the nape of his delicate neck, compelling Shen Jiayu to lift his head and submit to the kiss. This was the alpha's most genuine desire, one he had longed to express, to claim him wholly. The inky depths of his gaze never wavered from Shen Jiayu, as the man's voice emerged, a husky timbre tinged with an unsettling allure, akin to an incantation. "Good child, open your mouth." It was the youth's inaugural kiss, and in that moment, Shen Jiayu's mind became a blank canvas, instinctively yielding to his command. As the boy parted his lips just slightly, a tongue invaded, fervently claiming dominion within. The man pursued him relentlessly, refusing to afford even the slightest reprieve. Shen Jiayu tilted his head back, unable to suppress the intermittent whimpers escaping his throat, a sound so pitiful that it was heart-wrenching, his long lashes trembling incessantly. Before long, the oxygen in the confined space was nearly depleted, and Shen Jiayu felt the world around him dim as his vision turned hazy. His slender fingers weakly pushed against the alpha's chest, yet it was futile. Saliva overflowed from the corners of his mouth as he neared the brink of asphyxiation. And just as he thought he might lose consciousness entirely, the alpha finally relented, granting him a moment to breathe. Shen Jiayu's complexion flushed crimson, his rose-tinted eyes glistening with physiological tears, gasping for air in great heaves. The alpha's obsidian gaze brimmed with madness and obsession as he cradled the boy's face, his fingers caressing the youth's flushed lips. Shen Jiayu's chest heaved, believing the kiss had concluded, only to be surprised as Wen Xiuheng once more grasped the nape of his neck, sealing their lips together anew. This kiss was far more fervent, an overwhelming surge as the alpha ventured deeper into the boy's most concealed sanctum. A kiss so profound it rendered Shen Jiayu voiceless, unable even to whimper. "Jiayu, darling." The alpha's raspy, magnetic whispers echoed in his ears, and soon Shen Jiayu's legs grew weak, his body instinctively sliding downward. With a swift motion, the alpha's strong arm encircled the boy's slender waist, drawing him closer, their chests pressed tightly together, their heartbeats resonating in unison. With each successive deep kiss, Shen Jiayu gradually succumbed to exhaustion, unwittingly surrendering himself to the alpha's embrace. His vision blurred, and his eyelids slowly descended. It was not until a warm, moist sensation brushed against the side of his neck that Shen Jiayu's eyes snapped open in shock. Faced with raw, unrestrained desire for the first time, the boy instinctively mustered the last vestiges of his strength to push away the alpha nestled against him, yet it proved utterly ineffectual. The man who held him captive appeared entirely lost to reason and sanity. The alpha furrowed his brow, calling out to him in a low, hoarse tone, "Darling." Shen Jiayu, in a state of panic, instinctively cried out for his sir, hoping to rouse him from his stupor. In the struggle, Shen Jiayu managed to slip from the alpha's embrace, scrambling forward with all his might. Yet, scarcely had he taken a step before a robust arm encircled his slender waist, pulling him back into captivity. The boy's frail back pressed against the alpha's chest, the man's hand resting upon his flat, narrow abdomen, while the other covered the location of his heart. The alpha arched his back, burying his head into the boy's neck, whispering fervently, "Jiayu, allow me to mark you, please, darling." It was the first time Shen Jiayu witnessed the man displaying such vulnerability, yet he lacked the strength to respond, merely heaving as his entire body trembled in the alpha's hold. Shen Jiayu's consciousness began to dissipate, and through the haze, he thought dimly that he was merely a beta, who could not be marked. How then could his sir mark him? Almost immediately, the alpha's actions revealed the answer. Hot breath cascaded against the nape of his neck as the alpha feverishly sought out the gland, yet it eluded him entirely. Unlike omegas, betas bore no such protruding skin on their nape, rendering them incapable of being marked through a gland. Yet the alpha had long since lost his rationality. Forgetting this fundamental truth, he instinctively murmured, Why is there no gland?" Their proximity allowed him to catch the faint trace of unfamiliar pheromones wafting from Shen Jiayu, remnants from the boy's inadvertent encounters with others while aboard the bus, mingling with the presence of other alphas and omegas. In the enclosed space, such contamination was inevitable. But for an alpha in a sensitive period, it was undeniably maddening. The restlessness and anxiety within him soared, his brow knitted with intensity, bloodshot eyes reflecting his turmoil. He yearned to possess him wholly, to mark him. Every cell within the alpha's body screamed and roared. The composed and stoic Wen Xiuheng had vanished, leaving behind a man driven to madness, devoid of reason, plagued by anxiety and desperation, all because he could not mark his beta lover. In a frenzy of deep infatuation and helplessness, the alpha lost all restraint, sharp canines piercing the boy's skin. Suddenly, Shen Jiayu felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck, quickly followed by a rush of warmth flooding his body, coursing through his veins, an unfamiliar sensation that enveloped him in a comforting warmth, rendering him utterly limp. Shen Jiayu instinctively arched his neck, his eyes widening in a daze, lips parting yet unable to produce a sound. His mind went blank, and in the next instant he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the interim, he drifted in and out of awareness, the heavy sound of the man's labored breaths and frantic, adoring whispers reaching his ears, alongside the warm, moist sensation at his nape that felt akin to sucking, or perhaps gentle nibbling. Ultimately, he vaguely heard the anxious and remorseful calls of his sir. Time stretched indefinitely, and as Shen Jiayu struggled to open his eyes, he found himself in the familiar confines of his own room. A familiar voice beckoned, "Jiayu, Jiayu, are you all right?" Turning his head, he beheld Wen Xiuheng perched at the bedside, his silver-gray eyes filled with concern and sorrow. The man appeared weary, as if he had not rested properly. Shen Jiayu was unaware of how long he had been asleep, but it seemed his sir had been waiting for him to awaken. Wen Xiuheng's eyes glimmered with tenderness and guilt. Upon regaining consciousness, he had discovered Shen Jiayu unconscious in his arms, devoid of awareness. The boy bore marks on his nape, along with a multitude of kisses, evidence starkly etched upon his porcelain skin. Wen Xiuheng immediately summoned doctors, including a cardiologist and a specialized team for beta care. They arrived with instruments, tirelessly conducting examinations on Shen Jiayu. Lu Jun was also present, and upon seeing the multitude of marks on the boy's skin, she gasped in shock. If previously, during their hospital stay, Wen Xiuheng had merely performed a superficial temporary marking through external contact, the alpha's canines piercing the skin and injecting pheromones constituted a genuine temporary marking. Even though such a marking could only endure for a limited time for a beta, after a series of examinations, the doctors informed Wen Xiuheng that the boy had merely fainted from exhaustion, alleviating some of his worry. He refrained from going to the office, instead remaining by the boy's side for an entire day and night until Shen Jiayu finally woke. With a furrowed brow, Wen Xiuheng's heart ached. He would forever remember the moment Shen Jiayu chose to remain by his side even after his countdown had ended. Yet it was also because of him that Shen Jiayu had fallen into such peril. Alpha raised his hand, feeling a pang of guilt and self-reproach, yearning to touch Shen Jiayu. The moment when Xiuheng drew closer, Shen Jiayu's eyes widened in shock, as memories surged into his mind, causing the young boy to instinctively hold his breath. The Alpha, acutely aware of the boy's subtle movements, halted his hand, poised to caress the boy's hair, suspended in midair before slowly retracting it. A look of anguish and remorse lingered on Wen Xiuheng's face. For the first time, the usually aloof and stern patriarch of the one family was willing to lower himself before the one he cherished, his tone imbued with heartfelt sincerity. "I am sorry, Jiayu. It was my fault. I kissed you and marked you." He understood that he had frightened his young friend. Although he had lost his rationality and control during his sensitive period, it could not serve as an excuse. "I am truly sorry, Jiayu." Each heartfelt apology fell upon Shen Jiayu's ears, rendering him momentarily speechless as he gazed at Wen Xiuheng, unsure of how to respond. In truth, when he awoke to find his mentor unharmed, a sense of relief and joy flooded his heart. Regardless of whether his presence had provided any help, as long as his mentor had safely navigated through the sensitive period, he felt fortunate. However, the actions of his mentor that night, kissing and marking him, were far more intimate than what had transpired during his previous intoxication, leaving Shen Jiayu feeling even more bashful and uncertain about facing him. The raw display of possessiveness from Wen Xiuheng in that uncontrolled state felt alien to him. Shen Jiayu parted his lips, stammering a soft response to the man's initial inquiry. "And no, I'm fine." Wen Xiuheng discerned the boy's discomfort in his presence and slowly lowered his silver-gray eyes. He wished to convey to Shen Jiayu that his affection, kissing and marking him, was not merely instinctual. Yet, he recognized that this was not the appropriate moment. The man offered a gentle smile, which, despite its warmth, was tinged with resignation. He chose not to linger, believing it best to grant the boy some time and space to ease the tension in their relationship. It was he who had unwittingly distanced them once more, a bittersweet realization that weighed heavily on Wen Xiuheng's heart. He softly bid farewell to Shen Jiayu, advising him to rest well and to call for him should he need anything. Just as the words left his lips, he offered a wry smile and added, "Or Aunt Chui." As he approached the door, a tender, soft call of Sir halted him in his tracks. Shen Jiayu had propped himself up in bed, lifting his rose-tinted gaze to meet Wen Xiuheng's before quickly averting his eyes, his long eyelashes trembling. The boy hesitated, unable to resist the urge to inquire, "Sir, how is your health?" Since awakening, his mentor had only shown concern for him, yet the state of Wen Xiuheng's own health remained unaddressed. It was evident that he had just endured a sensitive period, during which his previous medication had failed. Wen Xiuheng momentarily froze before a gentle smile graced his lips. "I am fine, do not worry. Just rest well, Jiayu." Following the sensitive period, he would undoubtedly experience lingering headaches and agitation. Yet he had safely navigated this phase despite the ineffectiveness of the specialized medication, an outcome he had not anticipated. The reasons behind this were still unclear, and Lu Jun had already urged him to undergo further examinations. Hearing Wen Xiuheng's assurance, Shen Jiayu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He cast a fleeting glance at the man before quickly looking away, murmuring, "You should also rest well." "Yes, I will," Wen Xiuheng replied tenderly before departing the room and closing the door behind him. Inside, Shen Jiayu slowly lifted his head, gently pressing his lips together, seemingly still able to feel the lingering warmth of the alpha's kiss. A blush crept onto his cheeks, and in a flustered state, his gaze fell upon the bedside where a vase of roses had been placed, quietly blooming in its renewed splendor. Later, when Xiuheng returned to deliver topical medication, hoping to seize the opportunity to converse with the boy a little longer, he stood at the door gently knocking. "Jiayu, have you rested? I have come to bring you your medicine." After speaking, he remained still, attentive to any sounds from within. Inside, Shen Jiayu was still awake. Upon hearing Wen Xiuheng's knock, he rose from the bed. As he passed a mirror, his reflection revealed the state of his attire. His loungewear's collar hung loosely around his collarbone, exposing the pale beauty of his swan-like neck, marred by an array of dark red love bites from the alpha. The wounds inflicted by Wen Xiuheng's canines were not deep and had been treated by a doctor, adorned with a small white bandage. Shen Jiayu glanced at the marks, then hastily averted his gaze, feeling a rush of panic. He bit his lip and approached the door, extending a slender arm to gently grasp the doorknob. After a moment's hesitation, he released it. He still had not decided how to face his mentor. The turmoil of anxiety, shyness, and uncertainty swirled within him, quickening his heartbeat. The boy lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes fluttering, betraying the inner conflict he battled. Unbeknownst to him, outside the door, Wen Xiuheng had already glimpsed the shadow moving towards him through the crack. Yet, the door remained unopened, a barrier separating them. The man's silver-gray eyes reflected a mix of helplessness and disappointment. He pressed his hand against the door, his voice laced with tenderness and earnestness as he murmured, "Jiayu, please don't push me away, all right?" Wen Xiuheng's heartfelt words penetrated the air, causing Shen Jiayu to suddenly hold his breath. Within the hospital, the tall and handsome alpha lay on the scanner, undergoing examination. In the observation room, Lu Jun and his colleague Yuming were intently scrutinizing the values displayed on the screen. Upon seeing the numbers, both men exchanged astonished glances, their surprise palpable. Once the examination concluded, Yuming approached Wen Xiuheng with the report, being the primary physician responsible for the alpha department. Due to his amicable relationship with Lu Jun and their long-standing friendship with Wen Xiuheng, he had come to assist as well. Adjusting his glasses, Yuming remarked, "According to the report, even though the specialized medication has failed, the pheromone disruption levels within you have not continued to rise, which is unexpected yet delightful." When Xiuheng paused, confirming softly, "It hasn't continued to rise?" Typically, after each sensitive period, despite temporary control through medication, his disruption levels would invariably increase to varying degrees. To hear that this time it had not occurred was surprising. Indeed, Yuming nodded, continuing, "Did you navigate this sensitive period alone?" Lu Jun suddenly coughed, clearing his throat. When Xiuheng replied honestly, "No, I was with my partner. I marked him temporarily." "That explains it," Yuming said, then inquired, "May I ask what level your partner is?" Lu Jun shot him a frantic look, leaving Yu Ming puzzled. "He is a beta," Wen Xiuheng stated. Yu Ming nearly dropped his glasses in disbelief. His understanding of Wen Xiuheng had been limited to that of a doctor-patient relationship. He never would have imagined that the illustrious patriarch of the Wen family would have a beta partner. After an extensive examination and discussion, Yu Ming explained the forthcoming treatment plan. On one front, their team would expedite the development of new targeted medication, requiring Wen Xiuheng's utmost cooperation during the process. On another, they needed to conduct further verification and research concerning the reasons behind the lack of disruption following this sensitive period, as theoretically, a beta could not release pheromones capable of soothing an alpha. Before any verification is obtained, there exists the possibility that a partner may offer assistance. Emerging from the examination room, Lu Jun teasingly inquired of Wen Xiuheng what troubled him, noting the pensive expression he wore. Wen Xiuheng cast a fleeting glance in his direction, remaining silent. Lu Jun continued to chuckle, for even if Wen Xiuheng chose not to speak, he could surmise that it undoubtedly related to young Master Shen. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his white coat, he observed the figure of Wen Xiuheng retreating, a smile gracing his lips. In truth, he felt a surge of happiness for Wen Xiuheng. At least he no longer resembled an emotionless automaton as he once did. Yet, perhaps that version of him was never his true self. Upon returning from the hospital, pressing matters awaited Wen Xiuheng at work. An important conference abroad required his presence, necessitating at least a week-long business trip. During these 2 days, Shen Jiayu continued to evade him. The day of departure fell on a weekend morning, and before leaving, Wen Xiuheng approached Shen Jiayu's door. The man stood outside, gently knocking and softly informing Shen Jiayu of his impending journey. Awakened by the sound of the knock, Shen Jiayu listened to his words. Realizing that his gentleman would be abroad for over a week, he hastily rose from his bed, biting his lip in a state of confusion and turmoil. In the days leading up to this moment, he had contemplated much about his gentleman. In his memories, his gentleman had always been gentle, caring for him like a child. That night of loss of control could not extinguish the warmth and care he had received in the past. Reflecting on this, the chaos within him gradually subsided. He had initially resolved to seek his gentleman once he felt adequately prepared, but now that the moment had come when his gentleman was about to leave, he would have to wait a week to see him again. Outside, Wen Xiuheng stood in silence, awaiting the youth's response. He was uncertain whether Shen Jiayu had awakened, or if he could hear his words. After a moment, the man, with a sense of desolation, lowered his silver-gray gaze and turned to descend the stairs. The car was already waiting at the entrance. As he stepped down, he glanced toward Shen Jiayu's room on the second floor, but the boy's silhouette remained absent by the window, causing his shoulders to droop slowly. Just as he was about to turn and enter the vehicle, a familiar voice called out to him from the doorway, "Sir." Wen Xiuheng immediately turned back to see Shen Jiayu rushing toward him, his cheeks flushed and his expression anxious. The man's pupils constricted, and he quickly approached. Shen Jiayu had hurriedly changed clothes, his heart racing as he opened the door only to find his gentleman had already departed. Therefore, he felt compelled to chase after him. In his haste, he stumbled down the steps, unsteady in his descent. Wen Xiuheng promptly stepped forward to catch him, enveloping the youth in a secure embrace. The familiar, gentle scent once again surrounded Shen Jiayu, instilling within him an inexplicable sense of calm. Wen Xiuheng raised a hand, delicately caressing his cheek, his voice tender enough to draw tears. "Jiayu, will you forgive me?" The boy lifted his gaze to meet Wen Xiuheng's, his eyes still tinged with crimson, his tone soft as he murmured, I do not blame you." At that, Wen Xiuheng's gentle ministrations abruptly stilled. "You were in your sensitive period then, and it was also your desire to remain." Shen Jiayu's delicate face had turned as red as a ripe tomato, his ears flushing with embarrassment. The urgency of his confession had reached its limit, and the thought of his gentleman leaving soon compelled him to act. After uttering those words, Shen Jiayu lowered his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, his words held profound significance for Wen Xiuheng, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears, having already fallen deeply in love with the young man before him. No one else had ever witnessed this vulnerable side of the alpha. Wen Xiuheng gently lifted Shen Jiayu's chin, gazing into his eyes, his expression as soothing as a gentle spring. "These are the words you specifically came out to share with me, are they not, Jiayu?" Shen Jiayu felt as if he might drown in Wen Xiuheng's tender gaze. Nodding slightly, "Yes, I also wanted to see you off. Wen Xiuheng's heart swelled with affection, overflowing with joy. I am so happy, Jiayu. Thank you. Shen Jiayu's eyelashes fluttered as he gazed at him in astonishment. Time continued to pass, and when Xiuheng realized he must leave for the airport, he softly urged Shen Jiayu to return home, assuring him that he would contact him daily during his business trip. Shen Jiayu obediently nodded, bidding farewell to the Alpha. He thought to himself that he would miss his gentleman dearly. As the vehicle began to move, Shen Jiayu stood watching. Through the rearview mirror, Wen Xiuheng's gentle gaze lingered on the youth. Soon, Aunt Cui appeared hurriedly in the mirror, handing Shen Jiayu his phone. Upon answering, Shen Jiayu's expression suddenly changed, his face paling, displaying an unmistakable fear and urgency. Wen Xiuheng instantly sensed the boy's distress, directing the driver sharply. Stop! With a screech of brakes, the car turned around, and Wen Xiuheng swiftly exited, striding toward the youth. Upon seeing Wen Xiuheng return, Shen Jiayu dashed into his embrace, looking up with tear-filled eyes, urgently exclaiming, Sir, the hospital called. My father has had an accident and is now in critical condition. Wen Xiuheng tightened his lips, without a moment's hesitation stating, Do not fear, Jiayu, we will go to the hospital immediately. In the hospital, hurried footsteps echoed as Wen Xiuheng held Shen Jiayu close. Arriving at the door of the operating room, they had rushed there with utmost speed. Throughout the journey, Shen Jiayu trembled, and Wen Xiuheng held his hand tightly, comforting him continuously. Shen Jiayu's mother had recently returned from the hospital and was on her way back now. After inquiring about their relationship, the doctor explained the situation. Early that morning, Shen's father had suffered a thrombosis, which was not uncommon for patients in similar circumstances. He had been rushed for emergency treatment, which was ongoing, but the prognosis was grim. An urgent notification required the immediate family to sign, hence the call to him. Staring at the stark document, Shen Jiayu's hand trembled as he held the pen, his complexion ghostly pale. Wen Xiuheng's heart constricted painfully. Once the signature was affixed, he seated Shen Jiayu in front of the operating room. The only thing they could do now was wait. Shen Jiayu wept, his eyes reddened, leaning against Wen Xiuheng's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. The fear of losing a loved one weighed heavily upon him like a mountain. Wen Xiuheng furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with compassion. His little friend was still merely a child. The threat of losing a close family member was an unbearable cruelty for him. Gently stroking the boy's cheek, he wiped away his tears, whispering soothingly, Jiayu, everything will be all right. Be brave, do not cry. I will stay by your side. Shen Jiayu clung to the man's clothing, his voice breaking as he spoke through his sobs. When I was 7, my father, to save me, hurriedly brought me to the hospital, only to discover he had been injured on the way. As he spoke, his chest heaved violently, and Wen Xiuheng placed a comforting hand over it, helping to steady his breathing. Wen Xiuheng understood that Shen Jiayu's parents loved him dearly. His little friend was a child raised in an environment of affection. Equally, Shen Jiayu loved his parents deeply, visiting his father every week during this period of illness. At that moment, his greatest concern was that Shen Jiayu might fall ill from crying too hard. The man pressed a gentle kiss onto the boy's head, patiently coaxing, Your father will be fine. Please do not cry anymore, be obedient, all right? Shen Jiayu lifted his tear-streaked, crimson face to gaze at him, making a valiant effort to nod, tears continuing to cascade uncontrollably down his cheeks. Wen Xiuheng once again reached out to wipe away the moisture. Before the operating room door, the red-lit sign indicating that surgery was in progress remained illuminated, as doctors intermittently entered and exited. No one could provide them with an estimate of when the procedure would conclude. Shen Jiayu found solace in Wen Xiuheng's embrace, burying his head in the man's neck, his fingers weakly clutching at his collar, gradually transitioning from sobs to quiet gasps, his delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. Wen Xiuheng's heart ached for him. He gently cradled the boy's back with one hand, offering words of comfort. Jiayu, do not fear, everything will be all right. The boy could only manage a faint, muffled response, overwhelmed by sorrow to the point of being rendered speechless. He felt as though he were losing his ability to breathe, a sensation akin to having his chest pierced with a blunt object. Soon, he found himself utterly drained of strength, unable even to call out for his sir. Wen Xiuheng quickly noticed the shift in his demeanor, cupping his face with urgency, calling out, Jiayu, Jiayu. Yet, in the next moment, The fingers gripping the man's collar slipped away abruptly, and the boy's head fell limply against the alpha's chest. Shen Jiayu's complexion turned pale, his eyes tightly shut as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Wen Xiuheng's heart plummeted, cradling Shen Jiayu as he shouted towards the approaching white-coated figure. Doctor. Chapter 24. Beep, beep, beep. The faint sound of machinery echoed in Shen Jiayu's ears. The boy struggled to open his eyes, greeted by a blinding expanse of white. His mind moved sluggishly as he pondered, what has happened to me? It seemed he had fainted. Concurrently, he heard two distinct voices calling out, Jiayu, you're awake, Jiayu. As he slowly turned his head, his consciousness gradually returning, he felt a dull ache in his chest and a slight dizziness in his head. At the bedside, his father and mother wore expressions of deep concern as they gazed at him. Shen Jiayu's pupils remained somewhat unfocused. He instinctively attempted to call out to them, but his body felt too feeble to produce more than a whisper. They were both there, his mother and father, and as his hazy awareness sharpened, Shen Jiayu's eyes widened in an instant, struggling to sit up. Dad. Huff. Dad. The boy's voice was hoarse, rendered incapable of uttering a complete sentence. He barely shifted his body, and a flash of white light crossed his vision, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. Wen Xiuheng and Shen's mother quickly urged him to lie back down, offering comforting words. Tears welled in Shen's mother's eyes as she reassured him, your father is fine now. The surgery was successful, he is all right, Jiayu. Wen Xiuheng continued to gently coax him, you still have a fever, Jiayu. Be a good boy and don't move. Upon hearing that his father was safe, Shen Jiayu finally felt a sense of relief and obediently settled back down. Turning away to wipe her tears, Shen's mother then turned back to stroke Shen Jiayu's head. Do not worry about your father. He is fine now. You must take care of yourself. And once you feel better, I will take you to see him, all right, Jiayu? Shen Jiayu's eyes reddened instantly, and he nodded, choking back tears. Watching this unfold, Wen Xiuheng felt his heart ache, biting down on his teeth. Fortunately, his little friend had been rescued just in time. The hours spent waiting outside the emergency room had felt akin to a torturous eternity, enduring the agony as if he were being scorched by flames. Seeing Shen Jiayu's pallid visage through the window made his heart bleed. Wen Xiuheng summoned the doctor for another examination. Although Shen Jiayu had awakened, his body remained exceedingly weak and still running a fever, necessitating a period of hospitalization for treatment. Shen Jiayu complied without protest. Wen Xiuheng and Shen's mother took turns caring for Shen Jiayu. On the second day of his hospitalization, he insisted vehemently on visiting his father in the ward upstairs. Seated in a wheelchair, Shen Jiayu, accompanied by his mother, halted before his father's bedside, where his father lay peacefully asleep. With reddened eyes, Shen Jiayu grasped his father's hand, and his mother's hand gently overlapped atop it. The trio's hands intertwined. The doctor stated that the surgery had successfully removed the blood clot within the patient, and while the recovery process was not without its challenges, progress was being made overall. The likelihood of the patient awakening post-surgery had also improved. On the third day, Shen's mother remained by Shen Jiayu's bedside as he drifted into slumber during an 4 drip. Wen Xiuheng entered with 2 portions of food, one for Shen Jiayu and the other for her, prepared by a private nutritionist he had arranged. Shen's mother accepted the food, expressing her gratitude to Wen Xiuheng for his constant care of Shen Jiayu. Wen Xiuheng nodded solemnly, replying that it was only right. He then took a seat beside Shen Jiayu, quietly observing the boy's visage. Though still somewhat pale, Shen Jiayu's complexion appeared improved compared to the previous day. The treatment had successfully reduced his fever to a low-grade one, though he still occasionally experienced dizziness or chest tightness. Wen Xiuheng lowered his gaze, a look of tenderness evident in his eyes, which did not go unnoticed by Chan Yongxin. Unbeknownst to Shen Jiayu, shortly after he had moved into Wen Xiuheng's home, the alpha had sought out Chan Yongxin, calmly yet earnestly assuring her that he would care for her son and fulfill his responsibilities as a partner. At that time, Chan Yongxin had been taken aback, having heard numerous rumors of Wen Xiuheng's cold and ruthless demeanor, which had caused her considerable worry for her son. She had not anticipated that the man portrayed as devoid of emotion would voluntarily approach her with such a commitment to their union. Subsequently, whenever Shen Jiayu visited his father in the hospital, he would often mention Wen Xiuheng, speaking fondly of how his sir took him to celebrate his birthday at Ashsi or taught him to dance. Chan Yongxin frequently gleaned from her son's words the older man's care and concern. This time, Shen Jiayu's health had deteriorated again due to his father's condition, yet he was fortunate to have Wen Xiuheng by his side. Until she arrived at the ward and noticed the remnants of bruises on the back of Shen Jiayu's neck that had yet to fade completely. Chun Yongxin did not wish to interfere in her child's romantic life, yet she recognized that Shen Jiayu was still quite young and had never enjoyed robust health. She felt a deep sense of guilt for not providing him with a healthier body. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to have a conversation with him. She chose a moment when Shen Jiayu's health had improved significantly, and they had some time alone together. With her gentle demeanor, she engaged Shen Jiayu in a warm conversation, casually inquiring whether he had been enjoying his time with Wen Xiuheng lately. Shen Jiayu lowered his eyelashes, reflecting on his recent interactions with his sir. They had shared experiences of drunken revelry at a banquet and navigated through Wen Xiuheng's more vulnerable moments. Though he had felt flustered and evasive during that time, those events were now behind them, and he still yearned to rely on Wen Xiuheng when they were together. After a brief pause, Shen Jiayu's eyes brightened as he nodded, softly replying, "Sir is very caring and attentive towards me." Noticing the hesitation before her son's affirmation, Chun Yongxin's heart was tinged with worry. She took Shen Jiayu's hand, gently asking the question that weighed heavily on her mind. "So, my dear Jiayu, do you like him?" Shen Jiayu gasped, holding his breath. Wen Xiuheng arrived at the hospital as usual to care for Shen Jiayu. Upon his arrival, Chun Yongxin took her leave. Before departing, she noticed Shen Jiayu's flushed face as he stammered, unable to articulate an answer to her question. Chun Yongxin tenderly reassured him, "It's all right. Take your time to think." The question lingered in Shen Jiayu's mind, causing him to drift into thought. "What's wrong, Jiayu?" Wen Xiuheng inquired, holding a spoon with a worried expression. "Is it that you do not like this?" Shen Jiayu suddenly regained his senses, glancing at the alpha, a faint blush gracing his cheeks as he softly murmured, "No, not at all." The man chuckled softly, tenderly tousling the boy's hair. "Yes, good boy, eat more to replenish your strength. That way you will recover more swiftly." Shen Jiayu obediently acknowledged, and Wen Xiuheng once again offered him food. The boy gently pressed his lips together, his cheeks flushed, and in a soft voice he said, "Sir, I can manage on my own. You needn't trouble yourself to feed me." During his hospitalization, Shen Jiayu felt as though Wen Xiuheng treated him like an infant, feeding him with care, bringing him water, and even cutting fruit into small pieces for him. He worried that if this continued, he might become utterly spoiled by the gentleman's affection. Yet, the alpha before him showed no signs of weariness, seemingly eager to remain at the boy's side at every moment. Tending to him, the man smiled gently and replied, "You are still receiving for fluids, which makes it inconvenient. Allow me to feed you. Good boy, now open your mouth." Shen Jiayu hesitated for a moment but obediently swallowed the morsel, silently reminding himself that the four was in his left hand, and his right hand was perfectly capable of eating. However, the gentleman always seemed to worry about him. As expected, the meal concluded with Wen Xiuheng feeding him throughout. After tidying up the small table beside the bed, the alpha returned to Shen Jiayu's side, carefully pulling him into his embrace. "Come here, good boy. Let me rub your tummy." Shen Jiayu made a soft sound, lowering his gaze as he allowed the alpha to cradle him. During this time of illness, Wen Xiuheng often worried that the boy would struggle to digest his meals, so he would gently massage his stomach after feeding him. The small boy nestled comfortably in the alpha's arms, leaning against his solid chest, his fluffy head resting against the man's muscular torso and arms. From behind, the alpha's figure shielded the boy entirely, resembling an impenetrable fortress. From Wen Xiuheng's perspective, he could clearly see the boy's long, thick eyelashes, his elegant nose, and his beautifully shaped lips. Due to his illness, the originally rosy hue of the boy's lips had faded, and his porcelain-white skin lacked color, exuding an aura of fragility. Wen Xiuheng felt a pang of heartache. His little friend was naturally delicate, and this illness seemed to have made him even lighter, cradled in his arms like a feather, devoid of any weight. The alpha sighed inwardly, reaching out to touch the boy's forehead, which still bore a slight fever. Unconsciously, he leaned down and pressed a kiss to the boy's crown, silently praying for his swift recovery. He then gently placed his hand on the boy's flat, narrow abdomen, his palm covering it completely as he caressed it softly. No matter what or how much Shen Jiayu consumed, his stomach always remained soft and flat. Moreover, the boy's stomach was so small and narrow that the alpha's hand enveloped it entirely. The warmth of the man's palm penetrated through the hospital gown, radiating warmth to Shen Jiayu's abdomen. The boy, cheeks flushed, nestled like a timid kitten in the alpha's embrace, hesitant to move, while the rhythm of the alpha's powerful heartbeat resonated in his ears, sending delightful shivers through him. Before long, he felt warmth spreading through his belly, softening it, as if a gentle current was rising from deep within, enveloping his whole being. This sensation was somewhat difficult to articulate, causing a pink hue to bloom at the base of his ears. Soon, the alpha's deep, magnetic voice, laced with amusement, reached his ears. "Why is your belly still flat? Good boy, did you truly swallow your food just now?" Shen Jiayu, hearing this, widened his eyes in a feigned grievance. Yet he could tell the gentleman was teasing him. The little kitten pouted, his tone subtly infused with a hint of petulance. "You clearly saw me eating just now." Wen Xiuheng chuckled softly, feeling the gentle vibrations of his chest. "Yes, I did," he replied, gazing down at the boy's slightly aggrieved and endearing face, his glistening eyes looking up at him, causing the alpha's heart to melt. His little friend was so obedient and gentle. The alpha's gaze inadvertently fell upon the boy's neck, where the myriad of kiss marks had faded significantly, the dark red imprints on his collarbone nearly disappearing, with the boy's soft hair tousled atop. Wen Xiuheng's gaze darkened momentarily as he continued softly, "Be good. Next time, eat a bit more." Chapter 25. The little kitten, tenderly pampered by the man, unknowingly drifted off to sleep, his eyelids growing heavier. In his drowsiness, Shen Jiayu felt a sense of comfort, warmth enveloping his belly. Unable to resist the drowsiness, his fluffy head repeatedly bobbed against Wen Xiuheng's chest. The alpha, observing, couldn't help but smile, thinking that his little friend resembled a kitten, while he slowed his movements. Then, the alpha gently cupped the boy's delicate chin, playfully pinching his cheeks. Shen Jiayu, half-lidded, revealed the slightest hint of plumpness in his cheeks, a sight that melted Wen Xiuheng's heart. "Are you sleepy, Jiayu?" the alpha asked softly, a smile gracing his lips. Shen Jiayu, in his drowsiness, blinked his eyes open briefly before slowly closing them again, softly murmuring in agreement. His full lips parted slightly, revealing a glimpse of his rosy tongue. "Then sleep, my good child," Wen Xiuheng cooed gently. No sooner had he spoken than a knock resounded at the door, followed by a familiar, boisterous voice bursting in, "Young Master Shen, how do you feel today?" Lu Jun's words halted abruptly as he caught sight of the two in what appeared to be an embrace, instantly covering his eyes with the documents in hand and teasingly saying, "Oh dear, I did not see anything." Shen Jiayu jolted awake from his slumber, his face flushed with embarrassment as he curled up in Wen Xiuheng's embrace, attempting to hide. The alpha, maintaining his composure, gently settled the little kitten back down on the bed, tucking him in and caressing his flushed cheeks, softly encouraging him to rest well before stepping out with Lu Jun. A mischievous grin lingered on Lu Jun's face as he provocatively remarked, "Can you keep it down a bit, President One? The poor child is still unwell." As long as the person before him was not Shen Jiayu, Wen Xiuheng resumed his usual stoic demeanor, responding in a flat tone, "Let us discuss serious matters." Lu Jun shrugged, adopting a serious expression. "In all seriousness, young Master Shen cannot afford to fall ill again. His heart condition is not promising, as you have seen. He has been running a fever these past few days." Wen Xiuheng pressed his lips tightly together. If the boy were to fall ill again, his current heart condition might not withstand it. Lu Jun pointed to the data on the report, indicating that surgery might be necessary. The mere thought of surgery sent a jolt of anguish through Wen Xiuheng's heart. He could not bear the idea of his little friend enduring such suffering. The image of a cold scalpel slicing through his delicate chest, layer by layer, was enough to make his heart bleed at the mere thought. Wen Xiuheng's expression turned grave, and Lu Jun, unable to bear the sight of him so troubled, elaborated further on Shen Jiayu's condition. After Lu Jun departed, Wen Xiuheng returned to the hospital room. Shen Jiayu had not yet fallen asleep, his hand clutching the blanket to cover the lower half of his face. Upon seeing him return, the boy emerged from the covers, his ears flushed, gazing up at him with bright, expectant eyes. How could Wen Xiuheng resist such a gaze? He gently inquired, "What is it?" Shen Jiayu hesitated for a moment before softly speaking. "Sir, could you please bring my sketchpad and pencils the next time you come? I wish to paint." After Wen Xiuheng had left, he felt too bashful to sleep, and this request crossed his mind. Yesterday, when Yin Yuning and Qin Yu visited him, they mentioned that they had already begun learning figure drawing in class. He had spent the last few days in the hospital and was unable to attend school. Wen Xiuheng promised to send him the class notes, and he wanted to try his hand at drawing. Upon hearing Shen Jiayu's request, Wen Xiuheng smiled and agreed. He understood that the young boy had always harbored a passion for painting. He was also planning to transform a room in his home into a dedicated art studio for the boy to practice. He intended to start looking for someone to undertake the renovation in the coming days. Hearing the teacher's affirmation, Shen Jiayu's eyes lit up with joy. Wen Xiuheng affectionately ruffled his hair and advised, "But you must take care of your health during your time in the hospital. Understand?" Okay. Alpha soothed Shen Jiayu back to sleep, and after he got up, a vibrating phone call came through. Upon seeing the caller ID, Wen Xiuheng's expression instantly turned cold. In the one family residence, father and son sat across from each other. When Chang took a sip of tea, his face darkened as he asked icily, "I heard you did not attend the acquisition meeting abroad. Is that correct?" Wen Xiuheng replied expressionlessly, "Yes. Why would you do such a thing? Is it because of that beta?" When Chang scoffed, Wen Xiuheng's expression hardened. When Chang continued to press, "Do you not realize the importance of this acquisition to the company's overseas strategy? So what?" When Xiuheng met his gaze, a hint of derision curling at his lips. "Like you, do you merely view your partner as a tool for profit? You." When Chang slammed the teacup down onto the table, Wen Xiuheng's expression returned to its usual indifference. "Jiayu is my partner, my beloved. I will not abandon him when he needs me. There will always be countless business opportunities in the future, but I have only one love." With that, he rose without another word. "Moreover, I hope you can show the same respect to my partner and refrain from referring to him as that beta. Father." The final word, father, was spoken with a barely perceptible emphasis, and he turned on his heel and left. When Chang stood there, speechless with rage. He had never anticipated that Wen Xiuheng would make such a decision for a beta, nor had he expected that Wen Xiuheng would take what was originally a mere pretense of a marriage so seriously. In this treacherous, cold, and ruthless world of business, he had always tried to mold Wen Xiuheng into the perfect heir, teaching him to always make decisions that maximized family interests, where emotions could be mere byproducts. Wen Xiuheng had displayed a natural talent for business since childhood. After returning from studying abroad, he entered the company and quickly ascended to a position of authority, surpassing even his father's abilities in just a few short years. Yet now, he had become a weakling sacrificing profit for love. When Chang was livid, his face turning ashen, he raised his hand and swept the teacup off the table. The sound of expensive porcelain shattering echoed in the empty living room. A week later, under the care of Wen Xiuheng and his mother, Shen Jiayu was successfully discharged from the hospital. Although his fever had subsided, he still felt somewhat weak and coughed occasionally. On the day of his discharge, Wen Xiuheng did not go to the company but personally brought Shen Jiayu back to the villa. Auntie Cui joyfully prepared a lavish feast of Shen Jiayu's favorite dishes, and the other servants were equally delighted, for Shen Jiayu always treated them with kindness and warmth. They were all pleased to have their other master safely home. After resting at home, Wen Xiuheng took Shen Jiayu to the room next door. Upon entering, Shen Jiayu discovered that the teacher had transformed the space into an art studio while he was hospitalized. The studio was spacious and bright, decorated in a style he adored, complete with easels, brushes, paints, and even a cozy sofa for resting. What delighted Shen Jiayu even more were the numerous pots of roses that adorned the studio, their lush foliage displaying blooms and buds in various stages of flowering. It was evident that considerable thought and effort had gone into preparing this studio. "Do you like it, Jiayu?" Alpha's deep, resonant voice floated to his ears. Shen Jiayu turned to face the man, tilting his head back, his rose-colored eyes sparkling with joy, and replied, "Yes, I love it. Thank you, sir. As long as you like it." When Xiuheng chuckled softly, his expression gentle as he patted the boy's head before handing him a key. "This key belongs to you." Shen Jiayu paused in surprise as he took the key. "The key?" "Yes," Alpha smiled. "This is your studio, and it is only right that you manage it." Gently caressing the key in his hand, which was also engraved with a rose pattern, Shen Jiayu silently repeated the phrase "my own studio" in his mind. He had always dreamed of becoming a painter, and holding this key made that dream feel more tangible. From now on, he had a studio that belonged to him. His eyes grew misty as he tightened his grip around the key. He was immensely grateful for everything Wen Xiuheng had done for him. The teacher had always cared for him and shown concern. Yet, he found himself increasingly dependent on him. Deep down, he felt conflicted, always worried that he would become a burden to his teacher. He knew that last time, Wen Xiuheng had intended to work abroad but had stayed behind to care for him instead. He felt he had delayed his teacher's work and caused him trouble, leaving him burdened with guilt. Shen Jiayu slowly lowered his gaze, his voice tinged with the remorse and self-reproach he had carried for days. I'm sorry, sir. It was because of me that I delayed your work last time. It's my fault. I've become too reliant on you. He should try not to trouble Wen Xiuheng too much and avoid being overly dependent. Jiayu, Wen Xiuheng gently interrupted him. Shen Jiayu lifted his head, and Alpha was looking down at him, his silver-gray pupils reflecting the boy's reddened eyes. Wen Xiuheng stepped closer, and, as the boy stood there wide-eyed, he clasped the back of his neck with one hand while wrapping his other arm around the slender waist, drawing him gently into an embrace. The familiar, crisp scent enveloped Shen Jiayu, and in that moment, it felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Only Alpha's low voice broke the silence, filled with a sigh and a plea, as he said, I need you to rely on me, Jiayu. It's not that you need to depend on me. Rather, I need your dependence, for that is the very essence and proof of my existence as Wen Xiuheng. Since Shen Jiayu returned to school, Wen Xiuheng began to escort him to and from classes every day. Whenever possible, they would share the same vehicle. Shen Jiayu silently accepted this arrangement. After their conversation in the studio, he refrained from mentioning being a burden again, for in that discussion, he had sensed a different side of his teacher. On Wednesday afternoon, after finishing his business affairs, Wen Xiuheng arrived at the school to pick up Shen Jiayu. That day, the young boy's schedule was packed with specialized classes and practice, causing him to finish later than usual. Alpha patiently waited in the car. Before long, Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng appeared at the school gate, with Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng walking ahead, followed by 3 tall boys, one of whom appeared to be of mixed heritage, with striking golden hair and blue eyes, standing out in the crowd. In that final practice session, the academy had invited models from outside to assist the students, as they had commenced their studies in figure drawing. Among them was a mixed-race model named Yaoi, an A-grade alpha, who was a few years older than Shen Jiayu and her peers, having spent much of his childhood abroad. Yaoi came from a wealthy background and pursued modeling out of passion. Although his command of Mandarin was still somewhat lacking, he had been recommended by his agency due to his outstanding physique. As he called out Shen Jiayu's name, his tone was somewhat awkward, yet his face radiated a bright and sunny smile. Approaching Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng, he attempted to introduce himself in halting Mandarin. Hello, my friend, and I would like to get to know you, if that's all right? He gestured towards himself and another boy with brown curly hair, who winked at them. Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain if they were indeed being approached. Continuing in his imperfect Mandarin, Yaoi addressed Shen Jiayu directly. Hello, I am Yaoi. I have been watching you during practice. You are beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? His inquiry was direct, influenced by the open and proactive education he received abroad. His sunny disposition was evident, as he had been captivated by Shen Jiayu's appearance the moment he set eyes on her in the classroom, often glancing her way during poses and movements. Coincidentally, his friend was quite taken with Shen Jiayu's companion and sought an opportunity to be introduced. Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng understood the situation. Shen Jiayu's first instinct was to decline, but just as he was about to speak, an itch in his throat seized him. Raising a hand to cover his face, he began to cough, his delicate features paling slightly. Concerned, Wen Xiuheng inquired if he was all right, recalling that Shen Jiayu had been coughing intermittently since returning to school. Upon witnessing his distress, Yaoi widened his eyes in surprise and instinctively asked in his native tongue, Tu vas bien? Are you all right? Before Shen Jiayu could respond, a large hand gently rested on his back, soothingly rubbing it. At some point, a tall and handsome alpha had appeared beside Shen Jiayu. He was clad in a deep gray suit, with the jacket unbuttoned to reveal a black shirt beneath, hinting at his well-defined chest and abs, his physique surpassing that of the 3 models present. His towering stature exuded an intense aura of dominance and intimidation. As he gazed down at the young boy beside him, his profile was impeccably chiseled. He continued to comfort Shen Jiayu until the boy's breathing steadied, then turned his cold, silver-gray eyes towards Yaoi and his companions. In a deep, authoritative voice, he declared, Je suis son mari. I am his husband. Yaoi stood frozen, disbelief washing over him. The boy he had instantly fallen for appeared to be only 18 or 19, yet suddenly an alpha had emerged, claiming to be his husband. Was this truly the case? Yaoi stared at the alpha, his expression revealing a fierce, cold possessiveness devoid of any jest. Reluctantly, he began to accept the truth of the man's words.
Sin santesol.
Sorry for the interruption. Drawing upon his prior modeling training, Euros swiftly donned a polite, apologetic smile and turned back to his companions, whispering a few words before they all departed. Shen Jiayu remained in a daze throughout the encounter, oblivious to the conversation exchanged between the Alpha and Euros. Just before leaving, the boy with curly hair cast a lingering glance back at Wen Xiuheng. Wen Xiuheng, slightly exasperated, called out, "Hey, I have a boyfriend." The curly-haired boy's expression shifted to one of disappointment as he was whisked away by Euros. Wen Xiuheng ground his teeth in irritation, and beside him, Shen Jiayu, still perplexed, asked, "Xiuheng, do you have a boyfriend? Who is it?" Instantly, Wen Xiuheng straightened up, turning stiffly to respond, No, it's just..." At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure across the street. Qinyu, holding a bag of pastries, stared wide-eyed in their direction, his face a canvas of surprise and bewilderment. Startled, Wen Xiuheng jumped as if a frightened rabbit, stammering, I have to go," before blushing and darting away, leaving Shen Jiayu still frozen in place. With a perplexed blink, Shen Jiayu wondered why he was unaware of Wen Xiuheng's new relationship, as it seemed his friend had never mentioned it before. "Jiayu," a familiar voice cut through his thoughts. Wen Xiuheng gently stroked his hair, his large hand cradling the back of his neck as he softly urged, "Let us go home." Shen Jiayu, momentarily shaken from his reverie regarding Wen Xiuheng, looked up at the Alpha and nodded obediently, a sweet smile gracing his lips. Okay. Once in the car, Wen Xiuheng opened a thermos to offer him some water. Due to Shen Jiayu's recent coughs, Wen Xiuheng had arranged for warm water to be available. The man also had throat lozenges prepared, unwrapping one and bringing it to Shen Jiayu's lips, saying softly, "Open wide, sweetheart." With downcast eyes, Shen Jiayu's long, curled lashes fluttered slightly as he complied. His soft lips parted, revealing a delicate pink tongue that gingerly rolled the candy into his mouth, his cheeks puffing out charmingly like a small hamster nibbling on a nut. The Alpha's heart melted, yet his eyes darkened with unspoken emotions. As the cool, minty flavor spread within Shen Jiayu's mouth, he contemplated whether to explain the earlier encounter to his husband. He believed Wen Xiuheng must have overheard, prompting him to intervene, and although he hadn't grasped the entirety of their conversation, he wished to avoid any misunderstanding. After a moment's deliberation, Shen Jiayu mustered the courage to speak. "Sir, the boy earlier was a model invited by the academy. He asked if I had a boyfriend." Wen Xiuheng smiled, his gaze fixed on Shen Jiayu as he tenderly caressed his hair, his deep, magnetic voice resonating in the boy's ears, guiding him to continue, and then, gripping the thermos tighter, Shen Jiayu's eyes sparkled with determination and courage as he confessed softly, "I was going to tell him that I am married." He paused, glancing downward as he added, "And then you came." At these words, the boy's voice trailed off, uncertainty filling the air. Would his husband believe him? Despite having been unable to speak due to his cough, he felt he had not lied. "How fortunate, Jiayu." Wen Xiuheng cupped his face in his hands, his touch gentle yet restrained. Shen Jiayu's eyes widened slightly, and he gazed up at the man. The Alpha's expression was soft, yet something deeper, more intense seemed to simmer beneath the surface, as his silver-gray eyes grew profound, locked onto Shen Jiayu's. In a husky tone, Wen Xiuheng continued, "I also told him that we are already married." Shen Jiayu gasped, breath caught in his throat, momentarily at a loss for words. The gentleman drew very close to him, so near that he seemed to sense the intertwining of their breaths, which inexplicably reminded him of the gentleman's kiss during his vulnerable period. His mind was a tumult of thoughts when he heard the Alpha's hoarse voice ask him, "Are you still feeling uncomfortable, my dear?" Shen Jiayu honestly and instinctively shook his head. He had drunk water and taken his medication, and now he felt fine. "That's good." In the next moment, Wen Xiuheng enveloped him in his embrace, lowered his head, closed his eyes, and gently kissed his hair, as tenderly as one might handle a fragile treasure. Shen Jiayu momentarily lost his senses, his cheeks flushed with warmth. In a place unseen by him, the Alpha slowly opened his eyes, their depths dark and profound. He sensed that the mark he had left on the boy during the last vulnerable period had nearly faded, which explained why other Alphas were attempting to covet his rose. Only he was aware that when he saw the boy being eyed by other Alphas, A fierce and savage wave of negative emotions surged within him, an instinct etched into his very genes compelling him to tear apart anyone who dared approach. Only he understood the immense self-control he had exercised to refrain from kissing the boy's lips, fearing he might frighten him again. When he heard Shen Jiayu say, "I am already married," a tempest of emotions erupted within him. He unconditionally believed every word and syllable the boy uttered. He loved Shen Jiayu. His rose could only ever belong to him, forever. Even though his little friend was a beta and could not be permanently marked, he felt compelled to assert his ownership to anyone who dared to covet him. Shen Jiayu thought the awkward encounter had passed, and he and Wen Xiuheng returned home together as usual, sharing dinner. After the meal, he habitually went to the studio to organize his recent works. When he emerged from the studio, he passed by the study and noticed the door was unusually ajar. Papers and documents were spread across the desk, and when Xiuheng sat there, having removed his suit jacket and only wearing a black shirt, his tie loosely knotted, with a button undone at the collar revealing his long neck. The alpha reclined slightly in his chair, his throat taut, his brow slightly furrowed, and his eyes half closed, appearing somewhat unwell. Seeing this, Shen Jiayu approached with concern, gently knocking on the open door, worry evident in his rose-colored eyes. "Sir, are you feeling unwell?" At the sound of the boy's voice, when Xiuheng opened his eyes to look at him, perhaps due to the dim light in the room, his silver-gray pupils held a shadowy depth. The alpha straightened slightly, lifting the corners of his lips. He softly replied, "It's nothing, just a bit of a headache." "A headache?" Shen Jiayu's concern deepened. He could even surmise the cause of the gentleman's discomfort, likely linked to his vulnerable period. He had previously inquired about when the new specialized medication would be developed, worrying whether the gentleman would face danger in future vulnerable periods. The boy pressed his lips together and stepped closer to Wen Xiuheng, asking, "Are you all right? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" The alpha chuckled softly, beckoning the boy closer with a gentle voice. "Come here, my dear." "All right." Shen Jiayu obediently moved to his side, his eyes filled with profound worry and compassion. "I'm fine," the alpha said, his large hand, marked by prominent veins, enveloping the boy's delicate wrist, completely cradling his smaller hand in his palm, his thumb gently caressing the back of the boy's hand. "Don't worry about me, Jiayu." Despite the alpha's assurances, Shen Jiayu's heart ached. The gentleman had always cared for him, and now that he was unwell, Shen Jiayu wished to do something for him. "I'll get you a glass of water, or perhaps I can fetch another medication for now." When Xiuheng chuckled softly, "It's all right, I'll be fine after a bit of rest." The boy's face flushed with anxiety and concern, his delicate brows furrowing as he exclaimed, "Then, let me help you to rest." A look of mild surprise crossed the alpha's face, which quickly transformed into tenderness and affection. He gently stroked the boy's hair, whispering, "All right." The boy instinctively moved to assist him in standing, and as the alpha rose, Shen Jiayu offered his shoulder for support. Observing this scene, Wen Xiuheng momentarily froze, then silently chuckled to himself. His little friend genuinely cared for him, wanting to help and fearing he might fall, entirely disregarding their significant size difference. How wonderful his little friend was! How could he not adore him? Wen Xiuheng did not wish to hurt the boy's pride by making him feel helpless or defeated. He covertly smiled, allowing his arm to rest on the boy's shoulder. However, he could never bring himself to place his full weight upon Shen Jiayu. Even the boy's cough tightened his heart. How could he bear to crush him? Unaware of the alpha's inner thoughts, Shen Jiayu only hoped that the gentleman would truly be all right. The slender, delicate boy supported the much taller alpha as they stepped into Wen Xiuheng's bedroom, reminiscent of an innocent, naive creature unwittingly walking into a trap. This was Shen Jiayu's third visit to the alpha's room. Some time had passed since that stormy night during the alpha's vulnerable period. All the damaged furniture had been replaced, and the metal chains and bite inhibitors that had once been by the bed had vanished, as if that night had never occurred. Shen Jiayu could hardly afford to linger on details. With a serious expression, he pursed his lips and earnestly assisted the alpha to the edge of the bed, helping him to sit down. The alpha looked down at him, his heart melting. With both hands braced behind him, Wen Xiuheng's loose black shirt clung to his broad shoulders and chest, the contours of his muscular physique subtly visible beneath the fabric. He raised his gaze to his rose, smiling gently and said, "Thank you, Jiayu." Shen Jiayu let his arms fall before him, shaking his head softly as he replied, "Sir, please rest well. I'll step out for now." Wen Xiuheng merely gazed at him, his eyes deep and contemplative. The room fell into an unusual silence. Shen Jiayu thought it best not to disturb the gentleman further, allowing him to rest and planning to return later to check on him. The boy took a step back, turned, and in the next moment, the alpha's muscular arm suddenly seized his hand, the rolled-up sleeve revealing powerful muscle lines. The silver-gray pupils seemed to brew a storm within them. The man's voice was hoarse, as if he had been suppressing his emotions since they had been in the study. He said, "My dear, don't go. May I hold you for a moment?" Chapter 26. Shen Jiayu suddenly held his breath. The alpha's gaze bore deep sincerity and a plea, causing his heart to skip a beat. It was the first time he had seen the gentleman desire his presence due to illness, and a corner of his heart melted rapidly. He felt soft-hearted. If staying with the gentleman could alleviate his discomfort, then, "Come here, Jiayu." The cunning alpha keenly sensed the boy's softening resolve, his strong arm drawing the boy closer until he stood between his knees. The young one lowered his eyes, feeling a touch shy. The alpha smiled, wrapping his arms around the boy's slender waist, lifting him onto his lap. Shen Jiayu let out a small gasp, instinctively wrapping his arms around the man's neck, and with their faces so close, he found himself seated on the alpha's thighs. The distance between them was exceedingly slight, so close that they could almost sense each other's breath. The alpha chuckled softly as he cradled the young man's face, gazing intently into those rose-tinted eyes. "Be good. Let's hold each other for a moment, and everything will be all right." Shen Jiayu, startled like a frightened kitten, suddenly widened his eyes, his tongue stumbling over words. Is it okay to hold like this, sir?" The alpha responded in a husky whisper, one hand cradling the back of the boy's head while the other encircled his slender waist, drawing him closer into an embrace. The little kitten placed his hands on the alpha's back, resting his head against the man's shoulder, revealing the upper half of his flushed face, his long eyelashes fluttering. The alpha buried his face deeply in the boy's neck, tenderly caressing the delicate, snow-white skin and repeatedly whispering softly, "Good boy, Jiayu." The warmth of his breath cascaded against the boy's neck, and the deep, magnetic timbre of his voice struck the boy's eardrums, sending a shiver through him, causing him to tremble slightly, his eyes tightly shut. The alpha chuckled lowly in his ear, silently tightening his embrace around the boy's waist, the veins in his arms and hands visibly straining. "Don't be nervous. Be good. Relax a little." He lifted his head, gently stroking the boy's cheek, offering hushed comfort. Shen Jiayu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze colliding with the alpha's dark, profound pupils. In that instant, it felt as though he had been thrust into a raging snowstorm, making his heart skip a beat. Yet, the alpha, who had just tasted the sweetness of the moment, was unwilling to let him go. This naive, innocent little creature had already stepped into his cage. "Jiayu, stay with me, will you?" The alpha's breath quickened as he softly implored once more. He had learned how to soften his little friend's heart. As expected, Shen Jiayu parted his lips, unable to utter a word of refusal. Despite the lingering threads of fear and his cheeks resembling ripe tomatoes, the sight of Wen Xiuheng appearing so vulnerable, pleading softly, stirred waves of compassion and heartache within him. He found himself incapable of denying such a gentleman. He could only lower his gaze, slowly nodding in agreement, too bashful to meet his eyes. With permission granted, the alpha became bolder, more audacious. A flurry of delicate kisses rained upon the boy's forehead, eyes, and cheeks, before trailing down to his chin and returning to his slender neck. Meanwhile, Shen Jiayu felt as though he were drowning in a tempest, engulfed by a powerful, surging, and invigorating presence that filled the room, enveloping him entirely. The warmth of the alpha's breath upon his neck grew searingly intense, as if the one nestled against him was not his familiar sir, but a ferocious beast. The heavy breaths echoed in his ears, the scorching air igniting every inch of his skin, driving his consciousness to the brink of dissolution. His mind becoming a blank slate, involuntarily releasing a soft moan. Little did he know, that sound had become a catalyst for the alpha. The alpha's movements grew bolder, his heavy breaths and plaintive whispers reverberating in the tranquil room. His eyes had darkened to the depths of the abyss as he effortlessly enveloped the slender, delicate boy in his embrace, wishing to meld him into his very being. He yearned to mark him, to possess him, ensuring that this rose would forever belong to him alone. A cascade of heated kisses invaded the boy's nape, instinctively causing the alpha to reveal his canines. The sharp, rigid sensation surged through the boy's mind, causing his eyes to widen in shock as memories of a rainy night during his sensitive phase flooded back, his body trembling uncontrollably in the alpha's arms. The alpha gritted his teeth, the veins in his neck bulging as he fought against the urge to bite down. He absent-mindedly caressed the boy's nape, whispering in a hushed, pleading tone, "Baby, let me mark you, please, baby." Unbeknownst to him, Shen Jiayu's eyes had turned a deep crimson, and his gaze glimmered with physiological tears as he whimpered softly against the alpha's shoulder. His mind had become a void, only able to intermittently contemplate the alpha's words. He still could not comprehend why the sir wished to mark him, for he was a beta, devoid of glands, incapable of being marked. Perhaps the sir was truly suffering from a headache, seeking relief through this means. If this was the only way to assist the sir, the slender, delicate boy clung to the alpha's back, his chest rising and falling as he continued to whimper. Lost in his desires, the alpha withdrew one hand to rest upon the boy's chest. "Baby," he murmured in an almost hoarse voice. Shen Jiayu's fingers tightened feebly around the fabric of the alpha's back, only to release in exhaustion. His voice was so soft it could almost flow like water. "Oh, please, be gentle when you bite." At that moment, upon hearing the boy's response, the alpha's body stiffened, disbelief flickering in his dark eyes. His little friend had genuinely acquiesced to his request. The overwhelming desire intertwined with boundless affection surged within the alpha as he parted his lips, ultimately responding in a rasping whisper, "All right." In the next heartbeat, his canines pierced the delicate, snow-white skin of the boy's nape. The sharp pain radiating from that vulnerable spot made the boy instinctively convulse, while the alpha firmly held the back of his head, his other arm securely encircling his waist. The boy buried his face in the alpha's shoulder, emitting a soft, muffled sound. Instantly, a warm tide surged into his body, fireworks igniting in his mind, every ounce of strength within him dissipating, leaving his thoughts blank. The boy's arms, which had been resting on the alpha's back, fell limply, his entire form succumbing to weakness in the alpha's embrace. Soon, the alpha withdrew from the boy's body, leaving a tiny puncture on his fair skin, a few drops of blood trickling forth. The alpha's gaze darkened as he delicately licked away the blood with his agile tongue, not releasing the boy until he was certain the bleeding had ceased. A glimmer of gluttony finally flickered across the alpha's face. He cupped the boy's cheeks in his hands, gazing into his unfocused eyes, an overwhelming tide of love surging within him. He cradled the boy in his arms, allowing him to rest against his arm, his large hand still resting upon the boy's chest. Shen Jiayu trembled in his embrace, his eyes glistening as if he were made of soft jade. Unsurprisingly, the boy's neck was soon adorned with countless marks of kisses. The alpha lowered his head to kiss away the tears at the corners of his eyes, his fingers gently caressing the boy's slightly parted lips as he called out, "Baby." In the moments when Shen Jiayu remained lost in thought, the alpha once again buried his face in the boy's neck, their skin brushing together. The boy emanated the scent of his pheromones, and the alpha's gaze darkened. He finally confirmed that his little friend belonged to him now. Wen Xiuheng carried the slightly trembling boy back to the bedroom, applying a specially designed bandage to the spot on Shen Jiayu's neck where he had bitten him. It took Shen Jiayu some time to regain his composure in the alpha's embrace, and when he was covered with a blanket, he still blushed, asking if the alpha felt better. Wen Xiuheng pressed a kiss to his forehead, murmuring that he felt much improved, and only then did Shen Jiayu finally feel at ease. The next morning, while washing up, Shen Jiayu blushed at the sight of himself in the mirror, hastily averting his gaze. Although the marks from last night were not particularly painful, and Mr. Wen appeared to have visibly improved, he consistently left numerous traces on the side of his neck. On that day, as Alpha took the children to school, Shen Jiayu hung his head, displaying a somewhat dejected demeanor. The Alpha, having successfully executed his scheme, silently reflected on the events of the previous night. Shen Jiayu lifted his gaze to glance at the driver in front, hesitated for a moment, and then lowered his head once more. Wen Xiuheng observed everything, softly calling the driver's name. The driver immediately understood and raised the partition between the front and back seats. "What's the matter, Jiayu? Is there something you wish to discuss?" The Alpha's tone softened. Shen Jiayu bit his lip, summoning the courage to raise his eyes. "Sir, could you please refrain from being too forceful in the future?" The word future unmistakably indicated the Alpha's indulgence. The term forceful caused Wen Xiuheng to momentarily pause, questioning whether he had indeed bitten down too deeply the previous night. He then heard Shen Jiayu continue softly, "Summer is approaching, and high-necked clothing will no longer be an option." The alpha abruptly froze, then revealed a gentle, apologetic smile. His large hand tenderly brushed through the boy's hair, his silver-gray pupils resting on the deep and shallow hickeys adorning the boy's neck, darkening momentarily. "All right, I apologize. I will be more mindful in the future. Let us keep it elsewhere." Chapter 27. In the subsequent classes, while Euros continued to come and serve as a model, he no longer dared to strike up a conversation with Shen Jiayu. No alpha would dare provoke a partner marked by a higher-tier alpha. The beta beauty he admired, after just one night, was now permeated with the S-rank alpha's pheromones, a chilling testament to the other's possessiveness, proclaiming dominance and warning off any who might covet him. Since yesterday, Shen Jiayu had also noticed something amiss with Wen Xiuheng. He observed that Wen Xiuheng's lips seemed slightly injured. However, when Shen Jiayu inquired with concern, Wen Xiuheng merely snappily retorted that he had been bitten by a dog, resembling a flustered little rabbit, prompting Shen Jiayu to silently close his mouth. During the weekends at home, Shen Jiayu still dedicated time to the art studio. They had been studying figure drawing in class. Yet he struggled with drawing hands and wished to devote more time to practice. He sought out online courses and practiced diligently. After attending to his official duties, Wen Xiuheng frequently visited the studio. Typically, he would not intrude without Shen Jiayu's permission. Only after receiving consent would he bring coffee and a few simple documents or magazines to sit on the nearby sofa. The alpha quietly sat beside him, never interrupting the boy as he painted. Shen Jiayu gradually grew accustomed to the alpha's presence. The two cohabited the space, engaged in their respective tasks. And even in silence, the atmosphere was devoid of awkwardness. An additional purpose of the alpha's visits to the studio was to remind the boy to take regular breaks, as Shen Jiayu often lost track of time while immersed in practice. He dragged the progress bar, repeatedly listening to the segment on drawing hands, only to put pencil to paper after 3 listens, yet still produced unsatisfactory results. The boy's shoulders drooped in disappointment, pondering whether it would be easier with a model to demonstrate just as in class. As he lifted his gaze, he found Wen Xiuheng across from him, gently smiling. The alpha, clad in casual loungewear, held a cup, seated on the sofa with his back to the floor-to-ceiling window. The light of the setting sun streamed through, casting a warm glow upon him, softening his previously austere demeanor. With a gentle smile directed at Shen Jiayu, he seemed to have been watching him quietly for a long time. "Is something troubling you, Jiayu?" the alpha asked softly. At that moment, it felt as if the sound of wind chimes from the seaside echoed in the boy's ears. Time appeared to stand still, and the world seemed to consist solely of the two of them. Perhaps it was the radiance of the alpha that was overwhelmingly dazzling, combined with the tender warmth of his smile, that unexpectedly left Shen Jiayu breathless, staring at him in a daze. Backlit, the alpha rose and approached him. Extending his hand, the alpha caressed his cheek, the thumb gently stroking, chuckling softly, "You've gotten paint on you, my dear." It was then that Shen Jiayu, as if awakening from a dream, instinctively reached to wipe it away, realizing he had accidentally gotten paint on his own fingers. Wen Xiuheng smiled indulgently, remarking that his little friend had indeed transformed into a little flower cat. He turned to fetch a couple of tissues, meticulously wiping the paint from Shen Jiayu's cheek, and once that was done, he carefully cleaned his fingers. The paint's adherence was strong, and the tissues could only remove the surface layer, but at least it wouldn't spread further. Shen Jiayu glanced down at Wen Xiuheng's hands. The man's hands were exquisite, with prominent knuckles, long and powerful, the veins on the back of his hands standing out, exuding strength. In the process of wiping, his own hands had also acquired flecks of paint, the shades of ink and red stark against his knuckles. The thought of asking the alpha to model his hands flickered in his mind. With anticipation, Shen Jiayu raised his head, his eyes sparkling. "Sir, could you model for me?" Wen Xiuheng paused in his actions, softly reiterating, "Model for you?" "Yes, yes." 5 minutes later, Wen Xiuheng sat facing him, his body angled to the side, still holding the teacup. The alpha smiled gently, confirming, "Is this all right, dear?" Shen Jiayu positioned the drawing board closer to capture the hand details, his eyes shining as he replied, "Yes, please don't move. I'll be quick." "No worries. Take your time," the alpha assured, though inwardly he chuckled at the realization that his little friend's request for a model pertained to hand demonstration. feeling a tinge of regret as an alpha with ulterior motives to showcase his physique. Nevertheless, when Xiuheng took Shen Jiayu's request seriously, following his directions, the boy, with a finger resting on his chin, contemplated his next move. Suddenly, with eyes aglow, Shen Jiayu approached Wen Xiuheng. "Sir, your hand, like this." As he spoke, Shen Jiayu helped the alpha pose. In the light of the setting sun, under the Tyndall effect, the boy's smaller palm gradually neared the alpha's broad palm, until they were face-to-face, skin-touching. Shen Jiayu was so focused on adjusting the pose that he failed to notice the alpha's gaze upon him. It is said that a person is most captivating when immersed in their passion. At that moment, Shen Jiayu embodied this sentiment. His earnest and concentrated eyes, illuminated by the sunset, radiated a dazzling brilliance that rendered Wen Xiuheng unable to divert his gaze. Wen Xiuheng was acutely aware of how deeply his little friend cherished painting. He worked diligently, displaying remarkable talent, harboring his own dreams. His role was to stand behind Shen Jiayu, respecting and protecting him. He wished for his rose to bloom eternally. In his eyes, Shen Jiayu always shone brightly, not merely in the present. "Jiayu, The boy looked at Wen Xiuheng with a soft voice. The alpha, backlit by the sunset, cast shadows across his features, deepening his visage and captivating the heart. The most breathtaking aspect for the youth was the pair of eyes that sparkled with fragmented light amid the interplay of shadows, radiant like the Milky Way. In that moment, Shen Jiayu felt that the gentleman too was illuminated, radiating brilliance. "In my eyes you shine resplendently. In your gaze, I am equally luminous." The two exchanged glances, and to the outside world, the seemingly indifferent and austere ruler appeared softened by the sunset's embrace. The alpha smiled gently and said, "You will undoubtedly become a painter, Jiayu. I believe in you." Wen Xiuheng assisted Shen Jiayu in striking several different poses, and Shen Jiayu grasped the nuances swiftly, feeling he had begun to uncover some secrets of the craft. Upon glancing up, he noticed the sky had darkened. It was then that he realized he had been unconsciously rubbing his shoulders. The alpha, who had been attentively watching him, beckoned, "Come over and rest, dear." Shen Jiayu obediently set down his paintbrush, approached, and settled beside him. The alpha began to massage his shoulders, inquiring about his practice. Shen Jiayu, his eyes curving with delight, replied that he had become much more adept, gratefully thanking him for his assistance. Wen Xiuheng then pulled the youth into a comfortable embrace, reclining on the sofa. Shen Jiayu's back pressed against the alpha's chest, the man's arm encircling the slender waist of the youth, while his other hand rested over his heart, perfectly enveloping him in warmth. The alpha nestled his head into the crook of the youth's neck, affectionately caressing him. A small bandage adorned the delicate nape of the boy, and the warmth of the man's breath caressed his skin, causing Shen Jiayu's eyelashes to flutter. The alpha's deep, resonant voice broke the silence, asking, "My dear, may I receive a reward?" "Reward?" Shen Jiayu turned to look at him, his eyes filled with confusion. Wen Xiuheng's large hand supported his waist, pulling him closer, and then he propped himself up, gently pinning the youth beneath him. The alpha's form nearly obscured all light. Against the backdrop of the fading light, Shen Jiayu finally discerned the color of his eyes, mysterious, profound, and filled with longing. In the next heartbeat, he heard the alpha's hoarse voice inquire, "May I reward you with a kiss, Jiayu?" Here, in this moment, a kiss? Shen Jiayu's cheeks flushed crimson, his eyes widening in surprise. "Yes, a kiss." The man tenderly cupped his chin, as if peering into the depths of his soul. His long, elegant fingers brushed against the corners of the youth's lips, a gesture that felt both pleading and alluring. Shen Jiayu's heart began to race, not in the manner of a panic-stricken beat, but with an exhilarating thrill. Faced with the man's softly murmured request, he seemed to hear a voice within him whispering two words, "Yes." This voice grew increasingly clear and fervent with each heartbeat. The alpha's deep-set gaze reflected the youth's countenance. In that moment, Shen Jiayu instinctively parted his lips. The next instant, the man lowered his head, and in the midst of Shen Jiayu's astonished gaze, a fervent breath brushed against his lips. It was an exquisitely gentle kiss, starkly contrasting with the tempestuous kiss from earlier. The man began patiently and meticulously to explore the youth's lips, before slowly parting them. His tongue ventured into Shen Jiayu's mouth, playfully entangling with the boy's own, their lips and teeth entwined in a tender yet restrained embrace. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Jiayu closed his eyes, gradually succumbing to the alpha's intoxicating kiss. The alpha extended his hand, his palm enveloping the smaller one, their fingers entwining as they kissed. Time flowed with the shifting light, the setting sun casting its golden rays across the alpha's back, inch by inch fading away. The man and the youth gradually melded into the dimness. The remnants of sunlight dwindled to their intertwined hands, both marked by the pigments of their artistic endeavors, the juxtaposition of deep indigo and crimson resembling a blooming rose. Gradually, the man deepened the kiss, greedily savoring the sweetness that lingered on the youth's lips. The agile tongue ventured into more secretive realms. The quiet studio echoed with the sound of their breaths, Shen Jiayu's becoming increasingly heated, his mind blanking. Time slipped away until they were entirely enveloped in darkness, and only then did the alpha relent, releasing him. Shen Jiayu, breathless, emerged from the kiss with slightly parted lips, his eyes glistening and blurred, tears clinging to the corners, cheeks flushed, and the porcelain of his skin taking on a rosy hue from the prolonged kiss. The youth trembled slightly, still reeling from the intensity. Wen Xiuheng was utterly enamored with his little friend, gently placing his hand on Shen Jiayu's chest to help him steady his breathing. Once Shen Jiayu regained his composure, he cupped the youth's face, tenderly caressing him. The alpha's voice was low and hoarse, his eyes brimming with affection. "Do you dislike my kisses, dear?" Chapter 28. Shen Jiayu's mind turned slowly as he pondered the alpha's question. Just moments ago, when the gentleman kissed him, his thoughts had been a dizzying haze, and his body felt light as air, a sensation both enchanting and perplexing. The youth instinctively parted his lips. No. However, before he could elaborate, a sudden, urgent ringtone interrupted him. Shen Jiayu's eyes widened in shock, and he snapped back to reality, his cheeks once again flushing crimson. I need to take this call," he stammered, resembling a flustered fish as he sprang from the sofa, hastily retrieving the phone from the nearby cabinet before dashing out. Left behind, the alpha sat momentarily stunned on the sofa, before shaking his head and smiling wryly. Yet he understood why his little friend was so eager to answer the call. Ever since the troubling news regarding Shen Jiayu's father, he had kept his phone close at hand, fearful of missing any calls from family or the hospital. On the other end, Shen Jiayu answered to find it was Wen Xiuheng calling. The excitement and joy in Wen Xiuheng's voice were palpable. "Jiayu, you won't believe it. Teacher Leah is coming to hold an art exhibition at the Central Art Museum next week. Oh my God, we'll finally get to see her in person. Leah Lewis is a national treasure of country Y, renowned for her delicate and moving portrayals of emotional connections between people." The two had admired her since their middle school days. "Jiayu, we absolutely must go see her together." Shen Jiayu forced himself to set aside thoughts of the recent kiss, focusing instead on Wen Xiuheng's words. Hearing that the artist he idolized would be nearby filled him with equal parts surprise and joy. He smiled and replied, "Yes, of course." Wen Xiuheng continued to exclaim in excitement on the other end, her laughter bubbling over as if she were rolling on her bed in celebration, oblivious to any signs of Shen Jiayu's unusual demeanor. After the call ended, Shen Jiayu lowered his gaze, gently brushing his lips, still tinged with the sensation of the alpha's kiss. His eyes sparkled with intrigue. Did the gentleman's kiss truly serve as merely a reward? When the day of the art exhibition arrived, it was once again Wen Xiuheng who accompanied Shen Jiayu. The alpha felt a sense of relief and contentment, for after sharing that kiss in the studio, the youth had not shied away from him. For this outing, Wen Xiuheng had prepared a portable backpack for him, filled with medicine and water, and even brought a light jacket, as if caring for a child on an outing. Shen Jiayu had also packed a collection of Leah's published works along with a signature pen, holding on to hopes of meeting the esteemed artist. Despite the uncertainty of such an encounter, Wen Xiuheng arrived with her own backpack, her excitement palpable. Even upon seeing Wen Xiuheng personally escorting Shen Jiayu, she greeted him with a bright smile. Wen Xiuheng had pressing matters to attend to, and after dropping off the young child, he took his leave. Before departing, he informed Shen Jiayu that another driver would arrive shortly to pick him up. The art museum, renowned for its exhibitions, was bustling with visitors, and the organizers had taken measures to regulate the flow of people. Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng commenced their exploration in the first exhibition hall, admiring each piece of artwork with expressions of adoration and reverence. They often engaged in lively discussions about their favorite aspects of the pieces and the emotions the artwork sought to convey. Under Leah's brush, every artwork was imbued with profound emotion and narrative depth. She excelled in depicting the delicate sentiments between lovers with a dreamy, romantic flair. The lovers in her paintings, though diverse in appearance and demeanor, resonated with viewers on an emotional level, allowing them to connect deeply through the canvas. As they viewed the artworks, they remained mindful of the time, aware that Leah would grace the hall for the opening ceremony at 3 o'clock. They arrived in the hall half an hour early, where many other spectators had gathered in anticipation. Soon, Leah appeared on stage, donned in a chic cream-colored suit that complemented her sleek golden hair. Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng, filled with excitement akin to that of fervent fans, watched in awe. Leah delivered her speech, but it seemed she had other commitments and would soon depart. The two friends rushed forward, only to find a long queue of admirers waiting for signatures. In Leah's vicinity, Shen Jiayu spotted an unexpected yet familiar figure, a tall young man with striking black hair and eyes, exuding an air of sophistication. Han Yusen.
Yi.
Shen Jiayu whispered in astonishment, recognizing the older brother who had once lived nearby. 3 years his senior, they had often played together in their youth, and Han Yusen had even tutored him in his studies. However, due to family circumstances, Han Yusen's family had relocated abroad, and their contact had gradually waned. Han Yusen noticed him too, initially taken aback, before he leaned in to whisper a few words to Leah, who nodded in acknowledgement. With an expression of uncertainty, Han Yusen approached Shen Jiayu. Shen Jiayu? Shen Jiayu nodded, still in a daze. Han Yusen's face lit up with surprise. It really is you, Wan. It's been ages since we last met. Yusen Gu. It has indeed been a long time. Shen Jiayu finally regained his composure, a smile breaking across his face. I never expected to see you here. In Shen Jiayu's eyes, Han Yusen had changed significantly. He had grown taller and exuded a more mature demeanor. With a grin, Han Yusen remarked that Shen Jiayu had grown up, no longer resembling the little bundle who used to call him brother in a babyish voice. When asked about his presence at the event, Han Yusen explained that he had followed Leah back to China to participate in the activities. He had become one of Leah's students a year prior, a relationship often referred to as a master-student bond in the country. Shen Jiayu's eyes widened in surprise and envy, and he offered his heartfelt congratulations. When questioned about his reason for attending, he shared that he and his friends were great admirers of Leah, which prompted them to visit. Is that so? You really admire Leah's work? Yes. Shen Jiayu nodded enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling. Han Yusen glanced back at Leah, noting that it seemed they were preparing to move on to their next destination. What's your current contact information? Let me add you. Han Yusen smiled. There's a private offline exchange meeting with Leah tomorrow. Would you and your friends like to attend? Shen Jiayu's eyes gleamed with excitement. An offline exchange meeting? Yes, indeed. It's a non-public event. If you have time, I can send you the location and time later, and I'll help you secure a spot. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much, Yusen Gu. Shen Jiayu exclaimed, filled with joy and gratitude. Han Yusen reassured him that it was no trouble before returning to Leah's side, and they both exited the venue. Before long, Wen Xiuheng navigated through the crowd to join Shen Jiayu. Curiously, she inquired about the conversation he had just had with the handsome stranger. Shen Jiayu recounted his reunion with Han Yusen and the exciting opportunity to attend the offline exchange meeting. Upon hearing this, Wen Xiuheng leaped in delight, expressing that they only had a morning class the next day, leaving them plenty of time to attend the meeting. This was a unique chance to interact closely with a world-renowned artist, and given their admiration for Leah, missing this opportunity would mean waiting who knows how long for the next. She grabbed Shen Jiayu's hand, bouncing with excitement. Later that evening, when Shen Jiayu returned home, Wen Xiuheng had not yet arrived. Just as he finished his bath and entered his bedroom, he received a message from Han Yusen detailing the time and location of the exchange meeting, mentioning that he would pick them up from the parking lot. Shen Jiayu expressed his gratitude in reply. As he completed his response, there was a knock at the bedroom door. Opening it, he found Wen Xiuheng standing outside. The alpha had just returned, his suit jacket draped over his arm, revealing the strong contours of his arms and chest beneath his shirt, which was rolled up to the forearms, showcasing his well-defined muscles and the prominent veins on his arms. Shen Jiayu lifted his gaze to meet his eyes. Sir. The alpha inclined his head slightly, his gaze resting on the young man before him, his lips pressed tightly together in silence. Shen Jiayu, freshly bathed and clad in soft, cream-colored pajamas, appeared even more delicate and petite. The loose fabric accentuated his slender frame, and the color of the pajamas made him look both innocent and soft. Moisture clung to the boy's skin, his hair still damp, with droplets cascading down his pale neck, glistening like jewels as they trickled down to his collarbone, then sliding softly over his fair, tender skin, finally disappearing beneath his neckline. An unexpected heat surged within the alpha, and he swallowed hard, silently diverting his gaze to the boy's eyes. Shen Jiayu's own eyes shimmered with curiosity, embodying the innocence of a fawn. The alpha steadied himself before speaking the words he had intended to say. "How did you find the exhibition today, Jiayu?" The boy's eyes brightened as he recounted his experiences, sharing how remarkable Leah's art was and the thrill of meeting her in person. Wen Xiuheng could see that his little friend had enjoyed the day immensely. The alpha reached out, gently brushing his fingers through Shen Jiayu's damp hair. "Fetch the hairdryer, sweetheart. I'll help you dry your hair." Shen Jiayu, realizing he had forgotten about this in his excitement to reply to Han Yusen, smiled sheepishly. The alpha had often reminded him to dry his hair promptly to avoid catching a cold. Without hesitation, he turned to retrieve the hairdryer, allowing Wen Xiuheng to enter the room. The alpha's arm encircled the boy's slender waist as he settled beside him on the edge of the bed. The hairdryer operated silently, set to the perfect temperature. With one hand holding the dryer and the other caressing the boy's soft locks, Wen Xiuheng gradually dried the damp ends of his hair until they became fluffy and airy, resting gently on his delicate neck. The man's gaze lingered on the nape of the boy's neck, dimming slightly. The band-aid that had once adorned that spot was now gone, and the skin that had been pierced by canine teeth had healed, leaving only a faint pink mark, still conspicuous against his porcelain skin. This indicated that the temporary mark he had placed on the boy had nearly worn off, and the alpha's pheromones could only linger within the beta's body for a brief period. A wave of unease and restlessness surged within the alpha, casting a shadow over his eyes. Shen Jiayu's words interrupted his train of thought. "Sir, I encountered an older brother I met in my childhood at the art exhibition. He is now a student of teacher Leah." Alpha precisely seized upon the keywords, halting his actions, and inquired softly, "The older brother you knew as a child?" "Yes. We haven't seen each other for a long time since his family moved abroad. I never expected to meet him at the art exhibition today." The youth turned, his back to him, revealing an expression of anticipation as he continued. "He invited me and Yuning to tomorrow's offline discussion with teacher Leah." As soon as Shen Jiayu finished speaking, a message arrived, illuminating the screen of the phone resting on the bed. Shen Jiayu picked up the phone and opened the chat. Wen Xiuheng, already towering over Shen Jiayu, caught sight of the message immediately. "See you tomorrow, Nuan." The sound of something crashing echoed, as if someone's heart had abruptly shattered. Wen Xiuheng's expression turned frosty, a sardonic chuckle echoing in his mind. Nuan? This suddenly appearing older brother dares to call his little friend that? He had only heard the child's mother refer to him in such a manner while in the hospital. Alpha's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Sir." Shen Jiayu turned once more, showing him the location and time from the message. Alpha's face instantly softened, as he tenderly caressed the youth's hair and murmured, "I will accompany you tomorrow." "You will escort me?" Shen Jiayu was somewhat astonished, as logically, he expected Sir to be at the company by the time the discussion commenced. Yet Alpha merely reached out, gently grasping his chin, gazing intently at him, and affirmatively repeated, "Yes, I will take you." For a moment, the two exchanged quiet glances, the rosy hue of the youth's eyes reflecting Alpha's handsome visage. In his gaze, Alpha drew closer, until he could feel the other's warm breath brushing against him. The youth held his breath, his lashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly, as he averted his gaze in a flurry of embarrassment. "Look at me, Jiayu." Alpha's deep, resonant voice rumbled as he lifted the youth's chin with a large hand. Shen Jiayu obediently raised his eyes, instinctively pressing his lips together. "Such a good boy." Alpha chuckled softly, his low, magnetic voice resonating in the air. "A good child." Then, the man leaned in for a kiss. Alpha first captured the youth's cherry blossom jelly-like lower lip, then pried open his mouth with his tongue, delving into the petite cavity, entwining it with his own. This kiss carried a sense of urgency and pressure, as Alpha's large hand cradled the youth's chin and cheek, guiding him to yield to this embrace. The other hand found its way to the youth's chest, feeling his breath and heartbeat. Shen Jiayu gradually succumbed to the kiss, gasping out muffled whimpers like a pitiful little creature. Simultaneously, Alpha's breathing grew heavier against his ear. It was not until the youth could no longer swallow, a bead of glistening liquid escaping the corner of his lips, that Alpha finally released him. Their tongues parted, leaving behind a silvery thread. Shen Jiayu's rosy tongue lingered outside, unable to retreat in time. He blinked his misty, wet eyes, meeting Alpha's profound gaze. That look filled him with trepidation. However, Alpha quickly donned a gentle expression, using his thumb to wipe away the sheen at the corner of Shen Jiayu's lips. In that moment, Shen Jiayu felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, questioning if the possessive gaze he had just witnessed truly belonged to the man before him. Yet, the peculiar sensation from behind him rendered him rigid. Shen Jiayu abruptly turned his head, his face flushing a brilliant crimson. Under Alpha's perplexed gaze, he stammered softly, "Sir, you are against me." Chapter 29. In Wen Xiuheng's room. Within the bathroom, Alpha stood beneath the shower, tilting his head slightly, revealing his rolling Adam's apple and sharp jawline, his voice deep and heavy. When he opened his eyes, they were dark and brimming with desire. Perhaps he had been a bit too eager lately. His little friend was still too young, utterly naive in matters of affection, like a blank canvas. Yet, he was constantly unsettled by the fact that his little friend was a beta. He could not fully mark him, nor could he constantly assert to the alphas surrounding his little friend that his rose belonged solely to him. A fierce possessiveness surged within him, battering against the walls of restraint and reason, until his hands clenched into fists, fingers turning pale. Meanwhile, in Shen Jiayu's room, the youth curled himself into a small ball, hiding beneath the covers. After Sir had apologized and left, a bittersweet smile lingered on his face, tinged with an air of resignation. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jiayu emerged from the covers. Perhaps he could understand Sir. He was older and far more mature. As an alpha, it was normal for Sir to have physiological needs. He was Sir's partner, and this was his duty. As he pondered this, he blinked, recalling something that made his cheeks flush anew, prompting him to retreat back under the covers. The following day, as Wen Xiuheng had promised, he arrived on time to escort the youth to the discussion venue. To his surprise, Shen Jiayu did not mention the events of the previous night from the moment he woke until they were in the car, behaving as though everything was perfectly normal. Han Yusen had arrived a few minutes early, waiting for Shen Jiayu in the underground parking lot. Seeing Shen Jiayu alight from the car, he approached with a smile. However, he quickly noticed another figure following behind. Han Yusen slowed his pace in confusion. After Wen Xiuheng exited the car, he approached Shen Jiayu and placed an arm around his shoulders. Han Yusen turned to Shen Jiayu, greeting him. "Jiayu, you're here." Shen Jiayu's eyes curved into a smile as he called out, "Brother Yusen." Han Yusen then turned to Wen Xiuheng, puzzled, "And who might this be?" Shen Jiayu shyly smiled. "This is my Sir." Wen Xiuheng, donning a polite smile, extended his hand towards Han Yusen. "Hello, I am Jiayu's partner, Wen Xiuheng." A flash of shock and astonishment crossed Han Yusen's face. He had never expected that Shen Jiayu, still so young, was already married, and the man before him was his partner. Yet, having matured somewhat, he quickly regained his composure, smiling as he extended his hand in return. "Hello, I am Han Yusen." The two alphas shook hands but did not immediately release one another, an unspoken and peculiar atmosphere spreading between them. Absinthe, ice and snow. They both understood this sentiment simultaneously. Wen Xiuheng was the first to break the silence. "Thank you for inviting Jiayu." "Not at all. Jiayu and I have known each other since childhood." The two discreetly released their handshake. Just then, Yin Yuning came running from another direction, waving and calling out Shen Jiayu's name with a smile. It was almost time for them to head to the venue. Wen Xiuheng gently caressed Shen Jiayu's cheek, whispering, "I'll come pick you up later, Jiayu." Shen Jiayu beamed sweetly, nodding, Okay." Han Yusen observed their interaction throughout, feeling a tumult of emotions. Indeed, he and Shen Jiayu had not seen one another for many years. The little bundle who once followed him had changed remarkably, and there was much they no longer understood about each other. He was completely in the dark about how Shen Jiayu had met the man before him, or when they had gotten married. However, one thing he could ascertain was that the man before him was anything but ordinary. He appeared courteous and gentlemanly, a smile gracing his lips, yet it could not mask the chilling aura and formidable presence that emanated from him, a quality inherent to those born to positions of power. Steady yet incisive, aloof yet intimidating. Having been exposed to various influential figures abroad under his mentor's guidance, Han Yusen found that this man's aura surpassed them all. He prided himself on his ability to discern character, confident that he could not be mistaken. After bidding farewell to Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng, the trio made their way towards the elevator not far away. Once inside, facing the parking lot. They could still see Wen Xiuheng standing beside his car, gazing at Shen Jiayu with a gentle smile. However, when Han Yusen's eyes met his, he suddenly found himself holding his breath. Whether it was merely his imagination or not, the man's silver-gray irises conveyed a frigid warning. That gaze was familiar to any alpha, embodying an intense possessiveness towards their partner. As the elevator doors closed, Shen Jiayu vanished from Wen Xiuheng's sight. Upon returning to the car, the alpha's phone rang. It was Dr. Yu Ming, a colleague of Lu Jun, who was responsible for treating his susceptibility disorder. Hello, Mr. Wen. The new treatment has entered its final validation stage. When would you be available to come to the hospital? Shen Jiayu and Yin Yuning were smoothly escorted into the venue by Han Yusen. The space, though modest, was meticulously arranged to create a warm atmosphere, conducive to intimate sharing, and Shen Jiayu and Yin Yuning took their seats among the visitors, while Han Yusen, serving as Leah's assistant for this exchange event, occupied a position closer to the aisle. Leah soon made her timely appearance, and spontaneous applause erupted from the audience, marking the official commencement of the offline. Leah began by sharing her artistic journey as a painter, recounting moments filled with both accolades and doubts, admiration and criticism, all sustained by her passion for painting. Throughout her presentation, she exuded patience and warmth. As the applause resonated following her speech, Shen Jiayu felt a deeper understanding and admiration for Leah, further solidifying his own aspirations. Meanwhile, during a lull in the, Han Yusen's mind lingered on the alpha's penetrating gaze directed at him. He recalled the alpha introducing himself as Wen Xiuheng and, with a furrowed brow, curiously entered the name into his phone. His expression soon morphed into one of shock. The alpha was, indeed, the heir of the Wen Corporation. It was clear his initial instincts had not led him astray. This alpha was far from ordinary. Han Yusen continued to peruse the search results, gradually knitting his brows in concern. After the concluded successfully, attendees formed a queue for autographs, with Han Yusen assisting nearby. Leah graciously fulfilled everyone's requests, inscribing thoughtful messages along with her signatures. When it was Shen Jiayu's turn, Leah inquired about his name and, upon hearing it, displayed a look of delightful recognition, exclaiming in halting Mandarin, "Jiayu, Josen's younger brother." She glanced at Han Yusen and added, "Pretty boy," to which he responded with a smile that bore a hint of reluctance. Leah continued in English, cheerfully stating, "Josen informed me that you have a deep passion for painting and considerable talent from a young age. Perhaps you would like to join me at the art museum this Friday for a chat?" Han Yusen informed Shen Jiayu that they would be returning to Country Y on Sunday, clarifying that the invitation was personal, as Leah often enjoyed mentoring younger artists and engaging with them. The museum director would also be present alongside several artists. This news was undoubtedly a delightful surprise for Shen Jiayu, who was thrilled at the prospect of further with Leah and esteemed figures. Nodding enthusiastically, "Yes, thank you for the invitation." He then politely inquired if his friend could accompany him, to which Leah readily consented. Leah signed for them all, adding her well wishes, and Yin Yuning's eyes sparkled as he declared his intent to treasure the signature and frame it upon returning home. Before departing, Shen Jiayu made a point to express his gratitude to Han Yusen for inviting them to the. In truth, Han Yusen had words he wished to share privately with Shen Jiayu, but it was evidently not the appropriate setting. His expression bore a hint of hesitation as he opened his mouth, only to wave goodbye instead. Exiting the venue into the lobby, Shen Jiayu sent a text to Wen Xiuheng, informing him that the had concluded. Unsure if his partner had returned to the office, he refrained from calling, prepared to wait in the lobby for a while. To his surprise, Wen Xiuheng responded almost immediately, stating he had just arrived at the parking lot 5 minutes ago and would come to the lobby to pick him up. On the way back, Shen Jiayu shared the news of Leah's invitation to the art museum on Friday with Wen Xiuheng. However, Wen Xiuheng had an important board meeting that day and would likely be unable to escort Shen Jiayu himself, though he promised to come if time allowed. Shen Jiayu shook his head with a smile, assuring him it was no trouble, as he would bring his medication along. He did not wish to hinder his partner's important work. Wen Xiuheng felt a swell of tenderness. His young companion was so understanding and considerate, always tugging at his heartstrings. He had arranged to meet the doctor the following day to validate the new targeted medication, and as the doctor had mentioned, it was still in the final validation phase, which meant potential risks. He decided to withhold this information from his young friend for the time being. On Friday, after the board meeting concluded, the driver cast a worried glance at the rearview mirror, noting that Wen Xiuheng's demeanor had been off since entering the car. His expression was stern, his complexion pale, as though he were undergoing some form of torment. The alpha's lips tightened, and he spoke in a low voice to the art museum. Just before the meeting's conclusion, he had sensed something amiss within his body. The most probable cause was the delayed adverse effects from the experimental drug trial conducted 2 days prior. The alpha furrowed his brow and closed his eyes, feeling the storm of pheromones raging within him, every cell in his body crying out for that singular name. At this moment, the instinct inscribed in his very genes compelled him to be where his partner was, to embrace and kiss him. As the alpha opened his eyes, they glimmered with an intense depth. At the art museum, Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng followed Lia, Han Yusen, the director, and 3 other young artists, exchanging thoughts in front of the exhibited artworks. Different perspectives from various individuals enriched Shen Jiayu's understanding immensely, and Lia consistently encouraged them to express their views. After Shen Jiayu shared his insights, the senior artists present were visibly impressed, unanimously agreeing that despite his youth, he held great promise for the future. As the drew to a close, Shen Jiayu's phone rang. It was Wen Xiuheng calling. He slowed his pace, stepping behind the group to answer. The alpha's deep, hoarse voice called out, "Jiayu." His breath was heavy, the gravelly tone laden with intense desire and yearning. Immediately, the young man detected the alpha's distress and asked with concern, "Sir, what is wrong?" The lounge on the north side of the first floor. Now. The alpha's breathing intensified, his tone both gentle and commanding. The lounge? A flicker of confusion crossed Shen Jiayu's eyes. Did his partner mean he had already arrived on the first floor? However, the voice of the alpha sounded most peculiar. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Jiayu hastened forward, briefly explaining the situation to a few individuals before dashing towards the first floor. Han Yusen turned around, his gaze filled with confusion as he watched Shen Jiayu's retreating figure. By inquiring with the staff, Shen Jiayu swiftly located the designated area. The lounge door was unlocked. He pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of illumination. As soon as Shen Jiayu entered the lounge, a powerful arm abruptly pulled him into an embrace. His slender back pressed against the man's sturdy chest, enveloped by a familiar, crisp scent. "Behave, Jiayu." The man's husky voice resonated from above. The alpha encircled the boy's narrow waist with one arm while the other covered his chest. His rapid, heated breath cascading over the boy's delicate nape. "Baby, I've missed you so much." Shen Jiayu's heart raced uncontrollably. His feathery eyelashes fluttered as he responded softly, "Sir, what's wrong with you?" Although he had only been apart from the man for less than a few hours, the longing in the alpha's voice was palpable. The alpha buried his head in the boy's neck, aimlessly caressing him, his body overwhelmed by a torrent of uncontrollable pheromones that assailed his rationality. "Let me hold you, Jiayu." The alpha's voice was imbued with a profound yearning and infatuation. The familiar tone and setting led Shen Jiayu to surmise the reason behind this fervor, stirring a deep sense of concern and empathy within him. The atmosphere around him was rife with a tempestuous energy, and amidst it all, he could also detect a faint trace of nicotine on the alpha, a scent foreign to his usual demeanor. Shen Jiayu's heart clenched painfully. Lowering his gaze, he responded to the man's plea with a soft, gentle voice, "Please hold me." The boy's submissiveness and compliance acted as a catalyst, prompting the alpha's actions to become more fervent and urgent. Scorching, moist kisses were imprinted on the boy's tender neck, while the alpha's breaths grew increasingly ragged and hoarse, akin to a ferocious, bloodthirsty beast poised to devour him whole. Shen Jiayu instinctively shivered, his body trembling slightly within the alpha's grasp, his mind spiraling into a dizzying haze. Amidst the fervent desires, a sudden, insistent ringing pierced the air, abruptly jolting Shen Jiayu back to reality. The alpha still held him captive, and he could only tremble as he fumbled to retrieve his phone from his pocket. However, it slipped from his grasp and tumbled onto the carpet, the screen illuminating to reveal the caller's identity. Han Yusen. The alpha behind him naturally caught sight of the name as well. Instinctively, Shen Jiayu sought to escape the alpha's grip to retrieve his phone, but the next moment, the alpha's voice, hoarse and commanding, echoed, "Do not answer." The alpha's possessive instincts surged to their zenith, his jaw clenched tightly, veins bulging at his neck. From the moment this encounter began, he had sensed the unfamiliar and chaotic sense surrounding the boy, even discerning a hint of absinthe among them. Though faint, these scents were enough to send the alpha spiraling into a frenzied state. His displeasure manifested in a furrowed brow, emotions roiling violently within him. Why can't the beta ever be marked? Why is the beta always inevitably tainted by the presence of others? He pondered darkly. What must I do to claim my rose as my own? Must I ensure his pregnancy, allowing his belly to swell so that he may truly belong to me? The alpha's thoughts spiraled into darkness and madness as his large hand enveloped the boy's slender, flat abdomen, his gaze deepening with dangerous intensity. In the dimly lit lounge, the incessant ringing of the phone continued to echo. The alpha's rationality was entirely obliterated as he could no longer restrain himself and bit down on the boy's nape. Shen Jiayu's eyes widened in shock, emitting a feeble, powerless whimper. The alpha's fangs pierced the skin, a torrent of warmth surging into the boy's body, the sudden marking nearly overwhelming his senses. Shen Jiayu's rose-tinted eyes swiftly lost focus. The alpha continued to mark him, refusing to withdraw until the ringing finally subsided into silence. Shen Jiayu briefly lost consciousness, his body limp, and snared in the alpha's embrace. Only when the alpha had thoroughly indulged himself and licked the tiny puncture to ensure there was no bleeding did he relent. Yet, the alpha's insatiable greed had not abated. He turned the boy's body over, cradling his face and gazing into his tear-filled eyes, the corners tinged with crimson, his unfocused gaze appearing bewildered. The boy's full, delicate lips parted slightly, revealing a hint of pink within. The alpha narrowed his eyes, tightening his hold on the boy and kissing him with fervor. The man effortlessly invaded Shen Jiayu's mouth, greedily claiming the sweetness within. Time lost all meaning as Shen Jiayu gradually regained consciousness amid the alpha's kiss. This kiss was deep, heavy, almost brutal, imbued with the alpha's profound anxiety and infatuation. Shen Jiayu felt as if his tongue had become numb, saliva spilling from his mouth and trickling down to his collarbone. He pushed against the alpha's body with his palm, but it was futile. Their size disparity was stark, and the difference in strength was insurmountable. The boy could only emit a faint, pitiful whimper, akin to a kitten that had been cruelly bullied. The alpha, freeing one hand, grasped the boy's smaller palm, continuing to kiss him fervently while intertwining their fingers, leaving no gap between them, as if this could somehow alleviate his unease at being unable to mark the boy. Ultimately, Shen Jiayu surrendered to the inevitable, his long eyelashes fluttering as he allowed his eyes to slowly close, yielding to the alpha's warmth and skillful exploration of his mouth. Gradually, the boy attempted to respond, their lips entwining in a dance of desire. Shen Jiayu's naive and innocent reciprocation only served to heighten the alpha's excitement and obsession, deepening their kiss further. The scorching breaths threatened to dissolve the boy's body and sanity, leaving him utterly limp as a wave of tingling pleasure coursed through him. The alpha led Shen Jiayu into a sea of unending affection and desire. Meanwhile, merely a wall away, Han Yusen was searching for Shen Jiayu, having arrived at this vicinity. With their departure to Country Y approaching the following day, he yearned to speak with Shen Jiayu. Previously, he had stumbled upon news regarding Wen Xiuheng online and was taken aback to discover that Shen Jiayu had married him through an arranged union, compounded by the unfortunate circumstances surrounding Shen Jiayu's family. The Wen Xiuheng depicted in the news appeared ruthless, cold, and detached, a young man who had ascended to the helm of a vast business empire. It was difficult for Han Yusen not to question whether Shen Jiayu was truly happy within such a marriage, and these thoughts stirred feelings of pity and sympathy for him. He wished to speak with Shen Jiayu privately, to express his awareness of the events surrounding him, to inquire about his well-being, and to subtly offer assistance if needed. However, after Shen Jiayu hurriedly departed, he lost track of him. Searching for him, he arrived nearby and dialed Shen Jiayu's number once more. Shortly thereafter, the ringing echoed faintly from the lounge. Han Yusen, puzzled, approached, the sound growing ever closer. Hesitating, he pushed the door ajar, creating a narrow opening. Before him lay a scene that rendered him utterly astonished. In the dimly lit lounge, Alpha was bent over, tightly embracing Shen Jiayu, one arm encircling his waist, while the other cradled the back of his head as he passionately kissed the youth in his arms. The boy, turned sideways and facing away, had his eyes closed, responding to Alpha's kiss. The prolonged embrace had dulled Shen Jiayu's awareness of his surroundings. Han Yusen stood frozen in place, his breath caught in his throat. Amidst the entangled lips, Alpha acutely sensed the presence of this unwelcome guest. He coldly lifted his eyelids, his gaze dark and dangerously intense. His eyes were filled with a fervent possessiveness, accompanied by a suffocating warning and threat. Get lost. Chapter 30. A tremendous sense of oppression and intimidation surged forth. Han Yusen felt every hair on his body stand on end. His breath momentarily halted, and his complexion turned ashen as he hastily exited the scene. With the distraction removed, Alpha redirected his full attention to kissing the boy in his embrace. The dim light blurred the passage of time, and they were unaware of how long they remained entwined. Shen Jiayu, feeling utterly enervated, was cradled in Alpha's arms, seated upon his lap, oxygen deprived. His delicate frame trembled and convulsed as he struggled to breathe, his chest rising and falling. A mere blink caused physiological tears to cascade down his cheeks. His eyes were red, as were the corners, and predictably, his lips were also swollen and crimson. Alpha had regained his composure, disentangling himself from the tumult. His young companion was his sole remedy and salvation. With a tender yet protective gesture, he kissed away Shen Jiayu's tears, his hand remaining over the boy's left chest. After confirming that Shen Jiayu's heart was unscathed, he gently tucked the disheveled strands of hair behind his ear, leaning in to whisper softly against him, "My dear, are you feeling any better?" Although Shen Jiayu still lacked strength, his rose-colored eyes regained focus. He could only respond with a faint, soft utterance, "Mm." An overwhelming wave of affection surged within Alpha. This was indeed the longest kiss they had shared, and the boy had reciprocated willingly. At that moment, the essence of his little companion enveloped him entirely. Alpha smiled gently. "Let us return home." Shen Jiayu obediently allowed Wen Xiuheng to lift him, and the man carried him out of the lounge. Han Yusen and Wen Xiuheng had long departed. Wen Xiuheng had initially intended to find Shen Jiayu, but upon Han Yusen's return, he learned that Shen Jiayu was with his partner, prompting him to nod in understanding and feel reassured. However, he could not quite grasp why Han Yusen's expression had appeared somewhat troubled. As they approached the time for the art museum's closing, the last batch of visitors trickled out. Under the curious gazes of onlookers and staff, a tall, handsome Alpha strode past, cradling a youth in his arms, who shyly buried his head into Alpha's embrace. Upon returning from the museum, Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng's lives seemed to revert to their usual rhythm. After arriving home that day, Shen Jiayu received a farewell message from Han Yusen, which did not delve into any other topics. Shen Jiayu wished him safe travels with teacher Leah. In the days that followed, he continued to visit his family in the hospital while attending classes. Wen Xiuheng also began preparing the group for the largest domestic commercial bidding project. He communicated feedback regarding the efficacy of the specially formulated medication with the doctors, who aimed to optimize and improve the drug in the shortest time possible. Time slipped away and summer arrived. In the morning, as was customary, Wen Xiuheng escorted Shen Jiayu to school. Upon their arrival, Shen Jiayu bid farewell to the man. Wen Xiuheng caressed his cheek, gently assuring him that he would come to pick him up after school. Despite being engrossed in business bidding matters, he remained attentive to the task of escorting his young companion. Shen Jiayu smiled, nodding in agreement. Just as he was about to exit the car, Wen Xiuheng called out his name once more. "My dear." Shen Jiayu paused, turning his head. Unbeknownst to him, Alpha had leaned in closer, smiling at him, then lowered his head to place a soft kiss on the corner of his lips. A fleeting kiss, like a dragonfly touching the surface of water, left a mark on Shen Jiayu's lips. The boy blinked in confusion, his cheeks flushing slightly. Alpha spoke tenderly. "See you later." Shen Jiayu softly replied, acquiescing once more. As he stepped out of the car, he pressed his palm against his slightly flushed face while walking. Only when Shen Jiayu had entered the school did Wen Xiuheng roll up the car window. In class, the teacher informed them that the art department would collectively host an exhibition at the end of the summer semester, and each student was required to prepare a corresponding piece based on the theme. During the initial preparation phase, classmates could form small groups to discuss ideas. Wen Xiuheng naturally called out for Shen Jiayu to join, planning to meet at a nearby CAF after their afternoon class to brainstorm themes. Shen Jiayu nodded, sending a message to Wen Xiuheng to inform him of his later return, assuring him that he need not trouble himself to pick him up, as Uncle Li would take him home after they finished. Wen Xiuheng replied affirmatively, attaching a cute cat emoticon, one from their previous chats, frequently used by Shen Jiayu. Gazing at his phone screen, Shen Jiayu couldn't help but smile. After class, they made their way to a nearby mall. The CAF was located on the second floor, and they ascended the escalator. Unfortunately, the CAF was on the opposite side of the floor, so Wen Xiuheng and Shen Jiayu walked in that direction. As they passed another escalator, An elderly man pushing a stroller slowly approached them. The stroller, occupied by a few-month-old baby, was being pushed ahead by the elderly man. When they reached the second floor, the old man attempted to lift the stroller, but a sudden mishap occurred. The front wheel of the stroller got caught on the escalator step, and without the necessary push, the old man suddenly lost his balance, tumbling down the escalator with the stroller. The elderly man's desperate cries pierced the air just as Shen Jiayu, positioned near the escalator, instinctively rushed forward. In that moment, Shen Jiayu acted purely on instinct. His singular thought was to catch them, lest the consequences be dire. Wen Xiuheng screamed, "Xiao Jiayu!" Shen Jiayu dashed down the steps, desperately reaching for the baby's clothing, but the elderly man was too far away, and time was running out. The stroller, entangled with the old man, rolled violently down the escalator. Grasping the baby, Shen Jiayu suddenly lost his own balance, his heart racing in his chest, nearly leaping into his throat. In a haze of white noise, he instinctively shielded the baby with his body, clutching the handrail with his other hand, almost tumbling down himself, but fortunately, Wen Xiuheng managed to steady him in time. Meanwhile, gasps of shock erupted from below the escalator, as individuals rushed to catch the elderly man, while others pressed the emergency button at the bottom. Instantly, chaos ensued on the escalator. Mall staff hurried over to assess the injuries of those present. Wen Xiuheng and Shen Jiayu collapsed onto the ground, their faces painted with shock, and cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Shen Jiayu's chest heaved violently, his complexion pale as he looked down at the baby in his arms, who wailed heart-wrenchingly, clearly terrified by the recent events, though thankfully appearing uninjured. Staff approached urgently. "Gentlemen, are you all right? Are you injured?" Shen Jiayu, still reeling from the unexpected incident, found the staff's anxious demeanor slightly blurred before his eyes. He stood still for a moment, stunned, before realizing that a staff member had taken the baby from his arms. Wen Xiuheng, equally concerned, inquired, "Xiao Jiayu, are you all right?" Shen Jiayu turned to Wen Xiuheng, slowly nodding his head. Just as he was about to respond, a sudden and excruciating pain erupted in his chest. Ugh! The youth doubled over in agony, collapsing onto the ground. Shen Jiayu trembled violently from the pain, his breathing becoming labored and difficult, rendering him unable to speak. He arched his back in torment, clutching his heart. The pain was unbearable, as if countless daggers were being plunged into his chest. Darkness clouded his vision as his strength swiftly ebbed away, and uncontrollable tears cascaded down to the floor. He instinctively reached for the emergency medication in his pocket, but found himself too weak to do so. Wen Xiuheng and the staff were immediately thrown into a frenzy. "Xiao Jiayu, sir, what is happening, sir?" Upon witnessing the distressing scene, Wen Xiuheng began to frantically search for the emergency medication on Shen Jiayu's person, knowing he must carry it with him due to his condition. At that moment, Shen Jiayu could only hear a cacophony of alarming beeps, rendering their voices incomprehensible, and even his ability to breathe faltered. Suddenly, a metallic sweetness surged up his throat, prompting him to cough violently, spewing blood. His face drained of color, he closed his eyes and fainted. "Quick, call for an ambulance." In the chaos, Shen Jiayu kept his eyes tightly shut, tears clinging to his lashes, his complexion as pale as snow, and his lips stained with vivid blood. Simultaneously, a red ink stroke on a document came to an abrupt halt, and when Xiuheng furrowed his brow, a wave of intense unease washing over him. Just then, his phone rang urgently. He no longer remembered how he exited the company or arrived at the hospital. Only his employees bore witness to the unprecedented sight of their president in such a frantic state, filled with worry and compassion. When Xiuheng rushed to the emergency room, sweat beading on his forehead, as the glaring red in emergency sign illuminated before him. Outside the emergency room, Wen Xiuheng awaited alongside the mall staff. The man pressed his lips tightly together and strode forward. Wen Xiuheng recounted the events, explaining how he had found the medication on Shen Jiayu and administered it to him. The mall had also employed an AED for resuscitation, but Shen Jiayu remained unconscious, and when the ambulance arrived, he was rushed into the operating room for emergency treatment. All they could do now was wait. For the man, every passing minute felt like an agonizing torment, with fear, worry, and guilt intertwining into a vice grip around his throat and heart. His eyes burned with unshed tears, and his eyelids became moist. At long last, the emergency light dimmed, and the operating room door swung open, revealing Shen Jiayu being wheeled out by the doctors. The youth's eyes remained tightly shut, his face devoid of color, with an oxygen mask covering the lower half of his face, enveloped in a loose hospital gown, fragile and delicate. The faint rise and fall of the ECG monitor signaled his weak heartbeat, reminiscent of a rose that had been cruelly severed. Jiayu, the man leaned in close to the youth's ear. His eyes reddened with emotion as he choked back tears, calling out to him in a hoarse whisper, his heart swelling with anguish. Lu Jun emerged from the emergency room, witnessing this poignant scene and letting out a heavy sigh. Xiuheng. Lu Jun removed his mask, his expression serious as he approached. When Xiuheng turned to Lu Jun, young Master Shen has been stabilized, but the prognosis is not optimistic. When Xiuheng clenched his jaw tightly, during surgery there was a moment of cardiac arrest. His eyes brimmed with tears. Xiuheng, young Master Shen requires open-heart surgery. Shen Jiayu remained in a coma for an entire day before awakening. The first sight that met his eyes was when Xiuheng. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his complexion poor, indicating he had not left his side for even a moment. Upon seeing him awaken, a glimmer of light returned to Wen Xiuheng's gaze. Shen Jiayu struggled to turn his head, attempting to call out, but no sound emerged. A thin mist had formed on the oxygen mask. When Xiuheng leaned closer, his large hand gently caressing the youth's head, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Jiayu, you're awake. Thank goodness." Shen Jiayu's eyes also glistened with tears, realizing he had come perilously close to losing his mentor. During his unconsciousness, he had faintly sensed the sound of Wen Xiuheng's voice, constantly praying for his safety. Witnessing Shen Jiayu's condition, Wen Xiuheng felt as if countless daggers had pierced his heart, overwhelming him with pain. The man pressed his dry lips against the youth's forehead, his voice still hoarse. "It's all right now, don't be afraid. I'm right here." Shen Jiayu gently blinked in response. When Xiuheng pressed a kiss to the corner of his eye, wiping away his tears, "Don't cry, Jiayu. You mustn't cry, my dear." With reddened eyes, Shen Jiayu softly acquiesced. When Xiuheng took the small hand that had become fragile and kissed the back of it, then, treating the youth as if he were delicate porcelain, pressed his porcelain white hand against his cheek. The man forced a smile, soothingly assuring him that his mother was also there watching over him, and that he would remain by his side. When Xiuheng called for Lu Jun to check on Shen Jiayu, Lu Jun reassured Shen Jiayu not to worry. On the third day, the oxygen mask was finally removed. Throughout this time, Shen Jiayu had been intermittently dozing, his body and spirit in poor condition, and he began to run a continuous fever. In just a few days he had grown significantly thinner. When Xiuheng, too, had lost weight from the worry. During this period, the families of the elderly and the child had visited Shen Jiayu, expressing their immense gratitude for saving the baby. Only when Shen Jiayu's condition improved and the oxygen mask was removed, and the monitoring equipment was disconnected, did Wen Xiuheng feel a slight easing of his anxiety. He planned to wait until later to inform Shen Jiayu about the need for open-heart surgery. Lu Jun explained that Shen Jiayu's congenital heart disease was already complex, and this recent incident had escalated his condition to the point of necessitating surgery. However, open-heart surgery could also mean a chance for further healing. Such a procedure is a major undertaking for anyone, requiring multiple consultations and evaluations from the hospital, and for Shen Jiayu's body, it would be an arduous challenge. Given his current condition, it was unlikely he could withstand it. Considering that his condition had stabilized, Lu Jun suggested they take time to recuperate before proceeding with the surgery. The specific timing would be discussed once Shen Jiayu was in better health, and they would make a decision together. After the oxygen mask was removed, Shen Jiayu could begin consuming liquid food. When Xiuheng continued to feed him at every meal. After finishing lunch, Shen Jiayu tugged gently at his shirt, weakly calling out, "Sir." When Xiuheng's heart ached, and he lay beside him, tenderly pulling him into his embrace. These days, his little friend had become particularly clingy. When Xiuheng pressed his forehead against the youth's, testing his temperature, which still indicated a slight fever. Although Shen Jiayu's spirit had improved somewhat, his body was recovering slowly, his complexion still pale and translucent. The loose hospital gown hung off him, making him appear even more fragile. When Xiuheng's heart ached at the sight, he kissed the youth's eyes, then his cheeks, and finally brushed his lips against the edge of his mouth. Never had Wen Xiuheng felt such fear and helplessness. His little friend was so delicate and fragile that he felt the need to hold him, kiss him, to quell the turmoil of unease and dread within his heart. Shen Jiayu lay languidly in the embrace of the alpha, gazing into his eyes, and in a faint, trembling voice, expressed his concern, "Sir, Will this illness be contagious to you? Wen Xiuheng displayed a bittersweet smile, tinged with affection, and kissed him once more, meeting his gaze. Not at all, my dear. Do not worry. Shen Jiayu slowly lowered his eyes, burying his head into the alpha's chest. Wen Xiuheng tenderly tightened his hold on the youthful figure, his large hand gently stroking the delicate back. After a brief moment, a few coughs escaped from the alpha's embrace, the slender body quivering slightly with each spasm. Wen Xiuheng quickly leaned down to inspect him. Shen Jiayu's brows were subtly furrowed, his eyes half closed, the corners slightly reddened, and his shoulders trembled as if the mere act of coughing had drained all his strength. The sight shattered Wen Xiuheng's heart. He placed his hand over the boy's chest, gradually aiding him in regulating his breath. My dear, does your chest hurt? Are you feeling dizzy? Shen Jiayu slowly opened his eyes, a veil of mist clouding their depths, and gently shook his head. Wen Xiuheng forced a bittersweet smile and kissed his eyelids again, carefully drawing the boy into his arms. The alpha rested his chin atop Shen Jiayu's head, softly patting his back to lull him to sleep. Shen Jiayu nestled his fluffy little head against Wen Xiuheng's chest and gradually drifted off. Thus, Wen Xiuheng held him close, falling asleep together. Shen Jiayu spent over a week in the hospital, only being permitted to leave once his mental and physical health had improved. Throughout the duration of his stay, Wen Xiuheng remained by his side, caring for him with unwavering devotion. On the day of his discharge, Wen Xiuheng took Shen Jiayu to meet Lu Jun. Prior to their meeting, Wen Xiuheng had meticulously informed Shen Jiayu about the forthcoming open-heart surgery. As he relayed this information while cradling the boy, he felt Shen Jiayu trembling slightly in his arms, and his heart ached for him. His little friend was so young, yet faced with such a complex and significant operation. How could he not be frightened? The man gently cupped the boy's face, gazing at him with tender focus, and kissed his forehead to reassure him. Jiayu, do not be afraid. Everything will be fine. I will always be by your side, all right? Shen Jiayu looked into Wen Xiuheng's eyes, tightening his embrace around him. Although his eyes shimmered with unshed tears, he obediently nodded. He felt that as long as his sir was present, his courage would swell. Ultimately, after conferring with Lu Jun, they tentatively set the surgery date for August. Shen Jiayu returned home from the hospital. Upon seeing his pale, gaunt face, Aunt Chui was heartbroken, quietly wiping away tears in the kitchen, feeling pained that Shen Jiayu, at such a tender age, had to endure so much suffering. She vowed to take good care of him and the young master, ensuring that Shen Jiayu regained the nutrients he had lost. Wen Xiuheng carried Shen Jiayu back to the bedroom, and the first thing he did was check his temperature. Although the fever had subsided before discharge, relapses were inevitable, and Shen Jiayu's cough had not yet healed. After leaving the hospital, he would need to take a multitude of medications daily. Once he confirmed that there was no fever, Wen Xiuheng began to help him remove his shoes, encouraging him to rest on the bed. The tall alpha bent down before the boy, gently grasping his slender ankle, as if he might break it with the slightest pressure. The sight brought a sheen of tears to the man's eyes. Once Shen Jiayu's mental and physical health improved further, he began to recuperate while also preparing for the end-of-term exhibition. Wen Xiuheng consistently reminded him not to overexert himself. The theme for this exhibition was temporal film, a concept with vast creative scope, and Shen Jiayu was still contemplating the specific content of his artwork. He remained in the home studio, seated before a blank canvas, aimlessly drawing. He recalled that after the exhibition would be his sir's birthday, and during his own birthday, Wen Xiuheng had taken him to the shores of Aish, where he had shared his own birth date, August 9th. Shen Jiayu wished to gift him a painting as a present. As he painted, he gradually began to recall the myriad moments he had shared with Wen Xiuheng, a smile unconsciously blooming on his lips. Their first encounter had been amidst the first snowfall of winter, followed by standing together beneath the blossoms of spring, and witnessing the twilight hues by the sea. Each scene they had shared together was etched in the annals of time, and unbeknownst to him, he had spent a considerable duration alongside his sir. Gradually, they had transitioned from strangers to familiar companions, and he found himself increasingly reliant on Wen Xiuheng. Suddenly, a tickling sensation in his throat interrupted his reverie. Shen Jiayu shivered, arching his back to steady his breath. When he lifted his gaze back to the canvas, he found himself momentarily frozen, for the portrait taking shape before him was none other than the visage of the man he cherished. "Little one, do you like him?" The echo of his mother's query resonated in his ears, causing Shen Jiayu to abruptly hold his breath. The paintbrush in his hand had inadvertently revealed the answer to him. Indeed, he liked his sir. Long before he had even realized it, he had already fallen for Wen Xiuheng. Chapter 31. In order to carve out more time to accompany Shen Jiayu, Wen Xiuheng devoted most of his hours to work at home, compressing any necessary office tasks into a single session. After finishing his business, the alpha returned home late at night. As he exited the car, he noticed the warm glow of lights illuminating the villa, and a smile crept upon his lips, filling his heart with warmth. He knew someone was waiting for him at home. As soon as Wen Xiuheng entered the living room, Shen Jiayu sprang from the sofa, hastening to greet him. Aunt Cui stood behind him, watching with a smile. She had grown accustomed to the sight of the young master waiting in the living room whenever the young master returned late from work. The boy looked up at Wen Xiuheng, a gentle smile gracing his face, his eyes reflecting his dependence. "Sir, you're back." The alpha's gaze toward the boy was filled with tenderness and affection as he gently caressed Shen Jiayu's cheek. "Yes, I am back." Wen Xiuheng lovingly stroked the boy's face and softly inquired, "Is your cough any better today, my dear?" Shen Jiayu's eyes crinkled in a smile as he obediently nodded. Wen Xiuheng soon noticed the boy's bare feet, prompting a smile of helpless affection. With one hand supporting the boy's rear and the other encircling his slender waist, he lifted him off the ground and into his embrace. The alpha looked down at his little friend and gently admonished, "Next time, don't wait for me." The boy's cheeks flushed slightly, yet he remained docile and soft in the alpha's hold, wrapping his arms around the man's neck and resting his chin against his shoulder, hesitantly nodding in agreement. Wen Xiuheng sighed inwardly, realizing that although his little friend had promised, he would likely wait for him again next time. Such stubbornness was something he would have to tolerate. Holding Shen Jiayu steadily, Wen Xiuheng passed through the living room and ascended the stairs to rest. As they passed Aunt Cui, Shen Jiayu softly wished her good night. Aunt Cui waved back with a smile. As they climbed the stairs, Wen Xiuheng tightened his embrace around the boy, his deep, resonant voice whispering in his ear, "Hold on tight, baby." The endearment caused a gentle blush to rise in Shen Jiayu's ears, yet he obediently responded in a soft voice, Feeling the boy's fluffy head nestle deeper against his neck, the smile never left Wen Xiuheng's lips. He carefully placed Shen Jiayu on the bed, ensuring his comfort. As he tucked him in, Shen Jiayu noticed a fresh wound on the back of Wen Xiuheng's hand, a slight trickle of blood seeping from it, the crimson stain already beginning to dry. The young boy furrowed his brow with concern, grasping the alpha's wrist. "Sir, you are injured." Only then did the alpha notice, realizing that he must have inadvertently cut himself on a document while distracted. However, the wound was not severe. Shen Jiayu promptly descended from the bed to fetch the medicine box, which was stocked with various common medications, prepared long ago by Wen Xiuheng. Wen Xiuheng sat at the bedside as Shen Jiayu retrieved antiseptic and cotton swabs, standing before him to meticulously tend to the wound. After disinfecting it, he carefully applied a band-aid. While attending to the injury, he softly inquired if it hurt. Wen Xiuheng gazed at his young companion, feeling his heart soften. "It doesn't hurt, my dear." Shen Jiayu set down the medicine box, and Wen Xiuheng took the opportunity to pull him into an embrace, lying back on the bed together. The delicate, petite youth nestled against the alpha's chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart, momentarily unable to discern whose heartbeat resonated within his ears. The man wrapped one arm around the boy's back while the other cradled the back of his head, leaning down to kiss his hair. "Have you taken your medicine, Jiayu?" Wen Xiuheng asked in a husky voice. Shen Jiayu gently rubbed against his chest. "Yes, I have." The alpha chuckled softly, praising him, "Good boy." The young man smiled, closing his eyes as he listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. In a place unseen by Shen Jiayu, Wen Xiuheng's brow furrowed, his lips pressed tightly together, tumultuous waves of anxiety and heartache churning within him as he silently embraced the boy more tightly. Before they knew it, the time for the final exhibition at the Art Academy had arrived. The Academy had collaborated with the Central Academy of Fine Arts to present the students' works to the public. On the opening day, Wen Xiuheng intentionally set aside time to accompany Shen Jiayu to the art gallery, celebrating the first public exhibition of his young friend's work. Wen Xiuheng wanted to see Shen Jiayu's piece first, but the boy, a bit shy, suggested they start from the beginning since his work was in the middle. The man smiled, temporarily suppressing his curiosity about Shen Jiayu's artwork, and agreed. During the preparation for the exhibition, his young friend had been rather mysterious. Upon entering the studio at home, he noticed several pieces were covered. At that moment, Shen Jiayu blushed, stammering that he hadn't finished and wanted to show him only when it was complete. They began their exploration at the first gallery. This exhibition showcased not only paintings but also sculptures, photography, and crafts, each piece expressing the theme of time through its unique lens. Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng admired the works together, sometimes pausing together, other times lingering apart, yet not far from each other. In a section where pieces hovered in mid-air, they stood on opposite sides, slowly making their way toward one another from either end. The suspended artworks appeared like delicate veils, and through the gaps between them, they could see each other's figures drawing closer. Through each barrier, their rose-colored eyes and silvery-gray pupils met in silent acknowledgement. It is said that eye contact between lovers is akin to a kiss without physical touch. When they gazed at one another, time seemed to halt, the world fell silent, and the space around them belonged solely to the two of them. Who was it that quietly faltered in their breath? After viewing the first two galleries, they finally arrived at the gallery showcasing Shen Jiayu's work. Before his piece stood an immersive digital artwork. A massive screen depicted an ink-blue deep sea, waves crashing against the screen, producing a symphony of tidal sounds. As they approached the screen, Wen Xiuheng finally beheld his beloved's artwork. The man suddenly held his breath. The piece was a mosaic constructed from independent paintings, each depicting a pair of profound eyes, a finely articulated hand, or a broad silhouette. They were so vivid and detailed that every viewer could discern they originated from the same artist. An onlooker nearby, while admiring the piece, began to speculate about the subject of the paintings. Upon noticing the tall, handsome alpha standing beside Shen Jiayu, their expression transformed to one of realization. Shen Jiayu's cheeks flushed slightly, and he shyly lowered his gaze. This was the work he had longed to create, the one that, from the depths of his heart, he had unconsciously painted, his sir. If the torrent of time were a camera, then what Shen Jiayu wished to preserve forever in his heart was the image of Wen Xiuheng. The alpha widened his eyes slightly, standing before the paintings for a considerable time. These artworks were akin to the boy's brave confessions and heartfelt revelations. The crashing waves behind them echoed the heartbeat of the alpha. His love surged deeper than the ocean. Unable to contain himself any longer, Wen Xiuheng kissed his young companion. Chapter 32. August 9th, the night before Shen Jiayu's heart surgery coincided with Wen Xiuheng's birthday. On this day, Shen Jiayu took Wen Xiuheng to the studio, where he had prepared a birthday gift for him. The alpha stood gently smiling before the canvas. The boy faced him, with a trellis of blooming roses behind him. He gradually lifted the curtain, revealing a full painting of blossoming roses, free, vibrant, and ardent, mirroring the real roses flourishing behind the easel. Shen Jiayu gazed at the alpha, a soft smile gracing his lips. This was the gift he had contemplated for a long time, a present for his sir. Tomorrow he would undergo the surgery, the outcome uncertain, for surgery always carried risks. He could not be entirely certain that he would have the chance to see his sir again. If by any chance, the worst were to happen, he wished for this painting of ever-blooming roses to accompany his sir always. The real roses, though splendid at this season, would eventually wither. Just like now, they bloomed most vibrantly during this time but would gradually fade. Yet this painting would not wither. It would continue to bloom, a substitute for himself, eternally accompanying his sir. In such a scenario, he would find a flicker of solace. "Happy birthday, sir," Shen Jiayu said tenderly. Wen Xiuheng stood quietly before the painting, gazing at it for a long time. Unbeknownst to him, tears welled in his eyes as he stepped forward to embrace the roses tightly. How could he not understand Shen Jiayu, nor this painting? Every day, he prayed for Shen Jiayu's surgery to go smoothly, hoping his young friend would be unharmed. He had vowed with his life that if he could trade his own lifespan for Shen Jiayu's safety, he would willingly do so. Without Shen Jiayu, he could not continue to live. Wen Xiuheng held him close, as if to merge his beloved into his very being. Shen Jiayu, with a bittersweet smile, buried himself deeply in the alpha's embrace. "Sir, shall we dance once more?" he softly suggested, reminiscent of the moonlit night at the banquet when they had danced together in the silent rose garden. Warm liquid quietly seeped into the collar of his shirt as the alpha cupped his face and kissed him, saying, "All right." Once more, amidst the sea of roses, under the hazy light, the tall figure and the delicate youth began to dance slowly, still in perfect harmony as before. But this time they loved each other, understood each other, and would face the unknown tomorrow together. The next day, Shen Jiayu was wheeled into the operating room. In the final moments before entering, Wen Xiuheng held his hand tightly. Do not fear, Jiayu. Everything will be fine. I will be right here waiting for you to come out. Alpha gazed at him with profound concern, lowering his head to tenderly kiss his lips, offering solace. Shen Jiayu, with teary eyes, nodded gently, casting glances at Alpha and his mother beside him. Nuan, your mother will be here waiting for you. Do not fear, my dear. Chen Yongxin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as well. Subsequently, when Xiuheng and Chen Yongxin were halted, and just before the door closed, Shen Jiayu beheld the sorrowful visage of Alpha. The surgery room door was firmly shut, and the ominous red light of the operation began to illuminate. Alpha stood outside, feeling utterly powerless. His eyes reddened and his palms clenched to the point of whiteness. Observing the tall, slightly trembling figure before him, Chen Yongxin stood in astonishment. The usually stern and cold ruler, Wen Xiuheng, appeared to be on the verge of tears. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yongxin approached, whispering words of comfort. The surgery lasted a grueling 8 hours, with Wen Xiuheng waiting outside the operating room, never once leaving. When it finally concluded, Lu Jun emerged to inform them of the successful operation, stating that Shen Jiayu's heart valve had been largely repaired. Alpha could no longer contain his emotions, tears welling up in his eyes, bloodshot and filled with anguish. Lu Jun exhaled a sigh of relief, understandingly patting Wen Xiuheng's shoulder as a gesture of consolation. Having known him for over a decade, this was the first time Lu Jun had witnessed such a vulnerable side of him. He firmly believed that had the surgery not succeeded, something dire might have befallen Wen Xiuheng. Thankfully, the operation had been thoroughly prepared, and Shen Jiayu had persevered through to the end, with everything now progressing favorably. Wen Xiuheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lu Jun, and soon after, Shen Jiayu was wheeled out of the operating room. The delicate, petite youth lay there, eyes gently closed, long, thick eyelashes casting feathery shadows beneath them. His pallid face, adorned with an oxygen mask, was swathed in white bandages, with a chest tube protruding from his chest, a broken yet exquisitely fragile doll. Just the sight of him caused Wen Xiuheng's heart to bleed with sorrow. Together with Chen Yongxin, they returned to the ward. Once the anesthesia wore off, Shen Jiayu gradually opened his eyes. The figure of Wen Xiuheng became clearer to him, and he could not help but feel tears welling up. Alpha's eyes too glistened with moisture as he softly pressed his lips against the youth's forehead, as if kissing the treasure he deemed his life. Following the successful completion of the surgery, the recovery phase was equally critical. The procedure had inflicted significant trauma on Shen Jiayu's body, necessitating an extended period for recuperation. Wen Xiuheng took an extended leave from his corporate duties, desiring only to remain by Shen Jiayu's side, devotedly caring for his beloved. Post-thoracotomy, the restoration of coagulation and pulmonary function was of utmost importance. During their hospital stay, nurses would routinely come to change dressings, preventing wound infections. In the initial days, there were instances of bleeding, with the removed gauze stained crimson, causing Wen Xiuheng to furrow his brow, eyes filled with anguish. During the recovery period, the surgical incision was painfully sensitive. Despite the nurses administering appropriate pain relief, Shen Jiayu often still felt discomfort. When the pain struck, he would shed tears, trembling all over, his complexion as pale as snow, a thin sheen of cold sweat coating his forehead. In such moments, Wen Xiuheng would carefully cradle the youth in his arms, kissing him tenderly, providing comfort. The man held his feather-light lover, while the youth buried his head into his embrace, softly whimpering. The exquisite beauty of his features would slightly furrow, biting his lip, delicate fingers weakly clutching at his sleeve, knuckles turning white. Wen Xiuheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, his large hand caressing the youth's cheek, gliding over his lips. Darling, do not bite. His voice was gentle yet hoarse, as he delicately pried open the youth's lips, fearing they might bleed. Be good. Shen Jiayu slowly opened his eyes, looking at him with glistening, tear-filled orbs, and plaintively whined, Sir, my chest hurts. The depth of concern and sorrow in Wen Xiuheng's eyes surged as he rested his forehead against Shen Jiayu's, kissing away his tears while softly reassuring, I understand. My dear is in pain. Will you talk to me, Jiayu? The youth trembled slightly in his embrace, obediently replying, When Xiuheng attempted to redirect his focus through conversation. Once you are discharged, shall we plant more roses in the garden? Okay, Shen Jiayu replied. I'll have someone bring in more varieties of roses from abroad. Do you prefer peach snow mountain or golden fragrance? Corolla is also quite beautiful. Peach, Peach Snow Mountain, he said eagerly. All right, whatever you prefer, darling. Once you recover, we can also travel abroad. The nurses entering the room exchanged glances, unable to suppress their looks of compassion and envy. After the chest tube was removed, the recovery of lung function was paramount. Besides regular nebulization, Lu Jun also recommended that Shen Jiayu engage in coughing exercises and practice deep breathing to help keep his airways clear and promote lung re-expansion. Wen Xiuheng learned from the nurses how to assist Shen Jiayu in coughing. He gently tapped the youth's back and pressed on either side of his chest incision during his coughing fits, alleviating some of the pain. Shen Jiayu remained in the hospital for an entire month before being discharged. On the day of his release, not only were Wen Xiuheng and Chen Yongxin present, but also Yin Yuning and Qin Yu. Lu Jun glanced at Wen Xiuheng standing nearby, mischievously winking at Shen Jiayu, jokingly expressing hope that they would never again meet in the operating room, but warmly welcoming them as friends for future gatherings. Shen Jiayu smiled brightly, expressing his gratitude to everyone. On the first night home after his discharge, Alpha, clad in pajamas, knocked on his bedroom door. Wen Xiuheng smiled as he informed Shen Jiayu that he would be sleeping with him from that day onward, as he could not bear the thought of him sleeping alone after just being released from the hospital. Shen Jiayu's cheeks flushed, and he nodded obediently. During his illness, Wen often held him close while they slept, leading him to become increasingly dependent on him. Wen Xiuheng brought only a pillow, naturally and skillfully lying down on the other side of the bed, then patting the spot beside him, signaling for Shen Jiayu to join him. The youth gently lowered his long eyelashes, approaching the bed. Sir, I want to take off the chest strap first. Doctor, Lu said it can be removed now. The boy's creamy white pajama collar revealed a small section of the pure white chest strap, a common treatment following thoracotomy to secure the thoracic cavity. Alpha extended his arms toward him, a gentle smile gracing his features. Come here, Jiayu. Let me help you. Shen Jiayu hesitated for a moment, biting his lip, before being embraced by Alpha. Wen Xiuheng lay him down on the bed, leaning over him, unbuttoning his pajama top one by one, exposing the pristine white strap tightly encasing his slim, delicate body. His large hand slowly peeled away the white fabric, revealing the fragrant, soft flesh beneath. Upon the expanse of smooth, snow-white skin lay a long, faint pink scar, a testament to the cold, sharp scalpel that had mercilessly cut through the youth's flesh, forcibly splitting his sternum. Yet his beloved remained so young. The mere thought of it caused Alpha's eyes to well up with emotion. Shen Jiayu slightly turned his head, shyly avoiding his gaze, and gently covered the scar with his hand. Sir, the scar. It looks bad. He hadn't intended for Wen Xiuheng to see it. In the next moment, two large hands cradled the delicate, pale sides of his body, and Alpha leaned down slowly, tenderly and reverently pressing his lips against the scar. Shen Jiayu suddenly widened his eyes. The Alpha's kiss trailed down the scar, gradually descending. The delicate and petite boy trembled slightly, his body responding to the Alpha's tender kisses, causing the corners of his eyes to flush crimson, his pale toes curling involuntarily. A soft whimper escaped him, and upon realizing it, he quickly covered his mouth with one hand, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. He felt an odd sensation coursing through his body. The spots where the Alpha had kissed him radiated warmth, sending waves of heat spreading from those places to other parts of his body, reaching his brain, his arms, and, notably, his lower abdomen. With glistening eyes, Shen Jiayu inexplicably recalled the answer he had stumbled upon online. Reproductive cavity? Giving birth. His youthful face flushed even deeper, momentarily forgetting that he was a beta, and nervously pushed against the Alpha's shoulder. The man's kiss lingered on the most tender and sensitive area, small and narrow enough to be completely covered by just one of his hands. The Alpha placed a gentle kiss upon this cherished spot, reluctantly bringing that moment to an end. Curving his lips, the Alpha helped his beloved dress again, then cupped his face with his large hand and kissed the corner of his lips. Sweetheart, to me it is not a scar. Shen Jiayu, blushing fiercely, looked up at Wen Xiuheng with a hint of confusion and innocence in his eyes. The man's voice was husky yet sincere, his silver-gray pupils radiating boundless tenderness and love. That is a testament to your kindness and bravery. Shen Jiayu gazed at the Alpha in a daze, his eyes gradually glistening with unshed tears. Wen Xiuheng once again embraced his beloved, softly comforting him. Do not cry, sweetheart. Shall we sleep now? You still need to rest well. The boy nestled his head into his neck and nodded gently. Later that night, Shen Jiayu slept restlessly, like a small kitten nuzzling against the alpha's chest. Wen Xiuheng, whose sleep was light, soon woke up. Looking down, he noticed the collar of his pajama shirt had slipped down due to the boy's movements. The fluffy little head pressed against his chest muscles, occasionally stirring and nuzzling, bringing a ticklish sensation. Wen Xiuheng smiled indulgently, kissing the boy's hair with a hint of helplessness, silently sighing. He was far from a saint. If not for the fact that his little friend had not fully recovered, his restraint would have faltered, marking him. The alpha's gaze darkened, his large hand silently resting on the boy's flat, narrow abdomen, wishing to penetrate that space and make his beloved wholly his own. Soon, the new school semester began. Shen Jiayu returned to campus, gradually regaining his strength, while Wen Xiuheng took him for regular checkups at the hospital. Although his heart condition had largely improved, he was born frail and inevitably experienced lingering symptoms, such as chest pains, weak immunity, and susceptibility to fevers, requiring careful nurturing of his health. On a weekend morning, Shen Jiayu awoke as usual in Wen Xiuheng's embrace. The alpha, appearing to have risen earlier, kissed his forehead with a gentle smile and informed him that it was a day of rest, encouraging him to sleep a little longer. Shen Jiayu's eyes curved in delight as he playfully buried his head in the alpha's arms, rubbing against him before tilting his face up and softly saying he wanted to sleep just a little longer. Wen Xiuheng couldn't resist kissing the corner of his lips. "How can you be so obedient?" The alpha rose first to exercise, his arms bulging with well-defined muscles, the contours of his chest and abs taut and powerful, droplets of water glistening down his smooth torso after a shower. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs, and someone rushed down the stairs. The alpha watched as the little one, with red-rimmed eyes, dashed into his embrace. Shen Jiayu clung to him, lifting his face, lips quivering with joy as he exclaimed, "Sir, my dad has woken up." This was the second time Wen Xiuheng accompanied Shen Jiayu through the hospital corridor. On the way, Shen Jiayu could not contain his happiness and cried. His father had finally regained consciousness, and the moment his mother called to share the news that morning, he immediately thought of sharing it with his beloved. Wen Xiuheng understood the boy's emotions deeply, holding him close and wiping away his tears, even arranging for a bouquet of flowers. Before entering the hospital room, Wen Xiuheng carefully examined the boy's face, cupping his cheeks and gently suggesting, "Jiayu, I won't go in just yet. Your father has just woken up. It's best not to overwhelm him." Shen Jiayu gazed at him in surprise, comprehending his intent. The alpha was considering their family, concerned that their marriage news might provoke an emotional reaction from his father, impacting his health. With a slight furrow of his brow, Shen Jiayu stepped closer, embracing Wen Xiuheng in a moment that took the man aback. His head rested against the man's chest as he softly said, "Thank you, sir." Wen Xiuheng returned the embrace, his lips curling tenderly. The little one's serious voice echoed in his ears. "I'm sorry, sir. Once Dad feels better, we will visit him together." Wen Xiuheng's heart softened. This promise was so earnest and sincere. "All right, let us go in, sweetheart." He kissed the boy's hair and handed him the flowers. With teary eyes, Shen Jiayu nodded and walked into the hospital room. Inside, Chen Yongxin was already there. On the bed, Shun Qinghai had just awakened, unable to move yet. Upon seeing Shen Jiayu, his eyes, once clouded from prolonged unconsciousness, suddenly sparkled with life. Shen Jiayu rushed to his bedside, grasping his hand. "Dad! Jai, my child." Shen Qinghai's voice was hoarse and strained, unable to articulate much at the moment. Shen Jiayu's tears of joy streamed down his cheeks. Shen Qinghai's lips trembled as he tightened his grip on Shen Jiayu's hand. Chen Yongxin, standing nearby, also had misty eyes. Their family was finally reunited in that moment. Shen Jiayu, alongside his mother, spoke extensively with his father. Due to his health, Shen Qinghai could mostly only listen, yet he inquired about their well-being and lives. The doctor returned for another checkup and declared that the patient waking up was the best news. With proper care and treatment, he would gradually improve. They expressed their gratitude to the doctor, who advised that since the patient had just awakened, his physical condition was still fragile, and visits should be kept within a reasonable time frame. Shen Jiayu remained in the room until his father fell asleep due to exhaustion. Upon exiting, he spotted the familiar figure waiting nearby and rushed back into the alpha's embrace. Over a week later, Shun Qinghai's condition stabilized, and Shen Jiayu brought Wen Xiuheng to see him. Shen Jiayu took the initiative to grasp Wen Xiuheng's hand, looking at his father earnestly. Dad, this is my beloved, Wen Xiuheng. Standing beside Shen Jiayu, Wen Xiuheng's expression shifted from surprise to one of warmth as he gazed at the boy. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes reflecting mutual affection. The alpha inclined his head respectfully towards Shen Jiayu, sincerely introducing himself. Hello, I am Wen Xiuheng, Jiayu's beloved. Chen Yongxin stood beside Shen Jiayu, silently holding his hand. Before their arrival, Shen Jiayu had already informed his father about their marriage and shared various moments from his relationship with Wen Xiuheng. With a solemn expression, Shen Jiayu attempted to rise from the bed, supported by Chen Yongxin as he walked slowly towards Wen Xiuheng. In the astonished gaze of Wen Xiuheng and Shen Jiayu, Shen Jiayu slightly bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you for taking care of Jiayu and our family during this time. The upheavals of the past had turned Father Shen's hair white overnight. Before his sudden illness rendered him unconscious, his foremost concern had always been his family. Initially, he felt a profound sense of sorrow and guilt upon hearing that his daughter, Nuan, was contemplating a marriage alliance due to her health condition. However, upon learning the name of the prospective groom, he was utterly taken aback. As a businessman, he could not possibly be unaware of the name Wen Xiuheng. Having ascended to power at a young age within the Wen family, he was known for his ruthless and cold demeanor, infamous for his lack of compassion. Shen Jiayu had heard of a childhood betrothal between his family and the Wen family, but he had never envisioned leveraging his child to ascend the Wen family tree. He merely wished for Shen Jiayu to discover her own happiness. Yet, from the accounts of his children and wife, he learned of the numerous ways Wen Xiuheng had supported their family, especially during his own period of unconsciousness, when he was unable to fulfill his paternal duties. It was Wen Xiuheng who had stood by Nuan's side, caring for her, and their mutual affection had blossomed. Now, witnessing their relationship firsthand and seeing the happiness radiating from Nuan's face, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After their meeting with Father Shen Jiayu received an opportunity to study abroad for a week through his academy. His outstanding academic performance during the previous semester and the acclaim his work received at the end-of-term exhibition had earned him this coveted position. This rare chance to study at the prestigious Heist Art Academy, ranked among the world's best, would see him traveling alongside 5 classmates and 2 teachers. Before his departure, Alpha pressed the youth beneath him, kissing him tenderly for an extended duration. His slender, alabaster wrist was held above his head by one of Alpha's hands, while the other gently clasped the boy's chin, compelling him to tilt his head slightly and submit to the kiss. Alpha's caress was both gentle and focused, infused with urgency. Only when the boy's eyes turned a delicate shade of crimson and his gaze became unfocused did Alpha relent. Darling, what should you do every day while abroad? Repeat it for me, Alpha inquired, his forehead resting against the youth's, gazing intently into his eyes, his voice low and husky. Shen Jiayu's eyes were clouded, his mind sluggishly processing the moment, still reeling from the kiss that had nearly left him breathless. Instinctively, he replied, pay attention to the weather, dress warmly. And what else? Alpha's fingers brushed over the boy's slightly swollen lips, his gaze darkening as he pressed for more. The youth blinked in confusion, his expression innocent as he continued to ponder, adding, eat well, don't be picky. Good boy, continue, Alpha urged, his grip tightening slightly, pressing the soft, full petals of the boy's lips with his knuckles. With wide eyes, Shen Jiayu gazed at him, instinctively emitting a soft, cat-like whimper. The mist in his eyes thickened, his voice unconsciously laced with a tone of petulance and vulnerability. And, we must contact you every day. As if finally hearing the answer he sought, Alpha chuckled softly, rewarding the boy with another kiss upon his lips. You are such a good boy. The warm, moist kisses gradually trailed from his lips to his chin and neck, and Alpha's voice grew even huskier, his breath becoming ragged. Before you leave, let me mark you one last time. All right, sweetheart? Even without being in a sensitive period, he could not bear the thought of his beloved being away from him for an entire week. Promise me, Jiayu. The man kissed him fervently, his heavy, low breaths resonating against the boy's eardrums. Before Shen Jiayu could respond, he was flipped onto his stomach on the bed. Alpha's arm crossed over his shoulders, cradling the delicate nape of the boy's neck and his small Adam's apple, while the other arm encircled his chest, firmly holding the slender, petite form against him. Then, with urgency, he entered him. A soft gasp escaped the youth as Alpha's canines pierced through skin, flooding him with pheromones. Blinded by an overwhelming blankness, the boy's mind erupted with vibrant fireworks. His slender back arched beautifully, his narrow waist sinking deeply, the hem of his disheveled nightgown revealing a patch of delicate, pale skin, adorned by the subtle indentations of his waist. Alpha marked him with fervor and haste, akin to a restless beast eager to assert its claim. Only when the boy's slender body began to tremble uncontrollably beneath him did Alpha reluctantly withdraw. In a husky, gravelly voice, he grasped the boy's chin, turning his face toward him. "Look at me, darling." Shen Jiayu's complexion flushed, his moist, rose-tinted eyes lacking focus as he gazed at him, still dazed from the prolonged kiss and the intensity of the marking, unable to recover from the overwhelming ecstasy. His lips could barely close, his little tongue involuntarily peeking out. Arositip. Wen Xiuheng was utterly enamored with this sight, his gaze dark and dangerous. Chapter 34. Every cell within Alpha's body screamed to claim him fully, to mark him thoroughly, to embed himself within the boy's very being, to ensure he would bear his child. Yet reason reminded him that should he succumb to such desires, his beloved would undoubtedly miss the flight abroad tomorrow, perhaps even the one the day after. Alpha's heavy breaths strained against his clenched jaw, a battle of restraint as he cradled the boy tightly in his embrace. He lay beside Shen Jiayu, his large hand resting upon his chest, gradually helping him regain his breath. "Are you feeling better, sweetheart?" Alpha rasped softly. The boy gradually regained his senses, nestling into Alpha's chest and softly nodding in response. Wen Xiuheng smiled softly, brushing the boy's cheek and tucking a stray lock of hair behind his ear before gently patting his back to lull him to sleep. In a tender tone, he shared tales of his own past, recounting how he had completed his studies at Capital University ahead of schedule before studying abroad in the very country Shen Jiayu was destined to visit. This was a revelation Shen Jiayu had never heard before, momentarily dispelling his drowsiness. As the youth clung to Alpha, resting his chin against the man's chest, his sparkling, dewy eyes sought to know more about his beloved's experiences while studying abroad. Alpha, utterly softened by the boy's affectionate embrace, indulged him with a gentle smile. "All right." He recounted many stories of his past, where he studied, the courses he undertook, the teachers and classmates he encountered, the places he visited, each detail piquing Shen Jiayu's curiosity as he listened with rapt attention, occasionally interjecting with questions for clarification. In the quiet bedroom, beneath the warm glow of a small nightlight, the soft murmur of their conversation filled the air. Eventually, as the hour grew late, the endlessly curious boy was gently pressed into Alpha's embrace and urged to rest. Shen Jiayu reluctantly bid the man good night. Before sleep claimed him, Alpha, equally reluctant, pressed another kiss to the boy's lips, a smile gracing his features as he whispered, "Good night, darling." Later that night, the man awoke with a start, instinctively glancing at Shen Jiayu nestled in his arms. The boy lay peacefully against his chest, soundly asleep. Wen Xiuheng observed the serene visage of the youth for a long while before finally relaxing. Although some time had passed since Shen Jiayu successfully underwent surgery, he occasionally awoke in the night with the same panic he experienced before the procedure, the lingering fear of losing his beloved buried deep within his heart, his most profound anxiety and dread. With utmost care, he leaned closer to the boy's chest, listening intently to the rhythm of Shen Jiayu's heartbeat. Upon hearing the steady and powerful heartbeat of his beloved, the Alpha took a deep breath, gradually lifting the corners of his lips into a smile. The following day, Wen Xiuheng personally escorted Shen Jiayu to the airport. After a long, heartfelt embrace, Shen Jiayu bid farewell to the Alpha. Before disappearing from view, Shen Jiayu turned to face Wen Xiuheng, making a gesture as if to say they would communicate daily. The Alpha quietly relaxed his shoulders, his gentle smile infused with profound affection and reluctance. In truth, he had originally planned to engage in some important matters, but it seemed an adjustment of his plans was necessary. On the plane, a fellow student from another major struck up a casual conversation with Shen Jiayu, curiously inquiring if that tall, handsome Alpha who had sent him off was his boyfriend. With a soft smile, Shen Jiayu replied that he was his husband, and they were already married. The classmate's eyes widened in surprise, before realization dawned upon him as he remarked how different Shen Jiayu seemed. The last time he had seen him was at the beginning of the second semester in their first year, when Shen Jiayu appeared burdened with worries, his demeanor tense and his health not at its best. However, upon seeing him now, he noted how much more relaxed and healthier he appeared. Shen Jiayu quickly recognized that these changes had gradually occurred since meeting his husband. As they grew closer, their love blossomed, and his life began to improve. The classmate teased him with a smile. Your husband must truly love you. He takes such good care of you. At this, Shen Jiayu beamed, realizing how deeply his husband cared for him, often treating him as a child due to their age difference. He found himself increasingly reliant on Wen Xiuheng. Just having him nearby brought immense comfort. It was as if, even after only just parting, he couldn't help but think of him. He too loved his husband dearly. Upon arriving in Country D, as previously agreed, Shen Jiayu called Wen Xiuheng every day. With a 5-hour time difference, he tried to contact him during the day to avoid disturbing his rest. Yet, Wen Xiuheng insisted it was of no consequence. He would always answer Shen Jiayu's calls at the first opportunity. On the 5th day in Country D, due to travel, Shen Jiayu returned to the hotel rather late. Concerned that Wen Xiuheng might already be resting, he sent a text first. Within half a minute, the man initiated a video call. Shen Jiayu had just changed into his bathrobe and quickly settled onto the bed, picking up his phone to connect the video call. In the video, Wen Xiuheng appeared to be in his study, still clad in a black shirt that accentuated his broad shoulders, the fabric subtly revealing the contours of his muscular chest. The sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, showcasing the well-defined lines of his arms and the prominent veins. He wore a black armband on his upper arm, clinging to his powerful muscles. Wen Xiuheng set aside several special documents and turned his gentle, silver-gray gaze towards Shen Jiayu. Have you returned to the hotel, my dear? Shen Jiayu's eyes sparkled. Yes, today's itinerary has concluded. With a fond smile, Wen Xiuheng asked what Shen Jiayu had done that day. The youth, donning his bathrobe and kneeling in a demure position before the screen, resembled a schoolboy eagerly recounting his day to his parents. We visited an art gallery today, where we saw many masterpieces. Shen Jiayu animatedly recounted his experience, while Wen Xiuheng listened attentively, his expression filled with warmth and affection. And sir, after we left, we stumbled upon a rather unique souvenir shop, where I chose several keepsakes. Shen Jiayu rose with enthusiasm, leaning down to retrieve the souvenirs placed in front of the screen. Unbeknownst to him, the angle of his body brought a significant portion of his delicate, fair chest into view, adorned with a hint of soft pink, while the hem of his bathrobe revealed the long, slender, and dazzlingly pale expanse of his legs. The alpha's breath caught momentarily, his throat involuntarily shifting as his gaze darkened. Soon, Shen Jiayu returned to the center of the screen, showcasing the dolphin plushie he had bought. Sir, look, I want to place this in our bedroom. He then held up 2 shirts, one large and one small, clearly differing in size but identical in style, save for minor details. With a fleeting glance at Wen Xiuheng on the screen, he shyly averted his gaze. I also bought matching clothes to commemorate this, hoping to wear them together with you. In truth, Shen Jiayu felt a flutter of apprehension. He had never seen Wen Xiuheng in such attire, and worried that his idea of matching outfits might seem childish. However, Wen Xiuheng was overwhelmed with the desire to rush through the screen and kiss him, his longing for his beloved reaching a peak, causing his voice to turn husky. All right, darling, when you return, we shall wear them together. Shen Jiayu's face lit up with a sweet smile as he nodded eagerly. Yes, an abundance of love and joy overflowed from Wen Xiuheng's heart, his gaze deepening as he hoarsely requested. Baby, would you try it on now? Right now? Shen Jiayu's eyes widened in surprise, his cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. He had hurriedly changed into his bathrobe and wore nothing beneath except for a piece of underwear. Yes, the alpha lowered his gaze, his tone laced with feigned regret. I wish to see how you look in it. After a brief silence, Shen Jiayu, blushing, lowered his head and softly acquiesced. The alpha's lips curled into a smile upon receiving this affirmation. Wear the one I bought you, darling. The pure white bathrobe was slowly unfastened by the youth's hands, revealing large swathes of soft, delicate skin. His shyness painted a faint blush on his arms and knees. One could easily imagine that with a gentle touch, one could leave a mark on such tender skin. Shen Jiayu knelt on the bed, slightly tilting his head, his flushed cheeks betraying his shyness as he dared not look at Wen Xiuheng on the screen. At that moment, the alpha gazed intently at his beloved on the screen, his lips pressed tightly together. The man's voice was hoarse as he inquired, Have you had dinner, Jiayu? Shen Jiayu had just donned the oversized shirt belonging to Wen Xiuheng when he heard the question, pausing in confusion. I have, sir. Wen Xiuheng's gaze lingered on the boy's flat, slender abdomen, chuckling softly. Why is your tummy always so flat, darling? Shen Jiayu pouted, following the man's words to touch his belly, softly protesting. It has always been flat. The image of Shen Jiayu, his hands on his stomach, pouting playfully, was both lively and endearing. His eyes still held a hint of redness, making one unable to resist the urge to kiss and mark him. Wen Xiuheng clenched his jaw, suppressing the rising thoughts within him, furrowing his brow. He slightly turned his neck, loosening his tie, teetering on the edge of control. His eyes darkened profoundly, his low, husky voice gently coaxing. Bite the shirt and hold it in your mouth, darling. Shen Jiayu looked somewhat bewildered. What does that mean? Chapter 35. An hour later. Shen Jiayu cocooned himself within the blanket, resembling a diminutive shrimp. His face was flushed to the point of almost bleeding. Just moments ago, his partner had been coaxing him into engaging in activities he had never attempted before. Within the darkness of the blanket, the deep, ragged breaths still echoed in his ears, whispering his name with a husky intimacy. Baby, darling Jiayu. Shen Jiayu suddenly held his breath, tightly closing his eyes, yet the image of his alpha, with furrowed brows and prominent veins on his neck, resurfaced in his mind. That figure of his partner was undeniably alluring. Upon realizing this thought, the young man's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Then, he abruptly became aware of the changes in his own body, flustered as he scrambled out from under the covers. Clad in a shirt that was far too large for him, he recalled having followed his partner's instructions earlier, biting down on the hem. Now, as he reflected on what had transpired, the mere thought of his partner's voice and visage made him pout slightly, peering down at his chest to see the areas that had been touched, now tinged with a deeper hue of red. Meanwhile, the alpha reclined against the back of a chair, slowly opening his eyes. The dark depths of his pupils revealed a glimmer of satisfied desire. He thought to himself that he could hardly wait to embrace him, to kiss him. Soon they would be reunited. In the blink of an eye, Shen Jiayu's journey abroad had reached its final day. Before their departure, the group had a brief moment of freedom. The two teachers in charge suggested they take this opportunity to visit the ferry terminal on the west coast and board a boat to the other side, where renowned attractions awaited. Everyone readily agreed, and Shen Jiayu felt a surge of happiness, for Wen Xiuheng had mentioned this terminal to him, and his partner had once visited it as well. He longed to tread the same paths as his partner, to feel the same sea breeze, to witness the same sunset. Perhaps in doing so, he could imagine his partner by his side, even bridging the gap of time they had missed due to their age difference. He truly missed Wen Xiuheng. Stepping onto the deck, the boat sliced through the water, leaving behind frothy white waves, while countless seagulls soared above them. The vessel passed under a grand bridge, heading towards the opposite shore. Shen Jiayu stood on the deck, feeling the gentle breeze caress his cheeks, recalling the time when Wen Xiuheng had taken him out to sea for his birthday. The young man slightly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, his chest swelling with longing. Unbeknownst to him, a stranger alpha approached, intending to strike up a conversation, but halted abruptly, their expression shifting before they turned away in haste. The lingering pheromones of the S-class alpha, though faint, still commanded a formidable presence, asserting dominance over the surroundings. Disembarking from the boat, the group made their way towards their destination, a magnificent and solemn cathedral, the largest in the world. Its soaring dome was awe-inspiring, and the lavish interior decorations left one breathless, with intricate sculptures and grand murals that astonished the beholder. As Shen Jiayu entered the chapel, beams of light streamed through the high dome, illuminating his path. He wore a light blue shirt, layered with a loose cream-colored cardigan, and adorned his head with a light gray beret, appearing youthful and lively. The light enveloped him, bestowing a touch of sanctity upon his presence. Rows of prayer benches flanked him, and in a moment of reverie, he thought he caught a glimpse of Wen Xiuheng's silhouette in the front row. Startled, he realized just how much he yearned for that familiar figure. Though it was merely an illusion, he knew his partner had once graced this place. Perhaps he too had wandered through this very hall. Taking a seat on one of the benches, he faced the light, a smile curving his lips as he gently closed his eyes. He prayed for the safety and happiness of the one he loved. Upon exiting the cathedral, someone suggested that they each explore the square before regrouping later. With that, the group mysteriously dispersed. Shen Jiayu stood momentarily in confusion, watching as they vanished from sight. Following his own inclinations, he meandered aimlessly through the square. It was vast, bustling with tourists. As he walked, he spotted a figure dressed in a mascot costume, surrounded by children and holding numerous balloon toys. Upon noticing Shen Jiayu, the mascot enthusiastically offered him a flying balloon, to which he responded with a surprised smile and a grateful acceptance. Before parting, the mascot gestured in a particular direction, seemingly encouraging him to continue forward. Curious, Shen Jiayu inquired if that meant he should press on, and the mascot nodded affirmatively. Continuing along, he passed a food truck with a sign that featured not only the menu and prices but also an arrow indicating to move ahead. Clutching the balloon, he strolled until he reached the seaside area of the square. The sunset cast warm golden hues across the horizon, reflecting upon the sea like a vibrant oil painting. Shen Jiayu smiled and paused. He recalled the moment he had kissed his partner in the studio at dusk. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying his partner's name on the screen. A deeper smile spread across his face as he answered the call. On the other end, a deep, magnetic voice inquired, "Baby, has the trip concluded?" Shen Jiayu softly replied that they would be visiting the Velo Cathedral before heading to the airport shortly to catch their pre-booked flight home. "Have you entered the cathedral?" The alpha continued, his voice imbued with tender affection. Facing the sea, Shen Jiayu smiled. "I have, and I even made a wish inside." The man chuckled softly, asking, "What did you wish for, darling?" With a playful pause, the young man leaned in closer, whispering, "To see you soon." As his words lingered in the air, the melodious chimes of the cathedral bells resonated nearby, and a flock of doves gracefully flew over the square. Shen Jiayu, puzzled, brought the phone closer to his ear, thinking he had heard the same chimes through the receiver. Before he could voice his curiosity, the gentle voice on the other end called out, "Baby, turn around." The tenderness of the voice felt so intimate, and Shen Jiayu abruptly raised his head, turning his body. What he longed for and knew so well stood before him. Shen Jiayu's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "Sir." He hadn't anticipated encountering Wen Xiuheng at this very moment. The alpha, clad in a trench coat, wore a gentle expression, cradling roses in his hands as he approached him step by step. Amidst the young man's astonished demeanor, Wen Xiuheng slowly knelt on one knee. "Jiayu, please allow me to formally propose to you once more, if you will." If one were to ask Wen Xiuheng what he considered the luckiest moment of his life, he would say it was meeting Shen Jiayu, and if queried about his greatest regret, he would confess it was not having encountered Shen Jiayu sooner. Had they met earlier, he would have fallen in love with him much sooner. They would have traversed the path of other couples, from meeting to knowing, from loving to proposing, culminating in their wedding. Thus, he wished to make amends for the time lost between them. When Xiuheng held the roses, gazing at his beloved with utmost sincerity and reverence, professing, "I love you, Jiayu," he cherished Shen Jiayu as if he were his very life. Shen Jiayu's eyes glistened with tears, the corners reddening in an instant. The young man earnestly accepted the rose, responding with a tender, quivering smile, "I love you too, sir." The surrounding tourists paused to cheer and applaud. When Xiuheng rose to his feet, and Shen Jiayu, laughing and weeping simultaneously, leaped into his embrace. Amidst the blessings of all, by the seaside at sunset, when Xiuheng leaned down, cradling Shen Jiayu's face, and kissed him, the door to the private villa swung open, only to be swiftly closed again. When Xiuheng pressed Shen Jiayu against the door, kissing him fervently. After the proposal, the man had brought him here one of his properties in this country. The teachers and students who had accompanied Shen Jiayu had already departed. Prior to executing the proposal plan, when Xiuheng had contacted them. Soon, Shen Jiayu found himself overwhelmed by the alpha's kisses, his body becoming limp, his legs trembling. Just as he felt himself about to collapse, the alpha effortlessly lifted him, pinning him down once more, kissing him with both tenderness and urgency. The young man was led by the alpha into the bedroom, where the man lowered him onto the bed, gazing into Shen Jiayu's misty, dazed eyes. His large hand rested on the boy's flat, slender abdomen, applying gentle pressure as he hoarsely inquired, "My dear, do you know what will happen next?" Shen Jiayu, breathless and dizzy, slowly blinked, contemplating the alpha's question, before giving a subtle nod. Instantly, a torrent of fervent kisses cascaded upon him. In Chapter 36, when Xiuheng kissed his beloved, his canines sinking into the delicate, pale skin of the boy's nape. As the youth sobbed, he shook his head, saliva spilling from the corners of his lips. "Woo-woo, sir. It seems to have broken, woo-woo." The alpha, kissing away his tears, soothed him. It hasn't broken, my good child. They had barely begun, and the alpha watched as the boy's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice rasping deeply, his gaze darkening profoundly, until a sudden cry pierced the air. Shen Jiayu's eyes widened in shock, his whimpers abruptly stifled as he tilted his neck back, revealing a delicate Adam's apple. It was too deep. It felt as though he had been pierced through. In that moment, fireworks exploded in Shen Jiayu's mind, electric currents coursing through his entire being, rendering him utterly limp. The boy began to breathe heavily, his chest rising and falling sharply, akin to a fish gasping for air after leaving the sea. Wen Xiuheng gathered him into his arms, allowing the boy to bury his head in his neck, patiently waiting for him to regain his composure. The alpha's large hand rested upon his chest, observing the boy's unfocused eyes as he kissed him, asking, "Are you all right, my dear?" Shen Jiayu's long, thick eyelashes glistened with tears as he gazed at him, his eyes blank, and with a mere blink, droplets cascaded down his cheeks. Shen Jiayu weakly parted his lips, revealing his rosy tongue. The alpha's gaze darkened, completely losing control. Embracing him from behind, the alpha grasped the boy's chin, turning his face towards himself, continuing to kiss him. Shen Jiayu quivered violently in the storm of pheromones, trembling. It seemed as if he had entirely lost his senses, his eyes unfocused, forced to extend his small tongue, which the alpha devoured. This frenzied kissing and marking continued for an entire 3 days. On the first night, the alpha realized that his sensitivity phase had arrived earlier than anticipated. Throughout those 3 days, they never left the villa, where privacy and security were paramount. The alpha had arranged for provisions and water. Day after day, the alpha tirelessly marked him, personally feeding him at regular intervals. An alpha in his sensitivity phase was terrifying, devoid of reason, especially an S-class alpha. Wen Xiuheng yearned to be with Shen Jiayu every moment, his nape repeatedly pierced and opened by the alpha's canines. Shen Jiayu's mouth was incessantly kissed, the alpha's kisses alternating between fervent and languorous, forcing the boy's delicate lips apart, rendering him unable to close them. Even when the alpha held him close to rest, he continued to invade his mouth. On the final night of marking him, the alpha cradled the boy into the bathtub. The man instructed Shen Jiayu to sit with his back against him, his large hand resting on the boy's chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. Then, slowly, his tongue withdrew, the boy's mouth already rendered soft and pliable from the kisses, saliva spilling over continuously. Sensing something unusual, the boy struggled to open his eyes, the first sight being the pronounced curve before him. Shen Jiayu's consciousness was still hazy. Instinctively, he began to squirm and tremble in the alpha's embrace. With a soft, fragile voice, he murmured, "Woo-woo, sir." The alpha held his quaking waist tightly, his eyes darkened as he huskily reassured him, "Good child. Let me help you, all right?" As he kissed him, he pressed down gently. Shen Jiayu nestled like a kitten in the alpha's arms, his eyes reddened, softly whimpering. Wen Xiuheng, feeling a pang of compassion, kissed his eyes, tenderly coaxing, "Be good. It won't be so hard soon, my baby." The alpha took his small hand, kissing his wrist, palm, and knuckles in turn before guiding their hands together, applying gentle pressure. Gradually, the pronounced curve faded, and the delicate softness returned to its flat form. Exhausted, Shen Jiayu succumbed to slumber once more, his body unconsciously trembling. Wen Xiuheng carried him out of the bathroom, back to the bed, and cherished him deeply, planting a kiss on Shen Jiayu's forehead before embracing him and falling into a deep sleep, listening to his heartbeat. Shen Jiayu slept for an extended period, his strength thoroughly depleted, finding it difficult to even move a finger upon waking. Soon after, he developed a fever. Wen Xiuheng promptly summoned the doctor, collaborating with them. Fortunately, the doctor, after examination, assured that there was no significant issue, merely exhaustion that required rest. Before departing, he couldn't help but advise that, although the young man was quite youthful, he should still exercise moderation. After the doctor left, Wen Xiuheng sat beside the bed, feeling guilty and pained as he gathered the boy into his arms, placing him on his lap. "I'm sorry, baby, I've made you sick." Shen Jiayu opened his eyes. His cheeks flushed as he buried his head in his embrace, softly murmuring, "It's all right, I forgive you." Wen Xiuheng cupped his face, gently stroking him as he gazed. "How is my beloved so obedient, so tender-hearted?" The alpha's heart melted, holding him gently as he kissed him. "Shall I have someone prepare some light meals?" I've already informed your school of your absence. We can return home once you're well. Okay. The boy nodded obediently, snuggling back into the Alpha-S embrace. They remained abroad until Shen Jiayu had fully recovered before returning home. Upon resuming classes, and at his teacher's suggestion, he entered a prestigious global competition for young artists, known for its high stakes and fierce competition. Those who received accolades would be deemed rising stars in the industry, with limitless prospects. Consequently, Shen Jiayu found himself busier than usual, balancing classes while preparing his competition entry. Wen Xiuheng consistently supported his beloved's decision, though he was pained to see Shen Jiayu juggling both academic and competitive pressures, causing the weight he had painstakingly regained to diminish once more. At night, the Alpha would tenderly hold the young man close, feeling his heartbeat against his chest, lowering his head to plant a gentle kiss on the sleeping figure in his arms. Shen Jiayu had a dream, in which he found himself in a resplendent rose garden, basking in the warm sunshine. He wandered aimlessly among the lush blooms, and amidst the vibrant petals, he faintly discerned a small white kitten nestled within the flowers. Approaching cautiously, he knelt down and greeted the tiny, furry figure. "Hello there." The kitten, with its round, glistening eyes, perked up its little ears in alertness. Shen Jiayu's eyes softened as he slowly extended his hand, inquiring, "What are you doing here? Are you lost?" Perhaps sensing no threat from him, the kitten emerged slightly from the foliage, letting out soft mews in a gentle tone. Shen Jiayu felt his heart melt at its adorableness. "Come here, little one." The kitten seemed to comprehend his words and gradually stepped out from the flowers. Shen Jiayu tentatively stroked its head, and the kitten did not flinch, allowing him to caress it. Before long, the kitten squinted its eyes and began to purr contentedly. A smile deepened at the corners of Shen Jiayu's lips as he gently scratched its chin. Instantly, the purring grew more pronounced, and the kitten began to lick his hand with its tiny tongue. Shen Jiayu was utterly smitten. In the morning, when Shen Jiayu awakened in Wen Xiuheng's embrace, a smile graced his lips. Lifting his head, he found the Alpha gazing at him with a warm smile. Unable to resist, Wen Xiuheng planted a kiss at the corner of his lips, asking, "Did you dream of something, darling?" The young man nuzzled his fluffy head against the man's chest and recounted the delightful encounter with the little kitten. Finally, Shen Jiayu wrapped his arms around the man's waist, resting his chin against the Alpha's sturdy chest. Looking up at him with sparkling eyes and a playful tone, "Sir, could we possibly adopt one too?" It was now Wen Xiuheng's turn to feel his heart melt. After all, wasn't he already nurturing the most adorable little kitten in the world? Presently, that very kitten was nestled against his waist, playfully asking for another. How could Wen Xiuheng possibly refuse him? He tucked a loose strand of hair behind Shen Jiayu's ear and kissed his forehead, saying, "We shall adopt one. Whatever you wish, my dear." Being the weekend, Wen Xiuheng gently tucked the little kitten back under the covers, encouraging him to sleep a little longer. Lately, Shen Jiayu often appeared fatigued and weary, likely due to his busy schedule. He could only ensure that his little companion took more time to rest. Shen Jiayu obediently returned to the blankets, stifling a small yawn, and closed his eyes in exhaustion. In the afternoon, he ventured out to visit his parents. His father had been discharged from the hospital and had returned to their previous home. As Shen Jiayu sat on the sofa chatting with his parents, he felt his eyelids growing heavy, once again succumbing to fatigue. Chen Yongxin, noticing his son's demeanor, expressed concern and inquired about his well-being, asking if he felt unwell. Shen Jiayu rallied his spirits with a smile, reassuring his parents that he was merely busy preparing for a competition and was a bit tired, but everything was well with him and his partner. Upon returning home, Shen Jiayu immersed himself in his preparations. He deeply cherished this opportunity and did not wish to disappoint anyone. Wen Xiuheng quietly kept him company, seated on the sofa in the studio, attending to some paperwork. Shen Jiayu faced the easel, paintbrush in hand, engrossed in his artwork. However, fatigue and drowsiness crept back in, causing his movements to slow. He noticed the lines on the canvas becoming somewhat blurred. Blinking in confusion, he felt a warm hand cover his eyes from behind, while another rested over his heart. The man's deep, resonant voice murmured in his ear, "Darling, let us take a break." The warmth of the Alpha's body radiated through his skin, enveloping Shen Jiayu in comfort. Nodding in agreement, he acquiesced. Such a good boy. Wen Xiuheng released his hands, gently cupping Shen Jiayu's chin and turning his face toward him, planting a kiss at the corner of his lips. "Rest first. I'll fetch you some fruit. Shen Jiayu beamed a sweet smile. When Wen Xiuheng returned with a plate of fruit, he was startled to find Shen Jiayu collapsed on the floor, eyes tightly shut. The alpha's body tensed in an instant, his breath halting as if a hand had gripped his heart. Rushing forward, he gathered Shen Jiayu into his arms, calling out his name, Jiayu. Chapter 37. In the hospital. Wen Xiuheng remained by Shen Jiayu's side, sitting in the examination room, his hand firmly clasping Shen Jiayu's. After Shen Jiayu fainted, Wen Xiuheng had hurried him to the hospital. On the way, Shen Jiayu gradually regained consciousness, explaining that he had fainted while turning around, attributing it to fatigue and urging Wen Xiuheng not to worry. Yet, how could the alpha possibly be at ease? He insisted on having Shen Jiayu undergo a thorough examination. The doctor, after reviewing the results, looked up and announced, "You are pregnant." Shen Jiayu froze in place, stunned. "Pregnant?" The doctor continued, "You are already 4 weeks along." Noticing the gender indicated as beta on the report, he elaborated, explaining that while the beta reproductive system had regressed, the possibility of conception still existed, provided there was prolonged and frequent engagement in the reproductive cavity, increasing the likelihood of pregnancy. As the doctor's words sank in, Shen Jiayu felt his ears flush with warmth. During those days at the villa abroad, it seemed his partner had indeed been quite active within him. Wen Xiuheng, who had been quietly listening, pressed his lips together, keenly observing Shen Jiayu's reactions. The doctor continued to analyze the report, noting, "Mr. Shen has undergone thoracic surgery in the past. Although his heart is no longer a major concern, his overall health remains relatively fragile. The fainting episode primarily stems from this weakness." Upon hearing this, the alpha silently embraced his beloved, his eyes brimming with concern and guilt. "I can prescribe some supplements safe for pregnancy to help strengthen your body. You must rest more, and of course partners should take extra care of one another." Shen Jiayu leaned against Wen Xiuheng, and they both nodded in agreement. Finally, the doctor smiled and asked, "Would you like to see the baby in your womb? Although it is currently only the size of a sesame seed, development has already begun." On their way home, Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng sat side by side in the back of the car. Shen Jiayu felt a bit more energetic, cradling the printed ultrasound image in his hands, marveling at its smallness and grinning with delight. "Sir, it's truly amazing. The baby is so tiny, but Dr. Lin said that the brain and nervous system have already started to develop." As he spoke, he handed the photograph to Wen Xiuheng, exclaiming, "Look!" The alpha took the photo, smiled softly, and studied it carefully, gently tracing the outline of the fetus before enveloping his beloved in a warm embrace, kissing the top of his head. In a place where Shen Jiayu could not see, Wen Xiuheng's brows knitted in concern. In the examination room earlier, his primary focus had been on Shen Jiayu's well-being. Only he knew that when he witnessed Shen Jiayu fainting in the studio, his heart had seemed to stop, and his blood felt as if it had frozen in his veins. He had even sought out Dr. Lin separately to inquire in detail about Shen Jiayu's health. No matter what, he needed to ensure that his beloved was safe. The doctor had provided reassurance, advising him not to be overly anxious, assuring him that as long as he took good care of his partner, both Shen Jiayu and their child would be well. Wen Xiuheng cradled Shen Jiayu as he returned to the bedroom, carefully placing the youth upon the bed. He then bent down to untie the shoelaces, removing the shoes before gently slipping on a pair of soft house slippers. After completing this tender task, the tall alpha lowered his head to rest it gently upon his lover's knee, caressing it affectionately. Shen Jiayu, a touch perplexed, reached out to stroke the alpha's hair. Wen Xiuheng lifted his head, took Jiayu's smaller hand in his own, kissed his palm, and pressed it against his own face. With utmost reverence and sincerity, he addressed his beloved. "Jiayu, trust me, I shall take good care of you and our child." Shen Jiayu gazed at him in a daze before breaking into a soft smile. "I believe you." The following day, Wen Xiuheng had every corner of their home padded for safety. All tables, cabinets, bed edges, and islands were adorned with protective bumpers. The alpha even commissioned additional carpets, ensuring that every area Shen Jiayu frequented was covered with plush wool and silk rugs, soft and comfortable to step upon. This was due to Wen Xiuheng's understanding that his beloved often forgot to wear shoes or socks and walked barefoot. He also imported safer paint from abroad, ensuring it posed no harm to Shen Jiayu's health. The alpha swiftly arranged everything necessary for his lover during this delicate phase of pregnancy. However, it soon became apparent that Shen Jiayu was experiencing early pregnancy changes. He began to lack appetite and felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue and drowsiness. Aunt Cui endeavored daily to prepare various dishes that Shen Jiayu loved, but he could only manage to eat a little. Wen Xiuheng held his delicate, petite lover in his arms, positioning him in front of himself, and gently fed him with a spoon, encouraging him to eat more. "Come now, open your mouth." Shen Jiayu drooped his fluffy little head, pitifully murmuring, "Sir, I don't want to eat." Wen Xiuheng sighed internally, setting down the spoon. He lifted the little one onto his lap, tenderly stroking his cheek, and softly asked, "Does our baby desire something else to eat? Shall I take you to have it?" Shen Jiayu pouted, lifting his gaze to the alpha with a look of utter helplessness that melted Wen Xiuheng's heart. The little one whimpered, "I want ice cream." He was unsure why the sudden craving for ice cream arose, but when asked what he desired, those 3 words immediately came to mind. Wen Xiuheng opened his mouth, a hint of helplessness in his smile. "Sweetheart, your body isn't well. You shouldn't eat anything too cold. Besides, winter is approaching, and consuming cold food might cause you to catch a fever." Shen Jiayu pouted, lowering his head in silence as he slipped off the dining table. "Jiayu?" Wen Xiuheng called after him, but the little one ignored him. Sighing, the alpha forced a wry smile, instructing Aunt Cui to clear the table as he went to fetch medicine for Shen Jiayu. It seemed his baby was upset, and he needed to comfort his little one. At that moment, Chen Yongxin was en route to their residence, soon to arrive. Shen Jiayu had already informed them of his pregnancy, and Chen Yongxin, unable to quell her concern for her child, brought some food to share with him. As a mother, she understood the hardships of pregnancy and recognized how emotionally sensitive one could become during this time. She worried whether Wen Xiuheng possessed the patience to care for Shen Jiayu and to accommodate him more. Meanwhile, in the villa's living room, Shen Jiayu sat on the sofa, hugging his knees and sulking like a small mushroom. Wen Xiuheng approached with the prepared medicine, settling beside him. The man took the little mushroom's hand, pulling him gently into his embrace, and soothingly whispered, "Sweetheart, shall we take the medicine first?" The little mushroom still ignored him, puffing out his cheeks in silent grievance, pondering why his sir wouldn't let him have ice cream. Did that mean he no longer loved him? The more he thought, the more miserable he felt, until tears began to spill from his eyes like scattered pearls. Wen Xiuheng's heart ached at the sight, and he quickly enveloped Shen Jiayu in his arms. The man cradled his face, attempting to kiss away his tears. Shen Jiayu felt both aggrieved and somewhat embarrassed, turning his face away to avoid his gaze, trembling shoulders quietly sobbing. Wen Xiuheng showed no signs of anger or impatience, holding his face and continuing to patiently comfort him. "Don't cry, my baby. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made you unhappy. It's all my fault. Please don't cry." He could not bear to see his beloved in tears. It shattered his heart. As he leaned in, he tenderly kissed away each tear while soothingly stroking the youth's delicate back, continually apologizing. This poignant scene was observed by Chen Yongxin as she arrived. Aunt Cui had greeted her and led her to the living room, where she witnessed Wen Xiuheng's back turned towards them, consoling and apologizing to Shen Jiayu. Aunt Cui quietly conveyed the unfolding events to Chen Yongxin, who felt compelled not to interrupt them. Chen Yongxin was profoundly surprised. She knew Wen Xiuheng cared for her child, yet his demeanor towards Jiayu was markedly different from how he treated others. He was no longer the cold and unfeeling figure portrayed by outsiders but had transformed into a being of unparalleled tenderness. She had only witnessed Wen Xiuheng's gentle side towards his daughter, yet now, he had once again reshaped her perception. It was astonishing to see this powerful and authoritative man humbly apologizing to her child, even when he had done nothing wrong. For a moment, Chen Yongxin stood there, transfixed. Gradually, Shen Jiayu's tears subsided under the gentle comfort of Wen Xiuheng. The alpha, with a heart full of tenderness, cradled his lover's face, his silver-gray eyes reflecting the visage of his beloved. Shen Jiayu's small face was flushed from crying, with glistening tears still clinging to his long, thick eyelashes. Unable to resist, Wen Xiuheng pressed another kiss to his eyes. "Will you forgive me? Please don't be angry anymore." After shedding his tears, Shen Jiayu's mood lightened considerably. He no longer felt so aggrieved, realizing he had lost control of his emotions and should not have been upset with his sir. Wen Xiuheng's restriction on ice cream was for his own well-being. He gently shook his shoulders, took a deep breath, and wrapped his arms around the alpha's neck, burying his face in his shoulder. "No, I don't blame you." Wen Xiuheng cherished him immensely, pulling him closer while softly stroking his back to soothe his emotions. When Shen Jiayu lifted his head again, he quickly noticed his mother waiting patiently nearby. "Mom!" he exclaimed in surprise, and Wen Xiuheng turned to see her as well. Chun Yongxin greeted them with a warm and reassuring smile. She spent a considerable time with them, sharing her experiences during her own pregnancy with Shen Jiayu and advising him on various precautions during this period. As she spoke, Wen Xiuheng listened intently, occasionally jotting down notes on his phone. Chun Yongxin also brought soup and food, all prepared at home and familiar in flavor to Shen Jiayu. As they bid farewell, Wen Xiuheng spoke earnestly, assuring her he would take good care of Jiayu and requested her and her husband not to worry. Chun Yongxin expressed her gratitude with a sense of relief. Soon after, Shen Jiayu entered the second month of pregnancy, and the morning sickness intensified. In the early morning, he had only taken 2 bites of food before feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Shen Jiayu covered his mouth and rushed to the bathroom, with Wen Xiuheng never leaving his side. The delicate and petite figure leaned over, trembling, as he heaved violently. Wen Xiuheng gently rubbed his back from behind, his heart aching as he clenched his jaw and felt his eyes redden. The episode of morning sickness only ceased when there was nothing left to expel from his stomach. With a heart full of compassion, Wen Xiuheng cradled his beloved in his arms, using a tissue to wipe his lips, offering him water to rinse his mouth, and tenderly cupping his face, stroking his cheeks. Shen Jiayu tightly closed his eyes in his embrace, tears streaming down as he succumbed to his discomfort, the physiological tears glistening on his long lashes. His small face flushed, rising and falling with each rapid breath, resembling a fragile doll. With reddened eyes, Wen Xiuheng kissed away the tears from his lashes and carried him back to bed. He had consulted Dr. Lin on how to alleviate morning sickness, and lying flat was one of the suggested methods. The alpha gently brushed aside the tousled hair from his lover's forehead and kissed him softly, reassuringly whispering, "My dear, you've endured so much. Are you feeling any better? I'll get you a glass of water." Shen Jiayu, lacking strength, opened his eyes slightly and nodded softly. Soon, Wen Xiuheng returned with a glass of water, enriched with nutritional supplements. He tenderly lifted Shen Jiayu, cradling his back, and fed him little by little. Wen Xiuheng chose to forego the office, remaining at home to accompany his beloved. By noon, Shen Jiayu's appetite had improved slightly, as he expressed a desire for shrimp. Without hesitation, Wen Xiuheng drove to procure some, meticulously peeling each shrimp before feeding them to him. In his eyes, as long as his little one could eat, he would gladly do anything. However, there were days when Shen Jiayu found it impossible to eat, and even the slightest morsel would be expelled. Overwhelmed with discomfort and sadness, he couldn't help but shed tears, finding solace in Wen Xiuheng's warm embrace, who comforted him with gentle patience. Before long, the alpha brought in a bowl of vegetable porridge, its familiar aroma soothing Shen Jiayu. He later learned that Wen Xiuheng had personally prepared it after consulting his mother. Wen Xiuheng's culinary endeavors didn't stop there. His assistant was astonished to discover that the usually composed and aloof alpha had taken to studying recipes. The sight of his boss diligently taking notes on a cooking website left him utterly speechless. The alpha, typically serious and composed, was now treating this endeavor with the utmost seriousness, akin to handling a crucial project. Wen Xiuheng continually experimented with new dishes, seeking to diversify and refresh the flavors, all for the sake of ensuring his little one could consume more. In the evenings, he would massage Shen Jiayu's hands and feet, aware that due to pregnancy, they had become perpetually cold, which only exacerbated the nausea. Cradling Shen Jiayu on his lap, the young man rested his forehead against Wen Xiuheng's chest. The man meticulously massaged his lover's hands, warming one before switching to the other. The delicate and petite youth nestled against him, feeling as light as a feather. Wen Xiuheng's heart tightened at the thought of his beloved's weight dwindling further. He was determined to do everything in his power to assist him. Shen Jiayu's feet were equally frigid. Bringing warm water to the bedroom, Wen Xiuheng rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing his strong forearms and prominent veins. Testing the water temperature, he then sat on the edge of the bed, gently placing Shen Jiayu's feet on his thighs and carefully removing his cotton socks. Shen Jiayu's feet were exquisite, with slender bones cloaked in soft flesh, porcelain-white skin displaying faint blue veins, hinting at the life coursing within them. The graceful curve connecting his foot to his calf was mesmerizing, with particularly slender ankles that seemed fragile enough to break with the slightest pressure. The toes and ankles blushed with a delicate pink hue. Such beautiful feet rested bare against the fabric of Wen Xiuheng's tailored trousers, beneath which lay the strong muscles of his legs. Wen Xiuheng's gaze darkened momentarily as he suppressed his emotions, his heart swelling with a profound sense of tenderness and concern. In response to Shen Jiayu's mildly surprised expression, the alpha bowed his head, reverently kissing his ankle. Chapter 38. After warming his hands and feet, once Shen Jiayu was warm, Wen Xiuheng lay down beside him, encouraging him to rest early. Before sleep, the alpha spoke softly, engaging Shen Jiayu in conversation. The youth rested his head on Wen Xiuheng's shoulder, nestled against his chest. With a gentle smile, Wen Xiuheng caressed his lover's cheek, his eyes tenderly fixed upon him as they spoke of new dishes for the next day, upcoming checkups, and Shen Jiayu's ongoing work on a painting, all while gently patting his back. The alpha inquired when it would be convenient for his little one to select some clothes for the future. After waiting for a response that never came, he looked down only to find that Shen Jiayu had fallen asleep without his notice. During this time, his little one had been prone to fatigue and drowsiness. Shen Jiayu lay peacefully, his long, thick lashes casting a delicate shadow beneath his closed eyes, his soft pink lips slightly parted as he slumbered serenely. Wen Xiuheng's heart overflowed with love as he pressed a gentle kiss to his forehead, whispering, "You've worked hard, my dear. Good night." The alpha's large hand cautiously rested on Shen Jiayu's abdomen, feeling the softness beneath his pajamas. A still flat surface, not yet noticeably rounded. As the months progressed, Shen Jiayu's belly would gradually swell. In silence, Wen Xiuheng spoke to the baby within, affectionately calling it little treasure, hoping it would be well-behaved and spare his beloved any discomfort. Wen Xiuheng took Shen Jiayu for a checkup, and fortunately the results were mostly normal, though they revealed that Shen Jiayu was underweight and needed to pay more attention to nutrition. On the way home, Shen Jiayu remained quietly gazing out of the car window, his gaze downcast, revealing his profile. Wen Xiuheng quickly sensed something was amiss and pulled his lover closer. "Are you okay, my dear? Is something bothering you?" Shen Jiayu, nestled in the alpha's embrace, gently shook his head and replied softly, "I'm not unwell, sir." Wen Xiuheng, still uneasy, leaned down to press his forehead against Shen Jiayu's, checking for fever. "You're not burning up," he kissed his brow and added, "If something is troubling you, please tell me. All right? I'll take care of it." Shen Jiayu leaned against the man's chest, his lashes slowly lowering as he nodded obediently. In truth, he was unsure of what was wrong. The checkup had gone well, and he should have felt happy, yet inexplicably, a sense of melancholy lingered. That night, when Xiuheng lulled his beloved to sleep, and only once Shen Jiayu was peacefully resting in his arms did he feel at ease enough to close his eyes. In the wee hours of the night, the alpha was stirred by the faint sound of muffled sobs. He opened his eyes to find the space beside him empty, with the quilt now forming a small mound, trembling slightly, the source of the quiet cries. Wen Xiuheng's heart constricted painfully as he quickly lifted the blanket, pulling his curled-up lover into his arms. Shen Jiayu's tear-streaked face was flushed, his lashes glistening with tears, breaking Wen Xiuheng's heart. The alpha, slightly panicked, kissed him and asked, "What is wrong, my dear? Please tell me what happened." Shen Jiayu's eyes were swollen and red, his lips pouting, and his voice was laced with a soft sob and a sense of grievance. "Woo-woo. I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me. I just felt like crying as soon as I woke up. Woo-woo." Wen Xiuheng's heart ached intensely. He gathered Shen Jiayu into his arms and seated them both on the bed, embracing him with a gentleness akin to that of cradling an infant, tenderly encircling his waist and shielding his small abdomen. The delicate, petite youth nestled against the alpha's chest, his arms wrapped around Wen Xiuheng's neck, resting his head in the crook of the man's neck, his knees drawn up, softly whimpering like a little creature. "It's not your fault, darling," Wen Xiuheng cooed, kissing his face with a voice so gentle it could soothe any sorrow. "You're pregnant, and it's entirely natural for your emotions to fluctuate. It's not your fault, my sweet." As he comforted him, the alpha gently rocked him as if in a rocking chair, a gesture that conveyed reassurance and a profound sense of safety. "Don't be afraid, my love. I will always be by your side. All right?" Shen Jiayu nestled against Wen Xiuheng's sturdy chest, burying his face in the man's neck, his eyes still red, and with a soft nod, he murmured, "Whoa, good boy. No more tears, my darling." Wen Xiuheng wiped away his tears and leaned down to kiss his lips. Enveloped in warmth, kissed and comforted, cradled in the alpha's embrace, gently swayed and soothed, Shen Jiayu gradually ceased his sobs and began to find his calm. Wen Xiuheng gazed down at the youthful face, slightly crumpled from tears, and the crimson edges of his eyes, kissing his brows and whispering gently, "My sweet, shall I carry you back to sleep?" Shen Jiayu rubbed his cheek against the man's chest, looking up at him with a deep sense of reliance, nodding softly. Wen Xiuheng carefully cradled his darling and lay back down, his large hand gently resting on Shen Jiayu's chest, softly caressing him. "Sleep now, my love. I will remain here with you." Under the alpha's soothing presence, Shen Jiayu gradually closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, Shen Jiayu once again found himself in the rose garden, encountering the little white kitten. This time, the kitten seemed to have grown a bit since their last meeting, running towards him with its tail arched and mewing adorably. Shen Jiayu's eyes sparkled with delight as he bent down, extending his hand towards the little kitten. "I'm here, little treasure." The kitten scampered over on its short legs, joyfully licking his hand and nuzzling against him. Shen Jiayu scooped the kitten into his arms, cradling it close. The little creature gazed at him with round, glistening eyes, then raised its tiny, pink paw to gently press against his chin, mewing softly, as if trying to comfort him. Shen Jiayu beamed with joy, planting a kiss on the kitten's head. At breakfast the next morning, Shen Jiayu shared with Wen Xiuheng about dreaming of the little kitten again. Aunt Cui brought in Shen Jiayu's favorite dishes, smiling as she remarked that it might be a prenatal dream, with the baby in his belly transforming into a little kitten to interact with its father. Shen Jiayu was both surprised and delighted. Wen Xiuheng stroked his beloved's hair, kissing the top of his head, softly saying, "Even the little one doesn't want to see you unhappy." After their meal, Shen Jiayu wrapped his arms around Wen Xiuheng's waist, playfully nuzzling against his chest, tilting his head to look at him with bright, sparkling eyes, expressing that he felt better today and wanted to attend school. How could Wen Xiuheng resist his darling's playful demeanor? He indulgently and somewhat helplessly agreed. On the way to school, he reminded his little friend to inform him if he felt unwell or unhappy, promising to pick him up after class. Shen Jiayu obediently nodded, and just before entering the classroom, he tiptoed and planted a kiss on the alpha's cheek, his ears turning crimson as he hurried inside. Wen Xiuheng stood there for a while, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. Later, he visited the office, typically managing most of his work from home, with only a small fraction requiring his presence weekly at the company. He wished to spend more time with his little friend. Once Shen Jiayu reached the later stages of pregnancy and after giving birth, he planned to take an extended leave to be by his beloved's side. Days passed, and soon it was 3 months into Shen Jiayu's pregnancy, with morning sickness gradually subsiding. On a Friday afternoon after a meeting at work, Wen Xiuheng received a call from Aunt Cui. She sounded anxious on the phone, expressing her concern that Jiayu had returned from school and immediately retreated to the cloakroom. Hiding in the wardrobe, and despite her efforts to coax him out, he refused to emerge. Wen Xiuheng's heart sank. He rushed back home without changing his shoes. Upon arriving, Aunt Cui anxiously approached him. "Young master, Jiayu doesn't seem to be well. He has been hiding in the wardrobe for nearly an hour." Without hesitation, Wen Xiuheng hurried towards the cloakroom. He opened the door, softly calling out, "Darling." The cloakroom was spacious, with a wardrobe shared by him and Shen Jiayu. Their clothes were both organized in separate sections and mingled together, including many matching outfits, one of which was a couple's shirt that Shen Jiayu had brought back from his previous trip abroad. Wen Xiuheng bit his lip, holding his breath, and began to search through the wardrobe as he coaxed, "Sweetheart, I'm back. Where are you? Please let me see you." In the stillness, he heard a faint rustling from within the wardrobe. Approaching it, he gently opened the doors. Inside, the neatly hung suits and shirts were now in disarray, haphazardly crammed into a corner. And there, hidden in the dim space, was his little friend. Shen Jiayu had buried himself behind the clothes. Wen Xiuheng could not see his face but could make out his trembling shoulders and the soft whimpers emanating from the darkened corner. Wen Xiuheng's heart twisted painfully. He cautiously pushed aside the disheveled clothing, but upon seeing his dear friend, he suddenly gasped. Shen Jiayu was clad only in Wen Xiuheng's oversized black shirt, which hung loosely on his slender form, the hem reaching down to his thighs. The shirt appeared hastily donned, with buttons askew, and the top few left undone, exposing the delicate curve of his shoulders, his exquisite collarbone, and a generous expanse of pale, soft skin. Beneath the shirt, his slender legs were visible, and his feet were half bare. One sock hung loosely on his foot, while the other had seemingly vanished. From his earlobes and collarbone to his chest, knees, ankles, and toes, his entire body glowed with a beautiful blush. At that moment, Shen Jiayu clutched the shirt tightly to his chest, nestled among the clothes, his shoulders, back, and even the top of his head adorned with the garments. He curled his knees, tightly closing his eyes, whimpering softly, with his outerwear caught between his bare legs. His complexion was flushed, and he seemed somewhat dazed. Upon hearing the commotion, he lifted his misty, tear-filled rose-colored eyes to look at Wen Xiuheng. The corners of his eyes tinged with red and traces of tears. His lips, plump and rosy, glistened with a hint of moisture. Upon recognizing the familiar and anticipated figure, the youth's eyes sparkled with light, yet were also filled with deep confusion and grievance, as if he were at a loss regarding his own behavior. Filled with doubt and fear, in a soft, trembling voice, he uttered, "Sir, I miss you so much." With a resounding thud, the blood coursing through Wen Xiuheng's veins erupted like boiling water, and a familiar instinct surfaced in his mind. Nesting. Chapter 39 Baby. Wen Xiuheng's voice tightened in a hoarse whisper as he called out softly, cautiously extending his arms toward Shen Jiayu. "Allow me to carry you out first." Shen Jiayu lifted his delicate face, his eyes clouded with a misty haze, pouting slightly in a dazed manner as he allowed the alpha to lift him from the confines of the cabinet. The gentleness with which Wen Xiuheng embraced his beloved was akin to handling a priceless, fragile porcelain artifact. As he carefully carried Shen Jiayu back to the bedroom, burying his head against the alpha's chest, Shen Jiayu clutched tightly at the fabric of his shirt, trembling uncontrollably. He was still draped in Wen Xiuheng's suit jacket, which he had brought from the wardrobe. Wen Xiuheng pressed his lips together, exerting tremendous restraint as he gently laid his partner onto the bed. Reluctant to release his hold around Wen Xiuheng's neck, Shen Jiayu's eyes glistened with a hint of crimson, and with a quivering voice, he timidly asked, "Sir, where are you going? Please don't leave," as if on the verge of tears. Wen Xiuheng fixed his gaze on his beloved, his eyes deep with emotion. He had read that betas might exhibit nesting behaviors during pregnancy, and it seemed that, at this moment, his partner was no exception. "Good child, I am going nowhere. I am right here with you," the alpha murmured, kissing his lips in a hushed reassurance. In the next moment, Shen Jiayu clung to his neck, his voice laced with grievance and shyness as he cried, "Oh, sir, I long for your embrace so much." The youth trembled, softly whimpering as he pressed a kiss to the small mole on the alpha's throat, an inexplicable yearning for his partner's embrace flooding his senses. Unbeknownst to him, deprived of the alpha's pheromones, he was entirely enveloped by Wen Xiuheng's scent, akin to a raging blizzard within the alpha's being. Wen Xiuheng gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing dangerously. He was almost maddened by his desire for Shen Jiayu's instinctual craving for him. Yet, his beloved was still in the early stages of pregnancy, and he could not cradling Shen Jiayu's face. The alpha's breath grew heavy as he restrained himself while caressing his lips, which yielded softly under his touch. "Good boy. Your heat has arrived," he murmured, his voice low and raspy. As their mouths intertwined, Shen Jiayu's thoughts grew sluggish and hazy, his lips unable to close as saliva spilled over the edges, his eyes gradually losing focus. The alpha's gaze darkened as he pulled back, revealing Shen Jiayu's lips and tongue glistening with moisture. Wen Xiuheng gently grasped his chin, coaxing him, "Baby, are you still uncomfortable?" Shen Jiayu swallowed slowly, his delicate throat moving as he processed the alpha's question. His eyes brimmed with mist as he blinked softly, and tears fell down his cheeks. Wen Xiuheng leaned closer, catching his tears with tender affection. After a moment, Shen Jiayu regained a semblance of awareness, pouting as he nodded truthfully. Wen Xiuheng cupped his face, chuckling softly, "Good child, allow me to assist you." In an instant, the alpha leaned in to kiss him, his gaze unwavering, the depth of his eyes sending a shiver of trepidation through Shen Jiayu. This was a long, deep kiss, gentle yet insistent. The buttons of his black shirt were gradually undone. One by one, the alpha's kisses trailed down to his slender neck and then to his alabaster skin. Shen Jiayu let out soft whimpers, his body trembling uncontrollably, fingers gripping the sheets beneath him, leaving deep creases. The man lovingly kissed the faint pink scar on his abdomen before continuing downward. At 3 months along, Shen Jiayu's belly began to protrude slightly, nurturing the life they had created together. The alpha cherished each kiss, continuing to explore. Shen Jiayu's eyes suddenly widened, fireworks igniting in his mind as his chest and waist arched upward, his body forming a beautiful curve, even his toes curling tightly. His slender fingers weakly intertwined in the alpha's hair, while the other hand rested upon his shoulder, causing deep creases to form in Wen Xiuheng's shirt. When the kiss finally ceased, Shen Jiayu's face flushed, his eyes dazed, breathing in soft gasps as crystalline tears and saliva trickled down his cheeks, dampening the sheets. He trembled throughout, even his legs quaking. The alpha swallowed hard, then cradled his face once more, kissing him deeply until Shen Jiayu's mind went blank, consciousness slipping away. With profound tenderness, the alpha held his beloved close. After weathering this heat together, Wen Xiuheng took Shen Jiayu to see Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin calmly informed them that while nesting behaviors in betas during pregnancy were rare, they were indeed normal, primarily due to hormonal changes within the body. He cautioned that similar occurrences might arise in the future, with the best remedy being the alpha's presence to soothe his partner. During the checkup, it was confirmed that their baby was growing healthily. By the time Shen Jiayu reached 4 months of pregnancy, his belly had become increasingly prominent, and the early symptoms had finally dissipated. He began to proudly display his bump as he attended classes. When they ventured outside, Wen Xiuheng ensured he wore comfortable clothing and shoes, paying close attention to his warmth. It was winter, and with everyone bundled in thick garments, Shen Jiayu's burgeoning belly remained less conspicuous beneath layers of clothing. However, once he shed his coat, the signs of his pregnancy became apparent. At school, Wen Xiuheng took special care of Shen Jiayu, accompanying him to and from classes and often bringing him delectable treats. When Shen Jiayu had first become pregnant, Wen Xiuheng had been worried to see his best friend losing weight. Now that Shen Jiayu's pregnancy symptoms had vanished, he was able to indulge in more delicious food. Today, classes ended early, and Shen Jiayu, Wen Xiuheng, and Qin Yu ventured to a nearby dessert shop. Shen Jiayu had informed Wen Xiuheng in advance. The outdoor sky was overcast, hinting at impending snowfall. Qin Yu opened the shop door, and as it swung open, the sweet chime of bells greeted them. Wen Xiuheng selected the coziest seat for Shen Jiayu, settling beside him, while Qin Yu took a seat across from them. The shop was warm, and they removed their coats. Wen Xiuheng smiled brightly at Shen Jiayu's round belly, waving a hand in greeting. "Hello, little treasure. Good afternoon. I am Uncle Xiuheng." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wen Xiuheng felt something was amiss and quickly corrected himself. Uncle Xiuheng." Shen Jiayu's eyes sparkled as he gently rubbed his belly. Although the baby was not yet sensitive to external sounds, it had already begun to develop hearing. Curious, Qin Yu asked Shen Jiayu if he knew the baby's gender. Shen Jiayu shook his head, explaining that the doctor wouldn't reveal the fetus's gender until after birth. Wen Xiuheng then began to fantasize, imagining if the baby were a girl, she would surely be as adorable and beautiful as Shen Jiayu, perhaps even with rose-colored eyes. However, if it were a boy and a little alpha at that, he would likely resemble Wen Xiuheng. Just imagine, little Jiayu cradling a soft and adorable infant in his arms, only to turn and find a face bearing a striking resemblance to his father's, stern and austere. Ugh! Wen Xiuheng abruptly shook his head, striving to regain clarity, fervently reassuring himself that it could not be, that he was undoubtedly overthinking things. As he turned, he was startled to discover that Qin Yu was gazing at him pensively, prompting him to inquire, "What are you doing?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, yet his gaze seemed to traverse the tabletop, landing before him. Wen Xiuheng exclaimed. The irritable little rabbit, flustered, covered his chest and abdomen with his hands, leaning back and baring his teeth at the other, conveying a clear message. Don't even think about it. Shen Jiayu watched the two feuding friends with a smile. They chatted about their recent academic endeavors. Last week, Shen Jiayu had submitted his work for the competition, and now it was a matter of patiently awaiting the results. Wen Xiuheng was in the process of applying to a prestigious art academy abroad, while Qin Yu, a year ahead of them, had begun preparing for his graduation exhibition. Their conversation deepened, and once more, Wen Xiuheng and Qin Yu fell into playful bickering. Initially, Shen Jiayu felt a warm and serene sensation in his heart, but gradually, for reasons unknown, he began to feel a hollow emptiness, followed by a sense of restlessness and unease, as if something essential was conspicuously lacking. It dawned upon him that he was missing Wen Xiuheng. Although they had only been apart for a few hours, he felt an overwhelming longing to be with him. The tide of yearning enveloped Shen Jiayu, and as he stirred the hot lemon-honey water, he felt his eyes begin to sting, his thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. Meanwhile, Wen Xiuheng's vehicle had arrived nearby, just a few hundred meters from the dessert shop. The alpha sat in the back seat, his cold features betraying a hint of agitation. From the moment he left the office, a profound sense of loss and unease had settled within him, his mind consumed with thoughts of Shen Jiayu, worrying if his little friend was tired from class, if it was cold at school, and whether the little one in his belly was behaving. His heart brimmed with longing and concern for his beloved, emotions intensifying with each passing moment on the road. Every cell in his body yearning to hold his lover close, to meld him into his very being. Yet, the traffic conditions were less than favorable. The intersection ahead was congested. The driver, glancing nervously at Wen Xiuheng in the rearview mirror, sensed something was amiss ever since the boss had entered the vehicle. Hesitant, he spoke, "Young master, there's a traffic jam ahead. It may take a bit longer to pick up young Master Shen." The alpha furrowed his brow, his long, slender fingers loosening his tie as he replied in a low voice, "Pull over. I'll get out here." The driver, taken aback, quickly complied, "Oh, okay, young master." As the car came to a halt, Wen Xiuheng immediately opened the door and strode towards Shen Jiayu's location. Under the dark gray sky, amidst the bustling pedestrian street, the tall, handsome alpha hurried through the crowd, occasionally catching the attention of unfamiliar Omegas who paused to admire him. Wen Xiuheng pressed his lips together, quickening his pace, oblivious to his surroundings. At that moment, his heart raced, repeating the word baby in his mind. Apart from Shen Jiayu, no other person or thought lingered in his consciousness. He felt an urgent desire to see his beloved, to embrace and kiss him. Soon, the familiar warm yellow decor of the dessert shop came into view. At that moment, snow began to fall, delicate flakes drifting down from the sky. Shen Jiayu sat inside, lost in thought as he gazed at the snowflakes outside. He recalled that it had also been snowing when he first met his beloved. Now he yearned deeply for Wen Xiuheng, wishing fervently to see him at that very moment. Yin noticed Shen Jiayu's silence and turned to find him wide-eyed with red-rimmed eyes, staring blankly at the glass window. Panic-stricken, he asked, "What's wrong?" Shen Jiayu snapped back to reality, hurriedly lowering his gaze to wipe his eyes. "And no, it's nothing," he replied, mustering a smile, though his eyes remained glistening. Yin and Qin Yu exchanged worried glances. Qin Yu asked, "Are you feeling a bit tired?" Yin added, "Would you like me to call Wen Xiuheng?" Just then, the clear chime of a bell rang out, drawing their attention. Shen Jiayu looked up to see the familiar figure he had been longing for materialize before him. The alpha's face bore an expression of profound longing as he eagerly searched for his beloved. Wen Xiuheng and Shen Jiayu's eyes met, and in that moment, a spark ignited, illuminating their expressions. Yin exclaimed in surprise, "Jiayu, your husband is here." The tall, handsome alpha immediately approached his lover, prompting Shen Jiayu to rise and move towards him. They embraced as if they had been apart for ages. "Baby," Wen Xiuheng held Shen Jiayu tightly, kissing his cheek. "I missed you so much." Shen Jiayu buried his face into the alpha's embrace, unwilling to part for even a moment. "I missed you too, sir." They held each other close by the floor-to-ceiling window, exchanging kisses as snowflakes danced outside. On yet another day of the first snowfall, they were deeply in love and together. Yin and Qin Yu stood by, utterly mesmerized. Despite having been apart for only a brief time, it seemed as though they were both afflicted by separation anxiety, unable to bear being apart for even a moment. Love truly is a wondrous thing. After bidding farewell to Yin and Qin Yu, the two returned to the villa. As soon as the villa door closed, Wen Xiuheng lifted Shen Jiayu and set him on the shoe cabinet in the foyer. The alpha nestled between the boy's parted legs, gently cupping his chin, leaning down to kiss him fervently. The quiet foyer echoed with the sound of water and soft, helpless moans. Wen Xiuheng's potent pheromones enveloped Shen Jiayu in an instant. The others at home had already been informed by Wen Xiuheng not to disturb them. The alpha passionately explored his lover's mouth, their tongues entwined in a fervent dance. Unswallowed saliva trickled from the corners of their mouths, cascading down to his collarbone. Just as Shen Jiayu felt he could hardly breathe, Wen Xiuheng reluctantly released him, his deep gaze fixed upon the boy beneath him. Shen Jiayu tilted his head back, his ruby lips slightly parted, revealing a swollen tongue, with glistening tears clinging to his eyelashes and his eyes shimmering with a dazed look. Shen Jiayu's coat lay in disarray at their feet, revealing his outfit beneath. Adorning a water-blue shirt layered with a creamy white knitted vest and a white beret, he appeared youthful and endearing. Yet, beneath the loose knitwear, his belly was visibly rounded, rising and falling rhythmically with his shallow breaths. mirroring the rise and fall of his chest. Alpha's breaths grew increasingly labored, his deep-set eyes taking on a more perilous glint. His little friend remained blissfully unaware of how exquisitely captivating he appeared in this moment, igniting within Alpha an overwhelming desire to fiercely enfold him within his embrace. The doctor had proclaimed that he could now hold him and kiss him. Wen Xiuheng tenderly pressed his lips to the boy's mouth once more. The youth trembled as he climbed his hands along Alpha's back, his alabaster form laid bare, split open in surrender. A large hand settled upon the boy's gently rounded abdomen, as Wen Xiuheng kissed him while protectively cradling his belly. It had been some time since he last held him and kissed him, and now Shen Jiayu was quivering intensely, his fingers clutching the man's back, curling in weakness. Alpha enveloped the slender frame, draped across his waist, swaying helplessly. The rich, icy essence of their pheromones intensified, evolving into an unrelenting blizzard. As Wen Xiuheng kissed him, he gazed into his eyes, watching as the lovely rose-hued irises gradually lost their focus. Alpha gently caressed the boy's burgeoning belly, his voice a low murmur, "Sweetheart. What is this?" Shen Jiayu instinctively blinked, physiological tears cascading down his cheeks. He felt a bit dazed from the kisses, his mind sluggish. "Yes, it's the baby." Alpha chuckled softly, withdrawing momentarily, his voice hoarse. "Indeed, our baby." The man leaned down, allowing Shen Jiayu to wrap his arms around his neck, and asked, "Do you know what the baby will call you?" "Call me." Shen Jiayu turned his gaze, his consciousness slowly returning. "The baby calls me Daddy." "And what will you call me?" Alpha kissed him again. Unable to contain himself, Shen Jiayu began to sob, clutching his neck as his body trembled delicately. Wen Xiuheng seemed to possess infinite patience for this answer, continuing to kiss him deeply. "What will it be, sweetheart? Please tell me." "Woo-woo," Shen Jiayu whimpered, lowering his head to gaze at his protruding belly, as if the answer had finally dawned upon him. "Daddy, woo-woo, it's Daddy." Alpha appeared thoroughly satisfied, rewarding him with a kiss. Yet, his inquiries were not over. He grasped the boy's chin, urging him to look up, a smile gracing his lips as he breathlessly prompted, "And what do you call me, my dear child?" He knew his little friend must possess the answer, one they had both just heard. Shen Jiayu's cheeks flushed crimson, stumbling over his words, unable to voice it. But Alpha knew how to coax it from him, deepening the kiss. A tingling current surged through Shen Jiayu, overwhelming him, tears escaping his eyes. He opened his heavily misted gaze, his eyelids reddened, and obediently uttered the cherished title, husband. Alpha's heart melted into a puddle, raining down deep, fervent kisses. Wen Xiuheng's voice brimmed with desire and boundless affection, responding to him with utmost reverence, "Good boy, my wife." The blizzard-like pheromones enveloped them, Alpha's potent essence completely surrounding them. Shen Jiayu, in a daze, mused whether the snowfall outside was intensifying, as he seemed to catch a whiff of icy air, and soon, his consciousness was entirely consumed by Alpha's love. Chapter 40. As the days passed and his belly swelled, Shen Jiayu found himself clad in a wardrobe of entirely new garments. Every week, Wen Xiuheng arranged for bespoke clothing from various high-end brands to be delivered. Shen Jiayu's attire was perpetually comfortable and perfectly fitted. He delighted in standing before the fitting mirror, observing his belly, often leaning sideways and cradling it while snapping photos to document his gradually expanding midsection. With lighter coursework on Fridays, Shen Jiayu returned home early, eager to prepare for the weekend date he had planned with Wen Xiuheng, venturing out to enjoy the fresh air and take a stroll. When he arrived home, Wen Xiuheng had yet to return, though he anticipated his arrival shortly. After all, during Shen Jiayu's pregnancy, they had been unable to be apart for more than 5 hours. Following the incident at the dessert shop, they had undergone a checkup and Dr. Lin had informed them that such a condition of not being able to separate for long is known as partner pregnancy separation anxiety, commonly observed between alpha and omega pairs. However, if both partners become overly reliant on each other emotionally, psychologically, and physiologically, even if Shen Jiayu is a beta, this condition can manifest. Moreover, given that Wen Xiuheng is an S-class alpha, it was entirely normal for them to experience this separation anxiety, especially as Shen Jiayu had recently exhibited behaviors akin to an omega's heat cycle. The mere thought of Wen Xiuheng's imminent return brightened Shen Jiayu's previously anxious demeanor, filling him with joy during his wait. With eager anticipation, he ventured into the wardrobe to select an outfit for their outing the next day. His closet brimmed with the clothes Wen Xiuheng had lovingly prepared for him. Shen Jiayu's lips curled into a smile as he caressed his belly, speaking to the baby within. Daddy will be home soon, and tomorrow we can go out to play. Are you excited, little one? Alas, the little baby was still growing and could not yet feel the movements. Shen Jiayu began selecting his attire for the date. He tried on 2 different styles before settling on a pair of trousers, which fit comfortably around his waist without constricting his belly. This was due to Wen Xiuheng taking his measurements personally before the custom fitting. Aside from his visibly rounded abdomen, Shen Jiayu's limbs remained slender, yet thanks to Wen Xiuheng's attentive care, he appeared healthy overall, with a touch more flesh on his cheeks and a slightly fuller posterior. Shen Jiayu wished to try on one more outfit and opened a shared wardrobe with Wen Xiuheng. Their clothes were easily distinguishable, with Alpha's garments clearly larger and characterized by a minimalist, mature style, predominantly composed of handcrafted suits. As he gazed at the suits, an idea suddenly struck him. He yearned to try on Wen Xiuheng's attire. Aside from a few occasions, he had rarely worn a suit, and even during their attendance at a business gala, he had donned a carefully tailored, youthful dress. Now, he longed to experience the sensation of wearing a true suit like Wen Xiuheng's. Would it make him appear more adult-like, more mature, more composed, just like his husband? After all, he was soon to be a father himself, and he aspired to embody the reliability of an adult. With these thoughts, Shen Jiayu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He carefully retrieved a deep gray suit and eagerly donned it, wanting to sneak a try before his husband returned home, playfully borrowing his clothing. Blushing, Shen Jiayu mused, "Surely, my husband won't be upset." The sensation of wearing the suit was novel. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing his reflection in the mirror. Unsurprisingly, the suit was excessively loose on him, the pants pooling at his feet, the jacket oversized, with sleeves long enough that he had to roll them up to reveal his hands, the hem obscuring his upper thighs. Shen Jiayu pouted in mild dissatisfaction, realizing he couldn't quite achieve the mature and composed aura his husband exuded. Instead, he resembled a child who had mischievously donned an adult's attire. The only comfort was that his burgeoning belly was not constricted. Shen Jiayu began to console himself, envisioning that once he had given birth, he too would embark on a journey of physical fitness, much like his partner. One day he would transform into a mature and composed adult, just like him. At this moment, the small, expectant husband, resolute in his aspiration to become a dignified adult, struck a proud pose, hands on hips, chest held high. However, scarcely had he set this determination when a familiar voice suddenly resonated from outside the cloakroom. "Baby, I'm back. Are you in the cloakroom?" Shen Jiayu. In a flurry of panic, Shen Jiayu attempted to remove his suit, but it was already too late. When Xiuheng had reached the door and knocked. "Wait a moment, darling," Shen Jiayu called out in a fluster, trying to halt him. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" The alpha on the other side of the door, his voice laced with curiosity and amusement, continued, "I didn't see you anywhere else in the house, so I started looking. May I not come in, baby?" Shen Jiayu, blushing, murmured softly, I'm changing clothes." The alpha outside paused for a moment, then replied, "Is it inconvenient for you to change alone? Let me help you." Shen Jiayu bit his lip, glancing at his reflection in the mirror. After a moment of hesitation, his face flushed a vibrant red, and he shyly acquiesced, "Well, you mustn't laugh at me once you come in." The alpha outside smiled with a hint of helplessness, pondering what predicament his little one might have encountered while changing, curious as to what could evoke such a reaction from his beloved. Wen Xiuheng, filled with gentle patience, reassured him, "All right, I promise." Shen Jiayu stood obediently before the full-length mirror, facing away from the door, his head bowed in bashfulness, hands clasped together in front of him. "You may enter now, sir." "Okay." With that, the door swung open. Upon entering and finally grasping the situation, Wen Xiuheng abruptly held his breath. "Baby, you." The alpha's voice grew slightly hoarse. Shen Jiayu, aware of his presence, lowered his head further, too shy to meet Wen Xiuheng's gaze in the mirror. The alpha's smile deepened as he approached, wrapping his arms around Shen Jiayu from behind, bending down to kiss the nape of his neck. "Sweetheart, what made you want to wear my clothes?" His deep, magnetic voice resonated against Shen Jiayu's eardrums, the warmth of his breath cascading over his neck, causing a lovely flush to spread from his ears to his collarbone. Shen Jiayu turned his head to meet the alpha's gaze, their eyes locking momentarily before he lowered his gaze again. His long, thick lashes fluttering as he sweetly murmured, "I wanted to see what I would look like in a suit like you." Is that so? Wen Xiuheng gently grasped Shen Jiayu's chin, guiding his face to look up at him, his voice now tinged with a deeper, alluring timbre. What do you think it looks like, sweetheart? Shen Jiayu gazed at him, a hint of confusion in his eyes. It's just how you see it. The clothes are too big. The alpha was well aware of how loose his clothes were on Shen Jiayu, but the moment he saw his beloved clad in his garments, his breath became unsteady. His partner, willingly donning his attire, their delicate frame enveloped in his essence, stirred an intense possessiveness within him that transcended mere physical contact. Shen Jiayu was a beta, incapable of detecting the icy scent of the alpha's pheromones that enveloped him, yet the alpha could perceive every nuance of it with crystal clarity. A tide of desire swelled within Wen Xiuheng's deep-set eyes as he leaned closer, softly kissing his beloved's full lips. It's all right. I'll help you take your measurements again. They stood together on the plush carpet, Shen Jiayu facing the mirror, supporting himself with his hands, while the alpha kissed him tenderly and measured him. His large hands meticulously measured every inch, chest, waist, hips, and thighs, each detail etched into his memory. Perhaps they had kissed for too long. Shen Jiayu began to weaken, sliding down slightly. The alpha's strong arm encircled his chest, while the other cradled his burgeoning belly, steadying him as he continued to shower him with tender kisses. A veil of mist gradually clouded the mirror. Shen Jiayu, his eyes reddened, struggled to see his reflection. The alpha leaned forward, clearing the fog from the glass, allowing Shen Jiayu to behold his own visage. His eyes were dazed, his lashes glistening with tears, and his lips, swollen from kisses, slightly parted to reveal a similarly rosy tongue. This was the first time he had seen himself being kissed in the mirror. Shen Jiayu couldn't help but feel flustered and shy, instinctively tensing his body. Meanwhile, the alpha's breath behind him grew heavier, his voice gravelly and husky. Relax, sweetheart. At that moment, the expansive cloakroom was saturated with the intoxicating scent of ice and snow. Wen Xiuheng gently held Shen Jiayu's chin, turning him to face the mirror, so they could both see their reflections. The oversized suit jacket enveloped Shen Jiayu's form, beneath which he wore a cream-colored sweater, his partner's favorite hue. The soft fabric accentuated the roundness of his belly, which swayed gently as he moved. The pant legs pooled at his feet. The alpha's other hand once more rested on Shen Jiayu's protruding belly as he kissed his flushed ears and the pale nape of his neck, whispering in a low voice, "Sweetheart, do you know how beautiful you are right now?" Instantly, Shen Jiayu's eyes brimmed with tears, and soft sobs echoed in the room. Witnessing his young, delicate partner clad in his attire, trembling and softly weeping, the alpha found it impossible to cease his kisses. He lifted Shen Jiayu's knees into his arms, cradling his belly with one hand, and once again deeply kissed him, savoring his sweet tongue. Shen Jiayu began to feel light-headed from the kisses, his hands, which had been supporting him against the mirror, gradually losing strength and falling to his sides, relying solely on the alpha for support. In his haze, he seemed to catch a whiff of a sharp scent, drawing closer, becoming increasingly distinct. Shen Jiayu swayed, blinking in confusion, tears glistening as he weakly murmured, "Ice and snow." "What is it, sweetheart?" The alpha cradled his chin and cheek, urging him to turn his head and accept his kiss. Wen Xiuheng's deep-set gaze locked onto his eyes. "What did you just say? Baby?" Shen Jiayu, nearly overwhelmed by the kisses, obediently revealed his tongue for the alpha to taste, saliva pooling in his mouth as he mumbled incoherently, Is it snowing? I smell snow. How could it possibly snow indoors?" Shen Jiayu's consciousness was fading. Upon hearing this, the alpha's pupils dilated, and a surge of exhilaration coursed through him, causing his voice to tremble with disbelief and uncontainable excitement. "You can smell the scent of ice and snow, can you, Jiayu?" Shen Jiayu whimpered, his eyes reddening as the relentless kisses rendered his mind blank. He instinctively nodded, entirely honest in his response. At that moment, the alpha standing behind him was teetering on the brink of losing control. Betas had never been able to detect any alpha or omega pheromones, nor were they ever influenced or controlled by them. Shen Jiayu was no exception. Yet now, perhaps due to the pregnancy, his beta partner had inexplicably caught a whiff of his pheromones. In an instant, the alpha's profound possessiveness was magnified and fulfilled to an infinite degree. Wen Xiuheng's eyes brimmed with desire and yearning, his breath growing heavy and fervent with excitement. Amidst the howling wind and swirling snow, the alpha leaned down, cupping his beloved's face, and with a reckless abandon, kissed him once more. Shen Jiayu's eyes widened in sudden terror, tears welling up in a mix of grievance and confusion. Oh, how could he start kissing him again? Chapter 41. As Shen Jiayu entered the delicate state of pregnancy, spring arrived unbeknownst to him. The school had commenced its spring break, yet on the very first day of the holiday, Shen Jiayu fell ill with a fever. This was not the first time he had succumbed to a fever during his pregnancy. Due to the elevation of pregnancy hormones, his basal body temperature had also risen. It was during the latter part of the night that Wen Xiuheng first noticed something amiss. Shen Jiayu lay in his embrace, his body slightly feverish and his breathing becoming a tad rapid. Wen Xiuheng immediately sat up to assess his condition. Shen Jiayu kept his eyes tightly shut, his hands cradling his swollen belly, a faint, unnatural flush gracing his cheeks. Wen Xiuheng's heart tightened. He swiftly retrieved a thermometer and confirmed a slight fever. With practiced ease, he gathered a cooling patch and a warm towel, opting for a physical method to reduce Shen Jiayu's temperature. Prior to Shen Jiayu's first fever, he had done his homework and consulted Dr. Lin. Lin Xiuheng had advised him to use physical means to manage a low-grade fever, as medication during pregnancy could potentially irritate the uterus, harm the body, or affect the fetus. When Xiuheng placed the cooling patches on his beloved's forehead, along his neck, and at the base of his thighs, every half hour he would check Shen Jiayu's temperature, ensuring it did not rise further. Should it persistently increase, he would need to take Shen Jiayu to the hospital without delay. Watching Shen Jiayu suffer from the fever while lying in bed, Wen Xiuheng tenderly caressed his cheek. In conjunction with the cooling patches, he continuously wiped Shen Jiayu's body with the warm towel, which also aided in lowering his temperature. In his dreams, Shen Jiayu murmured and mumbled, softly calling out for his husband. He was inherently reliant on Wen Xiuheng, instinctively reaching for the space beside him, only to find it empty. Frowning, he slowly opened his eyes. In his dazed state, the first figure he beheld was that of the alpha. Wen Xiuheng was below the bed, washing a fresh towel. Upon noticing Shen Jiayu awake, he promptly sat beside him. The man's face was etched with concern and affection as he stroked Shen Jiayu's cheek, his voice gentle. "Why are you awake, my dear?" Shen Jiayu lowered his eyelashes, nuzzling his cheek against Wen Xiuheng's palm, murmuring, "I feel a bit dizzy." Wen Xiuheng leaned down, planting a kiss on his cheek. "You've come down with a fever, sweetheart. Rest well." Shen Jiayu obediently replied, slowly opening his misty eyes to gaze at him. After a moment, with a pitiful expression, he extended his arms, seeking an embrace. Wen Xiuheng's heart melted at the sight. He replaced the old towel with a new one, then climbed into bed, carefully enveloping his beloved in his arms. Once again encircled in a cocoon of security, Shen Jiayu nestled against Wen Xiuheng's chest, akin to a contented little kitten, sighing in satisfaction. The alpha cradled his back with one arm, while the other gently caressed his beloved's hair, his gaze softening as he observed Shen Jiayu's actions and profile, a smile of indulgence gracing his lips. Subsequently, he released comforting pheromones to soothe Shen Jiayu. Ever since his beloved had been able to perceive his pheromones, the alpha had consulted the doctor. Dr. Lin had informed him that such occurrences were typical only during pregnancy. In this period, the partner's soothing pheromones would significantly benefit both the mother and the fetus's stability. Shen Jiayu buried his head deeply into the man's embrace, his consciousness hazy, once more inhaling the familiar scent of ice and snow, as if gentle snowflakes were cascading around him, cooling and comforting, gradually dispelling the heat within. Within Wen Xiuheng's arms, Shen Jiayu slowly closed his eyes again, drifting into a deep slumber. By the time dawn broke, his temperature had subsided somewhat. Wen Xiuheng remained by his side, attending to him. When Shen Jiayu awakened, Wen Xiuheng lifted him, allowing him to sit in his lap, gently feeding him water, bit by bit. "Be careful, drink slowly." The young one, small and soft, nestled against Wen Xiuheng's chest, sipping water obediently. Wen Xiuheng supported the base of the cup, his gaze tenderly resting on his beloved. The little one had a cooling patch on his forehead, and due to still having a fever, his eyes and cheeks retained a hint of rosy warmth, his lips equally tinted with a feverish hue. As he drank, his rosy lips parted, and his small mouth, along with his slightly chubby cheeks, swelled adorably. He was utterly endearing, provoking a pang of tenderness. The cool water coursed down his throat, settling upon his rounded belly, where their baby was gradually growing. When Xiuheng's heart swelled with softness. In his eyes, His beloved would forever be adorable and deserving of protection and care, a delicate rose he wished to cherish. As the afternoon unfolded, Shen Jiayu's temperature returned to normal, though he still felt a bit dizzy and lacked strength. Wen Xiuheng personally prepared a nutritious meal for him, feeding him with a spoon bite by bite. By evening, Shen Jiayu's spirits had improved considerably. However, Wen Xiuheng remained vigilant, fearful of a relapse, and stayed by his side throughout the night. Only when it was confirmed that the fever had truly subsided did Wen Xiuheng allow himself to breathe a sigh of relief. As Shen Jiayu approached 5 months of pregnancy, Wen Xiuheng took him to the hospital for the 4th prenatal checkup. Dr. Lin informed them that the results were once again favorable, and the baby was developing healthily. Aside from Lu Jun, Lin Xiuheng had become another familiar physician for the couple in this hospital. Particularly for Wen Xiuheng, Lin Xiuheng had transformed into a professional pregnancy advisor, frequently consulted by the alpha who often displayed hints of excessive concern. Lin Xiuheng was aware of Wen Xiuheng's stature as the hospital's owner. In his perception, individuals of such high rank were often inherently cold and ruthless, with few willing to demonstrate such meticulous care for their partners. Yet, Wen Xiuheng's affection and attention toward Shen Jiayu exceeded all expectations. It was the first time Lin Xiuheng had witnessed an alpha like Wen Xiuheng, one so diligently attentive to his partner's every need. For reasons unknown, as he reflected on this, an image inexplicably surfaced in his mind. He found himself wondering, if it were that individual, what kind of father would he be? Lin Xiuheng pressed his lips together, burying this unfounded thought deep within. Following the examination, Lin Xiuheng handed Wen Xiuheng and Shen Jiayu a pregnancy manual outlining essential matters to be mindful of in the coming months. Wen Xiuheng accepted it and perused the contents, noting some points he had already familiarized himself with. As they parted ways, Shen Jiayu smiled and thanked Lin Xiuheng, with Wen Xiuheng echoing his gratitude. Upon entering the elevator, Wen Xiuheng held the door open with his arm for Shen Jiayu. Inside, he stood protectively at his beloved's side, his large hand enveloping Shen Jiayu's smaller one, guiding him along. When the elevator halted and a few others entered, Wen Xiuheng subtly leaned closer to Shen Jiayu, forming a solid, dependable barrier in front of him. As I caught sight of a tall and handsome alpha shielding a lovely and beautiful little pregnant partner, curious glances from passers-by occasionally darted their way. The alpha exuded a mature aura, and his light-colored casual suit did little to mask his cold and austere demeanor. In stark contrast, his companion appeared remarkably youthful and petite. Though obscured by the alpha's imposing figure, it was evident that they possessed a sweet and exquisite appearance. Both individuals possessed strikingly exceptional looks and radiated affection for one another, compelling anyone who crossed their path to steal a few extra glances. Shen Jiayu stood behind Wen Xiuheng, gazing up at him. The alpha had a small, milk-yellow bag slung over his right shoulder, adorned with a whimsical illustration of a short-legged kitten, containing only his phone and a few small items. Nevertheless, the alpha insisted on carrying it himself, determined to spare Shen Jiayu from any burden, fearful of tiring him. If anyone were to witness such a mature and austere alpha carrying a bag of such endearing design, they would surely be left agape. In his other hand, Wen Xiuheng held a folder containing neatly stacked examination reports and a pregnancy manual. Upon returning home, these documents were meticulously stored in his study. Shen Jiayu had seen this during his visits. Each pregnancy report was carefully preserved in a designated folder, which Wen Xiuheng had labeled Baby and Little Treasure. With a soft ding, the elevator arrived at the ground floor. Wen Xiuheng smiled gently at Shen Jiayu, tightening his grip on his hand, saying, "We are home now, baby." Okay, Shen Jiayu replied, his eyes sparkling with delight as he returned the grip. Once home, Wen Xiuheng assisted his little one in changing into comfortable attire. Since Shen Jiayu's abdomen had begun to swell, changing clothes had become less convenient. Wen Xiuheng guided him to sit on the edge of the bed, deftly and tenderly helping him change his socks and trousers before proceeding to his top. As the soft fabric rustled, Shen Jiayu's eyes widened, and he let out a faint gasp. Wen Xiuheng immediately halted his actions, concern etched on his face as he inquired, "What's wrong, my dear? Are you feeling unwell?" A faint blush crept onto Shen Jiayu's cheeks as uncertainty flickered in his heart, and he hastily denied, "No, it's nothing." "Really?" Wen Xiuheng pressed, not entirely convinced. Yes." Shen Jiayu nodded vigorously. It was merely the sensation of the fabric brushing against his chest for a fleeting moment that had caught him off guard. He was unsure of what it meant. "I'm not uncomfortable, sir," he replied softly. Wen Xiuheng caressed his cheek. You must tell me promptly if anything feels amiss. Remember that, my dear. Shen Jiayu nodded obediently, convinced that the momentary sensation had simply been a figment of his imagination. However, he soon discovered that his body had indeed undergone a subtle transformation. That evening, he stood in front of the bathroom mirror, lifting his shirt, his expression turning incredulous. After much internal conflict, he was still standing there when Wen Xiuheng, concerned about his prolonged absence, gently knocked on the bathroom door. The door was unlocked, a decision made mutually after much deliberation once Shen Jiayu became pregnant. Wen Xiuheng's vigilance regarding the details of Shen Jiayu's pregnancy was unwavering. After waiting for a while without a response, he knocked again. Baby, are you all right? When no answer came, he furrowed his brow in worry and knocked once more. Baby? Just as he was about to push the door open, it creaked ajar. Baby? Wen Xiuheng's words were abruptly stifled as he beheld Shen Jiayu standing inside, uncertainly lifting the hem of his shirt. His cheeks flushed, eyes downcast, softly confessing, Sir, my chest feels a bit swollen. Chapter 42. When he uttered the words, I will help you, the alpha scarcely recognized the hoarse quality of his voice. In the bedroom, Wen Xiuheng caressed the boy's fair and delicate cheek, his large hands gently cradling the soft, alabaster skin. It seems a bit swollen, my dear, he murmured in a husky tone. Shen Jiayu's cheeks deepened in crimson as he slowly lowered his gaze, his long and thick lashes fluttering, responding softly, The alpha, with tender care, pressed his lips against the boy's rosy mouth, his tongue delicately tracing the fullness, eliciting a shudder from Shen Jiayu. A soft, plaintive whimper escaped Shen Jiayu, prompting him to arch his neck and puff out his chest, his toes curling within his socks. With deep-set eyes, Wen Xiuheng inquired, Does it hurt, baby? Shen Jiayu blinked through misty eyes, timidly replying, No, it doesn't hurt, just feels a bit swollen. There will be changes during pregnancy, my dear. Wen Xiuheng reassured him as he kissed his cheek, whispering softly, Don't be afraid. I will help you. The last 3 words were whispered into Shen Jiayu's ear, so low and gentle that they made his cheeks visibly flush. Why are you shy, baby? Wen Xiuheng teased, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he grasped Shen Jiayu's slender wrist, kissing his pale fingers, intentionally provoking him. Have you forgotten what you call me? My dear. Shen Jiayu's eyes widened slightly, his face turning an even deeper shade of red. How could he possibly forget? He understood that these changes were a part of pregnancy, having perused the pregnancy manual. However, he had not felt any changes at that time, assuming that as a beta, his transformations would come later. To his surprise, he had already begun to swell just a little. If not addressed properly, it could lead to discomfort later. Afraid of pain, he realized that since becoming pregnant, he had unconsciously grown more delicate. Even the slightest discomfort could bring him to tears. As if reading his thoughts, Wen Xiuheng kissed his brow and gazed into his eyes. I won't let you feel pain, my sweet child. Shen Jiayu stared blankly into the alpha's eyes, and after a moment, he leaned in to kiss Wen Xiuheng. The alpha's lips curled into a smile, his gaze deepening as his large hand gently enveloped Shen Jiayu's soft, white cheek, kissing him tenderly, his breaths becoming heavier. So soft, my dear. Wen Xiuheng sucked on the boy's cherry blossom-flavored lower lip, his agile tongue swirling around the delicate bud, drawing forth soft, desperate whimpers from Shen Jiayu. The boy's sweet voice heightened the alpha's urgency, as his hand caressed one side of Shen Jiayu's tender face, applying gentle pressure as he began to savor the boy's lips. The originally pale pink of Shen Jiayu's lips gradually transformed into a vibrant red. Unable to contain himself, Shen Jiayu closed his eyes, releasing soft cries of need. Soon, his lips appeared flushed, resembling a fully blossomed red rose, and only then did the alpha relent, kissing him deeply and fervently, drinking in the sweetness from his mouth, the air thick with the sounds of their shared breaths. Shen Jiayu felt himself weaken under the alpha's relentless kisses, his slender fingers tangling in Wen Xiuheng's hair, instinctively climbing up his strong waist. The whimpers that escaped his lips became increasingly incoherent. Wen Xiuheng continued to kiss him, as if trying to capture every breath and sweetness from him. Shen Jiayu's gaze grew hazy, and through his misty eyes, he noticed a sheen of glistening moisture on the alpha's lips. Unable to contain his embarrassment, he whimpered, Woo-woo. Why are you crying, baby? Wen Xiuheng paused, cupping his face and kissing away the tears, soothingly murmuring, Don't cry, my dear. You will gradually adapt. Shen Jiayu softly sobbed, lifting her tearful gaze to him, and then, in a playful manner, nestled her head into the crook of his neck, nuzzling against him, melting the heart of the alpha. "Come here, my dear," Wen Xiuheng said, lifting her up and settling her onto his lap. The alpha wrapped his arms around her back and waist, being exceedingly cautious not to press against her delicate belly. The man caressed the corners of the youth's lips, his deep-set eyes brimming with emotion, and hoarsely remarked, "My love, you are so sweet." His tongue pried open her lips once more, while his large hand effortlessly enveloped her roundness. The alpha's voice gravelly like sandpaper. "This part is sweet too." The events that followed became somewhat hazy for Shen Jiayu. She only recalled shaking her head while crying out for him to be gentler, as the alpha's hand rested on her swollen belly, protecting her while he continued to kiss her. With her eyelids reddened from weeping, she felt a familiar pressure building again. Exhausted, she trembled and lifted her gaze, sweetly calling out to Wen Xiuheng, "Hubby." Suddenly, the alpha halted, but in the next moment, he kissed her even more fervently. This startled Shen Jiayu, intensifying the swelling sensation. "Why are you so obedient, my dear?" the alpha murmured, devouring her little tongue as if he wanted to consume her entirely, merging her essence with his own. Shen Jiayu's eyes gradually lost focus, her tongue instinctively peeking out, uncontainable saliva spilling down, pooling at her collarbone. In the fleeting moment before her mind went completely blank, the accumulated moisture suddenly overflowed, cascading onto her rounded belly. Wen Xiuheng carried Shen Jiayu into the bathroom. Overwhelmed by the kisses, she felt utterly drained, her body limp, arms and legs dangling helplessly, her delicate ankles swaying slightly in midair like a lifeless doll. The water stains on her belly had vanished before they reached the bathroom. Embracing his soft and petite lover, Wen Xiuheng felt a surge of tenderness. Shen Jiayu slowly opened her heavy eyelids and instinctively nestled closer in the alpha's embrace, rubbing against his chest. Wen Xiuheng smiled gently, leaning down to kiss her forehead, soothingly saying, "Sleep, my dear. I will take care of everything else." Shen Jiayu responded in a whisper, drifting back into a deep slumber. At 5 months pregnant, Shen Jiayu still frequently visited the art studio. Her love for painting only deepened during her pregnancy, perhaps due to her heightened sensitivity, as new inspirations and ideas often surfaced, prompting her to capture them immediately. Besides painting, she discovered new hobbies at home. As the weather warmed, she relished lounging on the balcony in the afternoon sun, often napping under a blanket on the chaise lounge. During these moments, Wen Xiuheng paid extra attention to the home's temperature, concerned that his beloved might catch a chill. With a jar of cream in hand, the alpha tiptoed to the balcony, gazing down at the sleeping beauty. Shen Jiayu had been well cared for. Her weight had increased slightly compared to before her pregnancy, her frame no longer so slender, and her cheeks bore a hint of softness. A blanket covered her, one hand resting on her chest while the other shielded her belly, the curve of her rounded abdomen distinctly evident beneath the fabric. Bathed in the warm afternoon sunlight, Shen Jiayu slept peacefully, her long lashes casting a delicate shadow on her face, radiant and pure. Wen Xiuheng's affection poured forth like the sun's rays as he cautiously approached his beloved, crouching beside her and tenderly kissing her forehead. A soft, melodious sound escaped Shen Jiayu's lips as she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing her awake, Wen Xiuheng smiled warmly and leaned down to kiss the corners of her lips. "Are you awake, my dear?" Shen Jiayu stared at him in a daze, her eyes still veiled with a light mist from sleep. She nodded slowly, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she instinctively wrapped her arms around the alpha's neck, burrowing into the crook of his neck and gently nuzzling him. Feeling elated after a restful nap, she was thoroughly satisfied. Wen Xiuheng embraced her, praising her. "How wonderful you are, my darling." Shen Jiayu blushed at his compliment, feeling bashful for simply taking a good nap, yet her husband couldn't help but praise her. "No way," she pouted, hiding her face in Wen Xiuheng's neck and softly whining. The alpha smiled. "Of course there is, my dear. Your pregnancy is challenging, and being able to sleep well is truly remarkable." A warm sensation enveloped Shen Jiayu's heart. She adored her husband dearly. Wen Xiuheng lay back down with her, applying the cream. Due to the change of seasons and hormonal fluctuations, Shen Jiayu's skin had become more sensitive, easily reddening. Wen Xiuheng had specially commissioned a cream tailored to her skin type. His large hand glided over her soft, fair skin, meticulously applying the cream with care and patience. At that moment, Shen Jiayu wore a light yellow maternity loungewear set, a cardigan that reached her calves, loose and comfortable. In the morning, she had initially worn another milk-white loungewear set, but upon waking, she discovered a small damp patch on the fabric. Embarrassed, she had shyly asked the alpha for help once more, which took quite some time. By the end, she was trembling all over, her slender and delicate limbs cradling her swollen belly, her gaze unfocused, breathing rapidly with parted lips, unable to close her mouth. Her cheeks flushed, tears welling in her eyes, ready to spill with the slightest blink. Her body shook lightly, her fair skin glowing with a lovely pink hue as she allowed the alpha to dress her in the light yellow loungewear. In the afternoon sun, the alpha's delicate touch glided over her smooth skin, the soft flesh spilling between his fingers. Even with the gentlest of actions, a blush emerged. Wen Xiuheng gingerly applied the cream to Shen Jiayu's protruding belly, which had noticeably rounded from its formerly flat state. The skin stretched thin. The thought of her belly continuing to grow, becoming more pronounced, and the challenges she would face as her due date approached tugged at Wen Xiuheng's heart. While applying the cream, he also released soothing pheromones to help his beloved relax. Shen Jiayu, who had been languidly leaning against the alpha, suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. "Mister," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at Wen Xiuheng. "I think I just felt the baby move." It was her first experience of fetal movement. Although subtle and almost imperceptible, it filled her with immense joy to share it with Wen Xiuheng. It felt like a little fish blowing bubbles. The alpha was equally astonished. Leaning down, he gently cradled her belly, being cautious as he pressed closer. However, as a father, he couldn't yet hear the movements. The baby was still too small. Only Shen Jiayu could perceive the slight sensations. Yet the alpha was filled with happiness, his large hand tenderly stroking her belly, releasing more pheromones. "The little one is greeting us," Shen Jiayu said, her eyes crinkling with delight as she placed her hand over his, intertwining their fingers. With a heart full of joy, Wen Xiuheng kissed her cheek, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, softly repeating her words. "Yes, my love is right. The little one is greeting us." In that moment, holding Shen Jiayu felt like embracing his entire world. A week later, Shen Jiayu received wonderful news from the event committee. After meticulous selection, from the thousands of entries submitted from across the globe, the esteemed panel of 17 judges declared Shen Jiayu's work as the recipient of the Gold Award. On the day the results were announced, the chairman of the event committee, currently abroad, personally extended his congratulations to Shen Jiayu via video call, and cordially invited him to attend the upcoming Grand Charity Gala in the homeland, which would see the attendance of distinguished individuals from all walks of life. From the very onset of his participation in the competition, Shen Jiayu had voluntarily signed an agreement to donate his artwork, which would be publicly auctioned at the charity dinner, with all proceeds going to the designated charitable organizations. Chapter 43. The announcement of the award. Upon the revelation of the award, congratulatory calls flooded in not only from his parents, school, and friends, but even authoritative art media within the country sought interviews with Shen Jiayu, with numerous other media outlets expressing interest as well. After all, this competition was of a premier international caliber, and the Gold Award recipient was bound to attract significant attention. Among all, Wen Xiuheng was undoubtedly the first to learn of Shen Jiayu's accolade, as he was by his partner's side during the multinational video call with the event committee chairman. His little companion fluently introduced Alpha as his beloved to the person on the screen. In that moment, Wen Xiuheng experienced immense joy and pride, feeling a swell of pride for his young partner. Following the video call, he deeply kissed Shen Jiayu, who fervently reciprocated the kiss. Concerned that excessive media attention might intrude upon Shen Jiayu's peace, and after discussing it with his little companion, Wen Xiuheng entrusted the arrangements to the public relations department of his group. As a representative of one of the nation's most prestigious business conglomerates, he had also received the coveted black tie invitation to the charity gala well in advance, and would attend alongside Shen Jiayu. On the day of the charity gala, a grand red carpet was laid out at the entrance of the banquet hall to welcome each esteemed guest. The invited attendees were all highly esteemed figures from various sectors of society. As each new guest arrived, the banquet hall doors would be opened by servers clad in tailcoats. Inside, individuals donned elegant attire, champagne flutes in hand, engaging in cordial conversations. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, guests discreetly glanced at their watches, collectively shifting their gazes toward the entrance. A few individuals from the business and entertainment sectors even positioned themselves near the red carpet, accompanied by attractive Omegas, all vying for the attention of the Wen family's esteemed heir upon his arrival. They had heard rumors of Wen Xiuheng's attendance at the gala, and some had gone to great lengths to secure invitations, with a few bringing along stunning Omegas in hopes of forging connections with the Wen family. As for Wen Xiuheng's previous betrothed, their inquiries revealed that the individual was merely a beta of modest background, lacking any distinctive qualities, and it was presumed that they had long since fallen out of favor, easily disposed of. Finally, as the crowd eagerly awaited, the doors to the banquet hall slowly opened. However, when they beheld the figures on the red carpet, they were utterly astounded. The powerful heir of the Wen family had not come alone, but rather brought along his betrothed beta. The tall and handsome alpha had his arm wrapped around his partner's waist as they strode down the red carpet. Wen Xiuheng's gaze was solely focused on his partner, and the previously stoic demeanor transformed into one of tender affection, revealing no trace of disdain. When the alpha's eyes inadvertently met those of others, an unmistakable possessiveness radiated from his gaze, asserting his claim over his beloved. Even more shocking was the sight of the beta's slightly rounded belly, gently caressed by Wen Xiuheng's large hand. Everyone gasped in disbelief. My heavens, young Master Shen is. He.'s actually pregnant. His partner is a beta Him.he. I assumed their union was merely a pretense, but it turns out they are expecting a child. No wonder we haven't heard from young Master Shen in ages. He must have been kept away by Wen Xiuheng for his protection. Young Master Shen looks even more radiant than the last time I saw him at the banquet. The guests displayed expressions of sheer astonishment, gazing at the two lovebirds on the red carpet. Amidst the crowd, two attendees murmured softly to one another. One, with a hint of jealousy, retorted, "So what if he's pregnant?" The other replied, "Exactly. Even if they have a child, if love fades one day, can't they simply part ways?" Suddenly, an alpha's voice interjected. Those two are bound to be disappointed. The two turned their heads to find a handsome stranger before them. Lu Jun, wearing a confident smile, winked at them and said, "Because that day simply does not exist." With that, Lu Jun disregarded their reactions and made his way toward Wen Xiuheng and Shen Jiayu, waving cheerfully, "Hi, friends. How are you?" The two who had just been gossiping exchanged glances, awkwardly retreating from the scene. Wen Xiuheng and Shen Jiayu greeted Lu Jun with smiles. Having become friends since Shen Jiayu underwent heart surgery, they often dined together. It was during this time that Shen Jiayu learned Lu Jun was the eldest son of the Lu family in the business world, who, uninterested in inheriting the family business, had chosen to pursue a career in medicine at Chengyao Hospital. Lu Jun mentioned that he was attending in place of his family, who were abroad. Observing the affectionate couple, Lu Jun couldn't help but lament. "Look at you two about to become parents while I remain single. My heart aches." Wen Xiuheng raised an eyebrow subtly. "Perhaps your fated partner is somewhere in this venue." "Really?" Lu Jun's eyes lit up. "Who knows? I might just meet my future wife here." He swiftly patted Wen Xiuheng on the shoulder, bid farewell to Shen Jiayu, and turned to merge into the crowd. Soon after, a new wave of guests approached, some specifically to congratulate Shen Jiayu. All art enthusiasts among the guests were aware of Shen Jiayu's award, and his work would soon be featured as the highlight of the auction. Everyone came forth to congratulate the spotlighted young artist and to become acquainted with him. When Xiuheng stood by Shen Jiayu's side, his eyes filled with tenderness and adoration, feeling an immense sense of pride for his youthful partner. Anyone present could easily perceive the profound affection the influential leader held for his beloved. The chairman of the event committee approached with two other award recipients to greet and converse with Shen Jiayu, while Wen Xiuheng graciously allowed them the time to engage. In front of the crowd, the alpha cradled his partner's face in his hands, kissing his forehead gently, his large hand resting lightly on Shen Jiayu's rounded belly, whispering promises of steadfast companionship until their conversation concluded. Shen Jiayu, with sparkling eyes, sweetly replied, "Okay." Wen Xiuheng merely stepped back a couple of paces, and soon after, several business associates approached him. Occasionally, some persistent individuals attempted to bring their Omegas closer to him, only to be deterred by the chilling glare of the alpha. Throughout the bustling banquet hall, filled with countless attendees, Wen Xiuheng's gaze remained solely fixed upon Shen Jiayu, who shone like a blooming rose amidst the crowd. This is his beloved, uniquely his rose. Only he can behold the sight of the petite rose nestled in his embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, unfocused and trembling. At this moment, his beloved's belly swells, nurturing the child that belongs to them both. Amidst the gathering of numerous alphas and omegas, his beloved can only detect his pheromones. Shen Jiayu is solely his. He too belongs only to Shen Jiayu. Before long, the three dignitaries departed, And Wen Xiuheng politely bid farewell to the guests before returning to Shen Jiayu's side. The alpha placed his hand gently on Shen Jiayu's lower back, caressing him tenderly, and asked with a smile, "Are you tired, my dear?" Shen Jiayu sweetly replied that he was fine, not too weary, and was delighted to meet other artists here. A familiar figure approached them. It was Dr. Lin. As one of the most esteemed physicians at Chengya Hospital, Lin Xiuheng was representing the hospital at the banquet and had come over to greet Shen Jiayu and Wen Xiuheng. This was Shen Jiayu's first time seeing Lin Xiuheng out of his work attire, and he was nearly unrecognizable. Lin Xiuheng, with a gentle smile, inquired about Shen Jiayu's recent health and cautioned them about certain considerations during the mid-pregnancy stage. As Lin Xiuheng departed, Shen Jiayu couldn't help but express to Wen Xiuheng how patient and responsible Dr. Lin truly was. Shortly after Lin Xiuheng left, Lu Jun unexpectedly appeared, bustling over to inquire about the beautiful person who had just departed. Wen Xiuheng teasingly remarked that, despite working at the same hospital, Lu Jun didn't even recognize the other. Lu Jun gasped in astonishment, his expression akin to that of someone who had lost 100 opportunities for further training, and vigorously shook the shoulders of his old classmate, urging, "Quick, tell me the name of that beautiful colleague." Moments later, Lin Xiuheng, seemingly searching for something amidst the crowd, heard his name being called from behind. "Dr. Lin! Dr. Lin!" He turned around to find the unfamiliar yet familiar figure stepping through the throng, approaching him with measured strides. In his astonishment, he saw the individual extend a hand with a radiant smile. "Hello, Dr. Lin. I am Lu Jun." After a brief moment, as if awakening from a reverie, Lin Xiuheng blushed and reciprocated, "Hello, I am Lin Xiuheng." Shen Jiayu was still chuckling over Lu Jun's antics when Wen Xiuheng gently supported his waist, leading him to a quiet spot to rest. Wen Xiuheng always worried that Shen Jiayu might tire easily, especially considering the challenges his little one faced during pregnancy. The alpha cradled his young beloved in his arms, allowing him to rest against his chest while releasing soothing pheromones. Indeed, Shen Jiayu felt somewhat fatigued. If they were at home, Wen Xiuheng would have coaxed him to rest long ago. The little kitten nestled against the alpha's chest, gently nuzzling. Wen Xiuheng instinctively checked Shen Jiayu's forehead for warmth, and upon confirming he was fine, leaned down to plant a gentle kiss in his hair. "Darling, shall we go home and rest?" They had previously agreed that if fatigue set in, they would return early. "Yes, let's." The little kitten nodded obediently, a soft smile gracing his lips as he echoed the alpha's words. "Let us go home." No matter the time, the phrase "going home" always brought him a sense of comfort. Later, Shen Jiayu learned that after their departure, his painting had garnered fervent bids at the auction, becoming the most sought-after piece of the evening. The individual who ultimately purchased it was said to be a mysterious figure acting on behalf of someone else. The following day, when Shen Jiayu awoke and made his way to the studio, the painting awaited him quietly in its place. At 6 months pregnant, Shen Jiayu's belly had grown even rounder, accompanied by other signs of pregnancy. One evening, he abruptly awoke from a deep sleep, crying out for Wen Xiuheng, "Woo-woo, darling, woo-woo." Wen Xiuheng instantly jolted awake. Concern etched across his face as he assessed his beloved's condition. Shen Jiayu curled up in his embrace, tears streaming uncontrollably. "Woo-woo, darling, my calf hurts." Wen Xiuheng's heart ached for him, immediately realizing that his little one was experiencing a leg cramp in his sleep. "Do not fear, my dear." With deftness, Wen Xiuheng helped Shen Jiayu straighten his leg, soothing him with tender words. "It will be all right soon, my dear." While gently massaging Shen Jiayu's legs and feet, he continued to comfort him. Gradually, Shen Jiayu ceased his weeping, the pain from the cramp easing somewhat. Wen Xiuheng cradled Shen Jiayu in his arms, rocking him gently as one would a small child. Shen Jiayu wrapped his arms around Wen Xiuheng's neck, burying his head in the crook of the man's neck. A small figure nestled against the alpha's chest, his breathing soft and shaky. Wen Xiuheng tenderly caressed his chest, asking, "Darling, does your calf still hurt?" Shen Jiayu shook his head gently, still sniffling. Wen Xiuheng cupped his face, observing the redness around his eyes, with tears lingering on his lashes. Unable to resist, the alpha pressed a gentle kiss to his eyelids, softly asking if he wanted to be held back to sleep. Shen Jiayu, with a touch of grievance on his small face, admitted he was having difficulty sleeping. Wen Xiuheng smiled indulgently. "Then how about I tell you and our little one a story?" Cradled in the alpha's arms, Shen Jiayu rested his cheek against his chest. Wen Xiuheng held a prenatal education storybook, softening his voice as he began to read. And then, the little mermaid found her way back to the sea, back to the place of her birth. Shen Jiayu lifted his little face to look at him, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Did the little mermaid finally see her mommy and daddy? Yes, she did. The alpha smiled, gently pinching Shen Jiayu's chin and leaning down to kiss him. And they all lived happily ever after together. Shen Jiayu's eyes crinkled with joy. Yes, and we will too. He then tenderly patted his belly. Our little one will be happy as well. A wave of happiness surged within Wen Xiuheng, his large hand resting on his beloved's abdomen, their fingers intertwined. It will definitely be so. We and our little one will be forever happy. As Shen Jiayu entered the 8th month of pregnancy, Wen Xiuheng entrusted the group's affairs to a professional manager, preparing to take an extended leave to devote himself to his beloved. Shen Jiayu also temporarily suspended his studies. By this time, his belly was noticeably round, and walking had become somewhat laborious. Though Wen Xiuheng cared for Shen Jiayu meticulously, due to his constitution, their little one remained a bit on the slender side, with only the prominent belly contrasting against his still delicate limbs. Wen Xiuheng stayed by Shen Jiayu's side, assisting him as he walked, supporting his lower back, and at night, massaging his back to alleviate discomfort. As Shen Jiayu approached 9 months of pregnancy, his body seemed to be operating beyond its limits, the pronounced curve of his belly starkly evident against his petite frame. Wen Xiuheng remained steadfastly by his side, caring for him while preparing everything necessary for the impending birth. Shen Jiayu's parents frequently visited during his pregnancy. At dinner, Wen Xiuheng cradled Shen Jiayu in his arms, feeding him bite by bite. Shen Jiayu leaned wearily against his chest, appearing somewhat sickly. Wen Xiuheng, spoon in hand, patiently coaxed him, "My dear, just one more bite, please." Shen Jiayu gently shook his head, nuzzling against the alpha's chest, and softly pleaded, "I'm full, darling." "All right." Wen Xiuheng leaned down to kiss his hair, his hand resting on the roundness of Shen Jiayu's belly. "Just let me know whenever you feel hungry." "Yes," Shen Jiayu responded, but suddenly his eyes widened, a dull pain radiating from his abdomen. With a pale face and reddened eyes, he clutched Wen Xiuheng's sleeve. "Darling, my stomach hurts." Without hesitation, Wen Xiuheng scooped Shen Jiayu into his arms and rushed him to the hospital. As nurse escorted Shen Jiayu towards the delivery room, his delicate visage turned pale, his hair dampened with cold sweat, and his breath came in rapid gasps. With reddened eyes, he whimpered the name of Wen Xiuheng. Ever by his side, Wen Xiuheng tightly grasped his hand, his own eyes glistening with concern, as he tenderly kissed Jiayu's cheeks, uttering soothing words. "My love, do not fear. I shall remain here, waiting for you to emerge, all right, Jiayu?" Shen Jiayu gazed at him, tears mingling with a smile, and nodded before the nurse gently ushered him inside. Wen Xiuheng stood anxiously outside the delivery room, his heart racing as he monitored every sound from within, simultaneously reaching out to Jiayu's parents. After several hours of anxious waiting, Shen Jiayu safely delivered a lovely little alpha baby. When he and the newborn were finally wheeled out from the delivery room, Wen Xiuheng rushed to his beloved's side. Jiayu, exhausted and pale, lay quietly on the transport bed, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his cheeks, damp hair clinging to his color-drained face. "My darling," Wen Xiuheng murmured, kissing Jiayu's cheeks, warmth seeping into his collar. Upon waking, the first sight that greeted Shen Jiayu was Wen Xiuheng, followed by the gentle caress of his loverous kiss. The alpha tenderly stroked Jiayu's hair, his voice husky with emotion as he whispered, "My love, you have endured so much." Jiayu's mother brought their baby, who was strikingly beautiful, with rose-colored eyes like Jiayu's and hair inherited from Wen Xiuheng. Shen Jiayu carefully cradled the sleeping infant, planting soft kisses on the tiny face, overwhelmed with joy and tears of disbelief as he shared with Wen Xiuheng, "This is our baby." Wen Xiuheng also pressed a kiss to the soft cheeks of their child before enveloping Jiayu in his embrace, cherishing their little one together. "My darling has given birth to a precious child," he declared, kissing Jiayu's lips. "Thank you, Jiayu." 7 months later, Wen Xiuheng and Shen Jiayu solemnly renewed their vows. This wedding had originally been planned following Wen Xiuheng's proposal, but had been postponed due to Jiayu's pregnancy. Now Jiayu had returned to campus, blossoming into a renowned young artist in the painting world, while Wen Xiuheng had reclaimed control of the family business, his symptoms of susceptibility now thoroughly treated. Their child, whom they named Wen Ancha, affectionately called Zai Zai, was growing up healthily and happily. The wedding was a collaborative effort, with Shen Jiayu personally designing the invitations, while Wen Xiuheng, under the guidance of teacher Shen, crafted the intricate patterns for their wedding rings. On the day of the ceremony, the weather was splendid, warm and inviting. Set outdoors, the venue was adorned with azure skies, lush grass, radiant sun, and blooming roses. Clad in black and white attire, Wen Xiuheng greeted guests while cradling the adorable bundle of joy. Zai wore a baby blue outfit, accented with a pale yellow bow, revealing chubby, fair legs and arms, his rosy eyes curiously observing everyone around. With one chubby hand grasping Wen Xiuheng's collar and the other reaching out to Shen Jiayu with sweet babbling, Zai exclaimed, "Baba!" Shen Jiayu's eyes crinkled with delight as he leaned in to kiss the cherubic face. The baby's joyous giggle echoed, his expression mirroring Jiayu's own. Wen Xiuheng bent down, joining in the affectionate display, and Shen Jiayu, unable to resist, kissed the cheek of his husband, charmed by their shared penchant for tenderness. Zai, giggling, called out to Wen Xiuheng, "Daddy." Wen Xiuheng beamed with affectionate indulgence, showering kisses upon both his baby and Jiayu. Lu Jun and Lin Shuriwei arrived together, their faces alight with joy as they had become a couple. Lu Jun greeted them with her characteristic exuberance, while Lin Shuriwei offered heartfelt congratulations. Upon spotting Lin Shuriwei, Zai joyfully squealed, and Lin Shuriwei lovingly patted the baby's plump cheeks. Yin, spotting Zai from afar, waved excitedly, rushing over with Yu. She approached Zai and planted a kiss on his soft cheeks, eliciting adorable laughter from him, revealing his tiny teeth. Yu whispered something to Yin, causing her cheeks to flush, transforming her into a feisty little bunny. Soon after, the wedding commenced. In the presence of family and friends, Wen Xiuheng and Shen Jiayu exchanged rings, each inscribed with their names and a blooming rose. As they recited their vows, tears glistened in their eyes. Just as the ceremony reached its climax, an unexpected rain began to fall. Staff hurried to provide umbrellas, ensuring Zai was shielded by his grandparents. In the rain, Wen Xiuheng and Shen Jiayu continued to smile at one another. As the staff approached to assist with umbrellas, the couple moved in unison, sharing a passionate kiss. In that moment, regardless of the rain, the guests erupted in joyous cheers and applause. Wen Xiuheng cupped Jiayu's face, kissing him deeply. They embraced, kissed, and accepted blessings amid the unexpected downpour, knowing that even as challenges may arise, as long as they stood by each other, they could weather any storm and reach the land of blooming roses together. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please remember to like and subscribe. Until we meet again in the next story.